Chapter 1. There's a crime in saving is zero money? Hiss. A cool breeze hit Su Zhangyang and he woke up with a jolt. He was sitting in the bank lobby waiting to conduct business at this time, and surprisingly dozed off. Loading of the new world is complete. Global prices have been adjusted downward by a factor of 1 million. Only your total assets remain unchanged. Current assets are $153,795.93 deposited into the system. 15 million? Oh, before he sold the investment property that money arrived. Then he can east again. Wait, system? Su Zhangyang once again hit a jolt. This time, his sleepiness was gone, completely energized, and he violently shook his head and stood up directly. Just now that was definitely not a hallucination. It was a clear, logical passage that resounded in his mind. However, seeing that the people around him were looking at him differently, he had no choice but to sit down, tightening the 2 cloth bags in his hands. In these 2 cloth bags, was the change that his brother had sent him, and on his cell phone, there was a text message that his brother had sent yesterday. Bunny, entrepreneurial failure of things why you hide from my brother, but also let Lu Erdog tell me. Mom and dad left early. Brother is not much ability. I'm this bridal chamber. Marriage, are you out of money? You now have an accident, do not tell me. You want to let the townspeople are poking my backbone. This is my sister-in-law and I saved 8,000 change. There are 40,000 deadlines I also took. In a couple of days we'll give you to hit the past. You do a good job. Now change brother support you. Su Zhangyang received this text message yesterday as a sour nose, and then persuaded his brother not to withdraw money to himself. He went back after a while to tell him in detail. Although he failed to start a business half a year ago, the bottom of the loss, down to share a room with a girl, and very decadent for a period of time, but with the help of that girl, he finally regained his vigor. The good thing is that before the money when invested in a downtown house, a few days ago out of the hand after earning 15 million, more than triple the time to buy. He came to the bank today to save all the change given by his brother. My brother and sister-in-law do small business in the county, earning hard money, of course, all the change, $1, $5, $10. After saving it, it's better to call them back. There is also Paula, this silly girl last month and secretly paid all the utility bills. Now have money, also have to treat her. Thinking of her, Su Zhangyang involuntarily smiled slightly. A moment after work to pick her up for dinner. She is not far away from the gym as a fitness instructor. Please number 1069, go to window number 3. The hall's electronic voice sounded. Su Zhangyang hurriedly stood up and walked to window number 3. At this time, the 3 girls inside the counter were chatting around the girl sitting at this window, seemingly chatting about where to go shopping in a while, smiling and laughing. Seeing Su Zhangyang come over, the seated girl revealed a professional smile. May I ask what business you want to handle? Oh, I have a little change. Save a hole. Su Zhangyang said and placed both the large and small cloth bags directly onto the counter. The clerk immediately faced some displeasure. They hate the most is this kind of thing. Count half a day. Hands are sore, but also helpless to open a small window. The 2 bags over. She had just pulled open the large cloth bag. The other 3 girls all poked their heads in with a bit of gloating. But the next second, wow, the 4 of them were like heavenly maidens, instantly taking a step back, neatly as if they had been pushed away at the same time. Su Zhangyang had originally been a little less than kind. After all, the matter of making people count their change was indeed quite annoying. But looking at their reaction, he frowned. You guys don't go so far. The security guards not far away saw it and quickly gathered around. What's going on? They thought the man's cloth bag was some kind of dangerous item. Handsome, 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 handsome. The female salesperson's eyes were horrified and her lips trembled. Su Zhangyang was dumbfounded. He is quite handsome, but it's really shameful for you to praise me so directly. You're too wordy, aren't you? This such a large amount I cannot decide. I call you. Call our manager. Su Zhangyang frowned. How this also said the opposite. Not just let you save a change. You as far as so sarcastic. This service attitude is also too bad. But the female salesman has stumbled toward the back, and soon came out a rolling manager. Good guy. This bank people cannot walk properly? As soon as this manager saw this bag of change, it was a breathlessness. His fat hand in midair nowhere, swallowed his saliva, forced to hold back the excitement and asked, handsome, are you going to take all this money and deposit it with us? Su Zhangyang looked at the security guard beside him and nodded. Not bad, $8,000. Deposit it in my card. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cool air as soon as the words $8,000 left their mouths. Su Zhangyang cursed in his heart. Sucking Nima, global warming is what you guys are up to. Our branch can't do this business. I'll contact you to go to the head office for. You don't worry. We will arrange a special car escort. This manager was afraid that Su Zhangyang would run away. While reaching out to explain to him, He took out his cell phone and shivered as he started dialing. Head office? The manager quickly ran to the side. Hello, Governor. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Panic. There's a young man came to us to deposit a bag of money. He said there are 8,000 yuan. And all of them are $5 or even $10 oversized denominations. There's a cloth bag full of them. What? 8,000? Is he going to deposit money or buy our bank? The voice from across the room went up an octave. The sound of a stool scratching the floor long and hard coming through. Deposit. He said it was deposit. Immediately, by all means, send him to the head office. No, when I personally go to pick him up, you leave him there on the line. The person over there obviously also messed up, finished and hung up the phone in a panic. The manager wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and immediately ran out again, fawning and chatting with Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang was a bit confused throughout, but he vaguely understood a bit. It seemed like he was some extremely important figure. He had a go at dealing with the manager's attentiveness. Just 10 minutes later, a monstrous siren suddenly sounded outside. The woo-woo-woo-woo soon shook one's eardrums to the point of raw pain. Immediately after a burst of chaos around them, a team of black-clothed Special J with loaded guns rushed in, neatly lined up in two teams, and a middle-aged man in an expensive suit walked in with a group of people. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang, he first stared blankly. After all, he was dressed in this homey outfit, still wearing a pair of woolen slippers. His image was really too unruly, as if their family lived in the opposite neighborhood, which was indeed the case. But seeing the two cloth bags in his hand, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Even a few trained Special J boys who were close by, their eyes glanced over intentionally or unintentionally, and after seeing that pocket of money they also choked for a while. Su Zhengyang was completely confused. I'm just depositing change. It's not such a big offense. He trembled and asked, are you going to pull me out and shoot me? Chapter 2. Devaluation 101,000 New Worlds. The middle-aged man in a suit obviously didn't understand Su Zhengyang's words. Thinking it was a joke, he squeezed out a hard smile, then bowed slightly and whispered at Su Zhengyang. Of course not. I respectfully ask you, sir, to get on the car to talk in detail. This is not the place to talk. The surroundings had indeed been surrounded, but many of the melon eaters now wanted to look at Su Zhengyang again. Blocking them in front was the Special J dressed in black. Although Su Zhengyang didn't know what was going on, he was able to see the situation clearly. It was estimated that he couldn't go with them unless he went with them. Su Zhengyang had no choice but to clear his throat, tugged his two cloth bags and stood up, following the governor outside. A group of Special Js in 3 layers, almost close, escorted them out of the bank and directly into a Special J escort car. Su Zhengyang felt like he was stepping on clouds. However, he always felt something was wrong when he walked outside. The big sign on the roadside convenience store read Mo Cow Pure Milk Special today. 40 milligrams? What kind of unit of measurement is that? Not far away from a young man talking loudly on the phone. I've been with you for 3 years, and I've spent a total of 3 cents on you. You just leave me. Still not return my money. You are a human being. Su Zhengyang froze. 3 years to spend 3 cents, and you're asking someone if they're a human being? There was also a person who was speaking loudly and excitedly to the phone. Mom, my bonus came down this month. It's a full 5 cents. I'll give you 4 cents. Check it out. Mom, don't praise me. When I earn 10 cents a month, I'll be able to make a good living. I'll buy you a big house. Su Zhengyang couldn't wait to take off his slippers and whip him. You're so filial. Do you treat your mom like Sunday? If you can buy a big house by earning a dime, then I have a pocket full of. I'm not going to be able to get a lot more than just a few minutes of your time. Thinking of this, Su Zhengyang had a cold shiver, because he remembered that electronic voice in his head when he woke up just now. Prices devalued 1,000,000 times. Only your total assets remain unchanged at 15 million. New world. A few short keywords gave him an idea that wasn't an idea. Hello, I'm the head of the Bright Head office in Santai City, Chen Haohai. The attentive suited middle-aged man sat across from Su Zhengyang, rubbing his hands together and smilingly said, Governor Chen, this suit of yours is really good. Customized, right? How much? Su Zhengyang naturally recognized him. When he used to start his own business, at least he was a small boss. The Bright Bank is the top 12 listed assets in Yunhai province last year. He has paid attention to, this body of mine, probably just 2 cents. It's all face work. Although Chen Haohai didn't know why he asked this, he didn't dare to lie and answered with a smile. Although Su Zhengyang had guessed it, he heard him say it himself, verifying his guess. He still felt both comical and excited, shivering with excitement. Did prices around the world really depreciate 1,000,000 times? And only his own too. 15 million assets remained unchanged? He took out his cell phone and opened 1000-degree search, and without even needing to search, he found what he was looking for. The first item of the hot search, Chinese tycoon Ma X. with a total asset of 380,000,000, was ranked as the 7th richest person in the world. $380,000. 7th? Su Zhangyang didn't know why, but just wanted to laugh. He took out a $5 and $10 bill from a cloth bag. Su Zhangyang was stunned for a moment. Why didn't he notice it before? These $5 and $10 bills were completely different from before. Not only were they thicker and more textured, but there were even gold threads inside. Su Zhangyang rushed to take a $5, with a finger to tear a little harder, but could not tear. He used his teeth to open a small mouth, which tore open. Looking at the inside of the gold line, a burst of dawning. The original really is gold. This whole time to the side of the Qin Yishui, stunned, dumbfounded, his little hand that stretched out to nowhere. Want to stop but remembered that this is not their own money. Can only be anxious, corner of the eye twitching violently. What kind of family is this in the end? Out of the loser. I have seen a loser, but I have not seen such a loser. Those were all $5 and $10 limited edition bills that were only allowed to be held when they reached a certain asset. He crumpled up in a pile. Not to mention, it's also in a greasy cloth bag. Even if it's in a bag, why is it being strangled by a couple of ragged leather straps? Even if it's strangled by broken leather straps, why is it dirty and covered with oil? It's all deformed. Qin Yishui is about to cry. God. Soon, the car stopped steadily. The bright head office has arrived. Being a group of Special J embraced clustered into the bank's VIP lounge. A burst of fragrant wind on the face. Face is standing a beautiful woman dressed in professional clothing. A pair of men dream of long snow-white legs. Professional small skirt taut outrageous. Embracing a semi-transparent folder. Clearly for the sake of Judas. With exquisite makeup and an intoxicating smile, this beauty was definitely an otaku killer. Mr. Su, this is the VIP assistant of our VIP department. Your business will be handled by her directly through our back office at the highest priority. Qin Yishui said forcefully. Hello Mr. Su, my name is Lin Yurong. Please feel free to instruct me if you have any requests. Lin Yurong smiled sweetly and bowed slightly, showing off her career line to the fullest. Sure enough, it was a sea of honor. Still, Su Zhangyang directly handed her the 2 cloth bags. I'll just deposit a money. Deposit it to my card. Lin Yurong didn't show any dislike because of the oily cloth bags. Instead, her breath stuttered and she trembled as she took the bags. Hundreds, and even thousands of dollars of bills she had handled. $8,000 in cash. She is also the first time handled. Received the money. Immediately did not dare to delay. Bring the tool to start counting on the spot. The whole counting 3 times before entering the warehouse. Su Zhangyang waiting for Qin Yishui, this old fox, to sell himself. He thought, Qin Yishui, so much trouble is not to let yourself save a dead period. Why the whole conversation without mentioning this? To know that deposited into the card himself is able to transfer away at will. He always felt that this old fox seems to be scheming himself. What? Chapter 3. Hold back the nonsense. Lick, it is finished. At this time their own cell phone rang. Now the Ji Bao has a report function. Can always let you know the balance of the bank card in your own name. In order to let you check your balance information at any time, many people have chosen to open this function. After all, modern people spend money lavishly, and always need a small assistant to remind themselves. Ji Bao prompts you. Bright Bank Savings Card at 1432 on August 17, 2020. Income of 8,268 yuan. You are currently bound to 4 bank cards, with a total balance of 664,188 yuan and 85 cents. Hearing this beep, Su Zhangyang immediately frowned and hurriedly took out his cell phone, muttering under his breath. Why so little? He clearly remembered that when the system came out before it said 15 million, that was the money from selling his house. How did this 660,000 come out? Took out his cell phone to play expenses treasure. The original binding interface appeared, a new card. More than 650,000 are from this card, called System Bank Low Profile Card. At this time, the transparent interface of the system in his mind also appeared. In order to prevent the host from spending money indiscriminately, the remaining 1.5 million yuan has been deposited into the system bank. According to the annualized rate of return of 10%, the monthly release of earnings to the low-profile card. Su Zhangyang counted with his fingers. Wasn't that 12,500 yuan of income a month? However, Su Zhangyang overlooked the fact that there were 2 other people in the room. When Su Zhangyang reported the accounts on his cell phone, Qin Yishui was petrified. When he heard Su Zhangyang say, "Why is it so small?" When he heard Su Zhangyang say, "Why so little?" he felt his head explode. 660,000, that's not $66. Bright Bank was ranked as the top 12 in Yun province last year, and its total market capitalization was only $90,000. This is the total market capitalization of an enterprise. People are personal assets $660,000. Moreover, how many assets is the richest man in China? Although it is said that in China, the really rich and powerful family will not, and is not allowed to appear in that kind of public list above. Their wealth is difficult to reach even the richest. But Chen Haohai never thought that this kind of person could let himself stumble upon it. He even said so little. Is this a human word? What kind of through and through character was this? Chen Haohai had already forgotten who he was. He only had one thought now. Lick, no matter what. Call daddy whatever you want. You'll hug this thigh yourself. As for that Yurong sister, her brain had long since gone blank, truly blank, in a state of no thoughts. Alright, I won't delay your office. I'll leave first. Su Zhengyang finished counting his gains, and did not intend to stay here for long, getting up and about to leave. Chen Haohai wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead. He still had some city after all. At this time he solemnly took out a business card, bent down and bowed and handed it over. Mr. Su, please do me the honor of giving me the opportunity to invite you to a banquet. A banquet? Su Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, looking at the words chairman of Bright Group on the business card. His heart slightly moved, although Chen Haohai was an old fox, but he himself didn't mind dealing with them right now, so he also politely took the business card. Wait until I have time. Seeing Su Zhengyang take the business card, this was considered to be an agreement, but sooner or later, Chen Haohai's heart trembled with excitement, and it was hard to suppress it. Mr. Su in the future have any use for Chen Mao's place, please be sure to command. Chen Mao will certainly do his best to do. Chen Haohai specifically put any, must, will certainly when such words bite very heavy, visible its posture put how low. Su Zhengyang faintly smiled in his heart. This was businessmen. Ordinary people always thought they were high and mighty, but you could never imagine how humble they could be behind the scenes. Good. Spitting out a single word, Su Zhengyang walked out of the VIP room lightly, looking at Su Zhengyang's back as he left. It was only then that Chen Haohai's legs couldn't restrain themselves from trembling as he slowly sat back down on the sofa, glancing at Lin Yurong, who was still dumbfounded on the side. Remember, you can't divulge half of today's matter to anyone. If you dare to divulge that number just now, you should know what will happen. The majesty in Chen Haohai's body exploded out, and Lin Yurong was scared to death. Don't dare, don't dare. Only then did Chen Haohai take a deep breath, picked up a phone and dialed the number on it. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yunhai Fitness Club. Su Zhengyang sat in the rest area, flipping through a magazine in boredom. In his head, however, he was thinking about what had just happened in the bank. Suddenly, Su Zhengyang slapped his thigh and cursed the old fox. He was unintentionally even posed by Chen Haohai. The reason why Chen Haohai personally picked himself up, and to what VIP bar, there is a backstage straight through the bar, and does not sell himself other deposit methods, is that he wants to listen to that money arrives when his own Shibao prompt balance. I'm afraid that all of this is in Chen Haohai calculations. I'm afraid he's not staring at his own 8,000 bucks, he's staring at his own family. The reason Su Zhengyang also figured out, Chen Haohai is not alone. He has 3 good brothers, and known as the 4 heroes of Yunhai, respectively, in the real estate and automobile industry, as well as the entertainment industry, belonging to the various industries in the province of Yunhai leaders. But some time ago, 2 of them out of a big basket, the capital chain is seriously broken. I'm afraid as their backup vault Chen Haohai is not good. Figured out these, Su Zhengyang slightly smile. Chen Haohai this hand of the blind touch bottom touch harmless, especially now he touched. Then he can only curry favor with himself, find ways to hold tight to their thighs, giving him the guts of a bear he wouldn't dare to count himself out again. Let's go. Just as he was thinking, a silhouette came in front of him and said at him. Standing in front of him was a stunningly beautiful girl with a convex front and curvy back, wearing a tight sportswear with amazing hip line, carrying a gym bag, a pair of long and plump legs, under the pressure of the tight pants literally hooking her soul with every line, and a head of beautiful black hair was being tied into a ponytail by her using both hands to gather it behind her back. This action of her arms lifting up even more showed her perfect figure to the fullest. This was her own shared roommate, Sung Pao R.A. Chapter 4, Your clothes fart bulge? Slap. Cheng Bora tied her hair, biting her soft lips and slapped Su Zhengyang on the head. Still looking. Eyeballs for you to pick out. Cheng Bora graduated not long ago, currently working here as a fitness instructor, but also thanks to her, penniless Su Zhengyang also often come here to dilly-dally with the practice, and even the fitness card did not do. White whoring for more than a month. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly, and she walked side by side to the elevator. In the elevator, Cheng Bora had an unhappy look on her face and pouted, gently kicking the guards in the elevator with her feet. What's wrong with you? Su Zhengyang said suspiciously. Ugh, still that on performance. Originally that order should have been mine yesterday, but they messed up again and gave that member to Con Lily. I lost a whole 800 mil commission. What a bunch of assholes. Chang Bala clenched her pink fist and wrinkled her nose. Her beautiful eyes shot out a milky light. Su Zhengyang was speechless for a while. Not only was Chang Bora's body, appearance, and even professional knowledge too much better than that Jiang Lily, but this gym of theirs had too many backdoor operations, and the male manager of the fitness department and that Jiang Lily obviously had a catty relationship, coupled with the fact that Chang Bora hates those who want to subvert her uncle, so has been poor performance, not less with Su Zhengyang about these things. Su Zhengyang heart, these days, although it is a shared roommate, but Chang Bora's cheerful, sunny, positive, deeply infected Su Zhengyang, seeing him all day decadence, he pulled him out to exercise. Seeing that he has no money, he cooks a little more every time. Seeing that he drinks all day long, he replaced the alcohol with water and put a note on it. Water doesn't hurt the liver and saves money. He decided to sell his house, rise again, out of the psychological haze. Chang Bao La, great credit. When I have money, I will definitely buy your class and buy you as the top performer, Su Zhengyang said smilingly. Chang Bora gave him a blank look. I'll thank you if you can take the time to cut your own hair, you chicken nest head. Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly. His hair was indeed a bit long, and occasionally floated up a few. Looking is not too sharp, with such a big beauty walking together, often have a different gaze seems. Chang Bora's cooking skills are good, so Su Zhengyang is planning to drag her to the supermarket, buy some good things for her to go back to do for their own food. But before that Chang Bora was going to rent a very expensive dress to attend an important occasion in a couple days. This store is not in the mall, but has a separate large door face with 2 floors above and below, being in the center of the city location. The location is excellent, but the reason is that the clothes here are too high-end and too expensive, because his brand is called Donna Kahong. In addition to selling clothes here, there is also a tenant business. Of course, the rent is not cheap. Opulent decorations, crystal glittering windows, noble and elegant clothing, jaw-dropping prices, a set of black and hollowed-out long dresses in the window, noble and elegant without losing the simplicity and generosity. His price tag is bright and shiny, 1 cent 3 cents. Of course, this was just the ordinary quality in the store. High-end and customized were not on display here. Chang Bora also stood in front of the store for a long time, looked up at the doorway, and only then gritted his teeth and walked in. Fortunately, the shopping guide lady's professionalism was not bad, radiating an affable professional smile as she bowed to welcome the two. This beauty, your figure is fantastic, suitable for all the clothes in our store. What style do you like? The guide heartily sized up Chang Bala. As a woman, she had to say that she dreamed of having a perfect body like Chang Bala. Paula's pretty face slightly reddened at the comment, a little embarrassed. Sorry sis, I just want to rent a dress. Okay, all the clothes we have here are on the tenant list. You can pick as many as you want. The shopping guide lady did not look down on her for this, smiling sweetly, reaching out to guide the two around the corner. Sung Paora nodded and embarrassedly reached out to touch the clothes. After looking for a short while, a woman's voice suddenly came. Paula? Isn't this Paula? Why are you here? With those words, a woman and a man came around from behind the display case. The one who spoke was a woman wearing tight leather pants, with a body far worse than that of Sung Paora, and a bit of turnip legs, heavy makeup, and a chin so pointed that it could poke itself to death. She was followed by a greasy fat man with a beer belly, but there was a Maserati car key hanging from her waist. As soon as this fat man saw Chang Bora, his eyes instantly shot out the greedy gaze of a skinny wolf near meat. His eyes were glowing green, beautiful, the most important this body, let a person mouth-watering this if you can let yourself gallop a good time, reduce life 3 years or not a loss Sung Paora's small face sank, a little unhappy, said faintly, Song Jia, Paula, why don't you look too good? You look far worse than when you were in college. Song Jia spoke with a leathery smile and turned to the beer-bellied fat man and said, Honey, I'll introduce you. This is our school flower when we went to school, the goddess without compromise, icy clean, born noble, rejected the rich boy without 20 also have 18. We also all for Paula proud of it. She's so backbone, how rare Hey, by the way Paula, I just heard, as if you are here to rent clothes she asked in mock surprise. Sung Paoare took a deep breath and didn't answer. It's for Yaya's birthday party in a couple of days, isn't it? Actually, if we don't have money, we don't have to pretend. It's not necessary. Paula, you should be a maverick to the end. What's wrong with just wearing normal clothes? We're naturally beautiful. Besides, wearing rented clothes, when the tag leaks out, how ugly, right Paula? Song Jia said with a teasing face. Song Jia eccentric, into Paula said tightly biting red lips, beautiful eyes with fog, tangled for a long time, she gently stomped her foot, ready to pull Su Zhengyan to leave. Since they saw although they also want to go, but also cannot go, otherwise they will really give themselves embarrassed. But she was pressed in place by the much stronger Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang sized up Song Jia for a long time and asked suspiciously, "This leather pants of yours? Farting bulge?" Chapter 5. From now on, I'm in charge. Poof. A shopping guide lady who was drinking water at the cashier's desk directly sprayed a mouthful of tea on the computer, bit her lips in death, and wiped up the computer with her hands and feet. Sung Poire also almost laughed out loud. Song Jia, however, had a cold face, staring viciously at Su Zhengyang. Just now, she was still sneering, didn't have the heart to tear her face off. Chang Bala ate this the most. Chang Bala's mouth is stupid. In the past, they didn't rarely bully her like this. They couldn't get away with it, and as a result, such a piece of trash popped up today. Where the hell did you come from, poor B-loser? Do you have a right to talk here? Sung Poire, what? You don't dare to talk? So many rich kids don't want you, but now you're looking for this guy as a boyfriend? This is not hungry for food. It will not be from the side of the road to find a random beggar to ride on it. You can really play a good hand of cards. Song Jia reprimanded Su Zhengyang twice, then asked Chang Bala in a cold voice, an unspeakable excitement welling up in her heart. Chang Bala, don't you love to pretend? You can't even look at a schoolboy with a distinguished family. You've pretended, right? Now you've become a lousy product that no one wants, right? You're a real. You deserve it. She secretly gritted her teeth in her heart. Do I need you to give me a piece of your mind when I speak? Su Zhengyang asked rhetorically. That's right. You need me to give a part for speaking. Just by the fact that I'm richer than you. Just by the fact that I'm here to buy clothes while you're here to rent them. That's the gap. Remember that. Song Jia stepped forward, gritting her teeth, her eyes glaring round angrily, completely tearing her face off. She had no need to pretend. Let's go. Chang Bora pulled Su Zhengyang's hand and whispered, but that fatty son saw her take the initiative to tug on Su Zhengyang's hand. He was instantly a bit unhappy, jealousy in his heart. He instantly pushed Song Jia away and laughed. Miss Chang Bora, is it? He. Nice to meet you. I have long heard of your beautiful name. I do not know if you can give son a chance. Which piece of clothing you want? After picking out, I will buy it for you, as I send you a meeting gift. How do you see it? The fat man smiled with a flattering face, inadvertently licked his tongue, and his gaze wandered over Chang Bora. Sorry, I don't need it. Sung Pao Ra frowned and faintly shook her head. Don't be so outgoing. I'll do what I say. I think you're going to attend an important banquet in 2 days. It's not good to go and lose face, and it's definitely not appropriate not to go, right? This fat man is still a little brain. Smilingly saw through Chang Bao'la's mind. Chang Bao'la hesitated for a moment. She is not considering whether to accept the fat man's good intentions, but the fat man said good. She offended too many people when she was in college, and after she graduated, she bumped into walls all over the place, and couldn't do any of the things she wanted to do, so she had no choice but to become a fitness instructor. And for this birthday party, she wanted to ask her own good girlfriends to reconcile the relationship with those people, even if she apologized. But seeing her hesitation, Song Jia exploded. No way. Who asked you to buy clothes for her? You agreed to only buy clothes for me. Why are you buying one for her as well? I don't agree. You can only buy it for me, not for her. Song Jia tugged on Fatty's arm and said half petulantly, half complaining, Tramp Song Jia, this Thai fox, was starting to flirt again, charming this dead fatty again. Dear, you do not know the taste of others into the university flower. You buy is also in vain to buy. People will not know your love. When the school grass bought a car to give her, she didn't even want it. Fatty's son gave Song Jia a disgusted look. He was tired of playing with this lousy product. Not to mention that once he saw Chang Bao'la, Song Jia was simply trash. He shook off Song Jia's hand without a trace. He couldn't let Chang Bao'la misunderstand. Then he said with a leathery smile, all our alumni, I send you clothes, naturally also send her clothes. Equal treatment. Song Jia instantly looked at Chang Bao'la maliciously. She could see that this fatty son was completely mesmerized by this, and it was impossible for her to stop fatty son. Chang Bao'la, if you dare to accept son's clothes, I won't be able to spare you, she shouted hysterically. I have no intention of accepting it either. Chang Bao'la huffed. Su Zhengyang, however, had a gloomy face, a mouthful of lowly, rotten goods. It seemed that this woman really kind of didn't know what her surname was. With this thought, Su Zhengyang smiled coldly and once again surveyed the clothes in the store. When Song Jia saw him looking around, she glared and growled, do you want a pussy face? Chang Bora didn't even accept it. Where did you come out of the trash? What are you looking at? Are you trying to help her accept? What are you thinking? Do you really think that son will buy you clothes? Are you stupid? Don't argue. This brother did the right thing. Pick it. It's okay to pick 2 pieces. He. Fatty said smilingly. Song Jia was on the verge of crying in a hurry. Brother son, How are you like this? Ah, you said you only love me one. She doesn't even love to take care of you. Why do you still want to stick it on? What made her most jealous was not Fatty Sun moving on. Rather, it was the fact that Chung Bala, the fox scratching, had a foul face the whole time, refusing to let anyone in. And just like that, Sun followed the devil like sticking upwards. And this was what made her the most jealous of all, because Chang Bala had casually gained the status that she had barely obtained by exerting all her strengths. But at this moment, Su Zhangyang asked in a cold voice towards the receptionist, "Have the few of them paid yet?" "Not yet." "Good. From now on, all the clothes in this store, at my discretion, are not allowed to be sold to them." Chapter 6. This is what you call a rich man. Su Zhangyang flicked a ring with his finger and pointed at the clothes in this room. What? The front desk guides were all confused. The air was frozen for a few seconds. Song Jia suddenly erupted into a burst of piercing laughter, as if she had heard the best joke in the world. "Sung Bora, ah Sung Bora, you also have today. I thought you had found some kind of trash, but it turns out that you found a psychopath. What kind of stimulation did he have to get this kind of hypochondria? You said not to sell it. Who do you think you are in the end? Ha 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 ha. Are you immersed in your own mental world? Fantasizing that you're the domineering president? Buying all the clothes? How pathetic. Can you wake up?" Song Jia's face was filled with smugness and an extremely relieved pleasure. "Serves you right, Sung Pao finding a psychopath. The heavens have eyes. There's no need to fantasize, because I did buy them," Su Zhangyang said as he looked at her with a look of fury. After he said this, Song Jia laughed even harder. Even the receptionist and the shopping guide were pursing their lips to stifle their laughter. In their opinion, Su Zhangyang was indeed going crazy. Although there weren't many clothes in this store, they were all sky high, and to buy these, it would at least cost around $4. At this moment, Su Zhangyang pulled out an old wallet. Just by seeing this wallet, Song Jia was about to burst out laughing. The top line of this wallet was all ing open. "Idiot, if you have more than 5 cents in this wallet, I'll write my name backwards." Song Jia laughed maniacally. She was so happy today. She had never been this happy before. Chang Bala has been aggrieved, biting his lips in that beautiful ice condensation fog. Disgrace. They are not lost. Estimated Su Zhangyang, this big fool at home, off a long time. They let him finish the madness well. Anyway, they have no one to throw. Su Zhangyang cold smile. "How do you write your name? And I have nothing to do." In the next second, the air stood still. Song Jia's laughter came to a screeching halt, like a duck that had been suddenly strangled, because Su Zhangyang casually flipped open his wallet. 2 dimes of 1 piece leaked out from that open line, clanking on the smooth countertop. Su Zhangyang casually slapped on the desktop. This slap almost made all the people around them jolted, as if slapping on their hearts. More like a slap in the face. As for the crumpled change in the wallet, even though Su Zhangyang hadn't taken it out, they had all taken a look at it. There were 2 5s, 1 10, and it seemed like there was a 50. Gulp! A clear sound of gulping came out. It was none other than Fatty Sun's. "This is a wallet. This is a walking bank. That Maserati of his own was only $1. This wallet could buy himself 70 Maseratis, and this guy even so put them on the body. In such a broken wallet. What is this if not a naked display of wealth? And look at the face value of that 50. How he rubbed it. The gold threads are all wrinkled. You know, the 50 denomination of the soft currency is not just money anymore. How many tycoons have sealed and collected this kind of money? It's not just money. It's also a work of art and a status symbol. Because the wealth value does not reach a certain level, the Bank of China will not hand out this kind of money." Su Zhangyang casually pulled out a $5 bill from it and threw it to the receptionist, saying indifferently, "Is that enough?" "Enough. Enough." The receptionist was so scared that his mouth stuttered. In addition to those 2 dimes, this is the smallest denomination in his wallet. Turns out everything he said was true. It turned out that he was not fantasizing at all. Su Zhangyang casually stuffed the 2 dimes back into his wallet and closed it with a snap. It immediately drew a wave of dizziness from the people around him. A dime. He even casually put it back into the wallet. What if it falls out next time? The eyes of the shopping guide girl looking at Su Zhangyang had been completely different. His broken wallet was no longer a broken wallet. It was a kind of inhuman dominance. His chicken nest head with 3 hairs floating up was no longer a chicken nest head. Instead, it was a kind of debauched dashing. His mediocre and uninspired clothes of a landlord were a kind of back-to-basics nature. He casually stuffed a bunch of money into the pants pocket of the casual, is a kind of extremely luxurious low-key. This is the god Ho. This is the real rich man. This is impossible. How is this possible? Song Jia on the side had already had her eyes on fire long ago. She was furious. They will not recognize the mistake, because there is no fake money in this era. All the money has been threaded with a data gold line. And the time of spending is even a real name authentication attribution identification, so it is impossible to have a fake. But why? Is he so rich? Why is Chang Bora so well off? And Su Zhengyang cannot be only so much money. Who will bring all the family money on the body? Even if someone else stole it and couldn't use it, then throwing it in the middle of nowhere would instantly bankrupt him, which could only mean that he was so rich that they couldn't imagine it. At this moment, Su Zhengyang turned his head to look at Song Jia and asked with a smile, "Are you happy today?" "Anyway, I'm happy because as long as our Paula is happy, I'm happy, and my money, I only spend it for her to be happy," Su Zhengyang said smilingly. Chang Bala naturally wouldn't take it seriously because they weren't lovers and knew that it was Su Zhengyang who was deliberately angry with her. But why did Su Zhengyang have so much money? Chang Bala had been completely dumbfounded, her big eyes blinking back and forth, was trying to figure out how to verify if she was dreaming. This sentence was the last straw that overwhelmed Song Jia. She felt her blood pressure rise instantly. She was literally on the verge of gasping for air, trembling all over. What she was most jealous of was Sung Paora's beauty, and everything she had. She had managed to find out today that Sung Paora had found a fool, a psychopath, and had come to rent clothes, while she had Fatty Sun backing her up and buying expensive clothes for her. She had never been so cool, but one did not expect, in the twinkling of an eye, into Paula's boyfriend will be such a cover-up God's luxury, casually take out a minimum denomination, buy all the clothes in the store, just to make Paula open heart. It was at this moment that a beautiful woman outside the door wearing an elegant long dress and stepping on a crystal high heel walked in, completely breaking the atmosphere of the place. "Boss!" The crowd of guide ladies all bowed very respectfully and shouted. Chapter 7, 1.1 Step short of reaching heaven. The two of them, Fatty Sun and Song Jia, had yet to step out of Su Zhengyang's shadow, but they were simultaneously shocked at the sight of this person. This was the boss of Donna Kahong. Having been on the cover of fashion magazines, no one knew. She was the general operator of Donacard Red in Yun Province, and in her hands, she also held the general distribution of at least 3 top brands, covering women's clothing, men's clothing, and luxury goods. And she was the queen of the industry without compromise. Almost half of the high-end manufacturers in Yun Province looked up to her for survival. The female boss nodded, then her eyes rested on Su Zhengyang, revealing a noble and soft smile, extending her jade hand and saying, "Mr. Su, right, my name is Tang Ying. I just came back from Brother Chen's place. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting you. I wonder if I could have the pleasure of going upstairs to have a seat." Su Zhengyang froze. "Brother Chen? Chen Hao Hai? Not bad." Tang Ying nodded with a smile. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly. What was wrong with Chen Hao Hai? If he really wanted to hug his own thigh, then his mouth was a bit lax. How could he trust this kind of goods himself? However, he also saw that Chen Hao Hai probably didn't tell her in too much detail, or at least didn't mention that 660,000 figure to her, otherwise she couldn't have been so calm. After all, even Chen Hao Hai had to shiver when he saw himself. "I'm afraid that this woman and Chen Hao Hai relationship is extremely close. This woman is probably not a coincidence, but specifically to find over, since she was so active, a little bit of contact would not be a bad idea." "Good." Su Zhengyang nodded. However, the casual conversation between the two of them once again caused Song Jia and Fatty Sun to be struck by lightning. Tang Ying had actually taken the initiative to ask Su Zhengyang to show his face, and Chen Hao Hai was mentioned. What kind of character was this Su Zhengyang? At this moment, Tang Ying saw Fatty Sun and Song Jia standing on the side and smiled. Are these two also friends of Mr. Su? Upon hearing this, Song Jia, who had the fastest reaction, quickly snapped out of the blow she had just received. Her eyes were green. Tang Ying had actually misunderstood them as friends. What a great opportunity. If she could get to know Tang Ying, then in the future, Tang Nakahon's clothes wouldn't be worn casually, Wei Feng would be pulled casually. Although he had just offended Su Zhengyang, he probably wouldn't turn his face in front of Tang Ying. One can borrow him to get to the top. She hurriedly grabbed Chang Bora's arm. Yeah, Mr. Su's girlfriend and I were classmates and even better girlfriends. We talk about everything. Fatty Sun also got carried away for a moment and said Mr. Su and I are good friends. In his opinion, the hand does not hit the smiling face. Su Zhengyang does not like himself, will not throw face on the spot to refute the face. Oh, still classmates ah? Tang Ying asked smilingly towards Chung Bola. It looks like this little girl is Su Zhengyang's girlfriend? Indeed pretty enough. To please her is to please Su Zhengyang ah. Seeing her ask this, Chang Bala stammered. She didn't want to admit it, but they were indeed classmates. At this time, Song Jia's heart gritted her teeth. You, don't admit it quickly. You haven't taken enough advantage. Are you still not willing to share a little with me? I have to intervene and get to know Tang Ying first, and then slowly find a way to snatch your boyfriend. She could see that Paula and Su Zhengyang hadn't had any close contact, and she knew how to compel people. Men are all animals of the lower body, so give them something sweet and they'll take the bait. According to Chang Bara, this dead virtue, will not easily let a man touch her. Then they have to make the first move. However, she looked at Chang Bala with a pleading look, meaning that she wanted Chang Bala to recognize them as good girlfriends. In Tang Ying's eyes, Sung Pao Ra didn't want to cause trouble for herself, which was considered a tacit admission, and immediately rushed the clerk. Prepare 30% off Supreme cards, and 2 of my business cards. Okay boss. Song Jia's 2 were trembling with excitement. A 30% discount card? And there were business cards as well, which meant that they could look for Tang Ying to do things in the future. This was simply a step to heaven. Her mouth couldn't even close in excitement, and she kept a death grip on Sung Paula, itching to burrow into Sung Paula's body to take her place so that she could take everything from her. Since they are all Mr. Su's friends, then all of you please come up to the second floor to drink tea. I will arrange a match later. Wait. Su Zhengyang was waving his hand to interrupt her at this moment, turning from the polite and courteous at the beginning to a bland look. Tang Ying froze. I won't object if you're willing to get acquainted with the 2 of them, but don't do it in my name. I don't know them at all. On the contrary, just now when we were buying clothes here, they sneered and yelled and screamed. They are indeed classmates with my girlfriend, but have you ever seen a classmate bite a loli? Rotten H? Have you gotten to where you are today by hanging out with this kind of scum? Then we'll excuse you. Send all the clothes home for me. Goodbye. Chapter 8. Shooting to the horse's legs. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, he pulled up Chang Bara and was about to leave. Tang Ying's cold sweat came down. Crap. Slapped on the horse's leg? Tang Ying this performance. In fact, all want to give Su Zhengyang to leave a good impression. She usually is an extremely powerful character, but today he faced Su Zhengyang, heart more or less a little flustered, even went out of sight. Her pretty face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly explained, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I was the one who was indiscriminate just now. Tang Ying apologizes to you. Tang Ying instantly moved in front of Su Zhengyang, placing her hands on her waist and bending over to apologize, elegant with a softness, a look of icy pity. It really makes people unable to get angry. This kind of tactics, no wonder it can mix to today. Seeing Su Zhengyang stop, she turned her head to look at the 2 black-clad bodyguards behind her and said in a cold voice, still don't throw these 2 out. At this moment she instantly changed her face from soft and noble to ruthless and overbearing. She hadn't been made to feel this bad for a long time. These 2 trash were even acting here to use Su Zhengyang to get to the top, and she almost got caught in the act herself, which was a shame to say out loud. Song Jia was almost mad. She didn't think Su Zhengyang would really dare to expose them to their faces. She was so close to getting Tang Ying's business card and 30% off Supreme card. The glory and wealth went up in smoke in the blink of an eye. The 2 bodyguards didn't care about this, and grabbed the shoulders of the 2 on the spot, causing them to scream in pain. Song Jia struggled and shouted, even if I'm not his friend, my boyfriend is also your partner. What makes you dare to do this to us? At this time, Fatty Sun had already vaguely felt that something was wrong. He was much more sensible and understood more than Song Jia. From the beginning of hitching that sentence, he didn't dare to speak, because he vaguely felt that Su Zhengyang's cheapness wouldn't be so good to dip. Now when he heard Song Jia say that, his brain buzzed. Collaborator? Which one? Tang Ying asked in a cold voice. Seeing her ask, Song Jia came back in the spirit and pointed at Fatty Sun. My boyfriend, their family is a big local enterprise in Santai City. Shanshui Weaving. It's your big manufacturer. Right. Tang Ying, however, said in a cold voice, Shanshui Weaving is it? I'll remember. From today onwards, Shanshui Weaving will no longer have any cooperative relationship with the brand under my name. After Tang Ying finished speaking, she had no more interest in talking to them, and immediately rushed Su Zhengyang with a slight smile full of apologies, and made a pleased gesture towards the upstairs with a kind of begging little eyes. Stretching his hand, Su Zhengyang also reluctantly pulled Chang Bora, who had already been petrified for half a day, along with her towards the stairs of the second floor. How? Your family is not a big enterprise. Isn't it Hannah's men's clothing 70%, and Donna's 40% is supplied by your family? How dare she? Song Jia, the whole person froze. She thought that Sun Fatty Blue those are true. Such a big manufacturer. Tang Ying, how dare to offend it. Their own at least today also have to save some face. Get a Supreme card. But the 2 of them had already been pushed out by the merciless bodyguards. Fatty Sun was as limp as mud, murmuring about half a day of intruding. At this time, when he heard Song Jia muttering there, he instantly had red eyes and was on fire, directly jumping up, clutching Song Jia's hair. I chow Nima. I let your rotten mouth go around causing trouble for me. You. Fatty Sun hated his head so much that his head was about to explode. He grabbed Song Jia by her hair and directly put her down, kicking her hard in the mouth with his foot. Song Jia was a heartbreaking scream. Do you know how much damage you caused my family? Trash. All day long with your broken mouth everywhere. Then Chow Nima to buy you a piece of clothing, you superior Nima it. I'll kick you to death. His big head leather shoes kicked down a few times and tore the corners of Song Jia's mouth. Song Jia's face was full of blood and screamed miserably. The two bodyguards quit and said in a cold voice, "Get out of here and fight." Sun Fat Man also played enough. Regardless of the two screaming, wiped a handful of their hair, spit hard, directly drive Long away, leaving Song Jia even rolled and crawled wailing. Not long ago maybe someone reported to the police. Soon came a few people, looking for the bodyguards to negotiate a little. On the flag quietly Song Jia directly away. Chapter 9. Are you here to experience life? The furnishings on the second floor were very elegant, with miniature landscapes with small bridges and rivers. An intoxicating aroma filled the entire room. Chang Bala was in a state of confusion the whole time, and as soon as she sat down, she fiercely pinched Su Zhangyang, looking at him with grudging eyes, but now was obviously not the time to be calculating. In this environment, facing such a figure as Tang Ying, she could only ease her nervousness by grasping Su Zhangyang's hand. Mr. Su, your girlfriend is really impeccably beautiful. I've been in business for so many years, and I've seen too many celebrity beauties, and after removing the filter, they're simply not as good as your girlfriend's. As soon as Tang Ying sat down, she looked at Chang Bala from the bottom of her heart and complimented her. So meaty words came out of her mouth, making it sound so sincere and natural, not pretentious in the slightest. You flatter me. Sung Pao immediately blushed and smiled awkwardly. How do you address me? Sung Paula, you can just call me Paula. Well, you can just call me Sister Tang. Tang Ying affectionately probed and patted Chang Bala's hand, a warm smile on her face. Only then did she turn to Su Zhangyang and apologized. Mr. Su, what happened just now was really my fault. You must not be angry with me. Tang Ying came up and licked Cheng Bora before saying this. Who could be angry? Su Zhangyang smiled faintly. It's nothing, right? Help her find a suitable dress. Good. Helping someone match their clothes to a professional like me is the right thing to do. Tang Ying couldn't stop smiling, pulling Cheng Bora and standing up. She was worried that she didn't have a chance to get acquainted with Su Zhangyang, and Chang Bala was definitely the best breakthrough. Su Zhangyang also thought so especially gave Tang Ying such an opportunity. Chang Bala wanted to say something, but could not defeat Tang Ying's enthusiasm, was pulled away when also helplessly waved his fist at Su Zhangyang. Tang Ying borrowed to try on the clothes, and Chang Bala chat more and more familiar. Have to say, this kind of spring breeze woman, even Chang Bala also cannot carry. Soon she is not nervous, also called up Sister Tang. Learning that Chang Bala was going to attend a birthday dinner 2 days later, she immediately said that she would definitely send a big gift for her at that time. No matter how Chang Bala refused, it was useless. But Chang Bala was very sober. All of this relationship was Su Zhangyang's, and it was fine for her to be mistaken for Su Zhangyang's girlfriend, but she had to understand what was going on, and she would find this guy to settle the score after she went out in a while. Tang Ying's vision is naturally unmatched, plus Cheng Bora's figure and face value. Sacks can be worn with charm. So the clothes were quickly finalized. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Zhangyang left Tang Ying's phone number, but also refused her banquet arrangements. He was not in the mood to deal with them now. Tang Ying also did not force to stay. As for Su Zhangyang, that $5, just to disgust those two people. Naturally there is no need to really buy all the clothes. So Tang Ying opened a Super Supreme 2-fold card and deposited all $5 into it and handed it to Su Zhangyang. This card can be used in all the stores in Hana Men's Clothing and Kagu in addition to Donna Cajon. Of course, just for your convenience, you can also call me directly. Good, then we'll leave first. See you later. Su Zhangyang nodded, then told her that she didn't need to send her off, and walked out with Cheng Bora carrying shopping bags. Just as they turned the corner, Cheng Bora disliked Su Zhangyang's chest with a punch. Pretend. You're pretending quite a bit for me. For 7 months, you turned off the lights when I went to the toilet, saying that it saves electricity. I'm the one who pays the electricity bill. You wouldn't even let me pour the foot wash, saying you'd save it for the toilet. I'll kill you, strangle you. Cheng Bala hands and feet together, beat Su Zhangyang squealing. On the street turned into the king of dance Nicolas Zhaoxi. After the two laughed and fooled around a bit, Cheng Bala only viciously draw back his hand. Suddenly thought of the identity of the guy in front of him is not ordinary, and suddenly a little bit rushed up. But this is even Tang Ying have taken great pains to bow to. Pockets casually loaded with 70 Maserati characters. Tell me honestly, why are you hiding it from me? Is it fun? Are you here to experience life? Su Zhangyang was also helpless. Who would have thought that one day I could also become the United Chosen Son by the system? I can only make it up. It's true that I didn't have any money a while ago, but didn't I invest in a few houses before I failed in my business venture? And I made a fortune after selling them. No way. You take me for a fool. What's going on with Tang Ying? Sung Paora stared wide-eyed at once. A few sets of house money could make Tang Ying like that? It's true that there are some things I can't tell you, But one thing you can believe is that I really didn't lie to you some time ago. I was really disheveled. And if it wasn't for you, I might have been depressed. Su Zhengyang put away his smile and said seriously. His own things were most clear to himself. At that time he was depressed and wanted to die a few times. If it wasn't for Chang Bala, he might have already leapt down from the 6th floor after that alcoholism. Chang Bala bit her lip and looked at her for a long time before wrinkling her small nose, unable to tell her she didn't ask. If I didn't know you so well, I'd really think you're a pervert, being so rich and running off to share a room and plot against me. Humph, bad old man. Chang Bala crossed her arms and glared at him in exasperation when she finished speaking. Su Zhengyang hemmed and hawed and wrapped his arms around her neck. The two of them usually weren't as close as boyfriend and girlfriend, but Chang Bala taught him to work out. The two of them didn't have a lot of physical contact, and it's okay to play around like brothers once in a while. Let's go to the supermarket. Buy something nice today. I want to eat the pickled fish you made. Bah, you still want me to cook today? You should cook for me today. The two were arguing about who would cook today when Sung Paora's cell phone suddenly rang. Sung Paora picked up her cell phone and instantly frowned. Chapter 10. The legendary fat sheep to be slaughtered. Sung Paoara picked up the phone and an eager girl's voice came from the other end of the line. Paula, something's wrong. Xiao Mei had an accident at Xihua restaurant. What? Sung Paora's face changed instantly. Don't you ask. Come over quickly. It's all bloody. The other party hung up directly after saying that. Chang Bala immediately turned white, took a deep breath and looked at Su Zhengyang. What are you waiting for? Cab. Su Zhengyang even heard the urgency on the phone. Directly reaching out to stop a taxi, the two of them got in and flew to Xihua restaurant. Xiao Mei is Chang Bao LA's good girlfriend. Often go to the rental house, although a little poisonous, but the heart is good. Once also when Su Zhengyang drank too much lying on the floor to sleep overnight. Of course, nothing happened, that is, really fell asleep. Cab. Chang Bara dialed Xiao Mei phone. Really off. 20 minutes. The cab stopped in front of the Xihua restaurant. Xihua restaurant in the city of Santai is considered to be a mid-range restaurant. Luxurious decoration. Food reputation is also good. The two directly pushed open the door and walked in. Before the waitstaff came up, there were immediately two girls who emerged from the doorway, scaring Chang Bora. Thump 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 staring. Ha ha, Paula you're here. The two who jumped out directly took her arms left and right. Sun Li? Sung Paoara frowned widely and hurriedly asked, where's Mei Mei? What meanie We tease you, to trick you over to give you a surprise, we have not seen for so long. This is not miss you let's get together. Sun Li said with a smile, and made a wink at another girl, and the two of them dragged Chang Bao to a dining table, where there were already 3 flamboyant girls sitting on the table. The most important thing is that the meal on the table are carried out more than half of the meal. One of the girls' dinner plate has been piled up with crab shells. Red wine is also empty. 2 bottles were hidden in the corner. Several girls as soon as they saw Chang Bala came, immediately chirped up, dragged her to sit down, began to hush. The atmosphere of the phone call to cheat just now wiped clean. Su Zhengyang on the sidelines to see the cold laugh. This is to take Chang Bara as a wrongdoer, called to pay the bill. Can see that Chang Bala is very uncomfortable, but she is just dumb and stupid. Want to go and embarrassed to say, hey, who's this? Paula, is that your boyfriend? Finally someone saw Su Zhengyang who was standing on the side carrying a bag and garment bag, and immediately said in surprise. A few other people's gazes were all attracted over at once. Well, yes. Sung Paoara was too lazy to explain and casually admitted it directly. Su Zhengyang asked smilingly, can I sit? Those few women immediately made a wink at each other, and there seemed to be a hint of excitement and smugness in their eyes. Of course, sit. A girl enthusiastically pulled Su Zhengyang to sit down. As soon as she sat down, a girl exclaimed, holy, are these the clothes you guys bought? She said nonchalantly and directly yanked the garment bag Su Zhengyang had just put down into his arms, directly pulling out the clothes. Donica red? Crap. Really? Sung Paoara, you didn't buy a fake one. Several people said but they all came together, you scrambling for it, their eyes glowing. Su Zhengyang blanked out for a while. It's a goods. Chang Bala took the initiative to admit, lest they beeped without end. Oh, a goods I said how to touch the feel almost interesting. That's right, I think the pattern is also a bit poor, but honestly, the imitation is quite good. A few people chirped again, talking on their lips, but all of them refused to let go of their hands. Sun Li even took the dress and kept comparing it to herself. Hey, Paula, it's an A-goods anyway, why don't you give it to me? I feel that this dress, Sun Li said. At once a slightly jealous voice sounded beside her. Lily, what? You usually wear a goods law? Sun Li's face stiffened at that time, realizing that she said the wrong thing, hurriedly smiled awkwardly to cover up. No, I feel that this size is very suitable with my cousin. She is not very sophisticated. There isn't a goods to wear is good. Anan, Paula, so it's a deal. Send me it, okay? Sorry, this dress is a gift from my boyfriend. I can't possibly give it away. Cheng Bala this time instantly frowned and directly refused. This is a genuine product that costs more than 3 cents. It can't be given away even if it's dead. Sun Li heard this, immediately face is a little ugly. She is really quite like this clothes. This looks not like a goods. Too beautiful. In fact, a few other people also have this mind. Only Cheng Bora said it is a goods. They are even more embarrassed to ask for. That is not to expose their usual level. Sun Li this goods most shameless, even said her cousin. Good thing Cheng Bala does not agree. These they are comfortable in their hearts. But Sun Li is a little uncomfortable. The corner of the mouth. Put the clothes reluctantly back into the bag. My god, your boyfriend just send you a goods ah? If you can't afford to send a brand name, just buy a unicorn, okay? Indeed, when I was short on cash, I wore Ralph Lauren for a while, but then, it didn't match the clothes in my closet, so I donated it all. A girl shook her head and said, don't mention it, my ex-boyfriend before poor taste, just like a stay. Lawrence, send me all the clothes or this. You say that brand in addition to the price is still on the table. The style of the poor to die. With the clothes are not good to match. Ugly death. I threw them all away. They blew here. Su Zhengyang smiled and looked at them blowing. One of the girls at this time rushed a few people who blew up to make a look. They suddenly stopped. The conversation turned. But since you're all able to chase our big schoolgirl down, brother, you're quite rich, aren't you? That's right. Before our Paula was in school, it was famous for not being able to get into the oil and salt, not being able to get into the soft and hard things. The school grass gave her a car and didn't even impress her. You're definitely not bad. They hid the kind of disdain and contempt in their eyes and began to compliment Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang secretly smiled in his heart. Finally came to the topic of the child. Chapter 11. Fat Sheep Full Payment. It was not the first time that Sun Li's few people had done this kind of thing, and they had fooled Cheng Baola twice in the past with other methods, and it was common to fool other people as well. They just pinpointed the characteristic of thin face of people like Cheng Baola, and it was simply tried and true. This time they ate in Xihua restaurant, found that the money spent is too much, no one is willing to pay, also simply cannot afford to pay, so they thought of Cheng Baola. I didn't expect to be followed by a Su Zhengyang. Although Su Zhengyang didn't look rich, he had to have a credit card or a credit card, right? What do men value most? Face, of course. Today, regardless of whether you have money or not, this single will fall on Su Zhengyang. And by the way, let Cheng Bora make a fool of himself. Several people chirped and praised Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang naturally wanted to take the bait. Acting on the line, the corners of his mouth hung with a fluttering smile. A few of you guys are full. We, Paula, are still hungry. Cheng Bala wanted to say something to Su Zhengyang, but was stopped by Su Zhengyang with a look. Who said we're full? Didn't we just start? That's right. Can we ask you and Paula to come over and eat the leftovers? We've just started eating here. That's right. You're the only male at this table. Anyway, this meal is definitely your treat. We'll just dip into our Paula's favor. Several women looked at Su Zhengyang after they finished speaking. No man would not give face to his girlfriend at such a time. He just had to hold on for dear life. Su Zhengyang laughed, directly snapped his fingers at the waiter, called for a menu, and said to several people, you guys let go and order whatever you want. Order the most expensive wine. Suddenly several people secretly sneered in their hearts. Virtue, this is a man, holding you up for a few sentences and then floating to find the north. You like to pretend. Let you pretend today. A few people suddenly came to the interest. A pass who point. Also do not care to eat cannot eat. Hey yes, my cousin is in the neighborhood. He definitely did not eat dinner. I called him over alright. A girl was happily destroying an Australian abalone and suddenly asked Su Zhengyang. No problem ah. Su Zhengyang said with a slight frown on his brow, then stretched it out. This action of his appeared to be a staged dashing in the eyes of a few people. This further convinced them that this was definitely a kaiju, and that they should pit him to the death today. This bastard was definitely the same type as Cheng Bora. Thin-skinned. It's really not a family that doesn't come into a family. After saying that, the girl gleefully made a phone call. This cousin of hers is also an oddball, 16 or 17 years old, with a mustache, arrived in less than 10 minutes. Su Zhengyang suspected that he was lurking around? A few other girls see this as not willing to show weakness, have consulted Su Zhengyang. They all began to call people. Not to say that it is the 7 aunts and aunts, but are their own cousins' peers. Sun Li even called a colleague. Su Zhengyang watched and laughed coldly. Heaven's sins are forgivable ah. Just a few of the people they called. They made up 2 tables, a total of 3 tables, on all the restaurant's highest specifications. The whole ate more than one less than 2 hours. At this time to see close to the end, Su Zhengyang asked the 2 tables, then smilingly stood up. I'll go to the front desk to settle the bill. Well, go. Sun Li hugged Chang Bora with one hand. They were old hands at doing this kind of hooking, and it was absolutely impossible for them to be Quan-led. It was impossible for Su Zhangyang to run away today. It would be good for them to control Chang Bala. Su Zhangyang didn't care and ran straight to the front desk. Whether it was the front desk or the waiter, they had long been staring at these tables, because they were just too conspicuous. This group of people, first a few women ate, not to mention, and then came a wave, followed by a wave after a wave, ate a whole 3 tables, spending a lot. The waiters have been privately talking about it for half a day, so as soon as Su Zhangyang arrived at the front desk, the little beauty at the front desk smiled sweetly. Hello sir, the total consumption for the 3 tables is 1 cent 3 cents 200 milli. Su Zhangyang secretly did some math. 1.3 cents. Converted to the past, this is $13,000. What a ruthless Sun Li ah. Su Zhangyang snapped his fingers at the waiter, then took out his wallet and asked in a low voice, help me calculate. Other than these 3 tables, the other tables, what is the total consumption at the moment? The front desk beauty froze. Besides these 3 tables? Other tables? Right. Su Zhangyang nodded solemnly. The receptionist was a bit confused, but still lowered her head and took out a calculator and bill, snapping it up. Currently there were 18 tables dining in the entire hall. Except for these 3 tables there were 15 tables. Hello sir, the total is 4 cents and 3 cents. Su Zhangyang nodded and whispered. Good, later I'll swipe 5 cents for you. The remaining 7 cents is your tip. I'm going to buy the whole place, but only not those 3 tables. Can you understand? The receptionist's small mouth slightly opened. Her big eyes shook, and she slowly nodded. Especially when she heard that Su Zhangyang was actually going to give her a 7% tip, her eyebrows instantly bent in a smile. They were more than clear about this kind of thing. Those few women, after eating even how to talk about pitting Chang Bala, were gossiped out by their waiter. Light pit people at table is not good, but also called to dilly-dallying army. Don't a pussy face nah. Now well, this boyfriend does not look unattractive, but not lack of money. He is spending money to fix them. Okay, when I go over later, you help me broadcast a full court broadcast. Just say that I've already paid for the whole place. That's okay, isn't it? Su Zhangyang asked. No problem. Su Zhangyang smiled faintly and directly swiped a 5. But just as Su Zhangyang had finished swiping 5 points, the system in his head suddenly spoke out. Consumption detected. Gained 5 points. Points can be used to exchange for reinforcement points. Exchange will be automatically opened when you have 10 points. Points? Su Zhangyang froze. Detecting consumption gives you points. Then buying clothes before. Oh. He then suddenly realized that those clothes he didn't buy himself probably didn't constitute consumption. Didn't $5 become a card? Even that dress was given to Chang Bala by Tang Ying. It didn't constitute consumption either. Only what is this reinforcement point? As he looked on the translucent screen, there was indeed a reinforcement interface, but it was grayed out, and he had to have 10 points to open it. 1 cent was 1 point, so 10 cents was 10 points. 1 block was 100 points, and he could just spend another 5 points himself. Su Zhangyang nodded and turned back to think about it. He walked out 2 steps and turned back to remind him. Right, just a reminder. When the 2 of us leave, you'd better call the police first. Also, when they come over in a while, you can say that I sent them a sentence. After saying that, Su Zhangyang whispered 2 times in her ear. Understood. The little pretty girl at the front desk smiled and gave an okay gesture. Chapter 12, please settle the bill. As Su Zhangyang paid the bill, Sun Li glanced at each other and sneered. Their tables, at least 8 a penny upwards. Let's see how you end up today. Don't you like to pretend? They are not afraid of Su Zhangyang running. After all, Chang Bora is still here. Looking back, see Su Zhangyang there in front desk, girl muttering. Hand also pointed to this side, and finally completed the code scanning action. They almost simultaneously revealed smug smiles. It's done. Another free meal today. And also showed face in front of their relatives and friends. Addictive. Looking at Su Zhangyang walking back with a slightly distressed expression, they couldn't be happier. Just want to say something. Suddenly the loudspeaker in the hall rang. Congratulations to the customers who are currently dining in this store. As of now, the entire consumption has been paid for by Mr. Su. This store will be accompanied by another after-dinner dessert. Wishing all the lucky customers a happy meal. As soon as the loudspeaker's voice passed, all of them immediately looked towards Su Zhangyang's side. Clattering and thunderous applause. Customers, waiters, raised their hands in unison to applaud. There were even a number of people at the table who stood up and waved at Su Zhangyang from afar. Some of them directly picked up the wine glass. Remote toast a cup of wine. For a time, the original somewhat silent Xihua restaurant laughter. Good and lively. Su Zhangyang also very dejectedly got up and clasped his fist at the crowd, and sat down again. Hearing this full broadcast, The only one who did not applaud is Sun Li and their table. Originally, they thought that Su Zhengyang was holding on for dear life, but if he was holding out, there was no need to buy all the other tables. Paying for the whole place? That will not be a few cents? For a time, all the women were dumbfounded, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Happy of course is happy. Today is a meal for free. But Chang Bora's boyfriend is so rich? 5 jealous hearts burned up. The way they looked at Su Zhengyang was all different. There was jealousy, there was shock, and of course the most was still fire. And Sun Li looked at the bag of clothes again. If Su Zhengyang was really so rich, this piece of clothing was the same as what she had just suspected. Definitely not any A goods. This one piece of clothing was worth 3 cents. Tama's good Yu Chung Bala even said the genuine goods as a goods. Just refused to give me the clothes, minion. Oh my god, Paula, your boyfriend is so awesome. He's paying for the whole store. You can do it. Handsome. A girl pulling into Paula said excitedly, but the bottom of the eyes flashed with a sinister light. Why you? Why is it always you? Chang Bora was also speechless for a while. Su Zhengyang, how to spend money? You have money is not such a way to spend. She only had to compensate for her smile and didn't know what to say. Hey, Paula, there is a new hot spring at Yunding Mountain, and it's very nice. I've made a reservation. Let's go there next week. Bring your boyfriend and let's have some fun. Relax. A girl who was close to Su Zhengyang directly and without any trace of a button above her collar collapsed, and hugged Su Zhengyang's arm over. There was another one who also hurriedly came over. That's right, you've got a boyfriend and you didn't tell us. It's not enough. When will your boyfriend lend me use? I have no object it. I go home do not know how to cope with my mom it. Said words even around the table toward Su Zhengyang pasted over. Su Zhengyang directly picked up a chopsticks, top to hold his arm woman's shoulders. Will she slowly pushed away? Said to Chang Bora, baby, it's okay, let's go. You forgot that you don't still have to go to. Oh right, that I go first. Chang Bala will understand. Seems to remember something, hurriedly stood up. A few women still wanted to stop them, but seeing that the two of them were determined to go, they couldn't stop them anymore and could only turn back and think of another way. Anyway, the purpose of calling them here is to settle the bill. Today it does not matter if the bill is settled. Su Zhengyang took his bag and clothes, and smiled apologetically at a few people, and then he was taken in hand by Chang Bala, and the two of them strutted out. When the guests at the other tables saw Su Zhengyang leave, polite greetings came from them all at once. The receptionist also smiled and nodded at him. Su Zhengyang laughed and pointed with the point of his hand to the little pretty girl at the front desk, who silently took out her cell phone and dialed Demon Spirit. Waiting for Su Zhengyang, 2 people walked out of the restaurant. Suddenly several people then opened the conversation. Crap, actually so rich. Just now that clothes, that's not a goods at all. That's definitely authentic. Chang Bora in the end in his previous life to repair what blessing. Life is really good. Grass. How much would it cost to pay for the whole place? At least 5 or 6 cents, right? No, the more I think about it, the more I lose. Why? Chang Bora is our friend, and his boyfriend is paying for us, so why should he pay for everything? That's our money. That's right. Hey, let's go to the front desk and get our money back. Then we'll leave. Yes, that's for our bill. Get it back. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they were losing money. So much money, and they just gave it away to strangers? This is too much of a waste. After a few people finalized, they packed up their things and went to the front desk. Hey, the 2 people who left just now, they are from our table, you know, right? Sun Li asked as she tapped the table very nonchalantly. The little front desk beauty was full of smiles. No, I'm his sister. My brother. This person is AF asterisk Kerr. All day treading the horse blindly spend money. Just now there is a full house to buy the bill. Take or treading the horse my money. You return the money to me. Just count it for our 3 tables. Sun Li ruffled her hair and said casually. The front desk beauty's smile remained unchanged. It's impossible to refund the money. The gentleman just now has already finished his order. It's impossible to refund it. And your 3 tables were not paid for. Please settle the bill. What? Sun Li was dumbfounded at once, feeling her brain buzzing. What the hell are you talking about? Just now he came from our table, are you blind? He bought the bill for the whole room, you guys even broadcast it. A girl roared angrily. The front desk beauty revealed a regretful expression. I'm sorry, just now Mr. Su did buy the entire bill, spending a total of 5 cents, but he really didn't buy the bill for your 3 tables. I'm really sorry. He also asked me to pass on a word to you guys. It is called guests do not bring guests. I hope you can understand a little personnel. That, your 3 tables spend a total of 1 cent 3 cents 200 milli. Please scan code, swipe card or cash. Chapter 13, Chasing the Tail and also money. Su Zhengyang, 2 people out of a short distance, heard Xihua restaurant direction came a burst of chicken jumping. Not long after that, a police car stopped in front of Xihua restaurant. Chang Bao La's cell phone ringing madly. However, Sung Poire naturally would not answer it. Now I guess they're going to treat me even more like a nemesis in the future. Sung Poire pressed mute and beamed her little mouth helplessly. What else? Are they treating you as a friend? Su Zhengyang snorted. Even if you have money, you can't spend it indiscriminately. Why pay for the whole place? How much would that cost? Cheng Bora disgruntledly poked Su Zhengyang with her hand. Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly. Don't spend recklessly? He didn't just have to spend recklessly, he also had to spend as soon as possible. Spend hard. One had to see what was going on with that enhancement function. Okay, got it. As he was talking, Su Zhengyang's cell phone also rang. Picking up the phone, a familiar name came into view. Zhang Yu, nicknamed Octopus, his own good brother. When the company closed down, almost his own house was liquidated. It is Zhang Yu to save a few years of savings out, to help themselves a hand. The current Zhang Yu should be considered penniless. Hey, Su Zhengyang picked up the phone. Hey, old Su, I'm driving to pick you up. Pull yourself together, I'll take you to make money. Zhang Yu's urgent voice came. You come pick me up on this side of Xihua Road. I'm here. Oh, just right, I'll arrive at one intersection. Wait for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Zhengyang looked at Cheng Bora helplessly. Originally, he had wanted to buy something to eat a sumptuous dinner from Chung Bala. Chung Bala took the gym bag and clothes from his hands, and her little head shot up. Just in time. I'm going to go home and try on the clothes myself beautifully. Who cares about you? Ha! Saying that, she made a face at Su Zhengyang and left on her own. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. A moment's effort. A new Jetta stopped in front of him, the window rolled down. Zhang Yu was very stinky and gathered his temples with a hand. Get in. I said, which one of your tendons is wrong today? You even went out and shaved your beard and washed your face. Zhang Yu looked at Su Zhengyang in good spirits. A far cry from the disheveled guy he wanted to slap some time ago. He was instantly puzzled. I've revived, Su Zhengyang said with a smile, then looked inside the car and asked, this is not your car, right? I remember that your car is not sold, borrowed. This is not to go to talk about things. I'm telling you, I found a big project, this thing to talk about. We brothers can step by step, bigger and stronger, create glory again. Zhang Yu drove with one hand and waved his fist forcefully with the other. It will not be that photovoltaic power generation project that you want to engage in last time, Su Zhengyang said helplessly. Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. That we belong to the Wu Delang marrying a Kardashian, I don't know the depth. Then what is this one this time? This time this project I tell you, this is simply the ceiling falling bedbugs, lying down to eat. Are you stepping on the horse evil or not disgusting? Nah. Su Zhengyang glanced at him. This fool mantra is full of mouthpieces of soup hysteria. How many years? He can be out of this collection. You know that our city has a big netizen, right, called Magua Bao, claiming to be a formal e-master or something. He also knows Qigong, but he's actually a liar. Su Zhengyang nodded. He knew this one even without leaving his home. It was simply a source of joy. That's him. Their team is now looking for temporary workers. That is, the ones with a good body and muscles. They package us as fighters, make up some title or other, and then let us fight fake fighters. Just get knocked out by him. 8 cents at a time. 8 cents. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and compared it to an 8. Su Zhengyang nodded. 8 cents. And ING New York. That's what you call a good program. TSK, how is it not better than you staying at home? You say you have this body of muscles. This has a professional level. I'm also considered a tall man. Surely all qualified. What is this called? This is called closing the door and clamping the crotch, catching up inches. Zhang Yu was proudly talking to Su Zhengyang. At this time, the red light ahead. Zhang Yu steadily stopped. But moments later, thud, there was a loud bang. The body jolted, and both of them looked back at the same time. Surprisingly, there was a car chasing their tail. Holy, Zhang Yu cursed, pulling the handbrake. The two hurriedly got out of the car. The one that hit them was a bright red BMW 5 Series with a temporary license plate. A brand new car. At this time from the car down a woman wearing high heels, tight little skirt, heavy makeup. This woman is still holding the phone that is talking. At this time, get off the car to see their own front end crashed out a big pit. She was on fire, rushed to the phone and shouted, I'll call you later. I have an accident here. Then she directly hung up the phone and yelled at Zhang Yu. Chow Nima, how do you drive a horse? Zhang Yu originally got off when a belly fire. This is his borrowed car, regardless of the other side of the compensation. This back to repair the car is always a bad account. But a look at a brand new BMW. Suddenly a little goat. And then by this woman yelled, the momentum is gone. No way. This is the poor. Even if you have reason to have no backbone, people are poor and short of ambition. This is you hit me? You chased the tail. Zhang Yu said with an aggrieved face. The woman was angry. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her eyes widened. What? I chased my tail. If you don't stop the car, can I tailgate? I don't stop at red lights? Asterisk 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 you braked so fast, I can't react? I've been parked here for a while before you hit me. You shut up, don't talk like that, you're disgusting, pay up, you can't leave without a nickel today. The woman impatiently waved her hand and said with a disgusted face, 5 cents, it's only a penny to fix your car. Zhang Yu shouted in fear, I'm a new car, 50 cents for a BMW that I just drove out of a 4S store, brand new, and it just crashed into you, look at the front end, the woman shouted at the top of her voice, and all the cars around her stopped walking and watched the fun. Zhang Yu suddenly anxious to grab his hair, you get it clear, you rear end, you full responsibility, I have no one to repair this car, you don't want to do so sis, we don't go through the public, each go their own line, I don't pursue your responsibility line. Zhang Yu is now trying to calm things down, he just want to admit defeat, hurry to send this 50 cents of BMW away, this Jetta is also at most 5 cents, can't understand human language is it? I asked you to pay for the money, what nonsense are you talking about nifty coins there? The woman pointed at Zhang Yu and cursed, at this time even some passing drivers on the side couldn't look at it, brother don't wimp out with her just this woman chased the tail and so bold, really damned rare, lack of soul thing, she understands an egg of traffic regulations, but also here to find others to ask for money, that's right, if I were me I would have slapped up, of course, this kind of people are also passing by, just casually show off, who understands Zhang Yu's difficulties, his greatest fear is that this woman has money, if you know someone in the traffic control department, then this sentence is not good, this BMW won't slightly compensate for a little bit more expensive than their own car repair. Chapter 14 Unlucky Fatty Son, Call the Police. At this time, Su Zhengyang directly took out his cell phone, coldly glanced at the woman and dialed the traffic control Yamen phone. Hearing the word alarm, the woman frowned and looked angrily at Su Zhengyang. Siren are you? What business is there for you? Shut the hell up. She glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang, her eyes as if she wanted to eat someone, which used to make any phone calls. Before Su Zhengyang could connect, he saw a traffic enforcement officer walking over not far away. What's going on? The woman yelled directly at once. Comrade, you came just in time. I drove a good drive. This stupid lack of emergency braking. I have just raised the car crashed into this. He still does not compensate for the money. No, I was parking normally. Zhang Yu hurriedly waved his hand to explain. You say normal is normal. Do you say so? You shut up. This woman is really a set of shrewdness. Shocked people's eardrums raw pain. Zhang Yu speak simply cannot cover her. Law enforcement but looked at her. Nonchalant said. Visual inspection is your full responsibility. People do not have to compensate you for money. Specific I will look at the monitoring will know. First take out this all. What are the grounds What kind of broken car he I'm a BMW. More than 50 cents. No matter who's responsible he has to pay me money What do you mean full responsibility She had no idea who was responsible for this kind of accident. Only that her new car was wrecked. Cut the crap. Bring your line licenses. Driver's licenses. Hurry up. The law enforcement officer frowned and directly scolded. Zhang Yu instantly sighed and went to get the book, but when she heard about getting a driver's license, the woman immediately frowned and looked a little flustered. That, driver's license? I don't have it with me. Where is the ID card? The law enforcement officer was instantly alert and rushed her. The woman stammered. The ID card isn't with me either. The law enforcement officer frowned at once, then looked down and saw that the woman was even wearing high heels. Then he understood and pointed at her. Don't move. You wait here. With those words he walked straight towards the law enforcement booth in the distance, obviously going to call someone or get something for forensics. The woman instantly glared viciously at the two Zhang Yu and Su Zhengyang and cursed. You two stinking trash. You guys wait and see how I'll clean you up. As she spoke, she picked up the phone in a bit of a panic, and as soon as she connected, she pouted. Husband, I lifted the car at the intersection hit two stinking losers. Then law enforcement came over and stared at me. You hurry over. Well, I send you the location. And at this time Su Zhengyang's phone also rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is it Mr. Su? I'm Chen Haohai. It was Chen Haohai's voice that came from the other end of the phone, and Su Zhengyang was slightly stunned. Something wrong? Yes. I heard Tanging say that your girlfriend will attend a birthday banquet in 2 days. Didn't Tanging prepare a congratulatory gift for her? Do you think I need to also? Su Zhengyang secretly laughed. Chen Haohai asking this was just a show of affection. No need. A small party only. Su Zhengyang rebuffed. That's fine. Listen to you. Right. How did you know my phone number? Tanging doesn't even have my number. Oh, don't be angry. I'm quite familiar with the chief head of our city government office and asked him to help me check. Chen Haohai immediately said with some trepidation. Oh, Su Zhangyang dawned, while looking at the BMW woman on the side with interest. Hang up first, I'm busy here. Someone crashed our car and asked me for money, Su Zhangyang said smilingly. Ah, Chen Haohai was dumbfounded. There is such a thing? Not bad, presumably driving without a license, still wearing high heels and a very domineering attitude. Such a person, I think they should be banned from driving for life. I see, aha. Seeing that Chen Haohai understood, Su Zhangyang hung up the phone. He hadn't wanted to use Chen Haohai, but this woman had obviously already found someone, so if he didn't use it, I'm afraid he'd really let her have her way. Humph, lifetime driving ban. I see you like a fool. You're afraid that you don't know what it means to have someone at the top who is good at what they do. Hearing Su Zhangyang's relaxed demeanor on the phone, she became furious, sneering and mocking. Oh, so you have someone at the top? Su Zhangyang said with interest. Do you know who my boyfriend is? If he says one word, I'll let you go to the police station. Do you believe me? You don't know how deep the water is. Wait for your death. The more she looked at Su Zhangyang's cloudy expression, the more she hated it, and wanted to tear his mouth off. Perhaps this woman's boyfriend is in the neighborhood. Less than 2 minutes. That law enforcement officers have not returned. A Maserati parked on the side of the road. A fat man walked over quickly. As soon as he saw this person, Su Zhangyang couldn't help but secretly laugh out loud. This fat man was no one else. It was the same Fatty Sun that he met in Tang Ying's store. Halfway through his run, Fatty Sun's eyes widened with a look of horror, which then turned into bitterness. The woman hurriedly came up and pampered him. Hubby, you can come. Scared me to death. If you don't come, they are going to hit me. But Fatty Sun was staring straight at Su Zhangyang, swallowed hard and smiled fawningly. That, Mr. Su, we, meet again. Yeah, seeing each other twice a day. Quite a fate. Su Zhangyang nodded. Yes, there is fate. Fatty Sun accompanied with a smile. The BMW woman was puzzled. She was not stupid. She could see that this Fatty Sun was a little bit pissed off with the other party. Fatty Sun violently turned his head to glare at the woman, scaring the BMW woman. What's going on? Speak. They parked here. I didn't pay attention, so I crashed into it. The car is like this. I just want them to pay some money. You're a bastard. You rear-end, you full responsibility. No. You still look for others to ask for money. Do you have in your head? Fatty Sun was enraged, pulling her face and pulling hard twice. The BMW woman's face was instantly pulled red, covering her face and complaining. How do I know what full responsibility? I don't understand. Fatty Sun gasped and took a deep breath. First rummaged through his wallet and took out a 1-point coin, awkwardly handing it to Su Zhangyang. Mr. Su, you can take this money to repair your car first. Su Zhangyang nonchalantly took the coin. He had never dreamed of a day when such a large dime could solve such a matter. We have something to do, so we'll leave first. You guys stay and slowly wait for it to be taken care of. Su Zhangyang said that he was about to get on the car. This kind of thing wasn't their responsibility. They could leave at any time. Not to mention that there was still Chen Haohai there to take care of it. Mr. Su, Tang boss sighed. Can you give a good word? This side of the contract is too important to us. Fatty Sun stammered or opened his mouth to beg. Su Zhangyang coldly swept him a glance. You've messed with me twice in one day. I've already given you enough face by not pursuing this matter. And you're bargaining with me? No, don't dare. Fatty Sun waved his hands repeatedly, smiling bitterly as he took 2 steps back. Su Zhangyang made a wink at Zhang Yu and pulled the door to the car. Zhang Yu was a bit confused the whole time. Su Zhangyang had indeed resurrected in full blood. The former spirited, strategizing Su Zhangyang is back? He got into the car with some excitement and directly drove away from the scene. Fatty Sun to wait for them to drive away. Eyes full of rage, turn around and grab the BMW woman's hair, directly and ruthlessly towards the BMW car. He was almost mad. What is his bad luck? Looking for women are some of the seedlings of trouble. Twice a day. He had no doubt that Su Zhangyang would be able to pull the plug on their family with a single word. BMW female, a miserable scream. Around the passing of some people who know the passage, but far from shouting out good. Zhang Yu 2 people car. IF*CK. Lao Su. Just now is what happened. That fat man, how so afraid of you? What boss Tang and what? Zhang Yu asked in confusion. It's a person I used to know in business. He has something to ask him. Su Zhangyang casually prevaricated, then directly took Zhang Yu's cell phone again. By the way, I sold that house and have some money. I'll swipe 50 cents for you first. What? Chapter 15. Don't answer if you don't want to. Zhang Yu was so scared that he smothered the curb with 1 foot of brake. I just gave you 12 cents. Why did you give me so much? Su Zhangyang knew his buddy too well. If he gave too much, he definitely wouldn't want it. 50 cents was the limit of what he could convince him, and he couldn't tell him that he was rich now. He couldn't explain it if he said it. You think I'm giving it to you? I'm honoring Aunt Lin. It's not easy for Aunt Lin to pull a fool like you up. Then, what will you do after you sell your house? You do not also have no house. Our brother to Magwa Bao work to go. Su Zhengyang laughed. Line. You can really Wu-sung in front of ruffling the golden lotus looking for excitement. Spent 50 cents. Gained 50 points. Current points 55 points. Enhanced attribute open. At this moment, the system finally rang. Sitting in the car, Su Zhengyang studied the reinforcement point. Each point could be exchanged for a reinforcement point. And this reinforcement point currently only had one option. Comprehensive attributes, 0. Comprehensive attributes include but are not limited to strength, speed, reaction, resistance to blows, hearing, vision, sense of smell, etc. Su Zhengyang was speechless for a while. This was too comprehensive. But currently, the points only had this one use, so there was no need to dwell on it at all. Add them all to the comprehensive attribute. Comprehensive attributes, 55 points. After adding it, Su Zhengyang's body was visibly tightened. He could clearly feel some kind of marvelous change occurring in his body. Clenching his fists, it seemed as if all aspects of his body had indeed improved, yet it wasn't very obvious. It was subtle, but as long as the enhancement was a good thing, Su Zhengyang didn't dwell on it. He still had to spend it anyway. 2 people this trip, and did not see Magwa Bao, but that manager really looked at the 2 of them. Agreed to the day after tomorrow there is a large live broadcast. At that time to let them come directly. The salary is 8%. In the evening, they ate a big meal at a roadside stall. Su Zhengyang finally saw the millicoin. A milli of milli coins, only half the size of the previous 10 cents. There are also 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, 500. Further up the scale are the centimes, which are a little larger than the milligrams, and after that the cents and dimes, which are all oversized denominations. The normal dimes are hard to see on the market, and from the dimes upwards they all start to have hidden gold threads. After drinking and going home, Chang Bora had already gone to bed. When Su Zhengyang woke up the next morning, Chang Bala had already left for work. Su Zhengyang properly freshened up, then packed his gym bag and went straight to Chang Bola's gym. Just as soon as he stepped into the gym, when the receptionist saw him, there was a sigh of relief. Su Zhengyang didn't care, shamelessly smiled at the receptionist girl and raised his eyebrows in a familiar manner. The front desk beauty instantly gave him a blank look without any good humor, then helplessly had to go and press the communicator to call Chang Bola. This was Su Zhengyang's process every time he came to be brought in by the fitness instructor to rub out the exercises. This time, however, Su Zhengyang pressed his hand at her and made a silencing gesture. Don't call her yet. I'm not dabbling today. I'll first run a card. Run a card? The receptionist chick instantly looked at him suspiciously. Su Zhengyang hadn't been dabbling in practice here for a day or two, because a place like a health club is not a particularly rigorous place, and there will not be particularly serious wear and tear. So generally people who work in the gym are allowed to bring their friends to play once in a while. But Su Zhengyang, this is not often. This is simply to take this as a long-term exercise place. Why did you want to get up today to do the card? Is it rich? You have money, ah? Front desk chick can be said to be Su Zhengyang in this gym, the second familiar people. After all, every time you come to have to greet once, so she is not polite. How to talk to God? Su Zhengyang didn't have the good sense to say. The receptionist chick instantly poo-pooed him, then pressed the communicator and said, come out with a membership. There were 2 sales positions in the gym. One was a membership counselor, responsible for selling fitness cards. One was a fitness instructor, responsible for selling various fitness programs and responsible for teaching the classes. Soon the membership office trotted out a man with a head of curly hair, 26 or 27 years old. The man looked happily at the front desk, but the moment he saw Su Zhengyang, his face instantly pulled down, frowning as he walked to the front desk. Any customers? The front desk chick pointed at Su Zhengyang. This club member immediately said with a cold face, I'm not taking it, put it over for me. The front desk chick instantly glared, looking at the membership with dissatisfaction. Normally they could talk and make a scene, but to say such things in front of a customer, this was not a work attitude at all. What makes you not pick up? Don't you know in your heart that Sun Paora brings him every day to dabble in practice? When it's my turn you'll give me a share of such a customer. He'll at most do a quarterly card, half a year card. In the end, he may ask for a price and not do it. You are not sincerely giving me a water visit? I won't take it. This curly hair didn't care if it was in front of Su Zhengyang, directly yelled, tilted his head. His attitude was very tough. It was almost the end of the month, and his performance was still close to catching up to number 1, and now every visitor was crucial. As a result, today it was not easy to line up to him, but even so bad luck. This Cheng Baola all day to bring dabbling practice people want to apply for a card. If this kind of person had money, would he still dabble in practice? the most he can do is ask, and he'll only get a quarterly card and a monthly card. How much performance can that be? If he picks up Su Zhengyang, he won't have a rotating row for a short period of time, and he will lose the opportunity for a big order, and it will be impossible to exceed the first place. The extra bonus alone for the top seller every month is 3 cents off. Never let Su Zhengyang ruin it. The receptionist chick snapped and slammed the pen in her hand on the front desk. Son Liqiao, do you take it or not? If you don't take it, you won't take a single interview today. Although the front desk chick is not tall and petite, she is obviously not to be messed with, and is a small pepper with a clear distinction between public and private. In the gym, some front desk's rights are just bigger than the membership or even the coach. Not to mention that people will also sue. Curly Hair instantly looked at Little Pepper with a puff of anger and glared hard at Su Zhengyang again. He couldn't afford to mess with Pepper, but he could still disgust Su Zhengyang, and instantly rolled his eyes and turned aside, pointing and muttering, "It's really a toad lying on its feet, not biting and disgusting. Which day also do not do card, have to do card today." The fury, if it is a thin-skinned kind of people, see them so noisy, gas also angry away. Su Zhengyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kind of person is really strange, but maybe this money should not belong to him. Su Zhengyang looked at the receptionist chick and said, "Aren't you able to sell cards as well? If people don't want to take it, just don't let him take it. I'll just do one directly from you." Chapter 16. For unlimited platinum cards. In their club, the membership reception of customers arriving at the store was nothing more than a process, but selling cards was something anyone could do. The people that the sweeper aunt knew pulled over for a card and would also give the aunt a commission. "Hey, right, wouldn't you just sell it yourself?" Curly instantly found an opportunity and said at Little Pepper. Little Pepper was still a bit sulky as she looked at Curly Hair and asked, "You're sure you don't want to take it, right? This is not considered a natural visit. People, this is not specifically to find you to do it. You have to force me to do what? Hey, you just find her to do it, right? Curly said with a sneer on his face. The last sentence was directed at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang always felt that this guy had a feeling of being a sissy. After he finished speaking, he pretended to walk towards the membership office. "Alas, it seems like you still have to earn this money from you, got me." Su Zhengyang took out his cell phone and bumped it at the front desk, smiling playfully. The receptionist gave him a blank look. "Do it for how long? You introduce me to it first." "Introduce a fart. Aren't you more familiar than me?" The card is divided into two kinds, ordinary and platinum. Ordinary only works out in this store. Platinum card chain stores universal, can brush all the machines in the intelligent service area, coffee, cabinets, VR and so on. Right now the regular quarterly card is 800 mil, half-yearly card 2 cents, yearly card 2 cents, 2-yearly card 5 cents, 3-yearly card 5 cents, unlimited card 5 cents. Platinum cards are all twice as much as regular cards, though her mouth said introductory fart. This fart she introduced with a head of steam. "I want 4 unlimited platinum cards." Su Zhengyang directly knocked the desktop again after hearing this. The front desk chick was so angry that the corners of her mouth were viciously pumped twice, her silver teeth rubbing together. This guy was really teasing himself. No matter how many years of fitness cards, they are all locked to be used by the card owner alone. Only this unlimited platinum card, he meant unlimited times, unlimited in person, unlimited to any store. "Why are you staring at me? I took the other 3 to give away." Su Zhengyang blew a breath at her and said, "I'll bite you to death." "Okay, but you have to hurry up and do your business after you bite." Su Zhengyang stretched his neck towards her as he spoke. The little girl was so angry that she couldn't wait to poke over with a pipe. Su Zhengyang did not tease her anymore, shook his head and smiled, took the initiative to pull out a few sheets from the inside of her desk table and filled them out himself. Pepper froze. Su Zhengyang usually jokes, but very measured. Never opened too much fire to make her uncomfortable. Could it be that he really wants to do it? Su Zhengyang seriously finished writing the 4 sheets, and then directly swept the payment code on the table. Wilson Collection 4. Horns. Listening to the report, Pepper was scared to death. Unlimited platinum card 10 cents. 40 cents. 40 cents. This was enough for a down payment on a 2-bedroom house. And Su Zhengyang here successfully spent 40 cents and gained 40 points. He has $12,000 and $15,000 coming in every month just from the annualized earnings of the system bank. But what's the point of just putting this money away? You have to spend it yourself to get points. So Su Zhengyang just had to spend money in different ways. If it wasn't for the fear that Pepper would think he was a fool, he would have to come to him with 10 unlimited platinum cards. "You really want 444? The little chili Pepper was so scared that she stammered. 40 cents. According to their 20% commission, she can get 8 cents. She was only paid 4 cents a month. "You're the one dying. Hurry up and enter it." Su Zhengyang scolded without a trace of anger. "Oh, blah blah blah, I was wrong. Little Pepper then came back to her senses, hurriedly and adorably poo-pooed a few times before she started to enter the information on her hands and knees. Soon after, she touched out 4 platinum cards from inside the table and handed them to Su Zhengyang. Done. Pour God a glass of water. Su Zhengyang nodded and commanded in a very smelly manner. Without saying a word, Little Pepper ran as fast as she could to pour a glass of water. Let God pinch your face, Su Zhengyang said as he pinched Little Pepper's little face, pinching her face fat, instantly making both of them laugh. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll go in first. Su Zhengyang pursed his lips and smiled. He naturally teased Little Pepper. The two had WeChat with each other, and hadn't messed around much before. He really liked this character of Little Pepper. What's more, Small Chili can be a receptionist. Petite and delicate body. Looks also extremely beautiful, still quite inviting. Okay day, God go slowly, Little Pepper said mischievously. She really wasn't a gold-worshipping kind of girl, except that in the past, Su Zhengyang, probably because he was poor, didn't joke with her so joyfully, and it was all on point, and she had always enjoyed it quite a bit, thinking that Su Zhengyang was a humorous person with a lot of personal charm. She smiled and watched Su Zhengyang's back into the gym, immediately clenched her pink fist, smiled and shouted 2 yes. After all, 8 cents she could not earn such a sum of money in a year. Then she remembered that curly hair just now. She thought of sending out a happy news now to make that guy regret, but after thinking for a while, she was afraid that curly hair would come out to pester Su Zhengyang and cause trouble for Su Zhengyang. It's better to send it before the end of the day at noon. Su Zhengyang put the card into his bag, still sneaking into the gym, because he had planned to give Changbora a surprise today. He walked up against the wall to the personal trainer's office, which was fully transparent with floor-to-ceiling glass, and he looked inside. No one was there. Looking closer at the wall, there was indeed a chalkboard posted with the coach's individual performance for the month. Strangely enough, he had seen it himself before, also in this position, and it wasn't very clear, but today it seemed to look a lot clearer. Could it be the effect of those 55 points of comprehensive attributes yesterday? Su Zhengyang murmured, then directly exchanged the 40 points he had just gained for the comprehensive attribute as well. Comprehensive attribute, 95 points. Another slight sensation, like a current flowing through the body. This marvelous feeling as if every cell was writhing and changing. Once again, he looked inside. Sure enough, it was a little clearer than just now. One could see Sung Paora's name, surprisingly in the second last place, only 9 centimeters. There were only 8 coaches in total, 3 women and 5 men. The first and second place are the other 2 women. Only Sung Paora was in 7th place. It was important to know that in the field of personal training, female coaches were highly sought after, and especially a coach with such a high degree of professionalism like Sung Paora deserved extra points. It looks like this idiot really isn't suited for the sales industry. The first place sales result was already 8 points and 9 cents. The name was clearly Jian Lily. Just as Su Zhengyang was baring his neck to look in, a sound of footsteps came from behind him. Hello, how can I help you? Chapter 17. The little surprise that shattered 3 views. Su Zhengyang was stunned as he turned back with a jolt. In front of him was an extremely beautiful woman. She had a graceful posture, soulful eyes, and just the right amount of delicate makeup, especially her slightly tugged up red lips, which added 7 more points of flirtation to her innocent temperament. This woman was called Lin Zuxian. She was the true owner of this club, and was also said to have started her business from nothing. At a young age, she had opened 6 Yunhai fitness clubs in Yunhai province, pioneering an immersive fitness experience with intelligent services. At a time when all the gyms were losing money, she had already made a name for herself in the Yunhai fitness industry by relying on intelligent services. This was still the last time she happened to come here for an inspection. When Changbora secretly pointed to him and introduced him, it looked like she also happened to come to the gym this time to inspect the work. It was probably an unannounced visit, so she wasn't accompanied by a store manager or anything. You seem to be the big boss of this club. I've seen you before, Su Zhengyang said smilingly. Lin Zuxian smiled sweetly. She had originally come in just now and was going to go straight to the office to change her clothes before inspecting the work properly. But as soon as she entered, she met the receptionist, Pepper, who told her a shocking news. 4 unlimited platinum cards had just been run. She was shocked. Unlimited platinum card open store until now. 6 stores together sold less than 20, and almost all of them are negotiated by themselves. I didn't expect one person to do 4. That's why she was interested in meeting this person, so she came to strike up a conversation. Still polite, she asked, "Yes, I'm the owner here. How can I help you?" "I want to buy some private lessons," Su Zhengyang said truthfully. "That's good. I'll immediately ask the manager of the private tutoring department to arrange a coach for you." "Hey wait, this matter is slightly complicated. I need you to personally operate it." Originally, Su Zhengyang just wanted to give Changbora a surprise, and by the way, spend some money so that he could set points. But seeing Lin Zuxian, he had a better idea. Alright then, you come with me this way. Lin Zuxian smiled faintly and wasn't disgruntled. She was the behind-the-scenes owner and had store managers for all 6 stores. It had been a long time since she had personally run a business. The two of them arrived at the store manager's office, and Lin Zuxian even gently knocked on the door. Su Zhangyang secretly nodded his head. To enter a subordinate's office and still knock on the door, this was sufficient evidence of this woman's cultivation. Enter. Just as he entered the store manager's office, there was also a woman sitting inside, but this woman was nearly 40 years old, looked very competent, and was writing something with her head down. Seeing someone come in, she looked up and first froze, then stood up with a slight excitement. Boss, why are you here? It's fine, sister son. Busy yourself. This sister son was none other than the store manager of this store. Lin Zuxian instructed her to sit down, then motioned Su Zhangyang to the sofa. How could sister son sit down and hurriedly went to pour water? My name is Lin Zuxian. What is your name? Sir, my name is Su Zhangyang. Mr. Su, what kind of course do you want to buy? I'll get right to the point. I'm friends with your personal trainer here, Paula Chang. As for me, I'd like to prepare a little surprise for her and buy her $5 worth of lessons. Su Zhangyang said lightly. Lin Zuxian's small mouth was suddenly slightly open, and she couldn't help but stare. The hand of the store manager, son, who was receiving water at the water fountain, also could not help but shiver, and the water suddenly spilled out. $5. Lin Zuxian was shocked. This person bought a few unlimited platinum cards even if it's not enough, but also to buy a $5 class. A fitness class this side of the highest price is only 300 milli. According to the highest calculation, 3 cents for 10 lessons, 3 cents for 100 lessons, 30 cents for 1,000 lessons, $3 is 10,000 lessons, $5 is this or nearly 20,000 lessons. This is to wrap up this coach this half of her life she can't finish these lessons. That's right, $5. Su Zhangyang confirmed. Mr. Su, do you have any other special requirements for buying so many lessons? Although we do business, we won't let female trainers do things they don't want to do. Lin Zuxian bit her lips lightly and still said without being condescending. What she said was no longer considered a euphemism. Everyone was an adult and naturally understood. Su Zhangyang knew that Lin Zuxian had misunderstood, but he was still quite certain about this approach of hers. $5 wasn't a small amount. The sales of this one store of hers every month didn't add up to more than 50 or 60 cents. You've misunderstood. I've already said that I'm friends with Paula. I'm just giving her a little surprise to cheer her up. She's always worried lately, Su Zhangyang explained. Recently, Sung Poire was quite scratched up by the performance matters, and the mixing had been unsatisfactory, and she could not be employed anywhere by her former classmates, so she was very distressed, or else she would not have gone to the birthday party and tried to find a way out. Lin Zuxian was speechless for a while. A little surprise? A little bit of happiness? Taking $5 to make someone happy. She was a little envious of this Chung Bora. Even more so, she was shocked at Su Zhangyang's handiwork. Taking $5 to make a girl happy. What kind of super rich second generation was this? Shouldn't it be the young master of some big family? That's me being narrow-minded. Sorry, Mr. Su, that's fine, but I have another request. That is, after I'm done buying, you guys don't announce who this performance is for. Just say that it's for a certain female coach. When you guys meet tomorrow to tally the end of the month performance, then tell her it's her performance. Su Zhangyang laughed. Since it was a surprise, it was naturally better if it popped up at an unexpected time. You really spoil her. To have a friend like you, Paula is too happy. Lin Zuxian smiled. Although Su Zhangyang didn't say that he and Sung Paula were a couple, but for a man to do this, was it for pure friendship? Don't joke. There was no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman, unless one party was too ugly to look at. Then, Mr. Su, can I directly add your WeChat? You can directly transfer money to me and I'll just go and operate it for you. Lin Zuxian took out her cell phone and said, transferring money was fake. She had to add Su Zhangyang's WeChat and flip through his circle of friends to understand it before she could do so. She was not a power climber, but the longer she stayed in the mall, the more she understood the importance of connections. Multiple friends have more roads, multiple enemies have more walls. Even if you don't climb over others, you still need to know what people you can't mess with. Good. Su Zhangyang didn't care. Added WeChat, transferred money, and that store manager went directly to operate. The store manager naturally knew about Su Zhangyang's dabbling in practice, because the coaching department manager would occasionally read up, but the store manager turned a blind eye. Yun High Club is very large. Occasionally more people to increase the popularity is also good, but today Su Zhangyang overturned her 3 views. $5, said to turn, Never seen such a luxurious person. Everything in accordance with Su Zhengyang's instructions. The accounting department, after it was done, sent a big happy news, but only said that it was a certain female coach, but did not say the name. Chapter 18. Could this be my performance? Su Zhenyang chatted with Lin Zuxian for a while longer. Discovered that Lin Zuxian just looked mature, but also only a year older than himself. This year is only 26 years old, belongs to the same age, and seems to be single. From the university has begun to use the scholarship entrepreneurship, step by step to the present, can be seen its ability is not extraordinary. And Lin Zuxian also originally thought Su Zhenyang is some kind of rich second generation, but a moment to chat down, but also impressed him. This person not only has a strong personal charm, but also humor, no rich man's frame, is really rare. Saying goodbye to them, Su Zhenyang directly entered the gym and went to find Cheng Bora to work out, but not much longer. The personal trainer group exploded. Holy F***CK. $5. Whose bill is this? Nima. I don't know. It's not written on the wedding report. It only says performance. Lily, isn't it yours? Didn't Chen say he wanted to give you a big order that day? Could it be that Chen wanted to give you a surprise? The group was in a frenzy, and at this time behind the gym somewhere in the building utility room, is also hot. The two sides of the big battle were none other than Jiang Lily and the personal training department coaches. This is usually a place where coaches hide to smoke, but unlock the door. He is the battlefield. The two quickly ended the battle. The fitness coach snapped on a cigarette. Jiang Lily is for him to get a clean finish. This personal training department manager, a pair of small eyes, flat head, eyes look more or less fierce. He casually took the cell phone next to him and flipped it twice. Holy, what's wrong? Gingerly stood up questioningly. He sidestepped the phone. $5? Ginger Lily was also horrified to see the glad tidings from the accounting department. A female coach? And no signature? Could this be mine? Jiang Lily's shock was followed by a burst of joy. Have you had any members like this recently? The private coaching manager, called Chen Chao, looked at Jiang Lily suspiciously and asked. He was also very excited, because no matter who it was, this was counted into the total performance, and he was the one who ate the total performance, and he also had a commission. But Jiang Lily thought about it. That one surnamed Wang? No, he shouldn't have so much money. Brotherly? Brotherly can't be, either. She thought around and determined that absolutely no one would spend this much money for her. She herself knew what kind of good she was, because she wasn't even worth that much money. Could it be that Sung Paula? Once Brotherly and the others didn't offer her such a price, but she was dead set against it. Could it be that she's willing? Chen Chao thought with a hint of excitement. If Cheng Bala really started to give in for money, then wouldn't he have a chance too? That, Cheng Bala, could be many times better than this lousy Jiang Lily. I don't think so. Otherwise why don't you sign your name? I guess it's which soil big money. Saw a female coach in the gym, but don't understand. Is to spend money to want to be intimate with the female coach. This kind of person we haven't seen before. Jiang Lily quickly brainstormed and nothing to understand the demolition of the dirt big money. Take the money on the accounting department to buy private lessons. Shouting give me 2 female coaches scene. That should be what happened. And even if that's the case, it's probably because of seeing Cheng Bora. Chen Chao nodded. I'm afraid this is the most reasonable explanation, because this kind of situation has really occurred before. There were many members who didn't understand how a private tutor taught, and thought that if they bought a lesson, they could just order whichever private tutor to teach them. So they bought the lesson first without saying anything. Although Jiang Lily was dissatisfied with Chen Chao praising Sung Paula in front of her, she also had to admit that he had a point. No matter what, this order definitely can't fall on this Cheng Bora. I want this order. Jiang Lily said directly to the point. That's $5 According to the highest segment of their performance commission, this single commission is more than 70 cents. 70 cents. You can pay half of the down payment to buy a 2-bedroom house. This is simply a fortune. However, think about it. Chen Chao backdoor operation. Back to the hair of the money he had to privately take 70%. Then they are left with more than 20 cents. Nonsense. This order is definitely ours. Chen Chao's eyes rolled. He was thinking about how he should operate a bit. Thinking about it, a lecherous smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth as he quickly put on his clothes and directly went out of the utility room. Jiang Lily on the other hand, lit a cigarette, took out the cell phone, cocked his legs shaking began to flip the shopping cart. 2 cents of commission. This arrival, directly can first clear a shopping cart. Cheng Bora this stinking. See me this time not to be angry with you. Aya it's really a pie in the sky. $5, casually can come up with so much money to buy a class. Might as well step on the horse privately to me. After clearing the shopping cart, I might even be able to buy a car. Money has not yet arrived. Jiang Lily has begun to plan their own consumption road, unbeknownst to her. At this time, Chen Chao did not go to the accounting department. but went directly to the training area. Paula. Chen Xiao saw from afar that Chang Baola was saying something to Su Zhengyang. Chang Baola was pinched Su Zhengyang in a petulant manner, while Su Zhengyang was playfully smiling. They were actually flirting. He was instantly extremely unhappy in his heart. What was so good about this stinking loser? Chang Bara even brought him along to work out with him all day long. There is often physical contact. Being in the way all day, it was disgusting to look at him. Manager. Sung Pao Ra froze. But now he wasn't afraid of the manager saying Su Zhengyang again, because just now Su Zhengyang was the one who had given her the new unlimited platinum card, causing her to be blaming Su Zhengyang for spending money indiscriminately again. Paula He opened his mouth smilingly, but when he saw that Su Zhengyang wasn't going to leave, he suddenly frowned and said irritably, "Do you have a bit of eyesight? We are working conversation. You go away a bit, okay?" But he met Su Zhengyang's indifferent, but cold as a knife eyes. Chen Xiao subconsciously flinched in his heart, swallowed hard. He understood the feeling of palpitations. That is fear. Looking at the tense atmosphere, Chang Bora gently poked Su Zhengyang. "I'll wait for you over there," Su Zhengyang said casually, turned around, and walked towards the free power zone. Only when he turned and walked away did Chen Xiao let out a sigh of relief, but was soon angered by the fact that he would have been afraid of this stinking loser just now. Secretly cursing the buster, he forcefully suppressed his anger. "What's wrong, manager?" "Oh, it's like this. Getting back to business." Chen Xiao quickly changed his face with an evil smile that he thought was charming. "Did you watch the group just now? There's a member who bought a $5 class, naming a female coach, but in fact it's Jiang Lily. It's me who negotiated it for her. But what about this performance? Who I give it to or not? It's all a matter of my word. After all, this is $5, not a small amount." Saying this, he licked his lips with a somewhat dry mouth and looked at Chang Baola with somewhat fiery eyes. Hearing that there was $5, Chang Baola was also startled, but she had already felt Chen Xiao's gaze. Before, Chen Xiao had more than once hinted something to her. That is, if she wanted performance, then she would accompany him to roll in the bed. Chapter 19. Sung Pao Ra again. "What do you mean?" Sung Pao Ra asked with a slight frown. "What else can I mean, Paula? I'll make it clear to you. I can give you half of this performance, as long as you can come to my place tonight, accompany me to drink a cup of wine. We don't do anything, okay?" Chen Xiao laughed. "Drinking wine cannot do anything? This has been said more than clear. You die this heart. I'm not the same as Jiang Lily. Since it's someone's performance, you'd better hurry up and do business." Chang Baola smiled coolly and said faintly. Chen Xiao looked coldly at Chang Baola and whispered threateningly, "You are a little too uneducated, Chang Baola. I mentioned to you not once or twice. Repeatedly refute me. Give you face is not it? You're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Get lost." Chang Baola took a deep breath to suppress the fire in her heart. If it wasn't for the fact that she really didn't have a suitable job, she would have quit long ago, but her rent still had to be paid and meals still had to be eaten. She couldn't afford to dump the stall. "Good, Chang Baola, you have a lot of balls. There will be a time when you regret it." Seeing that Chang Baola changed her face, Chen Xiao had a cold smile on his face and pointed a finger at Chang Baola, then walked quickly towards the store manager's office. Without even knocking on the door, Chen Xiao pushed the door first, and when he saw Sister Sun through the doorway, he immediately pushed the door and walked straight in. Sister Sun frowned. Chen Xiao had already changed his face at this time, smilingly coming up, but when he swept his remaining light, he unexpectedly saw that there was still a person sitting on the sofa. The face was absolutely beautiful. Who else could it be if not the big boss? Lin Zuxian? Chen Xiao immediately swallowed hard. His eyes swept from Lin Zuxian's thighs, and his expression became even more fawning. This beautiful boss hadn't appeared in his own YY very often, only that he was usually too distant. "I didn't expect that it would appear here today. It's really heaven's help. It just so happened that such a big order came today." If he could properly claim credit and draw Lin Zuxian's attention, or even have the chance to get in touch with more contacts. "Who let you in?" Sister Sun looked at Chen Xiao with annoyance, pulling him back from his fantasy. "Boss, you're here too." Chen Xiao didn't even hear Sister Sun as if she was speaking, excitedly greeting Lin Zuxian first. "Boss, I happen to be reporting something to you. I just made a big order of $5 and rushed over to give you the good news." Chen Xiao even took 2 steps forward as he spoke. Lin Zuxian raised an eyebrow. "A $5 big order? You negotiated that?" Chen Xiao also grew a heart and did not directly say that he had negotiated it, but said, It's not what I talked about today. It's a customer that I helped Jiang Lily talk about before. Jiang Lily didn't even know about it, so I helped her talk about it. As a result, he came today and paid the money and left. I didn't even expect him to be so painfully fast. I just sent him away." Chen Xiao was actually a very cautious person. He had wanted to find the store manager first to ask what was going on, although his and Jiang Lily's guesses were basically 89% accurate, as similar things had happened before. but he was still afraid that if he made a mistake and got it wrong, then he would be in big trouble. But as soon as he opened the door and saw Lin Zuxian, his brain buzzed and he instantly threw his usual meticulousness to the back of his mind, and directly began to take credit. Chen Chao, are you talking about the $5 private tutor order that was just sent out as a happy report in the group? Sister Sun, who was on the side, snorted coldly and asked indifferently. Chen Chao's mind was on Lin Zuxian, so he immediately nodded. Yes. Just as he was talking, the door was pushed open once again, and Zhang Lili directly barged in. Zhang Lili was a bit uneasy. After finishing her cigarette she hurried over, excitedly wanting to witness the moment when this $5 performance was divided amongst themselves. At this time, she saw Lin Zuxian sitting on the sofa at a glance and hurriedly greeted Lin Zuxian. Good day, Mr. Lin. Aha. Sister Sun, my list, has it been crossed over? Zhang Lili asked with suppressed eagerness. What single? Sister Sun pretended to be confused and asked in a cold voice. Is just that $5 of the list? That is not said to the female coach. That single is actually my. You directly wrote to me on the line. Zhang Lili also pointed to herself as she spoke, as if urging Sister Sun to operate quickly. Sister Sun, on the other hand, put down her pen unhurriedly, leaned back and asked, so this order is yours? What's this member's name? Zhang Lili's smile instantly froze on her face. Bad. She just rushed full of thought as over to share the performance. Forgot to first go to the accounting room to take a look. If you take a look at the member's name and then ask about the situation in passing, then make up a very round full. Member name, forget what he called. I just remember is a middle-aged man. A general body type. Zhang Lili Meng too. Anyway, according to their guess, absolutely is a man like this. Women and young people who will do so. Only those silly hungry middle-aged people will do so. Boom. Sister Sun slapped her hand so hard on the table that the pens on the table popped up. Even Lin Zuxian was startled by her and glared at her without any good reason. Chen Chao and Zhang Lili even stuttered in their hearts, putting on the S-fart. Chen Chao, I've given you a chance. It looks like you don't know what's good for you. Pack up and get the hell out of here. You two are expelled. What? Chen Chao immediately had a shock in his heart, knowing that he should have played present, but it wasn't as bad as expelling himself. He immediately hurriedly said, Sister Sun, what are you talking about? I may have misremembered. It may not be that customer. Zhang Lili, on the other hand, was scared by Sister Sun's brain was a little down, confused about the situation, still froze and asked, dismissed. What happened, Sister Sun? What's wrong? You take me as a lack of soul, right? Hurry up to me to get out. Although Sister Sun is a bit older, but glaring that is absolutely amazing momentum. Chen Chao and the two of them were really dumbfounded this time. Yunhai Fitness Club is one of the top gyms in the city. Being in a shopping mall, it has a good siphoning effect, and it is one of the few money-making gyms in the city of Santai, and the treatment is also generous. But now that Sister Sun had spoken out like this, it was clear that there was no room for maneuver. There was no need for them to have to stoop so low, and find a second-best gym they could stay in. So Zhang Lili slammed the door and walked out with a grunt of anger, and Chen Chao also took a deep breath and walked out very unwillingly. Being fired they can barely accept, but $5 of performance and they have no chance. This is a bit unacceptable. Angry Zhang Lili went straight to the accounting room. Just before she arrived at the accounting room and pushed the door open, she heard murmuring inside. What kind of blessing did Paula cultivate in her previous life? That's right. Sister Sun said that this $5 is a little surprise for people, and it will be announced tomorrow. $5? I calculated the commission alone is 76 cents. Buy a small house. Chen Chao, who was walking behind him, also heard the discussion and was immediately on fire as well. It's Chang Bara again. $5 turned out to be all for Chang Bola. Zhang Lili was trembling with anger and directly walked towards the training area in a furious manner. Chapter 20. The Missed Big Client. Sung Poire was accosting a female member this time, attentively teaching people their moves. Suddenly seeing Zhang Lili's aggressive and unkind approach, she immediately tightened her brows. Zhang Lili walked closer and without saying a word, raised her hand and slapped towards Chang Bora. She was about to die of jealousy. More than 70 cents. She could not earn this much money in 3 to 5 years. Such a large sum of money is all Chang Bola's. How can she not be angry? But she was obviously not as good as Chang Bola. Chang Bola backhanded her wrist and slapped her hand away. Zhang Lili was already furious. Chao Nima still dares to fight back. A slap did not succeed, but instead felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Zhang Lili, this mouthful of fire is even more suffocated in the chest, cannot come out, and immediately raised his leg again, wanted to kick at her, but she has not kicked out this foot. It feels like his long hair was a handful of people ruthlessly grabbed. The whole person was dragged over down, and it seems that the hair was yanked down a small handful. The whole person fell to the ground in a heap. It was a good thing the training area was all floor rubber. She screamed wildly and looked over, realizing that it was Su Zhengyang, and immediately broke into a rage. You seek death. But before she could finish her sentence, she was stomped on the face by Su Zhenyang's foot. Zhang Lili only felt a huge force coming from her. Her head seemed to be on the verge of being stepped on. Her mind was dizzy and she almost went into shock on the spot. At this time, the store manager had already brought the security guards to run over quickly, and the surrounding members who were watching the incident had also gathered around. Su Zhengyang spread his hands at the store manager, indicating that he was acting in self-defense. The store manager naturally knew what was going on, and gave Su Zhengyang an apologetic smile, then signaled the security guard to directly drag Zhang Lili up. Zhang Lili's entire body had already been kicked to the point where her brain was a bit unconscious, and she was dragged out like a dead dog. Chen Chao watched from afar, with no intention of coming up to help at all. Zhang Lili was just one of his concubines. He wouldn't stand up for her, but he hated Su Zhenyang's teeth when he saw him. Su Zhenyang, I'll screw you over sooner or later. He gritted his teeth before he went to the office to pack up his things with hatred. Did you buy that $5 private lesson? As soon as they left, Cheng Bora grabbed Su Zhengyang with dissatisfaction. Thinking about the causes and consequences of this, she quickly figured out that I'm afraid there was no second explanation except for Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang was helpless. Originally he wanted to give a surprise, but he didn't expect to be spoiled by those two idiots. Are you stupid? That's $5. Are you burning bags when you have money? Cheng Baola was angry and stomped her feet. $5? Can buy a big villa in the outskirts of the city? The most irritating thing is that Su Zhengyang is still sharing a room with himself, and as a result, he even took the money from a villa to buy a bunch of broken private lessons. Su Zhengyang secretly laughed. I'm not a burnt bag. I do not spend money like this. How to grow points? You want to eat burnt buns? Ah? I'll bite you to death. After sending Cheng Bara running away, Su Zhengyang hemmed and hawed and continued to work out, and the private coaching department had been sensationalized, and soon there were no more coaches on site. They all dragged Cheng Bala into the personal trainer's office, asking questions, and there were even quite a few people looking towards Su Zhengyang. But the news that was even happier than this was that Chen Chao and Zhang Lili were fired at the same time. This group of people didn't quite dare to be nice to her before, otherwise they would have been targeted by Chen Chao. But it had to be said that Cheng Bala was a very appealing personality, and they all of a sudden gathered around Cheng Bala and chatted, laughing and jumping around. When Su Zhengyang was about to finish his workout, WeChat rang. It was Tang Ying's WeChat. Mr. Su, I don't know if you have time at noon. Chen Hao Hai and Dong Changming from Tenglong Real Estate would like to invite you for a meal. Brother Chen is afraid of disturbing you by calling, so he specifically asked me to contact you on WeChat. The message was full of caution. Su Zhengyang thought about it. This Dong Changming he had also heard of. Santai City was the capital city of Yunhai Province, and Tenglong Real Estate was the largest real estate developer in the entire Yunhai Province. The only real estate company with a market capitalization of more than 100,000 yuan in Yunhai Province. Okay, book the place. Su Zhengyang still agreed. Anyway, there was nothing to do at noon. It was good to meet with them, just in time to also see what these three little foxes were playing at. Okay, I'll book a place and send it to you right away. Tang Ying quickly replied, and mischievously sent a cute smiley face emoji. A few minutes later, an address was sent. Haicheng Hotel, 3rd floor, Tianjiano. 1. There were only 2 5-star hotels in Santai City, and this Haicheng Hotel was the earliest one. Interestingly, this Haicheng Hotel owner seemed to be precisely the oldest 3 of the 4 heroes of the Cloud Sea alongside Chen Hao Hai and the others. Su Zhengyang put away his cell phone and went to take a shower to change his clothes. With the platinum card, he had an exclusive smart locker. Not only was it a large place, but the gym would also help him wash and quick-dry the dirty clothes inside. After changing into his own clothes, Su Zhengyang saw that Cheng Bora was still surrounded by the coaches and chattering. He couldn't help but smile, greeted her from afar, and left the gym directly. Su Zhengyang had just walked out of the gym. Such a message appeared in the gym's WeChat group. Congratulations to front desk Yao Jingjing, for infinite platinum cards were sold. Visiting customer number 19. At this time, inside the membership office, a group of people were fiercely discussing the matter of the $5 private tutor's big order just now. Sun Liqiao was also very depressed as he crossed his legs and half laid on a stool, because just now he received a customer, and after half a day's speech people did not do the card. At this time a person rushed into the accounting office like the wind and shouted, "I grass, look at the group." The crowd opened the group again. All saw the message. For unlimited platinum cards? The front desk deal? What's going on? Did they not give us a share? F***CK. What's this commission? 8 points? Hey, Sun Liqiao, customer number 19. Isn't this the one you dumped? You just took no. 20. Wasn't no 19 the one you dumped on the receptionist? Suddenly a person said it. Sun Liqiao with a bit of gloating. Sun Liqiao's eyes immediately widened. He remembered. That Su Zhanyang just now? That's right, it's this one. Don't you see it's written here? Number 19 has just been crossed out. Someone directly pointed to a scheduling sheet on the wall, on which it was written that number 19 was Sun Liqiao, but he crossed it out and changed it to number 20, and even got into a small conflict with the two people below him over it, so everyone knew about it. Hey, I heard that this Office 4 Unlimited Platinum is to buy $5 private lessons this. I go. After the front desk in Shangbao La know such a bullish character. This live performance don't have to worry. If you can recognize some other rich people through him, that taste, TSK. Listening to the cynical comments of the crowd, Sun Liqiao was struck by lightning. How could this be possible? How could Su Zhangyang be so rich? He scurried up from the stool like a madman and ran towards the front desk outside. Chapter 21. Third floor is not for you to go to. At this time, the little pepper Yao Jingjing is surrounded by a group of girls gossiping about something. Seeing the happy news, even the cycling coach ran to gossip. Sun Liqiao's face was extremely ugly as he ran to the front desk and rushed to Yao Jingjing with a cold face. Yao Jing, that's my performance. Yao Jing glared at him. She had long thought that the first thing Sun Liqiao would do when he saw the glad tidings was to come and ask for the performance. Your performance? It's not the time for you to be sarcastic and sarcasm to your clients here? It's not the time for you to say to your face that you don't want to receive customers when you think they're poor? Don't you give me that much crap. No matter how much I don't want to take it, it's still my client. It's my turn. That client. Sun Liqiao stomped his foot fiercely in a somewhat feminine manner, shaking his head and spilling his guts. Sun Liqiao, you take this as your home. What do you want? Letting you pick up you didn't pick up. You privately changed to pick up customer number 20. Now that customer number 19 has closed the deal you're running here again. Do you want to order billion? When did I say I don't take it? I didn't say I don't take this customer at that time. Obviously you feel that this customer has a chance. You said let me take no. 20. You receive yourself, or this performance is mine. I don't care. You give me back my performance. Sun Liqiao's voice grew louder and louder, and he soon bickered the store manager out. Sister Sun frowned greatly. It was not easy for the boss to come over today and come across something good, but as a result, this group of dog scumbags started to give themselves crazy eye candy. First, there were the two trash of Chun Chao and Zhang Lily, and right after that, a Sun Liqiao popped up to yell here. Humph. You go out. The second sentence said that I do not pick up. Put in the past. Monitoring this shot clearly, I have given the monitoring of the Sun sister. You say it yourself with the Sun sister. Yao Jingjing coldly smiled. Sun Liqiao immediately angry fire. He would have wanted to mess around a bit. Did not expect Yao Jing even pulled out the surveillance. The gym was installed with the best intelligent surveillance, the kind that could even record sound, so he simply couldn't mess around anymore. Yao Jing, it's okay for you to share half of it with me. Sun Liqiao had been about to explode with anger. That was a whole 8 cents of income, even if only half of it was 4 cents. Top his half a year's salary. He now regretted his intestines are green. Why do you have to look at people's dishes? Sun Liqiao, get your ass in here. Sister Sun, however, suddenly bellowed behind her. It scared Sun Liqiao with a jolt. Yao Jing and the others were snickering. At the Haicheng Hotel, luxury cars gathered. Su Zhanyang stepped down from the cab, looking out of place here. It looked like it was time for him to take the time to buy a car. Taking a look at the opulent decorations, Su Zhanyang copied his pockets and headed straight inside. The welcoming guest at the door was still polite, and didn't give Su Zhanyang a hard time because he came down from the cab, only less enthusiastic. In front of the gleaming golden steps leading from the first floor to the second floor, there were several people checking information with the waiter. Reservations were required for both the second and third floors. At this time, Su Zhanyang also walked over, and he estimated that Chen Hohai and the others should have already made arrangements. But before Su Zhanyang could say anything, someone in the group suddenly turned around and saw Su Zhanyang, and let out a cry of surprise. Su Zhanyang? The one who spoke was a man with a combed back hair, his body slightly fat and somewhat greasy. Su Zhanyang instantly recognized that this was his college classmate. The name was Li Hu. Next to him was a girl, also his own college classmate, named Chen Meng. Su Zhanyang frowned slightly. Did these two get together? Behind Chen Meng seemed to be her parents. They were all well dressed, looking like they had come to attend some important meal. Chen Meng, such a coincidence. Su Zhanyang didn't pay any attention to Li Hu at all, but smiled and nodded at Chen Meng. This Li whose family was well off, but his character was extremely poor. He had joined some PUA organization when he was in college, and there was also an attempted forced X. Later, he heard that it was taken care of by their family at their expense. Chen Meng looked a little shy, and at the same time had a few bitter smiles on her face as she greeted Su Zhengyang. Zhengyang, long time no see. Li Hu revealed a hint of a playful smile at this moment, rushing to introduce Chen Meng's parents. Uncle and auntie, let me introduce you. This is Meng and I's university classmate. People can be powerful. Did not graduate with a scholarship to start a business? Dry the wind and water. That will be too much splendor. How many little girls chasing after him to run ah? Chen Meng also chased him. He would be busy with the business, did not agree. Agu, but recently seems to have closed down it, but also owed a butt of debt herd. Listening to the first half, Chen Meng's parents were still impressed with Su Zhengyang, but once they heard about the bankruptcy, they all smiled perfunctorily, and even the desire to greet him was gone. How did you guys end up here? Su Zhengyang didn't even look at Li Hu, and when he hadn't even finished speaking, Su Zhengyang looked at Chen Meng and asked in a small voice. This action instantly made Li Hu's mouth-gushing words look very stupid, the carefully prepared bit of sarcasm, as if he wasn't listening at all, which made Li Hu furious. Our family did a little business. Something went wrong. Now we have to talk to Party A about some things. I hope we can talk about it today. What about you? Are you also here to eat? Chen Meng shyly glanced at Su Zhengyang and smiled. She still had some heartfelt feelings looking at Su Zhengyang right now, and her pretty face unconsciously reddened. Well, I'm also having dinner with friends. Oh, is it also on the second floor? It seems to be the third floor. Su Zhengyang embarrassedly said truthfully. Su Zhengyang, what are you pretending here? Still on the third floor. You're in the wrong restaurant. Do you know how much a table on the third floor costs? It's okay to be ignorant, but don't come out to lose face. Understand? Li Hu saw Su Zhengyang ignoring him repeatedly, and also dared to pretend to be in front of him, stealing his thunder. He really couldn't stand it a bit, and he didn't have much demeanor in the first place. Chen Meng's parents saw that Li Hu was a bit angry. The two of them immediately also helped out. Okay Meng, don't talk to him, let's hurry up and go upstairs. A moment later Mr. Lu they arrived. Yes, today it's not easy for Tiger to help us pay half the money to book such a table on the second floor. This is a big deal. Today absolutely cannot make any mistakes hurry. Chen Meng immediately looked at Su Zhengyang with an apologetic face and a little aggrieved, biting her lips to express helplessness. Su Zhengyang probably saw, their family business encountered problems. I'm afraid to invite a reparation banquet, but not much money. Li Hu promised to help them pay half the money, arranged in this kind of high-end hotel, but also not to Li Hu how can be so kind? Even if it is in pursuit of Chen Meng is also enough large sums of money. Here even if it is the second floor, a table is almost 4 or 5 cents. Could it be that their family has made a fortune? Chen Meng's parents intend to go up, but Li Hu does not intend to go. Chapter 22, Li Hu's incompetent rage. Li Hu looked at Su Zhengyang coldly. Get out. He had a breath in his stomach. Su Zhengyang ignored him like that even if. The key was that he actually pressed himself. He had just been promoted, and he could be reimbursed for his meals in the future. And it just so happened that there was this matter of Chen Meng's family. So he took the big deal and said that he would help them pay for half of it. Regardless of how much money they end up spending, they take the F ticket and go back to reimbursement. They immediately earn half. Moreover, they can also play a wave of comparison in front of Chen Meng, making it convenient for them to take Chen Meng. As a result, Su Zhengyang was so bold as to say that he wanted to go up to the third floor, suppressing the ratio he had pretended. If they left now, he wouldn't be able to punch Su Zhengyang in the face on the spot. He himself was recently pursuing Chen Meng and would never allow such a thing to happen. Su Zhengyang looked at him with eyes like he was looking at a retard. Get out? Whenever you can be the security guard here, it's more convincing than what you're saying now. It's better than sounding like a fart right now. What did you paralyzing stinking loser say? Li Hu was furious, pointing at Su Zhengyang and screaming. Li Hu, watch what you say. Chen Meng couldn't stand it anymore and glared at Li Hu angrily. Chen Meng, you've eaten the wrong medicine. Do you know what you are doing? Li Hu's eyes narrowed slightly and coldly said. Chen Meng clenched her pink fists and gritted her silver teeth. Chen Meng's mother, on the other hand, hurriedly scolded her daughter. TSK, little Meng, what's wrong with you? What are you doing butting into Li Hu for a loser? You're stupid. Quickly apologize to Tiger. That's right. Hey, I say young man, you should get out of here. Don't get in the way. We still have business here. Hurry up and go. Chen Meng's father also rushed at Su Zhengyang and waved at the gate. Su Zhengyang saw Chen Meng is also very struggling. Seems to be what is difficult to say. His heart vaguely some touching, especially when she stood up for herself. It made Su Zhengyang feel a little guilty. Turning back, he could have Chen Haohai look into it, and if Chen Meng really encountered any trouble, he himself could secretly help out. But naturally now was not the time to talk about this. So Su Zhengyang gave Chen Meng a faint smile. I'll go up first. Su Zhengyang was about to head up as he spoke. and the waiter followed so that he could check the information while walking up the stairs. Because there was indeed someone instructed to be waiting for a guest on the third floor today, they never treated every customer casually. But Li Hu was in a hurry. Stop, did I let you go up? Li Hu completely stormed out. If he really let Su Zhanyang walk up the step today, even if he let him go up to the toilet, that would be considered his own disgrace. His outburst startled the crowd. I said, why are you such a shameless person? Why do you have to act like this big-tail wolf in front of us, delaying our business? Tiger told you to get out, you still don't hurry up and get out. Don't be an eyesore here, okay? Chen Meng's mother was also on fire, pointing at Su Zhanyang's nose and cursing. Their family's small business had a problem, and today's meal had to be resolved. Originally, they wanted to spend less money at a smaller restaurant. They were in a tight spot right now. It just so happened that this Li Hu went to find his daughter and seemed to be a bit intent on pursuing Chen Meng. When he heard about this situation, he said that he could help arrange to eat here, and also help them share half. This is to their family earned enough face and rehearsal. Very smooth about the other party, they want to talk about things, but I didn't expect to just come here as happy. Just bumped into Su Zhanyang, and preferred to go against Li Hu. If Li Hu was pissed off and didn't help their family arrange this meal, it would be all over. So she now hated Su Zhanyang like crazy. I'll call you auntie for Chen Meng's sake, but you have to figure out that he's the one who's messing with me. Su Zhanyang stood on the steps and condescendingly said in a cold voice, what am I clear about? I don't need to be clear. Let you roll away. Where the hell so much nonsense? What are you pretending? You also dare to go upstairs. This is where you come to, you look. Chen Meng's mother saw that Su Zhanyang dared to talk back. Then she also turned on the shrew mode, not caring about the number of people. Ma'am, please be quiet. Don't make noise here. A female manager at the front desk came over and reminded, somewhat dissatisfied. I'm clamoring. Are you guys blind? Can't you see he's been here against me? Why don't you guys hurry up and blow him out? I'm sorry, ma'am. We won't expel our customers without reason. But if you keep making noise, we're afraid we'll have to ask you to go out. The female manager frowned. Client, take a good look. What part of his body looks like a customer? His company has gone out of business, owing a buttload of debt. Just a loser who loves to pretend. Can't you see that he's just spoiling the big-tail wolf in front of my daughter? I'm telling you, we're here to talk about something very important today. I'm not done with you guys if it's delayed. Chen Ming's father also rebuked, but it was obvious that the two of them had lowered their voices quite a bit. They couldn't really be kicked out. Li Hu coldly looked at Su Zhanyang. Su Zhanyang, I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of here. Su Zhanyang only felt amused. He knew very well why Li Hu had to kick himself out, because he was very pretentious in front of Chen Meng's family by treating them on the 2nd floor, only to run into himself and have to go up to the 3rd floor, which made him look like a trash. Li Hu, you're really still a retard who's only capable of incompetent rage. If I don't go out after 5 seconds, what are you going to do next? Or rather, what can you do? Su Zhanyang sneered. You, Li Hu burst into a rage. But what Su Zhanyang said was exactly right. Even the waiter refused to drive Su Zhanyang out. What could he do? Do something? Or call the police? What right do you have to tell someone to get out? Surprisingly, he didn't have the means to do anything about Su Zhanyang, because their family's condition wasn't enough to qualify him to be a rich 2nd generation. Chen Meng's mother was about to say something else when she saw several people coming down from the top of the stairs with hurried footsteps. The leaders were none other than Tang Ying and Chen Haohai. Following them was a man in a silver suit, about 40 years old, with a head of short hair that was black with white, but his face was handsome and heroic, and his temperament was not bad. A group of waiters including the female manager bowed and shouted, "Boss!" Obviously, this silver-colored suited man was the boss of Haicheng Hotel, but Chen Haohai and Tang Ying, the moment they saw Su Zhanyang, both of their hearts trembled, and the two of them hurriedly walked down quickly. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for the delay. How long have you been here? We just arrived at the 3rd floor, and after a couple of words, I can't believe we came down late. Don't blame me, Chen Haohai said with great remorse. They had indeed just arrived not long ago, and after a few people had spoken a couple of words upstairs, they had planned to come down to greet him personally, not expecting to run into Su Zhanyang as soon as they descended the stairs. There's no harm done, Su Zhanyang said lightly. He was originally in a good mood, and did not care to greet him from afar, but he was just a little displeased that he was really disgusted by Li Hu. That Haicheng boss also rushed up to warmly extend his hand. Hello Mr. Su, I'm the boss of Haicheng Hotel. My name is Chen Chusheng. Hello, upstairs please. I've already arranged everything for you. Chapter 23, Dong Changming's Trouble. The boss personally led the way, and even the manageress and those waiters were stunned. One by one, their hearts began to balk. My goodness, what the hell is this person's origin? If I had known that he was such a cowhide, they wouldn't have been able to let Li Hu's group yell at him like that. People will not blame it. Of course the most terrified is not them. Li Hu was dumbfounded on the spot, eyes wide open. These three people he didn't really recognize. After all, at his level, he usually didn't even read business magazines, so where would he recognize Chen Haohai from? But just now, that person introduced himself as none other than Chen Shusheng, the owner of Haicheng Hotel. How could Chen Shusheng come down to personally greet Su Zhanyang? Is he sick in the head? He was just a stinking loser who had failed to start a business. And even more terrified were Chen Meng's parents. Chen Meng's mother's words that she wanted to scold Su Zhanyang just now were directly stuck in her throat. She even trembled slightly. Su Zhanyang didn't say anything else, just gave Li Hu a meaningful look. If there is an opportunity, he must clean up this Li Hu, but now is not the time. He still has things to do. Li Hu was so scared that his heart thumped, and then cold sweat began to drill out. Su Zhanyang's eyes were too terrifying. Watching Su Zhanyang and those few people who knew at a glance that they were definitely big shots went upstairs and left. Chen Meng had mixed feelings in her heart. She lightly bit her lips. Sure enough, he was still the same excellent Su Zhanyang, but he himself was even worse than before. One could only look at his back like this. Chen Meng's mother let out a long breath. Fortunately those few big shots didn't see the scene where she scolded Su Zhanyang. She looked to her daughter and inquired in a low voice. Daughter, this in the end, what kind of person are you, this classmate? Mom, you don't even know what he is. Why did you just denigrate him like that? Chen Meng questioned in a harsh voice. Me? I wasn't afraid that he would offend Li Hu. You too. Why don't you remind Mom of this? Do you think I'm familiar with him? Or not? Chen Meng said bitterly. Chen Meng's father then looked at Li Hu. That tiger, look. Li Hu snapped awake. His eyes sprouted a few bloodshot threads, and he clenched his teeth. Go up, What are you waiting for? He absolutely cannot go now. So many people watching. Turn around and walk away to show that he is really afraid of Su Zhanyang. Is not just Noah Haicheng boss. Must be what cooperation projects only. Maybe people will not end up with him. Chen Meng's family could only go up to the second floor a little gray. No matter what, they still have to do their business today. Third floor, Tianjia I room. This is the best place to dine in the entire hotel. Large floor-to-ceiling windows facing east. A glimpse of the CBD business district in front. A number of wide commercial streets, especially at night, brightly lit, like an avenue of stars. Into the room. There is another person in the room. It was a middle-aged man in a suit with a sad face. This man wore a back-combed hair, and there was a cigar on the windowsill. Seeing someone come in, he hurriedly put down the cigar and quickly walked up, very apologetically rushing at Su Zhanyang. Mr. Su, hello, I'm Dong Changming from Tenglong Real Estate. Su Zhanyang. Su Zhanyang smiled and shook hands. Due to special reasons, it's not too convenient for Mr. Dong to show his face, so I hope you won't be offended if I miss your welcome. Dong Changming said very sincerely. No harm done. Please sit. Please sit. A few people directly motioned Su Zhanyang to the first place. Su Zhanyang was also not polite, and after sitting down, he smiled. The four heroes of the Cloud Sea. I've met 3 of them in one day today. 3 lifetimes of good fortune. Chen Shusheng was stunned. He didn't expect this kid to know about the 4 heroes of Yunhai. In fact, when he had met Su Zhanyang at first, he hadn't seen anything, if not Chen Haohai before repeatedly instructed. Must be respectful again and again. How to lower the posture is not too much. This old geezer is absolutely not to Su Zhanyang look at the other way. After all, the name of Chen Shusheng, town of the entire entertainment industry in the city of Santai. Gray and white all walk away. He was more or less displeased that several of them, middle-aged bigwigs from all walks of life, were holding this little young man in such high regard. I didn't think that the tiny name of a few of us could also enter Mr. Su's ears. Dong Changming shook his head and smiled. Hurry up and serve the food. I can't wait to have a drink with Mr. Su. Tang Ying's slightly naive voice came out. Her role here today was to liven up the atmosphere. There are some things that won't be easy to talk about after drinking. Sit down all of you. Why don't we talk about business first? Su Zhanyang, on the other hand, adjusted his sitting position and stopped Chen Haohai, who went to the corner to get some wine. A few people looked at each other, not expecting Su Zhanyang to open the door like this. We are all adults. You are also all famous characters. What is the matter? Just say it directly despite bending around instead of being unpleasant. You guys called me to come to dinner. There won't be no reason for it, right? Su Zhanyang said directly. When he was so open, he had made these few old foxes stare, but after all, they were all people who had seen the world, and Tang Ying was the first to react, letting out a light laugh. Mr. Su was really quick to speak. Brother Dong, just say it straight. Good. Since Mr. Su is quick, I won't be bashful. We are recently looking for an investor. The oldest too, also known as Hao Hai. He inadvertently recognized you, so I have a matter to ask. Afterwards, Dong Changming explained his current situation. Tenglong Real Estate, last year, took a piece of land. According to the normal process, it should be the first land auction, then construction building, construction to a certain extent and then sold. However, as a leading local enterprise, Tenglong Real Estate has a head start. That is, it first constructs the land, and starts selling the houses directly before construction or even construction. It is also known as the period house, using the money back from the sale of the house, to plug the money of the construction, including the future auction, the whole of the purchase of this piece of land, that is to say, first build the house, and then buy the land. However, there is a fatal loophole here, that is, you have to eventually succeed in buying the land. Local enterprises naturally have to respect 3 points, but for competitors, that is a dead end. A large land enterprise in a foreign province is planning to enter Yunhai, and the first target is Tenglong. So when Tenglong shoot this piece of land, this opponent out, even out of the super high bidding, hard pressure Tenglong head, directly to the land shot down. So the land is owned by the other party, and the house built by Tenglong before became an illegal building, and the other party did not accept any mediation. Dozens of buildings in the whole project were blown up overnight. Tenglong's initial investment was completely wasted, and its stock price plummeted, including compensation for the money of the retailers, the interest on the loan of the initial capital, huge fines, and countless civil lawsuits. Overnight Dong Changming went gray, and this is not the most deadly. Chapter 24, 10, 000? No, I'll give you 110, 000. The deadliest thing is that there are 3 more projects like this one, Tenglong Real Estate, and all of them are going to be auctioned off in the near future. If these 3, also by the opponent shot away, Tenglong Real Estate is finished, Dong Changming would be finished, and he would even go to jail. Even Chen Haohai will have a hard time, because a lot of Tenglong's upfront capital is from the Bright Bank loan. Chen Haohai is now ahead of bad debt. Moreover, the 4 heroes of Yunhai each have shares in several other people's companies. Let's say that these people sitting in the room now, Chen Haohai, Chen Chusheng, and even Tang Ying had later turned into shareholders of Tenglong. Now they were people in the same boat. After Dong Changming finished his narration, the crowd turned their gazes to Su Zhangyang. Su Zhangyang had half closed his eyes the entire time, but at this moment, he slowly opened them and looked at Dong Changming as he asked, "So you guys, you want me to take a stake?" "Not bad," Dong Changming sighed. "How much money short can you guys make up for these holes?" "At least 10,000. Dong Changming gritted his teeth and stretched out a finger. Tenglong still had a bottom, and with a smashing pot and another 10,000, he would be able to survive. But 10,000 is really not a small amount. 10,000 I have. But, this is a mess. Why should I spend this money on a mess? Su Zhangyang rubbed his ears and said with a slight frown. These words immediately made Dong Changming's heart half cold. The remaining few people also looked at each other, all worried. Mr. Su, if you have any conditions, you can also put them forward. Our brothers have been able to support each other to this day, relying on a sense of righteousness. As long as you're willing to make a move, we'll definitely be at your head in the future. Chen Chusheng took a deep breath and said in a sincere tone, showing his attitude. In fact, this did not need to be said. Su Zhangyang could also see it. This was what was called a true love in times of trouble. If it wasn't for the 4 heroes of Yunhai who were righteous to each other and didn't leave each other, it would have been difficult for them to come to this day. Although righteousness is good, but I want more than that. Su Zhangyang also reached out and gently pressed his hand on the table. If I'm going to step in to clean up a mess, there's only one possibility, and that's that the mess is mine. When Su Zhangyang finished speaking, several other people changed color in unison. Mr. Su, do you mean you want to take a controlling stake in Tenglong? Even Dong Changming frowned slightly. Su Zhangyang swept a glance at the few people. Unwilling? Several others were also in deep thought. Su Zhangyang was somewhat taking advantage of the fire, but it had to be said that this was their last hope. Right now it was the idea of being held, and you couldn't find a second one. If they didn't agree to Su Zhangyang and let the situation develop, Dong Changming would be doomed, and several others would also be greatly implicated. Willing. After a long time, Dong Changming finally nodded, but there wasn't much joy on the faces of several people. Su Zhangyang pointed a few times at these few people with the point of his hand. Look at your expressions. Did I say that I would only offer 10,000 holdings? Then what do you mean? A few people were puzzled. You guys listen up, I'll give you $100,000, cash. I've done the math. Only 17,000 is enough to hold the current Tenglong, and after controlling Tenglong, the rest of the money, all of it will be handed over to you to operate. I will only be the boss behind the scenes. I will never make any changes to the company's system and personnel. The company will still be run by you. Are you satisfied with this? Several people were completely dumbfounded. $100,000? Tanglong, now the whole is not worth 100,000. Su Zhangyang really shell out 100,000 yuan, enough to buy the company. The result is that he is only controlling the company, but also give them to retain a part of the equity. And what he said later, there is no need to doubt at all, because if what he said is false, then what he did in the front has no meaning. For a while, Dong Changming and the others were like falling into a dream. If they had this $100,000, the company would not only rise from the dead, but it could soar to the sky. What you said is true. Several people were excited and opened their eyes wide. Give me your bank account number. Su Zhangyang didn't ink, directly reaching out at Dong Changming. Dong Changming was giddy as he handed over his bank card, and several of them had a vague, but not daring to think deeply, thought. Su Zhangyang directly took out his cell phone and operated it a few times. Systematic bank transfer, no limit, seconds. Su Zhangyang directly snapped his bank card and threw it back on the table, casually saying, as long as you guys follow me well, we will be unbeatable. Along with Su Zhangyang's words fell, a heart-stopping sound came from Dong Changming's cell phone. Your bright bank account, tail number 6688 arrived at 10,000 yuan, whole, with the last sound of the account report ringing out. The water cup in Tang Ying's hand fell onto the table with a bang. The four sculptures had already taken shape. Is Su Zhangyang a human being in the end? It was even if he casually took out $100,000. The key was, this is also no lawyer. There is no contract, just so directly transfer the money. Dong Changming only felt that this bank card of his was burning, when the few of them were petrified. They didn't know that Su Zhangyang was secretly happy. Naturally, he was not afraid of Dong Changming and the others running away. Even if this $100,000 is burned now, as long as he can get points, Su Zhangyang feels that it is worth it. Money is outside the body, but this comprehensive attribute is the improvement of physical functions. Is this something that money can measure? $100,000 spent at once. How many points must be given for this? 100,000, 100 million. Su Zhangyang had already started to calculate, but reality was always cruel. As soon as the transfer was completed, the system prompt also rang out. Congratulations on your consumption of 100,000 RMB, but in view of the suspicion that you have arbitraged points, this reward is 1,000 points. Nima bombed. Su Zhangyang couldn't wait to directly hammer the system to death. How dare you not be able to get the points? If I had known, I wouldn't have spent 100,000 yuan directly. 10,000 yuan would have been fine. Cow, you did not say earlier, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Chen Haohai, several people then looked at each other, suddenly got up. The three people directly walked to the table, unexpectedly all kneeling on one knee. Kneeling on both knees was for submission. Kneeling on one knee was for submission. This action startled Su Zhangyang. From now on, I, Dong Changming, Chen Haohai, Chen Chushen, willing to look up to Mr. Su, liver and brain. Tang Ying, very eye-catching, pulled out a bottle of white wine from the side, snapped the lid skillfully open, directly poured 3 big glasses of white wine for the 3 people. They have been in the shopping mall for so many years, have seen countless waves, but also witnessed countless dirty. However, they had never seen someone like Su Zhangyang. According to what Chen Haohai had said earlier, Su Zhangyang had 660,000 cash in his hand. The richest man in China has personal assets of what? $380,000. And Su Zhangyang even said at the time, how come it was so little, which meant that it wasn't his limit. A person with twice the wealth of the richest man in China in his hand is in front of you. Would you choose to betray him and go it alone? Or would you hold on to this thigh and follow him for 90,000 miles? Su Zhangyang was definitely not simple. In the face of such a person, he transferred to you 100,000. Who dares to play half a trick? They're too scared to do so. Only take this opportunity to submit to Su Zhangyang. Hold tight to this thick leg. They will be able to borrow Su Zhangyang's momentum to complete their own. Dare not think about the cause. Chapter 25. Measure for measure. Watching the 3 of them smother 3 tails of white wine directly in one gulp, Su Zhangyang's stomach hurt for them. Tang Ying also did not show any weakness, poured a full cup and rushed Su Zhangyang with a fist. To you. A drink followed. Alright, get up. In the future, we'll all be united and just do a good job. Su Zhangyang also hurriedly walked out and dragged several people up one by one. His purpose today had actually been achieved, showing strength and making them die to themselves while taking down Tinglong real estate. It was also considered to be a small explanation to his previous hardworking self. Can we serve the food now? Picking up a few people, Su Zhangyang smiled faintly. I'll arrange it right away. Chen Chusheng hurriedly opened the door and went out to order. Taking their seats once again, Dong Changming's few people were instead much more relaxed. The big mountain pressing down on them had been resolved, and with Su Zhengyang as a big backer, their hearts were on fire. I'll call the lawyer and ask him to prepare the contract. At that time I'll bring it to you after I get it all done. Several people have now completely corrected the position of subordinates. In the future they only Su Zhengyang this one leader. Well, only plug the hole in front of you. This is just a response. The source is this foreign province land enterprise. Say a few words about your intention. Su Zhengyang rushed Dong Changming said. Dong Changming slightly tangled and said, Boss, are you really putting this money completely at my disposal? Doubtful people don't use it. Use it without doubt. Su Zhengyang lightly spat out 8 words. This made Dong Changming's waist stiffen a few points. Good, then I'll talk about it. Dong Changming's intentions were actually so dry that it could be called Operation Chopper. Since that previous land enterprise had already spent a large amount of money by bidding high for this piece of land. Next, Dong Changming would keep an eye on them. High-quality land parcels, then high price smash to hand. Inferior quality land parcels, just smash the price up for them, completely destroying their deployment. This is the fastest way to make that foreign company's tendons break. If you have money, you are capricious. It's just hard smashing. He then talked about some more planning. At this time, the meal had already been served, and the atmosphere was already very cordial as several people talked. Good, everything is good, but there is still almost something. I remember, Qiandao Lake has a piece of land king. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, the chopsticks in the hands of several people stopped in unison, looking at Su Zhengyang in shock. Boss, the reason why that piece of land king has been in a board of auction is because no one can afford it. If we go to bid, I'm afraid that foreign enterprise doesn't dare to call a price. To get big, take the land king. All the residential land around Qiandao Lake, commercial land, all take. Estimated that the highest is also 2,000 or 3,000 acres. Not enough money to find me. I believe that by then the official face will take the initiative to find us. At least to a high-tech development zone cannot run away. By the time there is a policy, all the way to the green light, to get 1,000 island new city, that is called a thing. Su Zhengyang said picking up a cup of juice. A beautiful drink. The other few people were all confused. 1,000 island new city, called a thing? Is this human language? Su Zhengyang is not only bold, but also knows a lot. He was even more lordly at a young age. They had to be impressed once again. I understand, boss. Dong Changming nodded heavily. Right, don't always call me boss. I don't really want people to know that I'm the boss behind Tinglong, and I'm afraid of trouble. So in the future, in front of people, you guys just call me Master. Master? The few people froze. Su Zhengyang thought about it. In the future, he didn't want to expose his identity, but he had to deal with them often. What kind of person would deal with rich people often? Right, Feng Shui Master. When others ask why you guys know me, just say that I can read Feng Shui, and I did study Feng Shui for a long time. Su Zhengyang said smilingly. Before he was bored, he hadn't studied much when he was in college. Oh, really? Tang Ying asked with interest. Of course, let's say this room. Look at this window. It's directly east facing this big road. It should have committed the road rush bane, but he has placed 2 qilin on both sides of this. This is obviously a Feng Shui master who has given relief to the break. Su Zhengyang finished looking at Chen Chusheng. There was no need for Chen Chusheng to be surprised. Chen Haohai and Dong Changming both had shocked faces. At that time, when that Feng Shui master was hired, it was the 2 of us who helped him find it. That's right, this qilin is exactly what that Feng Shui master let be placed here. Chen Chusheng was also shocked too. Unexpectedly, Su Zhengyang wasn't just talking about it, he really would. Ha, I'm also just a 2-timer. Learning to play, don't take it seriously. Anyway, in the future, call me this way outside. Good, several people agreed. Right, Tang Ying, I'm going to attend a party with Paula. I don't have any clothes yet. Please help me find a set of men's clothes. Don't be too formal with a suit. Try to be a bit more casual. Just this style of Brother Chen-san will do. Men's clothing can't be casual, otherwise it won't look good. I want you to have a size bar. Personally customize a good one for you. Oh, that's good. I'll send it back to you. Which still need to turn back. I'm the tailor origin. Do you know how the tailors in the past were measured? Tang Ying immediately let out a delicate laugh, looking at Su Zhengyang with autumn waves flowing in her eyes. The other 3 also smiled slightly, revealing a smile that all men understood. Only Su Zhengyang was a bit confused. How did you measure it? You stand up and leave it to me. Tang Ying got up slyly when she finished speaking, her small hand pulling Su Zhengyang's hand and dragging him to an empty space aside. Then she began to directly use her hand as a ruler to measure up, from the shoulder, to the arm, and then to the waist circumference, hip circumference. Su Zhengyang remembered. This seemed to be how the old generation measured. The old grandmothers used to make clothes, not to mention measuring the body. Just give you the effort to take off a jacket. Can know your size, it is so magical. But Tang Ying, the queen of the clothing industry, could do the same, which was a bit out of Su Zhengyang's expectation, but Tang Ying was obviously a bit mischievous in it. One had to admit that Tang Ying was a stunningly beautiful woman with an enchanting temperament, a little over 30 years old, yet she had been in the red dust for many years. Such a great beauty, personally measuring Su Zhengyang's body. I'm afraid no one in the entire Yunhai had this treatment. Watching Tang Ying molesting Su Zhengyang there, Dong Changming and the others couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Su Zhengyang had a black line on his face. Tang Ying also circled back in front of Su Zhengyang and pursed her lips with a reddened face. Alright, I'll find someone to do it right away. Master Su wait patiently for a bit. Su Zhengyang helplessly sat back in his seat. Just now he actually had a fever on his face as well. Can't. Self-control was too poor. Let's add the points first. Previously, the gym had given 500 points for buying classes, plus 1000 points this time. The comprehensive attribute quickly became 1595 points, but Su Zhengyang blundered, and he was a bit regretful that he added all the points at once. Chapter 26. Drink at my place tonight. 1500 points were added at once. Su Zhengyang's body was instantly like an electric shock, especially the muscles in his body were in a sharp pain. Even his stomach was racked with pain. Su Zhengyang instantly clutched his stomach, his features slightly distorted. Boss! As soon as Dong Changming and the few others saw Su Zhengyang like this, they were instantly startled. Chen Shusheng was even shocked out of a cold sweat, covering his stomach. This couldn't be poisoning. This was a banquet that he had arranged. Fortunately, this horrible feeling quickly began to dissipate. Su Zhengyang waved his hand. I'm fine. It's just an old problem. Gastric colic committed. Gastric colic? I've only heard of angina. I'll go to the restroom. After getting a little better, Su Zhengyang wanted to stand up by holding onto the table. I'll help you. Tang Ying sat on the side and wanted to help. As a result, Su Zhengyang's hand just touched the edge of the table. Crack! A crunching sound came. A corner of that table was directly broken off by Su Zhengyang with a claw. Several people were simultaneously fixed. The scene was dead silent. Su Zhengyang was also dumbfounded. This is the very best Hainan yellow pear wood. Chen Shusheng swallowed hard. He wasn't even sure if what he said was true, because of that crunch just now. This is simply a piece of chocolate. Su Zhengyang finally came back to his senses and tried to grab at another piece of table edge. No! Click! A bigger piece of the table edge was broken off. Su Zhengyang looked helpless. I'll go to the toilet first lol. After saying this, he held his stomach and walked directly towards the toilet, leaving behind the four people who froze in place. Chen Haohai picked up a piece of wood that had been broken off by Su Zhengyang and thumped it on Chen Shusheng's head. Hiss! Chen Shusheng covered his head and looked at him with a confused expression. It's true. What's going on here? Could it be practicing kung fu? Look at it. The boss we worship. This is a Superman novice. Dong Changming also tried to break the corner of the table. It does not move. Joking. Hainan yellow rosewood. That is used to do the first choice of material for heavy wooden tools. Not only is it hard, toughness is also very strong. Not to say break on break. Like he well dreamlike. Several people today received a little too much shock, and at this time Su Zhengyang washed his face at the sink, clenched his fists hard. Everything just now is the body transformation. Now the transformation is over. Su Zhengyang felt for the first time what is the transformation, whether it was the physical quality or the five senses and five senses. A fly flew by. Su Zhengyang directly raised his hand. Whoosh! The fly was pinched by Su Zhengyang's wings. Nima, this $100,000 is not spent in vain. Breaking the corner of the table at first was Su Zhengyang's current inability to control his power well. It was like your mouse sensitivity suddenly became extremely high. The speed was faster, but the basic operation of gun pressure and going in needed to be familiarized again from scratch. After leaving the building, Su Zhengyang stood at the corner of the building and realized that his sense of hearing had also become much sharper. It wasn't the sound that was amplified, but the ability to hear more clearly, farther, and more subtle. This feeling was incomparably subtle, and even had a feeling of being in control. Su Zhengyang closed his eyes and tried to extend his sense of hearing intentionally. It soon covered the entire third floor and even the second floor. He heard several people, tanging, whispering. You guys say that the boss is giving us a show of force. It should be. After all, those who can have such wealth in China and still not appear on the list are bound to be super families. I'm afraid that the boss is none other than the young master of a certain super family. Their kind of big families might all learn some internal and external kung fu to defend themselves. Whether it's a dismount or not is not to be feared. As long as we are dead set on it, we will never make a mistake. That's right. Hearing this, Su Zhengyang secretly nodded his head. However, he soon heard another familiar voice coming from the second floor. A little noisy to be exact. It seemed to be none other than Chen Meng. Su Zhengyang's heart stirred, and instead of returning to the box, he directly walked towards the second floor. At this time, on a table on the second floor, Chen Meng and her parents and Li Hu were looking sad. There were two other people on the table, a middle-aged man and a young man. The middle-aged man's face was full of pimple pits, and his looks were somewhat vicious. At this moment, he was looking at Chen Meng with a lecherous smile on the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lu, although we don't have a contract, we do have a verbal agreement. You don't accept our chickens even if it's not enough. Why are you telling other slaughterhouses that our chickens have problems? How on earth did we offend you? Chen Meng looked aggrieved and questioned somewhat eagerly. Little Chen, you need to speak with evidence. I can sue you for libel for saying this. Mr. Lu leaned back with a big grin and sneered. But you agreed to collect before we took over this batch of chicks. We invested so much. You said you don't want them. We're selling them to other slaughterhouses now, and they don't want them either. That's more than 2,000 chickens. We simply can't afford it. Chen Meng's eyes turned red with anxiety, and tears fell indisputably. After all, she was still too young to realize the importance of the contract. TSK, why are you crying? Didn't I tell you what to do? I also have problems with my equipment right now, so I can only give up some of my suppliers. If you don't fight for it, I can only give up on you. If you fight for it, I'll give up on others. Mr. Lu was not moved in the slightest, said smilingly, there is no way I can agree to go to your house for a drink in the middle of the night. I don't understand what it means and I don't want to understand. Not bad, Mr. Lu, I won't allow my daughter to do that kind of thing. At this moment, Chen Meng's father also spoke in a deep voice. Good so backbone, then hold up. Mr. Lu comfortably leaned back and said nonchalantly. At this time Li Hu spoke up. He grinned and picked up his wine glass. Mr. Lu, come on, let me toast you. Let Chen Meng go to your place. I think it's over. Let's do it this way. I'll come up with an idea. All of their broilers will be given to you at half of the original price. What do you think? Give me face. Half? Chen Meng immediately anxious. Do not give Mr. Lu. They still have the opportunity to find customers in the field, but half of the words they lose money will lose a lot of money. Li Hu does not care if they lose money. He just wanted to settle this now and show his face. Mr. Lu glanced at him. Give you face? Which one are you? I'm the regional manager of CITIC Wealth Management. Li Hu said somewhat smugly. CITIC Wealth Management? Regional manager? Mr. Lu snorted. His face changed violently, and he kicked Li Hu on his stool, kicking his stool to rub out a small half-meter. Li Hu's wine immediately spilled all over. Chow Nimas, we are here to talk about things. Have you paralyzed what matter? You also have an idea. What kind of thing are you? Get lost, a bastard. Mr. Lu was very angry. From the beginning, he agreed to accept Chen Meng's broiler chickens, but he was holding back on counting on her. First, he let them raise a batch of chicks, but he didn't sign the contract, and now he put out rumors that their chickens were defective. Chen Meng will have to beg herself to get the chickens at the original price. You must accompany yourself for one night. Everything is planned quite well, which appeared so a bastard. Don't know good and bad to come up with ideas. Chapter 27. Send it here later. Although this kick did not kick on the body, but it is very insulting. But Li Hu did not dare to put a fart, because this Lu is the boss of a larger local slaughterhouse. I heard that there are some relations in the underground, so was kicked a foot. Li Hu, although annoyed, can only honestly wipe the wine on the body. After kicking him, Mr. Lu also lost his patience. Unwilling is it? Unwilling? You guys just wait. Let's see if you sell it out of town first, or I'll let your batch of chickens rot in my hands first. Mr. Lu stood up with a sneer, straightened his clothes and was about to leave. However, he dawdled and moved slowly, because his intention was also not to mess with their family's chicken farm. Rather, he wanted to mess with Chen Meng. Sure enough, Chen Meng's mother stood up in a hurry. Hey, that, Mr. Lu, look, she actually wanted to ask if there was another way. Although she was also heartless, she didn't really want her daughter to accompany this guy. It's just that if Mr. Lu were to deal with them, their family would really be screwed, and they wouldn't even have a chance to go out of town. She was trying to ask if it was okay for her to accompany Mr. Lu on behalf of her daughter. Only her husband is aside. She is not good to speak, so she wants to pull Mr. Lu to the side to speak alone. At this time, Chen Meng and the others also stood up, but as soon as Chen Meng turned around with red eyes, she saw a familiar figure. It was Su Zhangyang. Su Zhangyang came in front of Chen Meng, looked at her red eyes, and immediately frowned. Zhangyang, well, I heard what happened just now. You don't need to beg him. In the future, all the chickens from your chicken farm will be sent directly here. Haicheng Hotel. This place will buy them at twice your price, as many as you want. Su Zhangyang looked at Chen Meng with a smile and said, not to mention 2,000. Is 5,000 Chen Shusheng also took. He is not only Haicheng this hotel. Chen Meng's small mouth slightly open. Some incredulous look at Su Zhangyang. Even more cannot believe their own ears. Su Zhangyang, how come you're everywhere? This is none of your business. Go away. Li Hu viciously gritted his teeth and said, today is really bad luck. Bumped into Su Zhangyang, and everywhere against himself. He had just been kicked by Mr. Lu, and was having a belly full of evil fire. Su Zhangyang came back to solve the problem. If he really solved Chen Meng's problem, then he would really be a dog's ass. Chen Meng, on the other hand, hurriedly shook her head. Zhangyang, it's fine, I can solve it. You mustn't owe anyone any favors because of me. Chen Meng worriedly said. She believed that Su Zhangyang must know the boss of Haicheng, but now since he came down alone, those people didn't even send him off. Presumably the business didn't work out, which meant that he wasn't familiar with the boss either. If he owed others favors for his own strong presence, it would be more than worth it, because favors are the most expensive. She felt sorry for Su Zhangyang and was not willing to let him invite trouble for himself. Chen Meng's mother, however, was angry and hurriedly pulled her daughter. This stupid daughter. There is this good thing even pushed out. This is not a lack of heart. She quickly replaced a fawning smile, rushed Su Zhangyang and said, Zhangyang, is it that can really cooperate with Haicheng Hotel in the future? It can. Su Zhangyang nodded. Ego, that's great. Ego, thank you so much. You don't have to be polite. I'm helping you guys because of your daughter. It has nothing to do with you. Su Zhangyang said nonchalantly. Yes. Being choked for a moment, Chen Meng's mother looked embarrassed. But no matter what, just now Su Zhangyang was indeed brought upstairs by the Haicheng boss, who received him high and dared to say so that he would definitely be able to accomplish this. Originally Su Zhangyang's tone of voice, the general manager Lu was startled. Thought Su Zhangyang was the boss of this hotel, but once I heard that even Li Hu dared to reprimand, naturally it could not be the boss. It is estimated that he is just helping Chen Meng to bluff. As a result, the more he said, the more energized he became. Whoever was in the way of screwing Chen Meng today deserves to die. I'll give you 5 seconds. Get back where you came from. If you say one more word, I'll screw you. Mr. Lu's face was cold, staring dead at Su Zhangyang, saying word by word, especially the last few words. There was really a bit of momentum. To say that he had 2 eyes on him, there were definitely people who believed it. Before his words fell, from behind Su Zhangyang came 4 people in quick steps. It was Chen Haohai's 4 people. Several of them waited in the house for half a day for Su Zhangyang not to come back. Fearing that Su Zhangyang fainted or something, they hurriedly ran to the toilet to see, but the result was not there, which led them to the downstairs. As a result, they just arrived at the 2nd floor, and heard that Mr. Lu wanted to screw Su Zhangyang. Several people changed color. Chen Chusheng, Grey Road origin, the most hot-tempered, after becoming a big brother for a long time, did not personally do it. He took 2 quick steps, his neck twisting with a click. That Mr. Lu suddenly saw Chen Chusheng appearing behind Su Zhangyang, and his eyes instantly widened. As someone who had also been in the Grey Road for a few years, he naturally knew Chen Chusheng. That was the Earth Taiyu of Santai, and this Haicheng Hotel was none other than his. He didn't know exactly how much energy he had, but it was more than enough to pinch himself to death. He was surprised to see Chen Chusheng today, and thought about how to get acquainted. Then he saw Chen Chusheng walking towards him with a ferocious light in his eyes. Bang! A loud slap landed on his face. A huge force made him a bit dazed, and he felt that his teeth were a bit loose. Bang! 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 Chen Chusheng slapped 4 slaps in a row on Mr. Lu's face, hitting Mr. Lu, who went into shock for a second on the spot. If not for the young man behind him holding him up, he would have already collapsed. Chen Chusheng coldly pointed at him. Hiding? No, don't dare. Master Chen. What happened to me? Mr. Lu regained some sanity, scared out of his wits, not knowing why Chen Chusheng hit himself. I'm going to tell you to stand still. Chen Chusheng's veins rippled as he roared out in anger, and all the customers around him scattered in fear. If there was anyone who dared to cause trouble and beat people in Haicheng Hotel, it was none other than Chen Chusheng. Chen Chusheng was furious, like a ferocious god. His aura was amazing. On the spot, he scared Mr. Lu's legs were soft, but he held himself together and tightly grabbed the young man beside him before he could stand still. This young man was just his driver, but now it had become his crutch. Bang! 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 Chen Chusheng swung round and slapped over a dozen slaps. Mr. Lu's face was already swollen, blood flowed wildly from the corner of his mouth, and his teeth flew out twice, but Chen Chusheng was pumping more and more heavily. This scene scared the crowd out of their wits. No one doubted that today Chen Chusheng could use slaps to kill Mr. Lu alive. Finally, alright, Su Zhangyang snapped. Only then did Chen Chusheng's hand stop. With 2 short words, everyone present knew why Chen Chusheng had struck out to hit General Lu. Chapter 28. You use my 2nd floor as a toilet? The surrounding people were all looking at Su Zhanyang with shocked faces, and the dying General Lu, with some chaotic consciousness, also finally understood why he received this beating. It turned out that it was because he had just spoken out and offended this Su Zhanyang. This Chen Shusheng was actually standing up for him. But why? F***CK. Who is this young man that he can make Chen Shusheng order a ban? That's right. Chen Shusheng just had his hand raised, but he's actually about to obediently put it down. Could it be the son of some family? You're silly. Is there any other family in Santai that needs Chen Shusheng to give face? The surrounding people were talking. There were naturally quite a few families in the city of Santai, but no one dared to say that they steadily suppressed the four heroes of the Cloud Sea. Chen Meng also looked dumbfounded. Li Hu even felt a wave of urination he was about to lose control of. Only then did Chen Shusheng gasp 2 mouthfuls of rough air, turning back to rush Su Zhanyang and ask, Master Su, what happened to him just now? The crowd once again fell absolutely flat. Good guy, don't know why Mr. Lu offended Su Zhanyang, just heard a threat and almost killed him. To be in case Su Zhanyang is not reasonable, and Su division is a what to call. This is Chen Shusheng's own change. He felt that Su Master this call shouting up, as if Su Zhanyang is a clergyman. Su Master is okay, as long as others ask him to clarify is a master of feng shui on the line. Su Zhanyang spoke briefly and succinctly, and by the way, told Chen Shusheng that in the future he would have to receive Chen Meng's broiler. This is not a problem for Chen Shusheng, not to mention 2,000, or 5,000 is also a month to consume all. As long as all the restaurants under his banner added 2 affordable dishes to their menu, then they were afraid that Chen Meng would not be able to supply them. Oh, MS, Chen Meng, right, we are still in the same family. My surname is also Chen. Do you have a business card? Give me one? Turn around and get in touch. Chen Shusheng nodded and smiled faintly at Chen Meng, reaching out for his business card. Chen Meng shivered in fear. Good lord. Chen Shusheng's hands were full of General Lu's blood. It was still snapping and dripping down. Chen Shusheng was embarrassed and hurriedly changed his hand. Chen Meng trembled as she rummaged through her small bag and handed Chen Shusheng his business card. Su Division. How to deal with this good shiki what flavor? Chen Shusheng was about to ask how to deal with Mr. Chen, when he suddenly inhaled his nose and turned to look, only to see Li who was standing there shivering. Pants wet a large area. Is a light yellow liquid slowly flow to the ground to spread out. Chen Shusheng's eyebrows twisted. Chao Nima took me the second floor as a toilet. How can I eat in the future? Seeing him frowning, Li Hu was even more soulful, and his but went limp on the ground. He never expected Su Zhanyang to have such strength now. When he had just come in, he had insulted Su Zhanyang like that. If Chen Shusheng knew about it, he was afraid that he would have to make himself into a dish. Just blast it out. Su Zhanyang looked at Li Hu's demeanor, and couldn't raise the slightest impulse to punish him in his heart. Chen Shusheng immediately made a wink at the floor manager on the side. Before they didn't make a scene, the floor manager didn't even know that they had a conflict. When they had a conflict, Chen Shusheng had already come, and the floor manager had to shrink in fear at the side. The manager hurriedly greeted people to rack Li Hu out, and someone went to clean up the filth on the floor. Chen Shusheng pinched Mr. Lu's face and whispered, "Let me know that you embarrassed Chen Meng again. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Mr. Lu nodded his head in fear, and was then limped down the stairs by that driver. Only then did Chen Shusheng turn to the surrounding onlooker customers, smiling at them and compensating for their courtesy, and announcing that today's meal on the second floor would be completely free. Only then did Su Zhanyang charge Chen Meng and say, "In the future, your chicken farms will dock directly with him, and if he has a high demand, you can also appropriately expand the scale a bit." He helped Chen Meng, just felt that he owed her a lot. When she was in school she was the one who was most infatuated with him, but he had failed her more than once, and more than once he had seen her lost and alone wiping her tears. Su Zhanyang was full of entrepreneurship at that time. All the time of the day are pounced on the work is not enough. Chen Meng, however, was not half pleased. She seemed to realize something. If Su Zhanyang still had a trace of guilt towards himself in the past, then today this is not on behalf of him to clear the guilt. On behalf of his own will never appear in his heart again, even if there is no guilt. At the thought of this, Chen Meng in turn deflated her small mouth. Tears flowed out again. She hurriedly lowered her head. She was afraid that Su Zhanyang would see it and think that she was deliberately crying miserably for him to see. "I want to tell you that I have nothing with Li Hu. It's him who went to find me to attend some party, and happened to know about our family, so he said he wanted to help." Chen Meng some aggrieved whispered at Su Zhanyang explained. Su Zhanyang burst into bitter laughter. He did not ask her about her relationship with Li Hu. "Well, there's nothing. I'll leave first. My phone number WeChat has not changed." Su Zhanyang's last sentence did give Chen Meng a little bit of hope, but she didn't even know if she was qualified to contact Su Zhanyang now. Su Zhanyang's performance today made her feel even more inferior. "Aha." She nodded gently. Su Zhanyang said no more and headed downstairs accompanied by Chen Haohai and Tang Ying. Dong Changming was still staying with Chen Shusheng for the time being. Recently, there were a lot of people who were holding back to find him to cause trouble. It wasn't too late for him to solve the problem before showing up. How did you get here, Master Su? After leaving the hotel's front door, Tang Ying asked. I took a taxi, then I'll send Master Su back. Old Chen, you drive yourself. Go go go. Tang Ying instantly smiled charmingly, then waved her hand repeatedly at Chen Haohai. Why is it you who sends? Chen Haohai instantly said with dissatisfaction. Don't even send me off. I have to go look for a friend in the afternoon. He'll come to pick me up later. Su Zhanyang stopped the two from laughing. Alright then. Su Zhanyang watched the two of them get into the car. Chen Haohai drove a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Tang Ying, on the other hand, drove a BMW X7. Both of their cars were considered very low-key, and with their assets, they could totally drive more luxurious cars. Su Zhanyang felt that he should also buy a car. Now that he didn't even have a means of transportation, it was very inconvenient. Su Zhanyang looked at the time, then took out his cell phone and sent a tweet to that Zhanyu kid, then walked towards the intersection. Inside the Haichang Hotel, Chen Meng was left behind by Chen Shusheng, chatted about their chicken farm, and personally sent them out of the hotel after they had arranged everything. As soon as they left the hotel, Chen Meng's mother stomped her feet in excitement, tugging at Chen Meng and lamenting, "Aya, my baby girl, really did not think you have such a classmate. This person is simply energy through the sky. This Chen Shusheng has so many hotels and restaurants under his name. Aya, we are going to be rich in the future. Mom, although Zhang Yang has helped us, we can't give Chen Shusheng too much of a burden, or else we'll be too ignorant. Let's get rid of these chickens for now. Then we'll look at Chen Shusheng's needs and adjust our chicken's cultivation cycle according to his needs. Definitely can't privately and blindly expand and then force people to acquire them. Do you hear me?" Chen Meng naturally knew what kind of virtue this mother of his was, and immediately warned sternly, "Aya, I know, look at you, train your mom as if she's 2.5 million. AI, baby girl, I think this kid is also very interested in you, otherwise he can't help us so much. Why don't you try harder and get him to double the purchase price for us? I think it's just a matter of his word. That Chen Shusheng is being held to death by him." Chapter 29, By one for you not just. Even Chen Meng's father on the side pushed her. "Why are you such an insatiable woman? Don't you see that Xiaomeng is angry?" Indeed, Chen Meng had looked at her mother in exasperation and displeasure. "What's wrong with that? This man is very likely to become our future son-in-law. He's helping us out so much, he obviously has his eye on our little Meng. If he really becomes our son-in-law, at that time, not to mention letting him pay 4 times the price, letting him pay 10 times the price, I don't think he'll be able to do it." "Mom, you're so unreasonable." Chen Meng stomped her foot fiercely and left in large strides. She hadn't wanted Su Zhanyang to underestimate herself, but if Su Zhanyang knew that her mother was full of these thoughts, then I'm afraid that she had finished looking at their family. "You see, it's all your fault. You can't mention this in the future, or else Xiaomeng will get angry and fight with you." Even cutting off Chen Shusheng's cooperation. "It's not like you don't understand that little temper of hers." Chen father instantly counted off. Chen's mother blankly glanced at him, and the two hurriedly went to chase after their daughter with quick steps. At this time, a Jetta that had been hit by someone's tail, bared its teeth and stopped in front of Su Zhanyang. "Get on!" Zhan Yu beckoned. Su Zhanyang reached out to pull the door handle, but all that could be heard was, click. A crunching sound came. Su Zhanyang looked at the half-completed car door handle in his hand with a black face. I wipe, I rub." Zhang Yu hurriedly stepped out from the driver's seat and came around to see that the door handle had been broken off by Su Zhanyang alive. Su Zhanyang was also helpless, although he was adapting in all other aspects, but this aspect of strength might take him a little longer to adapt. After all, with 1,500 points added on, he felt that he could now say that he had been transformed. You have to realize that bosses usually sit in the back seat. Maybe I'm destined to deserve to sit in the back seat. Su Zhanyang threw the handle in his hand back into the car and smiled as he gently pulled open the door of the back seat. Zhang Yu directly chased to the rear window also had to spray him. "You can really heifer sun trip wire, cow then pass on electricity you. This car is I borrowed. I tramps also have to repair the car to go I." Growling, "I'll buy you a new one. I'll buy you one. Go to the 4S store." Su Zhanyang did not have the good taste to say, You buy a chicken hair, you have no car." Zhang Yu even more no good muttering around back to the driver's seat, butt in. "Hey, I'm serious. Look, what's this?" Su Zhanyang pulled out the $1 coin that had been going nowhere from his own wallet. He only had this one big dime in his bag, and it still occasionally burrowed out of his wallet, so he might as well spend it in a hurry. The dollar coin now looked silvery and extremely textured. It didn't look like a dollar at all, but like a million. Not true. The current dollar was indeed the original million. $1. Where did you get so much money? And in such a large denomination? You robbed a bank. Zhang Yu instantly howled. Rob your ass. This is what I earned from helping people read feng shui. Look at the feng shui. I go on that you will learn that a few times. Read a few books you dare to go to cheat people. Turn back, not let people cut you to death. This is simply Jin Lian's second marriage to Wusung. Send invitations. Want money, do not want life. Zhang Yu howled again. You know the egg. That is not to see, is to study. Study through, not to mention a few books. A book will work. Less nonsense. In short, this money is very stable. Today our brother and sister do not buy too expensive car. One person can be $1 to spend on the line. Su Zhengyang impatiently said. Zhang Yu stared at him with eyes as big as bells. Yangzi, it is not easy to earn some money, or you first save, drive, jet a car a foot of gas away from the dust, straight to the third ring of the forest store concentration area. Yunhai province is not a large province, and Santai city is only a second-tier semi-city. By the time it reached the third ring, it had already entered the outskirts of the city, and looking into the distance, it was flat, by the moat let out of the transformation of a thousand-island lake, sparkling. Occasionally there are tourists and a few cars from the wild road to drive over. Barbecue fishing over there. It is also because of the creation of a thousand-island lake, so raised the price of land, but also smashed out the new land king of Santai city. Su Zhengyang observed for a while. The money that he gave to Dong Changming is absolutely enough. Not to mention take a land king. Take 4 are enough. $100,000 in cash. In Santai, and even in Yunhai, it was enough to sweep the land and no one could stop it. Yangzi, to which one? Zhang Yu looked around the 4S stores. This area, so many 4S stores. He is looking at the eyes, mainly because he is still in the clouds. A little bit cannot believe that Su Zhengyang had to buy him a car. I'll ask later. Su Zhengyang naturally knows what kind of car to buy, but fertilizer does not flow outside the field. There was another one of the 4 heroes of Yunhai who was a car maker. He immediately took out his phone and called Chen Hao Hai. Master Su, what's up? Don't you guys still have an oldest 4? That's right, called Che Zhihao. We didn't hide our affair with you from him. We told him everything. You don't blame me. Chen Hao Hai said a little apprehensively. It's okay, sooner or later do not also have to know it. I want to mention 2 cars. Ask this side of the store which is his. Fat water flows outside the field. Iya Chen division. Why do you run a trip? You want what car to give him a phone call directly to you send over? Chen Hao Hai speechless. No, it's not like I don't have money. Su Zhengyang directly refused. Joking. Lousy is specially here to spend money, not to spend points. Where to come? It's not okay to block me from spending money. That line. The old 4 is the largest local dealer. More than half of the north third ring side of the forest stores are ours. You just look at the store's facade corners with a torch logo are all. Okay. Su Zhengyang raised his head to take a look, and boy, just as far as the eye could see, 3 of the 6 stores had torch symbols on them. Master Su, I'll let him go over to you. No need. I'm just buying 2 at random. Old 4 also really wants to meet you. He happened to have just arrived in Santai and happened to get off the highway from your side. That's fine. Su Zhengyang sighed helplessly and said nothing more, promised and hung up the phone. The 2 then walked towards one of the largest 4S stores. This store had a mega showroom of 3 brands, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Ford. As soon as they entered, a beautiful female car salesperson greeted them with a professional smile. Hello, welcome. Su Zhengyang was very satisfied with the attitude of the salesman. The 2 of them were not dressed to impress, but the salesman didn't reveal half a bit of unwillingness to entertain. Very professional. Do the 2 handsome gentlemen have a car they want to know about? If not, I can recommend a few models according to your requirements. Su Zhengyang looked at Zhang Yu and asked, what car do you want to see? Chapter 30. You're so easy to be screwed to death. Zhang Yu, how good to open. Su Zhengyang said to buy him a car. He was confused enough. How could he possibly say out of Audi, Mercedes, or Ford a little more affordable? Take a look at the Ford. Okay, then let's look at the Ford first. Su Zhengyang nodded at the salesman. It just so happened that the one he wanted to buy was also a Ford. Okay, this way please. The salesman smiled sweetly and led the 2 to the Ford exhibition area, chatting as they walked. This salesperson was called Zhang Xiaoyan, and she was very professional in her explanation. And most of all, her attitude was always enthusiastic, making people feel very comfortable. The smile was even extremely infectious, making people feel like spring breeze. Sir, do you have a model that you have always liked? Many people buy cars with a certain purpose. They will know many things in advance, often just rushing to a certain car. Yes, there. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang had already seen his target. Ford Raptor, a passenger high-end pickup truck. The car, the Raptor, had always been known as the king of off-road. The shape was exceptionally tough. The entire vehicle was at least about 5 7 meters, and had to be 2 meters tall and 5 meters wide. I can see that you, sir, must be a brash person. This car is very suitable for a fierce man like you. This latest F-150 has a maximum weighting depth of up to 760 millimeters. The salesman introduced it with a face full of joy. Usually this kind of person who specified to look at a certain kind of car, the probability of closing the deal was still quite high. Not bad, I've already decided to buy it. Help my brother recommend one first. Su Zhangyang listened for a while and politely interrupted the salesman. The top of this car was only 50 cents. The salesman smiled and looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu immediately stammered a bit. He once again asked in a somewhat incredulous whisper, Yangzi, are you really going to buy me a car? What's wrong with you? In the past, when I started my business, I invested all my money in it, and when it was the hardest time, weren't you the one who helped me? We broke a bun in half. Have I ever been so polite to you? When I liquidated, the house almost hitched. Not you take out your wife's capital to support me? Su Zhangyang some annoyed. Although Zhang Yu did not start a business with him, but is his best brother? This point is undoubtedly. In addition to a little ink, everything is good. Then I want that one. Zhang Yu also saw that Su Zhangyang was a little angry, so he had to swallow his saliva and pointed to a red Ford Mustang in the distance. Ford Mustang, affordable 4-seater sports car, but this appearance does have enough toughness, full of momentum. The top version was just over 40 cents. Su Zhangyang knew that this time Zhang Yu was not being polite with himself, because in the past, Zhang Yu hadn't chanted much. What I don't want a Ferrari. I don't want a Lamborghini. I only like Mustangs and whatnot. Just these two. Full payment. Su Zhangyang didn't wait for the delighted saleswoman to introduce them. He directly gave her an even bigger piece of happy news. Oh, well, I'll go get the contract. She couldn't keep her mouth shut in surprise, not expecting Su Zhangyang to be so painstaking. Soon she filled out the contract, explained it to the two, and then directly led them to pay. This 4S store is very large. There are 3 brands, but they are all in one place to pay the money. At this time there was already a salesman in front with a customer who was paying. Sorry, let's wait a bit. She apologized and smiled at Su Zhangyang, but right at this moment, a female salesperson, also wearing professional clothes and heavy makeup, walked over with her high heels clattering. She was also holding a contract in her hand, followed by a man and a woman and 2 customers. She casually pulled Zhang Xiaoyan out of the way and stood behind the salesman in front of her. The movement was very smooth, as if that position was originally hers. There wasn't even a word. Ma Ling, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaoyan asked with some exasperation. You're not in a hurry. I'll do. Lin Xiao, this way please. Wait a little, sorry. Ma Ling said at Zhang Xiaoyan very perfunctorily, and then turned her head to fawn on her client and smiled apologetically. The one addressed as Lin Xiao was a young man in a casual suit with a flat head, and snuggled close by his side was a beautiful woman with big permed waves. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, just yawned impatiently and kept to himself as he made love to his girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, frowned. Ma Ling, get out of the way. I was here first. You can't cut in line. Zhang Xiaoyan, are you blind? Watch what kind of list I have here. Ma Ling was a bit annoyed by Zhang Xiaoyan's triple counting, and she held the contract up in front of Zhang Xiaoyan. It was a contract for an Audi R8 sports car for $8. Zhang Xiaoyan was shocked. On the other hand, that Lin Xiao and his girlfriend both had a smug look on their faces. That won't work either. My clients are waiting here too. Even if it's a big order, you can't cut in line like this in front of your own clients. What would your own clients think? Zhang Xiaoyan argued with reason. Lin Xiao's girlfriend suddenly sneered. Really damned much. I hate you, this kind of no eyesight thing then. Day by day still think they have more principles like, with a breaking pen like. Zhang Xiaoyan was scolded by the client, can't talk back at all, only have to aggrieve tightly biting her lips. Open your dog's mouth again and apologize to her, or suffer the consequences. Su Zhangyang was however sizing up these 2 people and rushed Big Wave to say indifferently. What did you say? Stinking brute. Big Wave instantly let go of Lin Xiao's arm, pointing at Su Zhangyang, glaring and cursing. How are you talking to my client? Apologize immediately. Ma Ling was also anxious. She had easily wheeled in such a big order. If Su Zhangyang messed it up or offended Lin Xiao, it would be a great loss. You guys also want to apologize? Oh, interesting. Su Zhangyang sneered. Lin Xiao spoke at this moment. Brothers, I see that you guys came from Ford's side. Go out and see clearly how many pounds you have. Know who can be messed with and who can't be messed with. Understand? Lin Xiao had a high and mighty preachy tone and a teasing face. At this time, Ma Ling took advantage of Zhang Xiaoyan's inattention and snatched the contract to read it. Although Zhang Xiaoyan snatched it back, Ma Ling had already read the contents. Humph, a Raptor and a Mustang. 2 cars add up to just enough for half of the R8. What's wrong with me cutting in line? Who weighs more and who weighs less? Can't you see, Zhang Xiaoyan? Ma Ling finished. Lin Xiao and Big Wave, two people are even more carefree. The two cars combined were not enough for half of them. It was bound to be impossible to be any character. You think that just because you bought an R8, you're so bullish that you can just swear at people? I'd like to know what kind of character you are that I can't afford to mess with. Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes and asked. Then listen carefully. We can afford to mess with you not because we bought an R8, but because he is the second son of Sanlin Pharmaceutical, Lin Zhengfeng. Big Wave snorted and said word for word. Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. That's the pharmaceutical company that sells fake drugs? I'm looking for some kind of powerful character. Your kind of pharmaceutical factory. Shouldn't you keep a low profile? It's easy for you to get screwed over like this. Su Zhengyang questioned. Chapter 31. He messes with you one time. I'll beat you one time. After Su Zhengyang finished speaking, Lin Xiao first froze for a moment. Then he laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you're threatening me, right? Su Zhengyang said with a spread of his hands. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling the truth. The Lin family of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, which was still somewhat famous in the city, was mainly too lucrative in making medicines. I should say that it was too lucrative to make fake medicines, but the Lin family was definitely not considered a big family. At most, it is considered to be a wealthy family. Today, the one they encountered was Su Zhengyang, the ancestor of the thugs. Chao Nima gave you face, did he? Pretending to be in front of me. You deserve it too. Lin Xiao changed his face in a second, putting away his banter and roaring out at Su Zhengyang. Why? Want to make a move? Ah! Zhang Yu shouted coldly and stepped forward. If Lin Xiao wanted to dare to make a move, he wasn't vain. This yelling, a big-bellied man in a suit walked out from the office area inside. What's going on? Manager, you came just in time. Lin Xiao has bought a newly arrived R8 and has to do the paperwork. This young Xiaoyan had to toss it here. Offending Lin Xiao, Ma Ling immediately complained. As soon as the manager saw that it was Lin Xiao, he put a few smiles on his face and rushed to shake Lin Xiao's hand in greeting. Why don't you hurry in and do it? What are you waiting for? The manager saw that Lin Xiao's face did not look good and hurriedly scolded Ma Ling. At this time, the salesman in front had long since finished. Ma Ling hurriedly went to do the formalities. Su Zhengyang said in a cold voice, You're the manager. You didn't even ask about the cause and effect. You just left me hanging here. Is this how you work as a manager? The manager was also very thoughtful and did not directly retort, but took Zhang Xiaoyan's contract and looked at it. Although the two cars added up to about $1. But the point was that Lin Xiao had already gotten angry. They couldn't compare to Lin Xiao anymore, so he didn't even bother to be polite and directly said in a cold voice, You guys can wait if you want to buy it, and if you feel uncomfortable, you can go out the door and turn right. His words made the Lin Xiao on the side listen very comfortably. Zhang Yu was actually bluffing for his brother. The Lin family was at least a family. Messing with it would be very troublesome. Seeing a step at this time, he wanted to pull Su Zhengyang away. He did not know that Su Zhengyang had already become angry. His face was cold. I'll see who dares to insert this team today. What an unknowing F***cur. How could there be such a foolish and stupid person? I am so sick of seeing this kind of stupidity. Big Wave was furious, and came up to raise his hand and slap towards Su Zhengyang, but Su Zhengyang was faster and directly grabbed her wrist. Big Wave was even more furious and roared like a madman. Let go. She didn't expect Su Zhengyang to not let this slap out of her mouth. She decided that she must beat this scumbag half to death. But before she could finish her sentence, she felt a heavy blow from an oil hammer on her stomach. Her entire abdomen was kicked and bowed in, and she flew backward 2 meters, landing on her hip bone and thudding to the ground. She couldn't even send out a scream. She only felt her internal organs rolled over, and she couldn't even breathe. Clutching her stomach and rolling around, she struggled for a long time before breathing out. She had never been hit so hard in her life. Even more so, she could not have imagined that Su Zhengyang would dare to hit her no matter what. Security! Security! The manager shouted at once. Lin Xiao, however, suddenly reached out to stop him, waving the security guards away as well, already looking at Su Zhengyang with a murderous intent. His girlfriend was his face. Su Zhengyang hitting her woman. There was absolutely no way that this matter could be solved by security coming. Looks like you really don't know how to die. I'll give you 5 seconds to kneel here and let me step on you and let her dispose of you. Otherwise I'll make you regret living in this world. Lin Xiao glared at Su Zhengyang word for word. I want him to die. I want him to die. Call Uncle Qi. I want to skin him. At this time, Big Wave covered his stomach and still couldn't stand up. His voice hoarse and roared. There's no need to wait for 5 seconds. Please be quicker if you have any means. I still have things to do. Su Zhengyang was not moved in the slightest, reaching out his hand to make a pleased gesture. Lin Xiao sneered. Something that doesn't know how to die. I'm afraid you've never heard of the name Qi Yunfei. He will be your nightmare. Lin Xiao said, having taken out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Uncle Qi, this is Lin Lao. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. Qi Yunfei, wasn't that one of the 3 tigers under Chen Shusheng? Su Zhengyang also took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat to Chen Shusheng. Seeing Su Zhengyang also take a cell phone, Ma Ling sneered. Yo, you can call people too? Why did you put your cell phone down again? I thought you could really make a call and touch base with Lin Xiao to impress me. You dirtbag. Zhang Yu was also drumming in his heart. It looked like he was going to hang himself today. Su Zhengyang was nonchalant, pulling over a stool from the side and sitting down with a calm demeanor. Dog scum, even have the face to sit down. Let's see how you die in a while. Funny, I'll watch how you become crippled today, Ma Ling said viciously through clenched teeth. She was furious when she saw Su Zhengyang's calm and collected look. What she was most angry about was that she had cut in and Zhang Xiaoyan dared to beep, while Su Zhengyang had even jumped out to back up Zhang Xiaoyan. She now desperately wanted to see Su Zhengyang screaming after being crippled. Lin Xiao also had a cold expression on his face. You look very pretentious. I hope you'll have the same calmness when you get beaten up later. He unwillingly pulled over a stool as well and sat down with his legs crossed. Do you think it will be you who will be sitting down in a while? Su Zhengyang sneered. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao first froze, then laughed out loud, and even the manager and Ma Ling snorted. Did you think it would be you? Lin Xiao finished laughing and looked at Su Zhengyang with the eyes of a fool. Wait and see. In less than 5 minutes, 4 ear-piercing brakes sounded outside, and more than 20 people opened their car doors and scurried out. Aggressive, led by a man in his 30s. This leading man was eagle-eyed. His eyeballs were even slightly white, and he was full of hostility. He saw Su Zhengyang, who was sitting from a long distance away. His heart could not help but jolt. He and Lin Xiao's father had only recently gotten to know each other, and after having a meal together, Lin Xiao had climbed into a relationship and called him uncle. He also wanted to make some extra money through the Lin family. When he received Lin Xiao's call just now, he was still a bit impatient. But a few moments later, his own boss, Chen Shusheng, personally called and explained something, then gave himself a photo. The man in the photo was currently sitting there sizing him up. Uncle Qi, it's this kid. Give me a scrap. Lin Xiao sneered and looked at Qi Yunfei and said. Qi Yunfei was only in his early 30s, but he was a brother to his own father, so he naturally called himself uncle. But he hadn't finished speaking. Qi Yunfei kicked Lin Xiao in the chest. It directly kicked him over onto the ground with a stool. Give me a beating. Qi Yunfei commanded the people behind him. Immediately, 3 or 4 people stepped forward in unison and without saying a word, they began to kick Lin Xiao violently. The manager and Ma Ling were shocked and sculpted on the spot. Big Wave, on the other hand, was frantically shouting. What are you guys doing? You guys are hitting the wrong person. He's the one who's a brute. You're hitting the wrong person, she said as she came up and reached out to pull a few people. Fight this one. Qi Yunfei didn't greet Su Zhengyang first, but once again rushed the people behind him to command. 3 more people stepped forward and grabbed Big Wave's hair and flattened it furiously. Only after a long period of miserable howling did Qi Yunfei wave his hand and the crowd dispersed, revealing the bruised and swollen, terrified Lin Xiao and Big Wave. Lin Xiao was at a loss. He looked at Qi Yunfei and slurred. Uncle Qi, why did you hit me? You hit the wrong person. He's the one who's the bastard. You guys spit out one more dirty word. I'll smash all your teeth for you to swallow. Qi Yunfei said with a face like ice. I don't understand. He's the one who messed with me. Why did you hit me? Lin Xiao felt like his brain was no longer enough. Aggrieved, unwilling, angry, and humiliated mixed together. He wondered if he was dreaming. You don't have to understand. You just have to accept it. Qi Yunfei said in a cold voice. Are you senile? This scumbag dared to mess with me and you even hit me. How can I accept it? Are you brainless? Big Wave's ears were buzzed just now. He didn't hear the two speak at all. At this moment, his ears had just recovered. He immediately cursed angrily. I'll say it again. Listen carefully. You mess with him, I hit you. He messed with you. I also beat you. If he messes with you once, I will beat you once. Do you understand me? He messes with you. I beat you? What kind of logic is that? What's this about? Lin Xiao and Big Wave couldn't figure it out to death. Smash all her teeth down and make her swallow them. Qi Yunfei pointed at Big Wave. A big man behind him instantly pulled out a small, delicate steel hammer. What are you doing? Why? Big Wave watched incredulously as the burly man approached. Until the hammer fell she couldn't figure out what she had done wrong. Listening to Big Wave's screams and that mouth full of blood, Ma Ling and the manager winced hard. A fear that came from their souls struck them, sending chills all over their bodies. And looking at Su Zhengyang again, he was still sitting steadily on the stool. It was clear who the winner was. Master Su, what to do with these two? Qi Yunfei walked over to Su Zhengyang and glanced at the manager and Ma Ling. He said respectfully. It was only at this moment that the manager and Ma Ling were struck by lightning and froze on the spot. It turned out that Su Zhengyang was the big shot. and Qi Yunfei had indeed punished Lin Xiao because of him. Then this woman is just like that big wave. Her mouth is cheap. You see to it. Su Zhenyang waved his hand. Qi Yunfei made a wink, and a junior behind him took out another small hammer and walked towards Ma Ling. Chapter 32. Going to work for Manhwa Bao. Amidst Ma Ling's desperate cries, the manager's pants quickly became wet and a light yellow liquid spread to the ground. Zhang Yu watched the whole thing with a dumbfounded look on his face. He felt like he almost didn't recognize this brother of his. Why did Qi Yunfei see him like a grandson? And even Lin Xiao dared to beat him up so furiously. At this moment, another man in a silver suit walked in quickly from outside. This man wore a back comb. His nose was high and straight, very handsome, and those who knew him knew that he was of mixed Chinese and Korean blood. It was Cha Ji-ho. Although mixed blood, but his surname is inherited from the Chinese father, and grew up in China, can be said to be a thorough Chinese. When Cha Ji-ho saw the scene, he knew that something had happened and hurriedly walked over quickly. Qi Yunfei respectfully greeted Cha Ji-ho. Fourth brother. Cha Ji-ho nodded and then bowed deeply at the seated Su Zhenyang. Master Su, I'm Cha Ji-ho. I'm late. Several older brothers had already drank and performed a kneeling bow. If he still dared to shake hands when they met, it would not only be disrespectful to Su Zhenyang, but also a great disrespect to several older brothers. But with this bow, he almost sent the manager straight away. The manager only felt his brain buzzing. He thought he was saved the moment he saw his boss, but he didn't expect his boss to even show this man such respect. Then what kind of heavenly figure was this young man? You weren't late. You came at the right time. Su Zhenyang teased. Cha Ji-ho glanced at the mess and rushed Zhang Xiaoyan to ask, what happened? This was because he saw that only Zhang Xiaoyan was standing beside Su Zhenyang without offending him. Only then did Zhang Xiaoyan wake up from her shock and carefully told the original story of what had just happened. She said too gently, you the manager but let me want to buy just wait. Do not want to buy just go out the door and turn right. The original words are so right. Su Zhenyang asked at the manager. Manager scared immediately bloodless. He mixed for several years before barely mixed on such a position. High salary and high commission. These 2 years and buy a car and buy a house. Is about to embark on the pinnacle of life. I am sorry Mr. Boss, sorry I really don't know this gentleman. Don't say it. Pack up and get out. I don't need this kind of looking at people. Cha Ji-ho said directly with an expressionless face. The manager instantly dropped to the ground as if he had drawn his soul. His career was over. And the most damaging thing wasn't this. It was that he had offended such a character as Su Zhenyang, and he was afraid that he himself would be finished in the future. Even if people don't retaliate, it will be difficult for them to move forward. Who would use someone who had offended such a big shot? At this time, both Ma Ling and Big Wave fell in a pool of blood and kept dry heaving, with a broken tooth mixed in the vomit, and Lin Xiao was already ting and pissing. Throw it outside. Qi Yunfei gave a somewhat disgusted look, and the crowd instantly carried the three out, throwing the manager out in the process. Only after they left did Su Zhenyang stand up and asked at the two. Sanlin Pharmaceuticals has done fake medicines before, and it's definitely not clean now. Can you find their materials? Cha Ji-ho looked to Qi Yunfei. This kind of thing was all done by Lao San's people. Qi Yunfei nodded affirmatively. I'll get started on it right away. As long as they have secret materials, I'll be sure to dig them all out. Su Zhenyang nodded. There's no rush. Take your time to look for them. Look carefully. Such a black-hearted pharmaceutical company. Make sure to kill them with a single strike. Understood. You go first. Su Zhenyang once again sized up Qi Yunfei, thinking that this person's temperament was just great, and he was smart, and his work was also thunderous. A bit interesting. I heard that this was also the youngest one under Chen Shusheng. To be able to become one of the three tigers was really something. Qi Yunfei nodded, and then led the people to leave at a quick pace. Just as soon as he went out, a brother came up and asked in a whisper, Brother Fei, what kind of character is this one in the end? I see that even the fourth master is quite respectful. To him, snap. Qi Yunfei slapped him on the back of his head, almost making him himself. The brothers around him burst into snickers. I don't even dare to ask, but you have a mouth. Qi Yunfei lowered his voice and scolded. This brother instantly shrank his neck and didn't dare to ask anymore. Did you watch the car, Master Su? Cha Ji-ho watched the crowd leave and then asked at Su Zhenyang. Looked after it. It's not just about to pay for it. With me still talk about what money. This is our own business. I give you good insurance and temporary license plate, you directly drive away on the line. Cha Ji-ho immediately said helplessly. Don't. It's not like I don't have money. Hurry up and do the formalities first. Good. Cha Ji-ho didn't care and directly rushed Zhang Xiaoyan. From now on, you're the new manager of this store. Hurry up and do the formalities. Yes. Zhang Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment, and then she excitedly rushed in. She never dreamed that something like today would happen. What kind of person is this customer of hers? The key is that such a person is still so low-key. Buying 2 cars adds up to less than $1. Zhang Xiaoyan only felt his heart itchy. Something was touched hard. Phone insurance only needs to pay the compulsory insurance to take effect instantly, and then do a temporary license plate. Soon the two received the car keys. 2 brand new cars were parked in front of the 4S store. In front of the Raptor, the Mustang completely turned into a small Mustang. Driving on the new car, 2 people are a little excited. Su Zhanyang opened the car window and asked Zhang Yu below, "How is it?" Zhang Yu touched the comfortable interior and lamented, "This is really a heifer child boxing bull batch flashing." At this time, Cha Zhihao came out from the store, put all the formalities into Su Zhanyang's car and said, "Mr. Su, do you have any arrangements for dinner? If not, I'd like to formally arrange a drink for you." "Not today. I have arrangements for the evening. Another day." "Okay, then where are you going now?" "Now." Su Zhanyang looked at the time, and the corner of his mouth ticked. "Now we're going to work for manhwa." After saying that, he waved goodbye at Cha Zhihao, and with the gas pedal blasting, the 2 beasts roared away with a dusty roar. Cha Zhihao stood still waving his hand in a daze. Working for manhwa? He couldn't figure out after half a day's thought that Su Zhanyang even had to go work for someone else. Su Zhanyang and the 2 of them had made an appointment that day, and in fact, he wasn't short of money right now. Just wanted to go and see how this hot mess of a big netizen, how to fool a group of netizens. In the end, who was pleasing whom? The 2 quickly arrived at their destination. It was only when they got out of the car and walked towards the square together that Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to ask Su Zhanyang, "Tell me the truth. What the hell is going on? I guess even Cha Zhihao and Qi Yunfei are treating you with respect. Are you the Jade Emperor? Don't you know about feng shui metaphysics? The people you come in contact with are high-end people? You mean you helped them all with feng shui? And also made them change their luck? And made a lot of money for them?" Su Zhanyang spread his hands. "I'll go. You mustn't become a big liar. Similar to manhwa, or else you'll be hacked to death later. This group of them can't be messed with casually." Zhang Yu said worriedly, "Stay where you are. I have my measure." This time, manhwa had organized a super large live broadcast, and countless media had come. The venue was even chosen at the newest commercial complex standing up in the North Outer Ring Road, known as the Fifth City. Su Zhanyang and the 2 of them followed the telephone guidance to a makeup car, changed into uniform white martial arts clothing, and signed an agreement. On top of this agreement was the amount of their salary, and at the same time, the content of the agreement was for them to absolutely obey as well as cooperate with the on-site arrangements. If they didn't cooperate with the live arrangements, they would have to compensate 100 times the amount of their salary as liquidated damages. "How much money do you think they can earn from this showmanship?" Zhang Yu asked in a low voice while changing his clothes. "It's hard to say." Su Zhanyang shook his head. "They are completely cheating. Is to take those netizens as fools? As a money tree? This is nothing. Many people actually also when watching the monkey entertainment of the public, but his video was a lot of people hype, made into a ghost animal or something. There is a group of stupid netizens, stand out of the self-proclaimed moral people. Condemn netizens do not overconsumption of people. It is simply a horse retarded people casually do a few shows, take them for fools, and their income goes up to the sky. And they're still stupid enough to come out and feel sorry for people like manhwa. Isn't that retarded? Ha ha, don't say that either. What if in case, people really are Qigong masters? If he really is a Qigong master, then I'm a male duck hanging, la dropping quack. Zhang Yu didn't have the good sense to say, "It's about to start. Come out." At this moment, someone waved inside from the mouth of the carriage. Su Zhanyang and the 2 of them straightened their practice clothes, put on the Bluetooth headset that received the command, and directly jumped out of the car. At the same time there were 10 or so other people also wearing white practicing clothes also gathered over. The crowd stood on the street in unison. Behind them it was already surrounded. Soon a black Mercedes-Benz drove over, accompanied by the incessant clicking and flashing lights. The Qigong master finally appeared. Chapter 33, We Are the Fraud. The middle-aged man in grey practice clothes who came down from the backseat was none other than Qigong master manhwa. He was known as the master of lightning Lian Wujin, and the master of the external martial art, Han Yuan Shengyi. As soon as manhwa got off the bus, he held his chest and head high, looking very full of energy. A group of media didn't care about order and swarmed up to him. Manhwa very unpleasantly reached out to stop the crowd and shouted, all the disciples of the formation sect hurry over. The flags are fighting. The rest of you make way. Make way." A large group of people who had already arranged to maintain order around them pulled all those media away at this time. For this group of manhwa and his disciples made a way. Manhwa shook his clothes, hands behind the back towards the center of the square. At this time, the onlookers had already consciously stood a little farther away, forming a large circle, leaving the venue for this group of performers. From time to time, a burst of snickers came from the crowd. "Today, it's us, the people from the Formal Ideas Gate, who are here to give you all an actual combat performance, mainly because there are a lot of people who have questioned us on the internet, saying that we are not traditional kung fu. This makes me very chilled, because I didn't expect. Anon, in all of China, all over the world, there are no more than 10 people who can truly understand traditional martial arts. Grandmaster Manhwa Bao, with his staccato and very personalized way of breaking his sentences, explained in an impassioned manner. At the end of his words, he was even a bit pained. Many people then said, "Ah," said Mr. Ma, "what do you mean by lightning connecting 5 strengths? I can't tell you in words, very clearly, because the Tao cannot be lightly transmitted. I'll give you a demonstration and you'll see. You just say, for example, you come over and clutch my hand." Manhwa Bao pointed at one of the disciples as he spoke at this moment. The Bluetooth in Su Zhanyang and the other's ears instantly rang with a sharp command. Number 3, go up and hold Mr. Ma's hand. Listen to my command. In order to facilitate command, these pretended disciples all had their own numbers. Su Zhanyang was number 7, and Zhang Yu was number 8. At this moment, that number 3 rushed up to grab Manhwa Bao's hand with both hands. Manhwa Bao stomped his feet and his arms shook. "Look at him grabbing my hand now, as long as I say, pour." At this time the crowd's Bluetooth suddenly sent out a commanding shout. "Jump, pour, hey yeah, twitch, roll on the ground, roll quickly, roll 4 times in a row." That number 3 immediately jumped up as if electrocuted, and then fell to the ground with convulsions. Originally thought it was quite simple to fall down and finished, did not expect to have to roll. This kid had to step on the ground by himself and rolled back and forth 4 times. Su Zhanyang was dumbfounded. It was really the first time that he personally felt the no-holds-barred nature of their team, preferring to sacrifice their own and everyone else's intelligence just to make money, and using traditional kung fu gimmicks to lure others into cursing them. Was this what they were aiming for? The audience around them let out a burst of laughter, but surprisingly the laughter wasn't very loud. It was just a small group of people. Only then did Manhwa Bao say to the surrounding audience, "See, he went out in one go. That's me using my inner strength. I shook him out." Then someone asked, "Mr. Ma, can you only hit one person with this qigong?" "No, since it's qigong, it can do AoE damage. Come 4 people to hit me one by one." With those words Manhwa Bao put down the microphone and assumed a rock spreading his wings pose. The Bluetooth headset instantly rang out. Number 5, 6, 7, 8, up, no, 7, you ask a question, how to play it all. It turned out that even the lines had to be directed live. Su Zhanyang was number 7, and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Can I fight any way I want?" Manhwa Bao didn't even look at the crowd and said with confidence, "How to fight can, where to fight can, I do not look, you cannot fight in. Good Lu." At this time 4 people directly rushed up. Su Zhanyang took out the mask that had been prepared long ago, and wore it directly on his face. Manhwa Bao at this time the body trembled, shouted scattered. A commanding roar immediately came from the headset. "Disperse, fall, roll on the ground, 3 laps per person. Number 7, what are you doing? Number 7, the other 5, 6, and 8 all shook and flew out at this point. Only Su Zhanyang didn't fly out at all. He went up with a left square stomp and a right whip kick, directly sweeping Master Manhwa Bao to the ground. This was the same Su Zhanyang who couldn't fight, just directly disliked. He was extremely controlling his power to burst out. Otherwise, with his current physical strength of nearly 1600, he would have directly funeralized Manhwa Bao on the spot. Manhwa Bao fell to the ground with a big butt peer. Then Su Zhanyang just went up and punched and kicked. Zhang Yu looked on from the sidelines. I said let me install a mask, said a moment to use it. Made a mess of it is holding his breath. I'm coming too. Zhang Yu also took out a mask and put it on. Directly rushed up and Su Zhanyang punched and kicked Manhwa Bao. Calling you a qigong master. Calling you to trash the traditional martial arts. I told you to recruit and cheat. Zhang Yu also cursed as he fought. The surrounding media and spectators simply exploded. Not only did they roar with laughter, there were also people jumping 3 feet and shouting cheers. Manhwa Bao was soon bruised and swollen. Quickly pulled him apart. At this time, several security guards reacted and quickly stepped forward to drag Su Zhanyang and the 2 of them away. Manhwa Bao was already bruised and swollen. His right eye was topped with a large ocular bruise. The entire person was curled up on the ground, shouting, "What's wrong with you guys?" Someone helped Manhwa Bao up. Things appeared unexpected. Naturally couldn't continue. A few security guards assisted Manhwa Bao to quickly walk towards the car. Many of the security guards were half pushing and half racking those disciples towards the makeup cars. Su Zhanyang 2 people were directly pushed into the car. A curly hair with 2 strong men directly jumped into the car. As soon as the curly hair yanked off the headset on his head, It was obvious that he was the one who had been in command just now. He immediately pointed at Su Zhengyang and cursed angrily. Are you sincere? You're looking for death, aren't you? Su Zhengyang said with a cold face. I've long been tired of you bastards. You can cheat, but never under the guise of traditional martial arts. Otherwise I won't let you go. The man, however, snorted coldly and laughed. Not letting me off? Funny, I'm the most displeased with you dog money cynics. You want to show off, don't you? You want to be a hot-blooded youth? You're so stupid. You think you can beat up Master Ma in front of the camera and bring us down? You've got something on your mind. Do you realize that the more you do this, the easier it is to hype us up, the easier it is to fire us up? Those brain-dead users just love to buy us. The more Curly Hair spoke, the more pleased he became, even a bit intentionally angry with Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang instantly stood up in annoyance as well, pointing at him and shouting angrily, Son of a... What's the difference between what you guys are doing and fraud? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you cheat money by means of traditional martial arts? Seeing Su Zhengyang's annoyance, Curly Hair became more and more pleased. It seemed that the angrier Su Zhengyang was, the happier he was. Ha ha ha, distinction? I can tell you very clearly that there is no difference. I am the fraud. What can you do about it? I even told you. Manhwa Bao doesn't know any bull kung fu at all. He's totally packaged by us. You've done a great job with these kicks. How much traffic will we get with one kick? How many more brain-dead students can we get? Do you know how expensive our tuition is? I even have to thank you. However, as Curly Hair spoke, he realized that Su Zhengyang's face had changed, from the annoyance he had felt just now to a smirk. Chapter 34, Manhwa Bao's True Face. What are you laughing at? Looking at Su Zhengyang's smirking and confident look, Curly Hair was a bit furious as he angrily rebuked. Su Zhengyang also ignored him, tilted his body and took out a cell phone from the shadows on the cabinet behind him. Curly instantly felt his heart tighten, because that cell phone was standing up. Just now the exposed camera was obviously recording. Su Zhengyang took a look at the cell phone and exclaimed, Buy a cell phone you still have to buy Huawei. Shooting clearly. At this time, the sound played out in the cell phone was the voice of Curly Hair just now. He even recorded all of their conversations just now. Curly instantly from the heart of anger. Dog thing, you think you can threaten us just because you made a video? TSK, although I'm not a law student, I can still understand the difference between learning the art and deliberately profiting by improper means. Without those words of yours just now, I'm afraid that Manhwa Bao is just a very good martial artist, and is not breaking the law. But after hearing those words of yours just now, TSK, wow, Su Zhengyang said, staring slightly exaggeratedly, with a feeling of opening the door to a new world. To be honest, before hearing Curly Hair's words just now, Su Zhengyang really couldn't imagine how they worked inside. But this video, while it might not be able to be used as evidence either, but by sending it to the short video platform himself and letting Chen Chuxing operate it, it was bound to catch fire. As long as this video was released, even social opinion could quickly crush Manhwa Bao's team, and after a certain influence, the top will definitely intervene in the investigation. Everything does not even need their own efforts. It can be said that as long as this video out, they will be doomed. If finally convicted of fraud, the profit is casually several $10-20 upwards. In terms of sentencing, this is already considered a huge amount of fraud. Looking for death thing. I didn't want to move you today. I just wanted to sue you and make you lose the money from the contract. But you guys are looking for death yourselves. Really, God can't help you. Break his arm for me and grab the cell phone. Curly's face turned grim as he rushed the two burly men to the side and shouted angrily. Although this vanity car was similar to a caravan, there wasn't much space if they wanted to fight, and with two big men blocking the doorway, they definitely couldn't run away. The two big men scurried to the car at once. The whole body was stepped on with a lull. Chao Nima, Zhang Yu was the first to lash out, suddenly rising up, grabbing the head of a belt next to him and smacking it towards the head of the first big man. This big man definitely looked like he had two strikes, which was what made him look like someone who had practiced a bit of kung fu. Surprisingly, he grabbed the swinging belt. Yangzi, run! Zhang Yu shouted he was going to hug this big man's waist, but in the next second, a black shadow scurried past him. Immediately after that, a big man let out a muffled grunt and directly the whole person flew backwards, directly crashing into Curly Hair's body. Curly Hair's physique was slim, being directly smashed on by a 200+ pound strong man. He was smashed to the ground with a miserable cry on the spot, and was heavily pressed by the strong man. A sound of bones breaking came out, and Curly Hair screamed miserably. The next second Su Zhenyang was another kick, directly kicked in the stomach of another strong man. This strong man similarly flew backwards, flew a full 3 or 4 meters away before falling heavily on the ground. Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. More than 200 pounds of people, was kicked up with both feet off the ground. This was the first time he had seen outside the movie. And just now, Su Zhengyang's speed, strength. It wasn't in the same class as when he had just beaten Magua Bao. This is the benefit of fitness. Su Zhengyang looked at the dazed Zhang Yu and laughed. Zhang Yu was a little dazed. Indeed, Su Zhengyang likes to work out, which he still knows, but this is too fierce. In the future, it seems that he himself will have to work out as well. Two people cannot change clothes. Grab the clothes also do not care about the three people on the ground howling miserably, directly towards the parking lot to run. The good thing is that the media have gone after Magua Bao, and this makeup car place is more hidden. This matter soon began to ferment on the internet, especially the short videos and articles that were simultaneously spread by various media outlets, making this matter directly rush to the local hot searches. Good thing Su Zhengyang two people are wearing masks. After they were taken away, took off the mask and no one recognized. Otherwise they also followed the famous. A time of widespread abuse and questioning came. The network boiled. In the middle of a media company. At this time, the clouds of worry are shrouding. Magua Bao sitting in the office, is holding an ice pack on the swollen eyes. The various leaders in the room were all worried, looking at the various video materials. This matter is a mixed blessing for them. Happy as the flow came. Before the name of Magua Bao in the Yunhai is very hot. In the country can only be regarded as a small famous, but now it is different. The hot search. This name is worth $1,000. All kinds of categories of Magua Bao 3 words of trademarks have been snatched by them one by one, but the other half of their income has taken a big hit, and that's taking on disciples. Accepting disciples was a very big part of their income, and under the guise of teaching martial arts, there were tons of brainwashed people who came to them in admiration. There are literally countless people who are willing to come and buy their so-called internal and external kung fu classes at 7 or 8 cents per class, but in reality it's just ordinary fitness and stretching classes. Of course they usually went out to do activities. They wouldn't look for these disciples to work with them. Wouldn't that be revealing? So they would spend money on temporary workers like Su Zhengyang and the others. If things had gone normally, it could have gone well this time too. It's all because of that son of a. I hate this kind of cynic, under the guise of saving traditional martial arts, thinking they're godly. Chow Nima, what the hell? It's not completely without benefit. If we operate well, we might be able to turn our luck around. Isn't it simple? Utilizing this clever mind of our master Ma, a technician said with a slight sneer, and Magua Bao didn't seem to hear the implication at all. Covering his eyes with one hand and tilting his head, he said, I can issue a statement, and say that they were sneak attacks, and just now it was indeed. I was careless, otherwise, I could never let them get it. Magua Bao huffed and puffed. Most of the other people seemed to be laughing, and some even cast a look of pity. Magua Bao was simply a joke with them. In the beginning they were holding up Magua Bao, but gradually he had gotten lost and immersed himself in it, even fooling himself, always thinking that he really had inner strength and that his kung fu was good. This group of people, in order to make him act more realistic, so that the usual cooperation of these people also use headphones to communicate. Some of them do not let him know that they are recruited actors. This also created why Magua Bao had such a confident side, speaking with his head held high wherever he went, and the show was great. Good. Then let's send out a statement first and see how effective it is. It was at this moment that the boss's phone rang. The boss picked it up and only listened to a few sentences before he stood up in a mischievous manner, and the stool was knocked out a long way. When he hung up the phone and the crowd questioned, the boss only said with a frosty face, Mard, that person who hit the old horse even lured Curly to take a video. Curly admitted to scamming and fooling the fans in the video. With a crash, everyone in the room stood up in shock. Chapter 35. Is the check really just randomly filled out? How could this be? The crowd was horrified. If such a video was circulated, the above would definitely intervene in the investigation. And if there was public pressure, this investigation would definitely have a result. They simply couldn't forbid the investigation. Boss, call the Zhao family. I'm afraid that the only thing we can do now is to beg the Zhao family to step in. Not bad. As long as Mr. Zhao intervenes, this matter will definitely be resolved smoothly. The Zhao family was one of the top families in Santai City, and they usually worshipped Zhao Huashan, the first son of the Zhao family, as their backer. This Zhao Huashan, who had his own entertainment company under his banner, had always been a popular figure in the circle. This matter of Magua Bao, he had always eaten a lot of offerings, otherwise they couldn't have been able to mix in the short video platform, and a lot of the public relations of this media company were relying on his connections to make points. Right. The boss also took a deep breath to suppress his anger and took out his cell phone to make a call. At dinner time, Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu sat down at a roadside stall, planning to order a table of barbecue and some beer. He didn't agree to Cha Jiho's invitation. He just felt that the meal was troublesome. The two had just sat down when they saw a black car pull up on the side of the road. The car came down with a woman wearing sunglasses and a trench coat. The woman took off her sunglasses. Her face was beautiful. but her temperament was cold and expressionless, as if who owed her $5 million. Behind her followed by two big men. It seems to be the kind of bodyguards who have received strict training. The woman recognized them and walked towards Su Zhengyang's two men. Looking for you? Su Zhengyang froze and looked at Zhang Yu. You see this Artemisia on my ancestral grave? Can you recognize a chick like this? Zhang Yu gave him a blank look. The woman walked straight to the front, and Su Zhengyang finally recognized this person. Having seen it on the news, this was one of the more prominent among the third generation of the Zhao family in Santai City, called Zhao Xiaoman. His father, Zhao Huashan, operated entertainment companies and hotels under his banner, some of which were given to her to take care of. This woman directly rushed at Su Zhengyang and said, "Talk in the car." She turned around and was about to head for the car after she finished speaking, but she saw that Su Zhengyang and the two of them had no intention of getting up at all. Su Zhengyang was very dissatisfied with her attitude. No matter what she had come to find herself for, bossing her around like this, taking herself a little too seriously. "Don't make us bother," one of the bodyguards said in a cold voice. "Are you guys triads?" Su Zhengyang asked Zhao Xiaoman in a slightly teasing manner. One of the bodyguards frowned and stepped forward to make a move. Zhao Xiaoman, however, reached out and blocked him, expressionless as she sat down as well. "I'm here to buy that video. Name a price." Zhao Xiaoman opened the door and said, "Oh, the Zhao family personally wiped their asses, so it seems that this matter has a part for you as well?" Su Zhengyang was somewhat dazed. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes narrowed and she said in a cold voice, "You recognize me? The third generation outstanding youth of the Zhao family. Okay, here's the check. Fill it out at your own discretion." Zhao Xiaoman nodded, directly took out her checkbook and casually threw it on the table, her gaze blandly looking at Su Zhengyang. There was simply no mood to say one more word to him. "Really, how much money is fine?" Su Zhengyang asked in surprise. "Right," Zhao Xiaoman snorted. For such a simple bit of bull asterisk 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 asterisk, it was ridiculous that her father had to make a personal trip himself. She'd seen a lot of trash people like this, extorting with information. If it wasn't too much trouble and there were a lot of people here, she'd directly have someone beat him up and snatch him and solve it. "Okay." Su Zhengyang cheerfully picked up the pen and signed a 999,000 directly on the check. $9,999,000 whole, then handed the checkbook back. Sign it." Seeing the string of numbers on it, Zhao Xiaoman instantly had the corner of her eye jerked hard. She looked at Su Zhengyang somewhat coldly. "I'm not in the mood to joke with you." Su Zhengyang propped his hands on the table and moved a little closer to her to ask with a smirk. "What? Can't get it out? If you can't get it out, why are you here? Charging your ass more than any other garlic? If you can't cash it out, you dare to let others fill it out. Do you have in your head? If I don't fill it in, can you afford to subtract 2 zeros from it? This checkbook of yours isn't worth more than a couple of dates. Take it out and play with it?" Su Zhengyang's words one after another left Zhao Xiaoman in a daze. She had never expected Su Zhengyang to be so uncultivated, not following the rules at all. Moreover, he had actually humiliated himself by speaking out so loudly. The words she said were even more incomparably vulgar. At this time, the surrounding table guests all looked over, without needing to understand what happened. Su Zhengyang's content could be described as simple and concise. Quite a few people threw disgusted glances at the woman. Su Zhengyang instantly put away the Zhuan strongman's face from earlier and sat back down on the stool with a renewed harmlessness. "You seek death." The bodyguard beside Zhao Xiaoman had long since grown tired of seeing Su Zhengyang, and had been holding back from just now when he told him to get on the car and he didn't go. Seeing that he dared to spray Zhao Xiaoman like this, he immediately clenched his hand into a claw and grabbed towards Su Zhengyang's neck. This grab down, with his arm strength, can directly lift Su Zhengyang. Pinch after the first hold him half dead. Tried and true. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes were ice cold, and he had already acquiesced to this move of the bodyguard, but he only felt a bolt of lightning flash before his eyes. Su Zhengyang's speed was so fast that he couldn't see it, and his strength made it impossible for him to resist. He only saw Su Zhengyang press his grasping hand on the table, and his right hand grabbed 2 chopsticks and violently plunged them down. Plop! The chopsticks instantly penetrated through his palms, and then directly pierced through the table, nailing him to it. Although this table was merely an ordinary 3-plywood board, but to penetrate a disposable chopstick into a plywood board? It seemed impossible at all. And the most important thing was that he penetrated the bodyguard's palm. The bodyguard was also a tough guy. He just grunted and didn't cry out, but there was shock in his eyes. He and the other bodyguard had waited very clearly. They were no match for Su Zhengyang. Zhao Xiaoman was even more eyes wide open, for the first time showing a hint of panic, horrified, looking at Su Zhengyang. Alas, spoiler, you're Zhao family errand. Can you find one with some ability? Just send such a waste like you? Su Zhengyang looked at Zhao Xiaoman and snorted, then rushed Zhang Yu and waved. The two of them raised their heads and left. Already like this they still eat. can only change the place to eat. Zhao Xiaoman, on the other hand, was fixed in place as if she had been struck by lightning. She had been hailed as the best of the third generation of her family since she was a child, and was recognized for her ability to do things in a thunderous manner. So she had also developed a character that was above average, but she didn't expect such a small matter today to be botched. Not only that, but in the end, this evaluation from Su Zhenyang was simply unacceptable to her. Waste? Incapable? How could such words appear on her? Zhao Xiaoman? But she had just been taught a lesson by Su Zhenyang. The first gift was useless, and the second soldier was useless as well. She could not help Su Zhenyang at all. For the first time, she felt a deep sense of frustration, but at the same time she also ignited a monstrous hatred, secretly swore that Su Zhenyang must be trampled underfoot. Chapter 36. Birthday Party. The next day, 2 videos on the short video platform caught fire at the same time. One was Master Ma issued a statement in response to the beating incident. In the middle of the video, Master Ma said, "These 2 young men don't speak Wudi. Sneak attack. Very fast. I didn't flash. I was indeed careless, but this also just shows that my disciples have all begun to surpass me, cultivating out even the 5 strengths. Even I can't even catch it. This is the result of their learning. As a master, I'm happy to see them surpass me, but in the future, you can't do this again. I'm here, not to expel them from the division, but please, behave yourselves." And while this video went crazy, there was also a short video that had even more hits that went sky high. This short video came from a newly rising short video platform, and this platform was precisely operated by Chen Shusheng. This video not only caught fire, but also brought this short video app to rush onto the hot search. It instantly attracted a large number of users for this platform, and the content of this video was exactly the one shot in Su Zhenyang's cell phone. The face of the curly hair in the video was slightly obscured, but it appeared more real. Some people even directly pointed out the background outside that makeup car, which was exactly the environment of the scene that day, thus strongly proving the authenticity of the video, especially those harsh words, that is, fraud. We have other fraudulent projects. Master Ma does not know martial arts at all. Brain-damaged fans are our money tree and other keywords and phrases instantly became the focus of public opinion, regardless of whether this video is true or false. The internet is incapable of discerning truth from falsehood, just as they can't see that Manhwa is a fraud, and the video very cleverly appeared after Manhwa's statement. This is more and more ironic. No matter how many water armies appeared online, they simply couldn't suppress the public opinion frenzy. Things developed to the afternoon. The relevant departments have begun to intervene in the investigation. The overwhelming insider information began to be exposed. This media company utilized false packaging, illegally set up charges, etc., and made an illegal profit of nearly $480. However, Su Zhenyang did not see the shadow of the Zhao family from this. It seems that the Zhao family is the media company sold to remove themselves very clean. There is also an episode in this, that is, a period of time ago is also very active Yin surnamed female Qigong masters, as well as a Wei surnamed Thunder and Lightning Bagua founder, all disappeared. No matter how it by people, do not make any response. Zhao family. Inside Zhao Huashan's villa, there was a crunching sound. The fiery-tempered second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Yiming, slammed the water cup in his hand to smithereens. This son of a, how dare he go against my Zhao family? I will definitely get him killed. The reason he was so angry was because Zhao Huashan was the one who had previously handed over this part of Manhwa to him to take care of. He had gotten drunk yesterday before his sister, Zhao Xiaoman, was the one to take care of this. Zhao Huashan gave him a displeased look and snorted coldly. Anger is the most useless thing. With this appearance, you should never want to gain your grandfather's approval. A waste. Zhao Yiming clenched his fists tightly, wanting to retort something, but was unable to speak. Zhao Xiuman's face was also ironic at the side. This person will be given to the 2 of you to practice on. Remember, don't do anything stupid again. Use your pig brains and do things beautifully to impress your grandfather as well. Zhao Huashan reprimanded. Don't worry, I'll definitely find a way to play this brat to death, Zhao Yiming said in a cold voice. Zhao Huashan sighed and shook his head, idly walking up the stairs. This matter wasn't to the extent of breaking bones for their Zhao family, but it was a great provocation. It would not do for them not to take this breath. As for their target Su Zhenyang, he had already changed into a high-grade suit and walked into the Junyue Hotel together with Chang Bora. Today's Chang Bala had changed into a stunning sky-blue long dress, which Tang Ying had personally selected for her, and which only her perfect figure could manage. Entering the front door and looking at the noisy and laughing crowd in the distance, Chang Bala bit her lip, a little nervous. A big hand at this time, but her jade hand tightly clutched. An inexplicable sense of security instantly let her calm down. Chang Bala looked at Su Zhengyang, met her with a firm gaze. In fact, Chang Bola did not want Su Zhengyang to come, but Su Zhengyang insisted on coming. Su Zhengyang posing as her boyfriend could indeed avoid unnecessary coveting from other boys, so she agreed. Hey, Sun Power is here. At this moment, a woman closest to the door who was also wearing a dress suddenly shouted with a smile on her face. For a moment more than half of the hall noticed the place. It was as if they had been waiting for Sun Power's arrival before, but only Chang Bora knew in her heart that she was far from being this popular. As she looked around, there were all familiar college friends, men and women of all shapes and sizes. Seeing Paula Chang appear, they were even more diverse in their demeanor, but most of them were not well-intentioned. Paula, coming. A girl with a small silver crown on her head waved at her, a faint smile on her face that seemed nonchalant. She was the main character of today's birthday party, Li Yiru. Sun Paula squeezed out a smile and walked over towards Li Yiru. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, had his hands in his pockets and casually slipped behind her, meeting the somewhat strange gazes from the surroundings. Yiru, happy birthday. Li Yiru nodded with a faint smile. Li Yiru's parents glanced this way and both frowned when they saw that Sun Paora was empty-handed. Chang Bora, you even have the face to appear in front of me. At this moment, a grim voice rang out, and it was none other than Sun Li, who Su Zhengyang had taught Su Zhengyang a lesson earlier at Xihua restaurant. At that time, after the police arrived, Sun Li and the others had scraped together the money to pay for that table's meal, and they hated Su Zhengyang and the two of them with a passion. Sun Li? Chang Bala was also slightly frowning. She didn't expect Sun Li to yell out what happened that day. What? Is it too much fun to dabble and run away from the bill? Sun Li questioned aloud. Sun Li, don't go too far. It's you guys who made yourselves smart. You shut up. You less believe in this. Obviously it was you who said you wanted to treat us, but in the end you ran away. Playing with us, huh? Think you're so smart, right? Sun Li's mouth was very powerful, and her anger was displayed in a convincing manner. However, Sun Li didn't lash out at Su Zhengyang in the first place. She just glared at him fiercely. After all, they still felt that there was a chance that they could snatch Su Zhengyang over. He was a hidden rich man. It was best not to let the other women present know. But this breath had to be vented on Chang Bora. For a while, the crowd was talking, and they all began to accuse Chang Bala. No way. How can a person's character be so bad? Humph. Wasn't she like this when she was in school? Self-righteous. High and mighty. Garbage person. Stay away from her in the future. Su Zhengyang sighed helplessly. He was heartbroken for Chang Bala, and had advised her more than once in the past 2 days that she could totally not have to attend this bull party. But Chang Bala was a strong girl. She had her little stubbornness. The obstacles she had once buried must be shoveled by herself. As a result, it started to get unpleasant just as soon as she arrived here. Li Yiru raised her hand at this time, stopping the crowd from talking. Then she looked at Sun Paula bashfully and asked, Paula, do you know why I invited you to the party today? Chapter 37. The real purpose of the party. Sun Paula took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. I'm actually doing this for your own good. Aren't you hoping for a chance to improve your relationship with everyone? Hoping to get people to stop targeting you? You don't need to please everyone. You only need to please one person, Li Yiru said. Chang Bora didn't expect her to say it so bluntly and use words like pleasing, which made her a bit groundless. Do you remember Zhou Man? Zhou Man is now married into a wealthy family. Her husband is from the Santai Sun family and is worth over $100. This gathering is Zhou Man's special way of telling me to convey to you that as long as you can bow down at her today, there won't be anyone interfering with your job search in the future. She can even help you arrange a job you like. Li Yiru's tone was bland. She and Sun Paula were roommates, and she was probably the only one in this room who was slightly closer to Sun Paula. Is this what you invited me for? To make me bow down to Zhou Man? Chang Bora looked into Li Yiru's eyes and smiled to herself as she asked rhetorically. She only came here today to clear the air, not wanting to bow down to anyone. Paula, I hope you can see your situation clearly and stop abusing your innocence. Zhou Man, her husband, is worth at least 100, has 2 garment factories, and even our family's textile factory has received a lot of help from them. You help yourself today, it is also considered to help me. Among their group of classmates, there weren't many rich ones. Li Yiru's family had a small textile factory, which was considered a bit of money, and this Zhou Man's family is average. But I did not expect to be able to marry into the Sun family, and Paula to find a job everywhere, but also most of them are Zhou Man ghost. She does not need to know very high-level people, just need to give the personnel to plug a few hundred milli, at most a few percent, can be easily dealt with. She knew that one day Sun Power would come begging for her. Chang Bora did not comment, but just felt a little disappointed. It seems that she really came to the wrong place today. Just then, someone shouted, "They're here!" The crowd looked towards the gate, only to see a woman wearing a black diamond-encrusted dress, heavily made up, with a few moments of grace, the dress shining exceptionally in the light. She was tightly carrying a young man wearing a pure white suit. Little man, peak young. You guys are here, just waiting for you, Xiaoman. The party that had been silent just a moment ago suddenly warmed up as people stood up and raised their wine cups at Zhou-man from a distance. There are a few people who think they are somewhat qualified even swarmed over, and Zhou-man familiar with a few pleasantries. Of course, the most important thing is to flatter her side of Sun Feng, the Sun family's youngest. Soon they became the center of attention at the party. Even Li Yiru's parents got up and straightened their clothes, waiting smilingly for Zhou-man to come over. And Zhou-man saw Chang Bala at a glance, and immediately there was a kind of inexplicable excitement on her face as she pulled Sun Feng to quickly walk towards Chang Bala. Paula, long time no see, long time no see, Sung Poire said in an unassuming manner. Let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Sun Feng, the youngest master of the Sun family, a family that single-handedly dominates the clothing industry in Santai City. Zhou-man's eyes narrowed into a slit, and she said at the crowd in a very smug manner. Sun Feng was also high and mighty, especially after seeing Chang Bora. He couldn't take his eyes off of her. Put. Suddenly a sound of laughter spurting out came, and as the crowd looked, it was none other than Su Zhenyang who had been eating grapes while leaning on the table. He didn't want to laugh, but when he heard one hand cover the sky he couldn't hold it in, and the grapes flew out. What are you laughing at? Li Yiru questioned in a cold voice. Ha, sorry, I just couldn't hold it in a bit when I heard one hand covering the sky. Have all of you arrived for this party? Su Zhenyang said while still stuffing grapes into his mouth. What does arriving or not have to do with you? Li Yiru said angrily. If it's all here, I would like to ask, which dog bastard has been preventing my girlfriend from finding a job? Su Zhenyang, still eating grapes? Asked, pointing from them. Girlfriend? Now even the people who didn't pay much attention to Su Zhenyang just now knew his identity. It turned out to be Chang Bora's boyfriend. The scolded Zhou-man not only didn't get angry, but instead stomped her foot and said with feigned concern, Aya Paula, look at what kind of boyfriend you found. So unqualified and dirty. He doesn't even have the most basic manners. Look at him. He's like a dilettante. How can he be good enough for you? You've had a hard life. That's right. Look at Xiaoman's husband. He's courteous, young and golden. He's 100,000 miles better than your boyfriend. And people say a hand to cover the sky, he still laughs out. Obviously do not understand the business circle of things. People's Sun family was a hand to cover the sky. Oh, this you cannot see it. He simply did not reach that level. Can understand a fart? He looks like a punk. The dregs of society. A few of Zhou-man's lapdogs rushed to add their help. Chang Bala's pink fists clenched. She was just angry that this group of people had been targeting themselves. She had never done anything wrong. Hurt anyone? Why did she have to endure this? She gritted her teeth and said, the boyfriend is mine. I don't need you guys to worry about it. Zhou-man immediately sneered. Do not worry about how to do it. You see, you now work is not good. I see your boyfriend this virtue. Mixed is not good. Wearing a miscellaneous suit I have not even seen. He's wearing a miscellaneous suit that I've never seen before, and he's still trying to pretend to be something else, which is exhausting. You guys, get down to earth. I hear you're still renting. When will you be able to afford a house? How about this? I'll give you 2 jobs, one as a security guard and one as a nanny. It's all on my husband's word anyway. Yes, Paula, hurry up and say yes. Be down to earth. Don't mind this and that if you don't have anything. The crowd began to coax again. At the same time, Zhou-man smiled and looked at Su Zhenyang, hoping to see him furious and annoyed. But Su Zhenyang was even still there leaning against the table in a leisurely manner, instead looking at them with a look of a retard. She was instantly enraged. At this time, Sun Feng also opened his mouth. He had already thought about it. He must find a way to get Chang Bora into his hands. The first step was to show his strength in front of her, and stomp on him as his boyfriend first. Oh, my sales department just lacks a manager. If brother is willing, you can consider it. The base salary will give you 5 cents. The commission will be calculated separately. The people around who were originally up in arms were surprisingly a little sour this time. There were a few male students who hadn't reached this salary level until now. 5%? I earn hundreds of dollars a month. Going to you, that's not a brain problem? Su Zhenyang snorted. He is still less to say. Every month the system gives the deposit income of 12,015. Only he said 10,100 have the same effect. Anyway, they don't believe it. Sure enough, as soon as Su Zhenyang finished speaking, the hall burst into laughter. Chapter 38. Young master, read it one more time. Ahahahaha, laughing my ass off. Sung Poire, what on earth did you find out this is? You don't know what's good for you. You're still blowing such a big bull. Are you out of your mind? You're still earning $100 a month. Wake up, will you? Have you ever seen $100? Zhou-man laughed out loud. This boyfriend of Chang Bao'ele's has really disgraced her. Thanks for your kind words. We have something to do, so we'll leave first. Chang Bala took a deep breath. She felt there was no need to stay any longer. There was no way she could dredge up any relationships. There was no point. Stop. Jo-man was the one who suddenly rebuked with a change of face. Her purpose hadn't been achieved yet. How could she let Chang Bala leave? Ungrateful thing. Give you a job and you still don't want it. What kind of a stepping stone are you? Jo-man first pointed at Su Zhenyang and cursed. Then she turned to Chang Bala. Chang Bala, you don't know what to do with your face, do you? I want you to kneel in front of me right now and yell out 100 times that I'm A. I'll let you go after you shout. If you don't shout, you won't be able to keep your current job. And from today onwards, I'll make sure you won't be able to find a single job. Jo-man completely exposed her mouth. Su Zhenyang then pointed at Sun Feng and asked, did you also allow her to bully people like this? Sun Feng smiled evilly and looked at Chang Bora, saying meaningfully, as my woman, he has the right to do whatever he wants. Su Zhenyang put the grapes down and let out a long sigh. I don't really like people who do whatever they want. If you want to put it that way, I'll let her live on the streets. Ha 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 ha. You're really getting more and more pretentious. I beg you to never leave with harsh words and then leave it at that. I beg you to hurry up and let me live on the streets now. Okay. Ha ha ha. Jo-man instantly laughed indulgently, purposely laughing very loudly, as if the laughter could sting Su Zhenyang. Su Zhenyang nodded and took out his cell phone to read. Jo-man, female, 25 years old. ID number is 412*************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Open to as many as 52 different people, age from 28 to 64 years old. More than 34 times it was more than 2 men checking in together. Wow, vomit. If my good brother was here, he would definitely send you an epigram. You can really be a toad day frog ugly looking playing with flowers. Su Zhenyang sked. Jo-man had already opened her eyes roundly, waking up from the shock, and immediately roared. You fart. Fake. You don't make rumors there. I'll sue you. I'll find the best lawyer to sue you to death. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished reading yet. On March 18th of the previous year, I was diagnosed with May toxicity at Renai Hospital, cured on May 2nd, then again in September, cured in November, had 6 miscarriages in 3 years, and my fertility became high risk. Last January, married into the Sun family, after which there are still 86 rooming records, the most recent just yesterday, the Sea City Hotel. The man's name is Zhou Xiaobo. The room is the Ocean Mood Waterbed Room, time 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. The names before this are also Sun Guak, Li Mang, Zhou Yaoying. Don't say it, don't say it. Jo-man instantly interrupted Su Zhenyang by shouting like a madman. She had never dreamed that she would be turned inside out, and she looked at Sun Feng in horror. Sun Feng was already green in the face and trembling with anger. I have the confirmed diagnosis sheet of her May poison here. HD. Su Zhenyang even shook his cell phone at Sun Feng and laughed. What kind of enmity do I have with you? Why are you harming me like this? Why? Jo-man instantly roared at Su Zhenyang like she was crazy. Su Zhenyang flipped through it again and suddenly rushed at Sun Feng and asked, right, there's another name here. Sun Jian. This seems to be your father, right? I beg you to stop saying that. I beg you to beg you. Jo-man instantly plopped down on her knees, frantically kowtowing on the ground. Sun Feng originally did not want to make a move, because the moment he did, it would be the same as admitting to himself that all of this was true, even though he had already heard all of this was true. But when the last name appeared, he couldn't help it even if he was rational. Baird. Sun Feng violently grabbed her hair and slammed it hard towards the ground, lifting his foot and kicking it hard into her face. Rotten. You told me yesterday afternoon that you went to the beauty salon. I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death. Everyone else hid far away. No one dared to stop, while Jo-man kept crying and howling miserably and rolling around, rolling all over the floor. But soon, Sun Feng kicked Jo-man away, panting hard for a few breaths to calm down. He glared at Su Zhenyang. Although Jo-man, this lousy, had green-lighted himself, the person who had uncovered all this was Su Zhenyang. If there was no Su Zhenyang, he might have found out in the future, but not exposed to such a large public. He could have dealt with it in secret. It was Su Zhenyang who made himself lose face. And, just in time, one could net this, while one had to take Chang Bala over. This way, he himself could make Su Zhenyang lose face even more. It was simply 2 birds with 1 stone. He gave Chang Bala a somewhat greedy look. If he could get this woman, it would be worth living 10 years less. Dog, you think you've won? She and I are just a fake marriage. Annoyed with my parents urging me to get married. I've never touched her. I'm clean. It just so happens that my Sun family still lacks a proper young granny. This will be clean tomorrow. Sun Feng coldly looked at Su Zhenyang, while these words were also directed at Chang Bora. I was looking at you green like this. Quite pitiful. but suddenly I feel like you're not pitiful anymore. Pitiful? The pitiful one is you. Thinking that looking up some information makes you powerful? Think you can compete with me? Think you have more energy than me? I can similarly check you out with a single phone call. Sun Feng said in a chilling voice. The way to get back his face now was this one. He himself also checked Su Zhengyang out and showed his energy in front of Chang Bala. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fight. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, made a gesture of invitation with interest. Sun Feng snorted coldly, took out his phone and dialed. I'm going to show you the gap between you and me, so that you can understand what it means to truly cover the sky with one hand. He finished speaking and directly put his cell phone on speakerphone on the table. The call was connected. Young master, within 5 minutes, I want all the information on this person Su Zhengyang, Sun Feng said in a cold voice. The words were said with great vigor, but the opposite side was a bit unforgiving. Young master, there are so many named Su Zhengyang. Which one to check? Check them all, one without fail. Sun Feng immediately exasperated shouted. So many people listening. How is it so difficult to pretend to be more than? Su Zhengyang cheaply moved forward and handed him an ID. Use help? This is my ID card. Check directly by ID number. Sun Feng was about to explode with anger. Su Zhengyang actually handed over his ID card. This is your own way of seeking death. Sun Feng directly read the ID number to the other end of the phone. The sound of writing swish and swish came from the other end of the phone, while writing and repeating, and at the end of writing, he also asked, young master, you read it again. How many comes after 52? Chapter 39 Tang Ying's gift arrives. Sun Feng couldn't wait to drop the phone. He had turned on the speakerphone and wanted to pretend to be more than he was. So why was it so bumpy? Sun Feng roared again. While he didn't drop something in his hand, Su Zhengyang drew back his ID card and loaded it up with a smile. With his ID card, the opposite party quickly went to make a phone contact. But 4 minutes later, a voice came from the phone. Is young master there? Say that. Yaman side said that this person's information they can't possibly disclose, and also said that let's look at our own identity. Not yet qualified to check around in the Yaman. The butler on the opposite side obviously didn't know that this side was on speakerphone, and was still earnestly persuading his young master not to casually cause trouble. Sun Feng was so angry that he directly picked up his cell phone and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground and violently stomped on it a few times. He was completely enraged. He was considered to have lost all of his people today. His wife gave herself a piece of heaven. He wanted to pretend to be more than, but also struggled. People gave their ID number. As a result, now everyone thinks he is charging a big-tail wolf. Don't be sad. You said let me feel the gap. You did it Su Zhengyang hurriedly consoled. Looking at Su Zhengyang's look, Cheng Bora pursed her lips and almost laughed out. She also didn't expect Su Zhengyang to be so powerful, stomping all of them to death. She didn't hold back. Who asked Zhou Man to fix herself first? Now looking at Su Zhengyang helping himself out, she was so happy in her heart that a mouthful of bad gas that had been silted up for more than a year was finally evacuated. Get out! You two get the hell out! You are not welcome here. At this time, Li Yiru's parents, who had been silent, spoke up, especially Li Yiru's mother, Chao Feng. She had a brilliant idea. This Su Zhengyang had nothing to do with them no matter what, but Sun Feng was different. Their family's business was still relying on Sun Feng to support it. Now Sun Feng has lost such a big man here. He is already mad. This is exactly the time for them to stand up and send charcoal in the snow. They must stand on a united front with Sun Feng. Moreover, Sun Feng's wife would soon be swept away. The position of the Sun family's youngest grandmother was vacant, and their own daughter, Li Yiru, could just fill the gap. Su Zhengyang looked back at them. Are you talking about the two of us? Who else could it be if not you guys? I don't care who you are. Offending young master's son is offending our Li family. We are at loggerheads with you. Yiru, quickly go help young master's son to the sofa. Chao Feng shouted in a cold and angry voice, not forgetting to give her daughter a wink to get her to act. Li Yiru naturally understood. She walked over and rushed at Chang Bala. I'm sorry Paula, please go out. You are not welcome here, and I don't want to see you again in the future. Don't worry, if I didn't hold the slightest illusion of being friendly with you guys, I wouldn't have come today. Sung Poire looked around the crowd and said blandly. Just at this moment, a manager from the front hall, very attentive, bowed and made a gesture of invitation and walked over, with a tall, well-built woman with an excellent temperament behind her. It was precisely Tang Ying. Tang Ying? It's Tang Ying. I didn't blink, did I? How did Tang Ying appear here? No one here who knew anything about clothes didn't know Tang Ying, and Li Yiru and even Sun Feng recognized this woman at a glance. Tang Ying in the clothing industry in Santai City is the real one hand to cover the sky, a word to determine life and death. Like the Sun family, such clothing factory, in the eyes of Tang Ying is not but a few tools, and Li Yiru's textile factory, Tang Ying's eyes or even cannot clip things. Watching Tang Ying walk step by step, the whole room was silent. The Li family members were all dumbfounded, not knowing exactly what this great beauty was doing here. Tang Ying rushed Su Zhenyang. Two people faintly smiled. She promised Chang Bala a small cell, so the first time to send gifts first, and then introduce who it was. So Tang Ying directly walked to Li Yiru first. She was holding a small transparent box in front of her chest, and inside the box was a palm-sized, lifelike golden phoenix. The golden phoenix spread its wings and flew. The golden light was bright and beautiful. Hello Ms. Li, I'm here on behalf of the mysterious guest, specially here to deliver a birthday gift. Happy birthday to you. When Tang Ying finished speaking, she scared Li Yiru so much that she subconsciously took a step back. She was scared out of her mind, couldn't believe that Tang Ying would give herself a gift. Why? What was going on? She was too scared to receive it for a moment. But her mother, Chao Feng, was suddenly overjoyed. I didn't know it was General Manager Tang arriving. It's really a loss to welcome you. You're the most honored guest. It's really flattering for us. Thank you. Chao Feng's waist bowed into a shrimp, thinking about receiving that pure gold golden phoenix first. Her eyes were glowing. Don't know this mysterious guest. Which honored guest is it? Let our little daughter can get this pendant. Li Yiru's father also stammered and asked. At this moment, Li Yiru suddenly opened her mouth in surprise and looked towards Sun Foam. This action of hers immediately caused everyone's eyes to move over and look at Sun Foam. Right, if there was anyone present who was most likely to be able to invite Tang Ying, it was only Sun Foam. For a while, everyone cast envious gazes at Sun Foam. To be able to invite Tang Ying, what kind of status must this be? Li Yiru was even more moved. Li Yiru's parents only had one thought in their mind at this time. That is, they must seize the opportunity to ally with the Sun family. At this time, Sun Foam was also staring blankly at Tang Ying, seeing that everyone was looking at him, although he didn't know why. He was still enjoying this feeling of being in the limelight. But Su Zhenyang's voice rang out lazily. Tang Ying, bring back that golden phoenix. They don't deserve it. I can turn around and send them a straw chicken. Su Zhenyang's voice pierced the silence. It instantly made the Li family furious. Dog bastard. What did you say? You're the one who called Tang Ying too. Our golden phoenix is none of your business. What the hell do you count as a Nima coin? Chang Bora, why don't you get lost? Do I have to say it a third time? Today, Mr. Tang came to celebrate my birthday. I don't want you to spoil the fun. Please leave immediately. Li Yiru looked at Chang Bora and said angrily. Tang Ying had come to celebrate her birthday. She had seen the pinnacle of her life. This really wasn't a dream. What was in front of her was really Tang Ying. She herself married into the Sun family, relying on Tang Ying's relationship. Calling the shots in the fashion industry was just around the corner. That's it. Get lost. Spoil sport. How dare you have the face to say such things? Get lost. Garbage. Don't spoil Mr. Tang's fun. The other students were also clamoring. It was not easy for them to see Tang Ying. They didn't want Su Zhenyang to spoil the fun. However, they didn't want Tang Ying's face to gradually turn iron blue after the crowd finished speaking. Tang Ying rushed at Su Zhenyang with some trepidation. Master Su, Paula, what's going on? This action of Tang Ying's left the Li family's crowd dumbfounded. Chapter 40. People are telling us to get lost. The surrounding students' angry curses also came to an abrupt end. Mr. Su, Paula, what kind of name is this? Li Yiru asked with some trembling voice. Mr. Tang, who are you talking to? Is it with the two of them? Not with them. Could it be with you? Tang Ying instantly said in a chilling voice of anger, snatching the golden phoenix back with one hand. She was secretly chagrined. She was just too unlucky. Counting this time, she had already patted Su Zhenyang's ass on the horse's leg twice. What was wrong with herself? Mr. Tang, what do you mean Why are you talking to them Do you know them? Chao Feng had an extremely bad premonition. She asked in a trembling voice. This golden phoenix of mine, it is exactly what was sent for Paula. Do you think I recognize it? Tang Ying said in a cold voice. Don't bull **** with them. Can't you hear people telling us to roll? Su Zhenyang grabbed a few more grapes in bad taste and waved at Tang Ying. Got it, Master Su. Tang Ying nodded and pulled her leg away, passing by Chang Bala and even pulling up Chang Bala's hand in passing, as close as sisters. Everyone was wildly shocked in their hearts. It turned out that Tang Ying was really called by Su Zhenyang and Chang Bala, and had even brought the golden phoenix to celebrate her birthday. What kind of power was this? Zhou Man, who was shrinking in the corner and hadn't been seen by Tang Ying just now, had already had her eyes wide open and was thunderstruck. She had already been victimized by Su Zhenyang, but now she didn't have a single thought of revenge. No, don't go, Paula. Li Yiru suddenly shrieked as if she had returned to her senses and quickly chased after her. The Li family and Sun Foam also reacted, all frantically chasing after her. Li Yiru's intestines were now green. All of this was originally her own. If she had just made good relations with Changbora, then she would have gotten on Tang Ying's good side by now. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? But the paradise was right in front of her eyes. But she ruined it with her own hands. The front office manager following behind had already understood what was going on just now, and immediately waved his hand at the outside. And a few security guards rushed in at once, slamming hard when Li Yuru was about to catch up with Tang Ying, directly stopping a group of people from the Li family. Paula! Paula! Li Yuru screamed miserably. Su Zhengyang's trio stopped and looked back at the crying family. Paula, I was wrong. Are we still good sisters? We're roommates. Please don't blame me, okay? Please, 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 please. She had to beg. It was no longer just about whether they could get a ride with Tang Ying. Rather, they had just offended Su Zhengyang and Changbora. Tang Ying would inevitably retaliate against them, and she didn't need to exert any effort. With just one word, countless people would be willing to go through fire and water for her to exterminate their little raggedy factory. Yes, it's all our fault for not recognizing MT. Tai, please be magnanimous. Xiao Fang was also in tears, while she wanted to befriend Tang Ying even more. This was an opportunity to soar to the heavens, not realizing that it was about to fly away now. Are we good sisters? You should ask yourselves this sentence. I've never offended any of you. I've never wronged anyone. When I was in school you guys targeted me at every turn. I was careful with everyone. But you guys, you even created a group and crowdfunded it to buy personnel to boycott my job search. To have fun with it. There are at least 10 of you here involved. What on earth have I done to wrong you all? Sung Paora finally exploded. Years of aggression turning into tears. Pointing at the crowd and saying all the words that had been pent up for a long time. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. It was me who was wrong. But you are the most kind-hearted I know. You will forgive me, right? Li Yuru cried out in pain. Sung Paora, on the other hand, shook her head. Seeing Sung Paora's tears, Su Zhengyang was moved to true anger. You do deserve to die. You have 10 hours to get the hell out of Santai City, or I'll do everything I can to put you in debt. And you, Sun Feng, I spared your Sun family's life because I promised to let Zhou Man live on the streets, so you're responsible for watching over her. If I see that Zhou Man is able to feed and clothe herself, then your Sun family will live on the streets for her. Su Zhengyang was the one who directly gave an ultimatum. Yes, I know. Sun Feng hurriedly kowtowed and thanked him. Su Zhengyang reached out and wiped Changbola's tears, pulling her directly outside, leaving behind Li Yuru's family who sat paralyzed in place. 10 hours is not enough to sell the plant directly, let alone dealing with a huge amount of default orders and the like. It seemed like Su Zhengyang was going to kill them, and before the death hand to give them 10 hours to struggle, so that you despair before a little hope, and then in the hope of powerlessness. What exactly are the people they have offended? Sun Feng was considered to be the most thankful one at this time. As for Sun Li and the others, they were already shivering at this time, and they would be unable to sleep for a long time. Walking out of the hotel, Tang Ying also smiled and wiped Changbora's tears. Alright, it's all in the past. In her heart, she was incredibly envious of Changbola, compared to her, who had dropped out of school at 17 years old to mix with the society until now, and had been rolling in the dust for more than 10 years. Changbala was still much younger, and these grievances were nothing more than floating clouds. But Paula has Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang, such a man for her to cover the wind and rain. She will never have a bumpy ride. And myself, still no one to rely on, although embraced Su Zhengyang this thigh, but is not the kind of dependence she wants. By the way, Sister Tang, I've already thought out that feng shui bureau of yours the other day. Just add 2 stone lions at the east gate, one facing northeast and one facing northwest. Su Zhengyang felt that now was just the right time to fool Changbara, saving her from always being unclear about where her money came from. The profession of feng shui master was an excellent front. And anyway, didn't that Zhang Yu guy believe in it? Tang Ying was first stunned, but reacted extremely quickly, nodding her head and cooperating. Oh, so that's how it is. Then thank you, Master Su. I'll transfer 2 pieces to you when I get back. Good. Tang Ying comforted 2 more sentences then drove off by herself. Su Zhengyang and the 2 of them also returned to the car. Only then did Changbora look at Su Zhengyang with her small mouth slightly open. Ah, no wonder Tang Ying is so respectful to you, and you're suddenly so rich that you've actually learned to cheat people. Humph, truth be told, I'm also a little famous in the feng shui world. If you say that, my followers will come to cut you down, Su Zhengyang said seriously. Changbala snorted and blankly glanced at him, then her cheeks suddenly lowered her head with some blush, and she muttered in a small voice. Thanks. Ha, what did you say? Can't hear you. Su Zhengyang brought his ear over. Bad egg. Changbora grabbed his ear and exclaimed. Laughing for a while, Su Zhengyang asked seriously, now that no one is in the way, you are free to choose your favorite career. How about it? What's the plan? This question instantly made Changbora both a little excited and a little torn. Su Zhengyang then proposed. How about this? Haven't you always dreamed of opening a healthy restaurant? I'll put up the money, you'll put up the effort, and we'll split the money we earn equally. How about it? Don't pity me, even though you're rich, you can't buy my soul. Chang Bala's small eyebrows stared, dissatisfied. What am I doing buying your soul? You can look at this as an investment for me. I just like the cozy feeling of you working and me counting the money. Otherwise, what if I spend a lot of money and spend all the money I earn on things like buying private lessons? Chang Bala instantly shook her little head like a rattle drum. Every time she recalled Su Zhengyang's $5 to buy lessons, she was heartbroken for him. That $5 would be enough to open up a restaurant. That's not it. I know you want to be strong, but think about it. Someone who is destined to become an actress is spotted on the road by a talent scout who says she'll be cast in a TV show as the #1 girl in no time. Do you still have to turn down this opportunity and insist on starting as a mass actor? Chang Bora bit her lip, and had to admit that Su Zhengyang had a point. And besides, there was no need for her to reject Su Zhengyang's good intentions, or else she would be too uneducated. Alright, boss. Chapter 41. I don't receive male clients. Looking at Su Zhengyang's smile of triumph, Chang Bora punched over with a pink fist. However, the two of them hadn't driven out far from the car when they heard Chang Bala's happiness, which she could no longer suppress, coming from the car window. I can finally open a restaurant. It was also interspersed with Su Zhengyang's reprimand. Seatbelt, seatbelt. Early the next morning, Chang Bora, who was excited and hadn't slept much all night, was still cheerful. Su Zhenyang drove her directly to Yunhai Club to resign and hand over her job. The store manager, sister's son, was terrified and thought how she had offended Chang Bola, boss Lin Zuxian that day when he left, but a special explanation, to be good to this Chang Bola, looking for opportunities to promote her as a backbone, mainly to make good Su Zhengyang. I did not expect people to resign today, but learned that people have better development. Sister's son is not good to say anything, had to help her do the separation and member handover. After finishing the separation, the two drove straight to a real estate agent in the city, home and agency. At the door, Chang Bora said that she was thirsty and first went to the small supermarket next to buy a bottle of water. Su Zhenyang nodded and walked into the agency store by himself. The store was very spacious, with nearly 20 computers, and a manager-like man closest to the door hurriedly revealed a professional smile and got up to welcome him. Hello sir, how can I help you? Oh, I want to rent a storefront. Good, you come and sit over here. I'll find one of the most professional real estate consultants to recommend for you. The manager's attitude was comforting, smiling as he motioned Su Zhengyang towards the sofa area. At the same time the manager waved towards a girl. Xiao Ya, come over here for a moment. A dull-faced girl slowly stood up from her seat, first glancing this way. Su Zhengyang also casually looked towards this girl. This girl was very pretty. Doll face was exquisite. Chi Lu Hai, small ponytail, more or less a bit of temperament. Only the figure is flat, not S at all. Even the buttocks are a little ugly. In the eyes of a fitness person like Su Zhengyang, this kind of body simply cannot look. Zero attraction. But the public only looked at the face, and it had to be said that just looking at the face, this girl was stunning. Su Zhengyang smiled at her in a friendly manner, but I didn't expect Su Zhengyang to smile so much. This girl in turn, the corners of her mouth drooped downward, and a trace of disgust seemed to flash in her eyes. Such an obvious emotion naturally could not escape Su Zhengyang's eyes now. The girl walked over with a foul face, as if others owed her money. Xiao Ya, you find this gentleman a set of facades. The manager also noticed something, but she was called, so she had to say stiffly, Manager, I've already said that I only receive female customers. Xiao Ya said with great dissatisfaction. At this moment Su Zhenyang could hear the people around him secretly talking. Hey, it's starting. I heard that she only receives female clients when she's at 10 Square Agency. Not really, I heard that she also receives male clients, but it has to be a very elegant kind that she looks up to. What's wrong with this? Don't work in the service industry if you're so valuable, okay? I heard it's because she thinks all the low-end men stare at her beauty, making her feel sick. There's no way. She does have a good-looking face, and her performance is top-notch over there, so she has to be held up everywhere. The co-workers also all beeped in small voices. However, the manager's face is a little unsightly. You are no longer precious, but also cannot contradict the leader in front of the customer. Just as the manager was about to open his mouth again, Su Zhengyang reached out his hand. It's the same for anyone. Since there are rules, let's change it. Just this little girl. Su Zhengyang pointed to a spectacled girl who was sitting there staring blankly this way. How nice of him to talk. Why make things difficult for people since they don't want to? But the manager was a bit temperamental. I'm really sorry sir. You give me a little time. I must let her serve you today. The manager was afraid that Su Zhengyang would get angry. And secondly, he also wanted to set an example. If you don't do it, get lost. so he turned back around and was about to reprimand Xiaoya. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, said helplessly, I'm really not angry. I'm in a hurry. She's no different from anyone else in my eyes, just make it faster. But I didn't expect Su Zhengyang's words to make Xiaoya coldly sweep him again. She is no different from others in his eyes? Oof. This kind of person who pretended to be dashing to attract her attention she had seen a lot of. She despised Su Zhengyang a glance, but this was also exactly what she wanted. No matter what, she wouldn't give her services to this disgusting person today. Can't see himself and smiles lewdly at himself. All loathen men are the same. Seeing Su Zhengyang say this, the manager also took a deep breath to suppress his anger, waved at the glasses girl, and then apologized at Su Zhengyang again. At this time Chang Bara jumped in playfully with 2 bottles of water. For a moment the men in the room froze for a moment. It was a normal reaction. Wherever Chang Bara went, she was the kind of center of attention that could not be ignored. Tall and fit, perfect curves, luscious and full, slender waist, appearance is absolutely beautiful, especially the smile on her face, playful, cheerful, like sunshine in a sea of flowers. The perfect combination of innocent temperament and seductive appearance. She was what the one in all the otaku's dreams should look like. Which one do you want? Sung Poire smiled as she walked over to Su Zhengyang's side, holding a bottle of water and a bottle of drink in front of her and asking mischievously, drink the one you have left. Su Zhengyang said without a trace of humor, instantly causing Chang Baola to spit out her little tongue and laugh. Su Zhengyang knew her well. She was a fitness person, drinking drinks for fear of gaining weight, but always wanted to have a taste. The rest could not be wasted, so Su Zhengyang could only drink the rest of her drink. This slightly intimate conversation between the two immediately made the crowd misunderstand their relationship. That Xiaoya, on the other hand, had a gloomy face and was even a bit incredulous. I didn't expect Su Zhengyang to have such a beautiful girlfriend, and those co-workers were all snickering one by one. This was really embarrassing for whoever was ugly. This Xiaoya was indeed good, but compared to Chang Baola, it was simply trash, especially when Chang Bora's powerful and hot body was compared to Xiaoya's collapsed buttocks. The latter was simply revolting. It seems that the person who just said that Xiaoya was no different from anyone else in his eyes really wasn't talking about it. After all, how could he look at goods like Xiaoya when he slept all day with his arms around a level like Chang Bora? A deep sense of frustration rose from Xiaoya's chest. At this moment the manager favored to add fuel to the fire. Well, Xiaoya, if you can't receive them then go ahead and sit down. Cola, you receive these too. The glasses girl called Cola instantly came over with a smile, pushed her glasses up, and greeted with a naive smile. Xiaoya took a deep breath and greatly sat back in her seat. Her gaze kept looking over this way, but she realized that Su Zhengyang simply didn't bother to look at her, which always made her feel like she was holding a breath in her chest. Chapter 42, Kissing Hands Before Elegance? Although the glasses girl is a bit naive, but the professional knowledge is very rich. A lot of information about stores. She does not have to turn over the information. According to your request, there is a set in this neighborhood of North City Park. 538 square meters of oversized duplex, upper and lower 2 floors. It's very suitable for high-end catering, and the owner is in a hurry, so it can be rented or sold. This location is 100 meters ahead of the park parking lot, in the middle of all the green, quiet. In addition to the price is a little expensive, close to the price of some commercial stores. Glasses girl is also honest. Expensive said expensive, also will not euphemize a little. Listen to the side of the manager, a burst of speechless. Let's go. That's it. Go take a look. Su Zhengyang didn't listen to anything else, regardless of the price. This location is indeed the most suitable. Beicheng Park was known as the green lung of Santai City, with a lot of vegetation and a very high flow of people. The stores around it, surrounded by greenery, are not as conspicuous as the stores, but after all, what Chang Baola is trying to do is healthy dining. What could be healthier than eating next to a green lung? The glasses girl immediately made a call to the owner, and it just so happened that the owner was in the neighborhood. So Su Zhengyang and the 3 of them didn't delay, and drove directly to it. Once close to the North City Park, the air has obviously become fresh and clean up. Birdsong in the forest, children playing, the elderly playing chess, and occasionally you can hear the fitness bosses flinging the popping whip. It seems that the industrial noise has been isolated by a different kind of tranquility. Mood are a lot more relaxed. Drive the car directly to the front of the target facade. Here the street is not wide, two-way single lane, but only passes in and out of the park. So there are not many vehicles. The speed of the car is also slow. As soon as he got out of the car, in front of the facade stood a middle-aged man with his jacket draped over his body and a cigarette in his mouth. This big brother with a sad face was fuming there. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Zhao? Glasses girl went forward and asked. Looking for a house right? Inside please. The man squeezed out a smile, pinched his cigarette and greeted politely. The store had a front hall porch, and entering inside was a spacious hall. hollow, with 2 pillars bearing the weight, and a wide connecting porch forming a second level along a circle overhead. A large duplex structure. Alas, never rented it after I bought it. I originally installed it with the intention of using it for myself, but something happened at home and I was in a hurry to use the money, so I could only take it out. If you guys want to rent it, the price is absolutely fair. Buy can also, Big Brother said sincerely. Su Zhangyang. Two people looked at each other. Both feel that this is really a perfect place, should not need to look at the other. However, to be on the safe side, the two of them still took a look around upstairs and downstairs. After chatting with this Big Brother for a few moments, he learned that both of his children had a serious disease, muscle atrophy, and if he wanted to be cured, the country had already developed a special drug, but it costs more than $10 a pill, and to be cured, at least 4 pills are needed, not to mention the unusually expensive hospitalization fees, the thick labs he was carrying around. Looking at Su Zhangyang, several people are a burst of heartache. The family that was originally quite wealthy had almost lost it all, but it was still quite a bit short of money. Su Zhangyang nodded his head and decided to take the shot, but just at this time, a blue Maserati stopped at the door, and from the car came down a man and a woman. The man was a man in his 30s with a greasy hair comb and black gloves, and the woman turned out to be Xiaoya, who he had just seen at the agency. She held the information and led the man straight up. When they were at the agency, Su Zhangyang had just left before them, and this man entered the agency. It just so happened that he also wanted to rent a facade, and as the glasses girl had just called to confirm that the landlord was here, they didn't need to greet the landlord and rushed straight over. Su Zhangyang immediately frowned, although he didn't understand the rules of the agency, but it seemed bad to stir up other people's customers like this, and as soon as the man entered the door, he looked at Chang Bala with a stunned face, simply amazed. How could there be such a beautiful woman, especially that figure? The man did not hide his admiration. He couldn't take his eyes off of her like that, and looked at Chang Baola with a frown. You guys are? The homeowner, Brother Zhao, asked suspiciously. We are also looking at the house. Aren't you renting it out for sale here? This client of mine also wants to take a look. He just came back from doing business in the UK. Xiaoya especially emphasized the return from the UK, and even gave Su Zhangyang a glance intentionally or unintentionally after she finished speaking. Seeing Su Zhangyang looking at her, she immediately turned her gaze to the side, only to feel a surge of pleasure in her chest. Su Zhangyang, on the other hand, was just laughing coldly in his heart. Those co-workers talked about her not receiving male clients unless they were elegant. It seemed she thought this was elegant. Indeed, this man was wearing an expensive customized suit with gloves, combing his back hair, courteous, and still had some stubble. Hello, he nodded very politely at the homeowner, his smile carrying a confident charm. Do you want to wait for a while? It's them who came first. He finished reading to say, don't you guys look again. Zhao Big Brother is very preachy. Some difficult to charge, this man said. Oh, no harm, the man said and waved his hand, and then inclined his head and smiled as he looked directly at Chang Baola and asked, this beautiful young lady, I'm glad to be able to meet you. Can I have the honor of getting to know you? Oh, to be honest, I have stayed in England for more than 10 long years, and I have never seen a beautiful girl like you. As he spoke, he took off his own gloves, and very gentlemanly, he bent down slightly and extended his hand to Chung Bora. Obviously he wanted to perform that nobleman's kissing hand salute. Sung Pao Ra, on the other hand, just politely waved her small hand and said, hi, that was considered a greeting. He refused his kissing gesture. This made the man slightly embarrassed and said, that's okay. Su Zhangyang and the others were all stunned. What's okay? It was as if someone else had done something wrong to him and then apologized to him for it. Xiaoya, however, said with a cold face, Mr. Peter is going to perform a kissing hand salute with you. If you are educated, you should take your hand out and cooperate instead of being so ignorant of etiquette. Su Zhangyang, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, this side suggests that you read more. Kissing hand salute is kissing a married lady. It is forbidden to kiss a young girl's hand, and there is no need to perform the kissing hand salute if the woman does not reach out. Understand? Xiaoya instantly frowned and held back her blushing face. Her intuition told her that what Su Zhangyang said might not be true, and that he was deliberately embarrassing himself, but she didn't know whether it was true or not. Moreover, the fake foreigner herself didn't refute it. Could it be that what he said was true? The glasses girl pursed her lips and giggled. Xiaoya felt her face burning even more. Peter at this time, on the contrary, smiled as a gentleman and said repeatedly, it's okay, it's okay. This beautiful young lady, have you taken a good look at this store? I roughly looked at it. I like this store very much. I think I don't need to look at other stores. This place is very suitable. Sorry, we also have our eyes on it. Sung Pao Ra spoke and looked at Su Zhangyang, seeing Su Zhangyang nodding. Then she smiled and nodded. Oh, then in that case, I'm willing to let you have it. It's really hurtful to compete with a beautiful girl like you, Peter said smilingly. Su Zhangyang and the two of them were dumbfounded. It seemed like they were the ones who came first, and the homeowner, Big Brother Zhao, had even said first come first served. How did it make it seem as if they had robbed him? Chapter 43, It's your turn to bid. Su Zhangyang was already a bit displeased. Have you negotiated the rent? Peter asked again. This seems like something you don't have to worry about. Sung Poire also said breathlessly. I'm just expressing my goodwill as much as I can. If you think the rent here is expensive, I do have a solution. He finished looking at Sung Poire with some anticipation, but seeing that Sung Poire didn't say anything, he had to pick up on it himself. That would be for me to buy this place and rent it to you at a price that is desirable enough, he said with an evil smile. It was supposed to be a very romantic and pretentious thing to say, especially when he said it with such ease. Buy this place and rent it to you. It seemed gentle and overbearing. Peter was very confident that no woman would be able to resist such an offense from himself, so he revealed a confident smile. At this time, the homeowner on the side, Brother Zhao, asked with some excitement. Really? Peter smiled and nodded his head. Xiaoya said with some complacency. Mr. Peter's father, each has a decoration company in the UK and in China, and is worth over 100. Peter, on the other hand, smiled humbly and was close to waving his hand to tell the crowd to keep a low profile. Brother Zhao somewhat helplessly rushed at Su Zhangyang. Brother, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If he buys it, I have to get the money first to save my life. Su Zhangyang nodded immediately. Of course I understand, but I didn't say I wasn't going to buy it. Ah, you're going to buy it too? Brother Zhao was puzzled. What's not to like? Aren't you rentable and sellable? Just now we didn't intend to talk to you about renting it after we looked at it. I had planned to buy it directly as well. Su Zhangyang nodded and said. Chang Bora, on the other hand, secretly tugged on Su Zhangyang's coat corner, signaling him not to fight with people. So that's how it is. Since you want to buy it as well, why don't we bid on it? The highest bidder gets it. Fair and square. How about it? Peter, on the other hand, was delighted. Seeing that little action of Chang Bora, he was both jealous and a little glad. It must be that Su Zhangyang didn't have that much money, or was very stretched. In any case, it was absolutely impossible to outdo himself. Spending a sum of money to invest a little in front of Chang Baola can be very good to show his strength. The big deal is to resell it after a while. As long as you can get a woman like Chang Baola into your hands, even losing money would be worth it. That naturally couldn't be better. You go first, Su Zhangyang said smilingly. Peter also smiled and nodded, asking in a gentlemanly manner, May I ask this gentleman, what is the selling price of your house? I'm in a hurry to use the money now. If you buy it sincerely, I really don't ask for much. One bite price, $15. You know this location is a rare one in North City Park. Zhao Big Brother obviously a little excited, afraid that he did not agree, rushed to explain. Unexpectedly, he was interrupted by Peter reaching out. Your price is very reasonable. I'll offer $5, 50% down and the rest on a mortgage. He believed that as long as he did his father's job properly and found a chance to sell it later, he wouldn't lose much money at all. But today, he was definitely able to harvest a fangirl's heart, and a lease that he had rented out at a low price. As long as Sung Poura rented his store, then himself and her would be the landlord-tenant, and there was bound to be opportunities for intimacy. Sooner or later, he himself would get his hands on it. Mortgage, okay. Brother Zhao hesitated for a moment. A mortgage loan would mean that he would need to wait for the approval to take a bit of time, but after all, where would he find a full payment customer with so much money? So he could only accept it gladly. However, he remembered something and turned to look at Su Zhangyang. Although he didn't hold much hope, he actually didn't really want Su Zhangyang to lose face. After all, he didn't really like this person either. It clearly looked like a purely national product, but had to be called a foreign name. This gentleman, it's your turn, Peter said as he reached out his hand with great poise. $100, full payment. Su Zhangyang didn't make a fuss either, stretching out a finger and uttering 5 words. The room was instantly silent. Peter's face even dropped instantly. Mr. Su, if you can't afford to play, don't make fun of me. There's no need to do this in front of your female companion. Oh yeah, what's a saying in your country? To beat your face up. Peter's gentlemanly demeanor was gone, and he was very dissatisfied with Su Zhangyang's stirring. Xiaoya was even more contemptuous, and at the same time very relieved, because Su Zhangyang lost big face. What to say $100? This is not a fool's errand. Just now she said that this Peter's family is worth more than 100. So Xiaoya coldly said, can you stop disgracing Huaxia? Su Zhangyang didn't even bother to pay attention to her and directly took out his wallet. He used to have 700 or 800 under the bed. There are more than 10 change. At that time is all the family, also lazy to save. These 2 days to clean up the house is all collected into the wallet. At this time to break open the wallet. Inside a few $100 bright red dazzling, because the top is shining with red diamonds like bright gold and red lines. That is the unique light of the $100 bill. At this time Su Zhengyang was intentionally turning his back to Changbola, trying not to let Changbola see. Otherwise she would again say that she was raising her like a pig. But Peter and the others were seeing it clearly. Especially Big Brother Zhao saw it most clearly. The crowd froze on the spot for a moment. It was well known that only those who were worth more than 1,000 would be given the issuance of a 100 yuan bill after heavy scrutiny. And it was one review at a time. Which meant that you had to have at least $7,000 in personal assets before $700 bills would be issued to you. Su Zhengyang drew out one and put away his wallet before Chang Bora's curious little eyes turned around. Mr. Peter, it's your turn. Su Zhengyang lifted the $100 bill in his hand and reminded. It was only then that Peter came back from his shock. It was his turn? Their family companies added up to less than 150, and all the active funds in their house that could be used was only $50 or $60. What was he going to do to keep bidding? But what made him even more unacceptable was, Su Zhengyang didn't follow the rules. He called for a 15. 5. He directly called a 100. He didn't even qualify for a second call. This was a raw attempt to use money to smash himself to death. But he quickly coldly smiled again. He could not afford to mess with. But it does not mean that he lost. He snapped his hands twice. Ha ha, this gentleman is really rich. I just don't know how this homeowner will thank me for helping you raise the price like this. He laughed very proudly when he finished speaking, in a very comfortable mood, as if he was a winner with superior intelligence. The tone of his voice even revealed that he had deliberately raised the price to lure Su Zhengyang to pay more. Although Xiaoya was also shocked just now, she also took a long breath at this moment, smiling and looking at Su Zhengyang with a gaze of a stupid lack. Peter continued to turn to Su Zhengyang and advised in a serious tone, spending money recklessly like this, no matter how much family money your parents have, sooner or later it will be lost by you. I'm not going to call the price. You win. He finished laughing even more triumphantly, but Su Zhengyang still looked at him with a light-hearted air, and said in the same tone, $100, in your eyes, I'm afraid it's a huge amount of money. After all, your pattern is only so big, but $100 in my eyes, it's just a drop in the bucket, just buying my happiness. Don't challenge my change with your family money. What's more, $15, I am afraid it is not enough to save the lives of 2 children. Right Zhao, Chapter 44, The Flying Black Shadow. Su Zhengyang's last sentence made Zhao shudder. He looked at Su Zhengyang in surprise. Brother, what you said is true? 1 child needs 4, 2 children 8. That should be enough. Su Zhengyang nodded and smiled. Just now when Brother Zhao showed them the bill, it was Su Zhengyang who had sharp eyes and saw the 2 confirmed diagnosis slips. Indeed, one was grade 2 and one was grade 1, and it was acquired, and it could be cured with that kind of special medicine. Consumption detected, but the host is still suspected of siphoning off points. This time the points gained are 100 points. Su Zhengyang was smiling on his face, but in his heart, he was numb-mappy. Am I siphoning off points? I am doing a good deed. He was indeed harboring the thought of doing good deeds. Perhaps, being poor gave rise to treachery, and being rich grew a conscience spoke of people like him, although he couldn't do both. But now that he had stumbled upon it, he was still willing to accumulate some mean virtue. After all, with the system in place, $100 is really just 1 hair of a 9 ox, and the interest of more than 10,000 per month he simply can't spend it all. The homeowner's eyes swished red. Without saying anything, he gently peeled the glasses girl away, and slowly knelt toward the ground. The movements were not fast, but incomparably firm. Chang Bara and glasses girl close, rushed to reach out to assist, but they were unable to hold this man who had already made up his mind, and Zhao's knees touched the ground. A man in his 40s, snot and tears flowed unspeakably. Su Zhengyang was also trembling in his heart, stepping forward and yanking the big brother who was about to kowtow up hard. Big brother Zhao, there's really no need to be like this. Big brother Zhao, however, just waved his hand frequently, opening his mouth to speak, but just shedding tears, unable to say a single word at all. Looking at Chang Bala, several people gripped their hearts. Peter looked at this scene, on his face first a moment of bewilderment. He did not know the matter of Zhao big brother, but then his face became very gloomy. Just now Su Zhengyang's words had embarrassed him, and now it seemed that $100 was more than just 9 cows and a hair for Su Zhengyang. This 9 cows and 1 dime had also helped a family on the verge of breaking up. This was many times more noble than him pretending to buy the store in order to please Chang Bora, but he still didn't die. I hope this big brother landlord can thank me as well. After all, just now, if it wasn't for my call, this gentleman wouldn't have gambled and raised the price to 100, right? Although it was a bit off-putting to explicitly invite credit like this, It sounded like it wasn't unreasonable. He was counting on the fact that by saying this, he could at least make Changbara see a little credit in him and not focus all his adoration on Su Zhengyang. But Su Zhengyang didn't give it a chance. If I price out to 50, do you think you can afford to call the price? Peter instantly turned red and was momentarily speechless. Then do you still think it's relevant to you that I bid to 100 now? Even Xiaoyao on the side had a hard time on Peter's behalf. Su Zhengyang unexpectedly did not leave Peter the slightest opportunity to perform, taking all the credit, but now she no longer dared to say anything. A person who could casually come up with $100 to buy a set of facade was not someone she could afford to mess with. Although Peter's face was grim, he couldn't say anything else and could only turn away with a cold snort. Xiaoyao also blared unwillingly at the glasses girl, hatefully followed and left. This single to be really $100 deal. Just commission glasses girl earn ripped. 1% of the brokerage fee, that is $1. After they left, Brother Zhao slowed down for half a day. Su Zhengyang did not delay. Let the glasses girl called on the manager. All of them went directly to the housing authority to transfer on the spot. Even the brokerage fee was paid in full by Su Zhengyang. Just paying the brokerage fee alone earned him $100. No one can stop him from spending money. Brother Zhao is also enthusiastic. Had to drag Su Zhengyang to the hospital. One is to verify his child's condition, so that Su Zhengyang can rest assured that he did not lie to him. The second is to let the family thank the benefactor face to face. Su Zhengyang two people refused on the grounds that there is something. Left contact information, agreed to contact later. They can imagine, once they went to the hospital, their family must be crying and kneeling scene. Su Zhengyang does not want to lose his life. After tossing everything, it was already evening. Although you're doing it to help him, but spending $100 on such a store, we simply can't earn it back. Sitting in the car, Changbara beamed with a tangled face. She knew that Su Zhengyang was rich, but she didn't expect to be so rich as to be able to take out 100. Of course she was also very supportive of Su Zhengyang helping big brother Zhao, but this was a big loss. Which life could open a restaurant and earn it back? This you don't understand. I call this accumulating in virtue. And do you know, this store, feng shui wise, is simply my Wulonggang, very prosperous for me. As long as I buy it, I'll be able to earn back $100 in 10 days and half a month. Su Zhengyang spouted nonsense with an excited face. Ha, really? Changbala also said in surprise with her small mouth slightly open. It's truer than pearls. Su Zhengyang smiled, started the car and brought the re-excited Changbala to take another look at the store. Arriving in front of the store, the two of them got out of the car. But just at this moment, Su Zhengyang's afterglow suddenly saw a person on the street corner who seemed to be looking at him. He jerked his head around to look, and the person was startled and immediately dodged and disappeared. Although it was almost dark and the Chinese lights were on, but with Su Zhengyang's current eyesight, it was visible from 100 meters away. His entire body was frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning. That person even looked like the person in his own memory. His own mother. Is it a hallucination? Mother is already dead. Su Zhengyang instantly came to his senses and directly ran towards the street corner. Changbala turned around. The person is gone. She immediately confused screamed twice. Do not know what happened. Su Zhengyang ran to the street corner and saw the familiar back, turning into an alley. The footsteps seemed slow but urgent. Su Zhengyang accelerated again and chased after him. With his running speed, the people around him could still see a silhouette passing by, and could not see his face at all. The back seems to have not expected Su Zhengyang to be so fast. She fiercely accelerated her pace after entering the alley. The two began a chase in the alley. Su Zhengyang was secretly shocked. The speed at which this person in front of him was running was even faster than him, who had been strengthened by more than 1,000 points, and was swimming with ease. Stand still! Stop! Su Zhengyang shouted twice. Hearing the shouts, the figure visibly stalled. She paused in place for 2 seconds, inclined her head and gave Su Zhengyang a sideways glance, then unexpectedly made a move that made Su Zhengyang's jaw drop. She fiercely stepped on the wall, and even scampered up 3 to 5 meters, like a dragonfly pointing at the water, and then stepped on the opposite wall. The whole person was actually more than 10 meters in the air, directly scurried into mid-air. The third toe tapped the 5th floor of the hotel terrace. Will be like a sky arrow, far away from the night sky, disappeared in the vision of Su Zhengyang. Black clothes hunting, flying Eve's walking wall. Chapter 45. The Zhao family's conspiracy. Su Zhengyang froze on the spot with one hand on the wall. His eyes were wide open in disbelief at the scene before him. What was this? A martial arts movie? He took 2 deep breaths and quickly walked over to that wall. Looking at the place where she had stepped down with 1 foot, the wall wasn't even much damaged. There was only a shallow uncharacteristic shoe print. It was even impossible to tell what type of shoe it was. Undeterred, Su Zhengyang raised his head and searched anxiously. Soon he found his target. A surveillance probe. Just now, This surveillance was the one that happened to capture the angle of the woman who stayed for a moment. This was the back alley of a large hotel. Su Zhengyang directly circled out and rushed into this hotel. This hotel is not too big, nor is it very upscale. Su Zhengyang rushed in, without saying a word, rushed to the front desk and dumped a 10-cent ticket. In order to facilitate the use of Su Zhengyang changed dozens of manhwa. Corner of the ticket, after all, can not just pull out as a dollar bill. Often people will not find. The front desk directly personally led the way to the monitoring room. Spent another gross ticket. Monitoring the security guard has become Su Zhengyang's little brother. Big brother, you just tune in. Want our manager's sneak peek? I have it all here. Back alley. 3 minutes ago. Hurry up. Good. The security guard skillfully operated. When he adjusted to the back alley, Su Zhengyang's spirit lifted. This woman seemed to know that there was a probe here, intentionally keeping her head down, and when she looked back, she only had a side face, and the quality of this surveillance was also average. The shot was not very clear, but it was this side face that made Su Zhengyang's heart shake hard. He was 100% sure that this person was his own biological mother. He would never recognize his own mother wrongly to death. I want this video, Su Zhengyang said in a deep voice. Okay. Without saying a word, the security guard directly copied the video down. Even the USB flash drive was presented to Su Zhengyang. After Su Zhengyang thanked him, he didn't care about anything else, turned around and left quickly. The security guard was puzzled for a moment. His face gradually changed. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, manager, that person on the notice you sent just now came to us. He tuned away a section of the surveillance. Good. I'll send the surveillance over to you. At the same time, Zhao's home. Although Zhao Yiming hated eating at home, Zhao Huashan had a rule that if there was no serious entertainment, dinner had to be eaten together at home. The Zhao family was at least a decent family and had to have traditions. Zhao Yiming furtively ate quickly. His mind was all about going to the bar with his friends in a while. And today I heard that there was a new group of dancers. At this time Zhao Xiaoman's cell phone rang. It was a message accompanied by a video. Zhao Xiaoman wanted to take a look at it and put it down to continue eating, but as soon as he played the video, the bowls and chopsticks in his hand stopped all of a sudden. Xiaoman, what's wrong? Zhao Huashan said suspiciously. Zhao Xiaoman was usually the most disciplined. Zhao Xiaoman, however, didn't say anything and watched it again after finishing it. It was a clip of a surveillance screen, and she looked back and forth 3 times before frowning and handing the phone over to Zhao Huashan, an extremely complicated shock and disbelief in her eyes. I've been keeping an eye on that Su Zhengyang lately. This is the footage captured by one of our hotels. Su Zhengyang just rushed into the hotel and bought the footage. Zhao Huashan took the phone and looked at it. On the screen were 2 people chasing to the end of the alley, a man and a woman. The woman stayed for a moment and then scurried forward and disappeared. The man froze there for a long time. It was Su Zhengyang, but he still looked at Zhao Xiaoman in confusion. This was just a video of a chase. And looking at Zhao Xiaoman's expression, she clearly knew something. You recognize this woman? Zhao Xiaoman nodded as she picked up the phone and fixed the image on the woman's face. Then she put down the phone and quickly ran upstairs. Zhao Huashan's few people were stunned. A moment later Zhao Xiaoman walked down holding a stack of information and handed it to Zhao Huashan. I used to be particularly interested in this mysterious organization, and I've studied this woman. If I guessed correctly, she should be a member of the Sword of the Protector of the Monarch. Protector of the Monarch Sword? Zhao Huashan received the information and his brows tightened. He had only heard of this name, but since it was a bit distant from them, he hadn't paid much attention to it, or perhaps he hadn't reached that level yet. After briefly looking at the information that his daughter had collected, although it was all catch-all stuff, there were a few photos of side faces that made Zhao Huashan startled. He took his cell phone and compared them. These 2 side face photos happened to be at about the same angle, and they were definitely the same person. Zhao Huashan sucked in a breath with some surprise and looked at Zhao Xiaoman. Zhao Xiaoman was also looking at him with complicated eyes. I didn't expect that you're still concerned about things like this. How much do you know about this Protector of the Monarch Sword? I only know that it's an organization. There are a lot of top talents in here. There are even rumors that they're actually an ancient Jianghu organization. It's been flourishing since the Yongzheng era. There's a lot of unknown things. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhao Xiaoman's eyes. Her favorite thing to study was this kind of mysterious stuff. Well, I've also heard of it. The Sword of the Protector of the Monarch. I just don't know their nature. Whether it's a civic organization or a government office relationship. But whichever it is, I've only heard that they have offended too many people. That's right. They're known as the Guardians. And they've fought against an unknown number of black and evil forces both explicitly and implicitly, and they've offended countless domestic and foreign forces. So I'm thinking. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes were a bit gloomy as she said this. What are you thinking? I suspect that this woman is probably related to him, maybe by blood, because I can't find out anything about this Su Zhengyang. It's very likely that the protector sword is behind this. If we can find more evidence that they are related by blood, then I believe that this evidence can definitely be sold for a good price, even a price that will allow us to skyrocket, Zhao Xiaoman said with some excitement. If her guess was true, then the relatives of the protector sword, which was a handle to blackmail the protector sword. I believe that there were many superpowers or clans that would be willing to spend money to buy this information. Zhao Huashan also couldn't help but have his eyes light up, and his gaze towards this daughter of his grew more and more appreciative. Then it's not that simple. I'll get someone to break one of his legs and see if this what's-it sword will come to his rescue. Zhao Yiming was also very moved by what he heard and couldn't hold back his yelling. Zhao Huashan glared at him. When will you learn from your sister and use your brain? Zhao Xiaoman said. Yiming, your thinking is right, but we can't do it ourselves. We have to learn how to kill with a borrowed knife, so that even if the protector of the monarch sword does retaliate, also don't fall on our heads. But the evidence we have collected, this is the best strategy. We first tie the knot with him, so that he relaxes his guard, so that we can monitor, then draw the battle to the other clans. Zhao Huashan nodded appreciatively and instructed. Well, but in this matter, you guys remember that you mustn't leak out half of the news. If word leaks out, not only will there be a risk of retaliation from the monarch protector sword, but once those big clans and powers intervene, there will be nothing left of our Zhao family at all. Understood. Then the sound of their murmuring became smaller and smaller, and a conspiracy began. Chapter 46. Returning to his hometown to meet the roadblock. After Su Zhangyang returned to the store, Cheng Bora asked half a day. Su Zhangyang said he met an acquaintance and then put it off. However, the next step is to renovate the store, recruiting workers and so on. Cheng Bola is the time to show their ability. Su Zhangyang out of so much money. She also do not let Su Zhangyang interfere. By her hand, Su Zhangyang directly gave her $5 of startup capital. He himself, on the other hand, had to make a trip home to his brother. Early the next morning, Su Zhangyang called Tang Ying and Chen Haohai over. I'm going to make a trip back to the county. I might be gone for a few days. The matter of Chang Paola's restaurant. If she doesn't ask for your help, don't intervene. Well, why doesn't Ms. Paula's side need help? He didn't dare to ask more about the reason why Su Zhangyang went to the county, but he was curious as to why he didn't allow help. Paula is a strong girl, always afraid that Master Su will treat her as a vase. She wants to prove herself to Master Su. As a matter of fact, Paula is not only a national-level nutritionist, an ACN International Senior Nutritionist, and a senior chef's license, but if not for the age restriction, she would probably have already reached the extraordinary level. Tang Ying said with a smile. She had captured Chang Bala's little heart a long time ago, and now Chang Bala took her as her big sister and said everything. Chen Haohai was dumbfounded as he listened. Good guy. It seems that this chick is not simple. He looked at Su Zhangyang in surprise. Su Zhangyang shrugged his shoulders and gave him a don't get excited. I was even more confused than you when I first found out expression. Right. Do you have any resourceful people there who can drive and can be trusted? I need an assistant. Su Zhangyang wasn't being pretentious when he had money. He had been a boss and knew how important an assistant plus a driver was. There were a lot of time-consuming and laborious things that were going to involve you unnecessarily and slow down your efficiency when you needed to focus on something. Even if you were running some errands in the city, you'd have to search for half a day just for a parking space, adding to the fact that his mind was now filled with thoughts of how to track down his mother. Even navigating how to get to the county felt a bit troublesome. Chen Haohai immediately nodded. Yes, well, I'm going to have breakfast, so let him come over as soon as possible. Su Zhangyang finished and dismissed the two. 45 minutes later, Su Zhangyang looked at the familiar figure in front of him with a black line on his face and was speechless for a while. Mr. Su, a professionally dressed Lin Yurong, wearing a wraparound skirt, small high heels, and an upper body that was held up with amazing lines, hanging a sweet shy smile. Chen Haohai sent you here? Yes, I'm a good driver. Lin Yurong raised her small hand in assurance. Are you here to drive or to ride in the car? Can you drive with these shoes? Su Zhangyang asked without any good humor. I brought my shoes and clothes. Lin Yurong instantly pulled a bag by her side. It was obvious that Chen Haohai had sent her here in 100,000 times, and she didn't even have the time to change her clothes. Where are you going to change in this? Su Zhangyang was speechless. The car will do, Lin Yurong said without waiting for Su Zhangyang to agree, as if she was afraid that she would drive her away. Pulled open the car door and drilled into the back seat. Su Zhangyang covered his head. In just 40 seconds, Lin Yurong popped out of the back seat. The clothes had been changed into a tight t-shirt, and the lower half of her body was soft jeans, her figure even more thrilling. The shoes had also been changed into sneakers, and even the hairstyle had the back part tied up. The whole thing was changed to something much more casual. She smiled and stretched out her two hands, showing off her figure and clothes, as if she was asking Su Zhangyang to compliment her. After all, Changing clothes in such a small space and at such a fast speed required excellent flexibility. Get in. Su Zhengyang gave a symbolic thumbs up, then threw the car keys to her, pulling open the passenger side himself and sitting up. Lin Yurong hurriedly packed up her backseat clothes and stuffed them into the corner, then organized her clothes before getting into the car, looking very nervous. Cannot be nervous? This is Let Chen Hao Hai are his godlike offerings of people, and he is going to become his driver and assistant. Life can have a few opportunities. Whether or not you can be by Su Zhengyang's side for a long time depends on today's performance. As soon as Su Zhengyang got on the car, he could smell a strong fragrance, not pungent. Thought it was the fragrance of changing clothes, and Lin Yurong got on the car, but also a unique fragrance came. Let Su Zhengyang feel very comfortable. Just this flavor alone. Su Zhengyang liked it so much that he could give 7 points first. Drive. Aha. Unexpectedly, Lin Yurong was indeed a competent driver, driving fast and steady, better than even Su Zhengyang. To hear. As soon as Su Zhengyang directly reported the address, Lin Yurong navigated a complicated route, both provincial and county roads. No wonder Su Zhengyang was too much trouble, but everything was just left to her. So Su Zhengyang took out his cell phone and repeatedly watched the video, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yurong did not dare to ask. Although Su Zhengyang's hometown is also in Yunhai province, but at least 150 kilometers away from Santai City, and there is no highway, so he left in the morning and didn't arrive until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. On the way, Su Zhengyang also substituted for Lin Yurong for a while, intended to give his brother a surprise, so Su Zhengyang also did not call in advance. This county was considered a mountainous area, and after development in the past few years, I heard that it had become a small tourist attraction. There is only one road, but it is already very wide, just past the county border sign, ahead of the roadblock pole. Road poles on both sides stood 4 people. Looks like a family. There are men and women. From a distance, they waved at the two to stop. Su Zhengyang frowned. This place he remembered that there was no barrier and this barrier looked very simple. The lifting of the poles were all manpower. Crossing fee 50 mil. A middle-aged woman came up and grasped the car window and stretched out 5 fingers at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang looked at her, not wearing a uniform, no armband. The men gathered around as she spoke, sizing up the majestic and unusual car. Roadblock. Su Zhengyang could tell at a glance that these people were afraid that they were illegally collecting road tolls. If it was any other day, Su Zhengyang would definitely teach them to behave. But now that he was in a hurry to see his brother, he was a bit out of the mood. So he took out a 50 mil ticket and handed it to the woman. Seeing that he didn't even return the price so quick, the woman was happy, took the money. The 2 men then lifted open the roadblock to let them pass. As soon as their car passed, the woman took out her cell phone and said a few words into WeChat. In the car, Lin Yurong bit her lip and asked in a low voice, Mr. Su, they don't look as if they're too formal. Be confident. Remove the seeming. They are the roadblock. In these 2 years there is a piece of persimmon slope in the back of this county that is very hot. So many netizens come to hit the spot. They are afraid that they are pointing to this to eat. Wait for me to turn around and clean up after them. Su Zhengyang said as he leaned on the seat and moved his sleepy stiff neck. But the car drove out again. Not 200 meters. He saw another family in front of him. A few people in front of him waved their hands to signal them to stop. And the 2 men in the back even dragged out 2 barricades from the side of the road to stop them directly on the road. Chapter 47. Have the guts to run me over. Su Zhengyang's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Yurong also pouted her small mouth in some exasperation. This is too overbearing. If she had driven faster just now, this would have passed this roadblock point, not realizing that they would even temporarily pull out a roadblock from the side of the road to block the tolls as well. Stop the car, Su Zhengyang said in a cold voice. Lin Yurong felt Su Zhengyang's body exuded a hostile atmosphere, hurriedly spit out her little tongue in fear, slowly stopped. Su Zhengyang directly got out of the car. The family immediately surrounded. Also 4 people. The leader was a woman in her 50s. Behind her were 2 youths and an old man. The toll is 80 milli. The middle-aged woman came up and glanced into the car, rushing at Su Zhengyang. 80 mil? You guys are even blacker than the one just now. Su Zhengyang snorted coldly, looking at the middle-aged woman's bulging little fanny pack, which was full of banknotes. What's black or not? We are a tourist attraction. Where do you go traveling without buying a ticket? The woman immediately frowned and bared her yellow teeth. Did I say I'm here for tourism? If you say it's not a tourist, then it's not? If all the people who came say their families are here, then none of them should pay. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and pay. If you don't pay, you can't leave, the woman said impatiently. Can't leave? You mean I can't even go back if I want to? Su Zhengyang asked with interest. You can't go anywhere. You've already entered the scenic spot. You have to buy a ticket when you're in. The woman was instantly enraged. the face of a roadhog completely exposed, yelling at Su Zhanyang. At the same time the two youths rolled up their sleeves and came over aggressively. Lin Yurong was terrified, afraid that they would really make a move. She hurriedly started to rummage for her cell phone from her handbag and secretly called Chen Haohai. Su Zhanyang, on the other hand, looked at the woman coldly. What if I favor to leave today? You go? Where are you going to go? You came without paying and you still want to leave. The woman roared with a bang and slapped her hand heavily on the front of the car, as if this would increase her momentum. Lin Yurong was indeed startled. Do you see what this is on the ground? This is blood. A youth bullied his way up to point at the dried blood on the asphalt and said. Su Zhanyang looked, and sure enough, there was a large patch of dried blood on the ground, and there was more than one patch. There was even a roadside. Oh, is it all the driver's blood? Su Zhanyang asked. The youth snorted coldly. There's a dozen of us. For crying out loud, there's half a village of people here. Guess who else is bleeding? Really? I don't believe it. Su Zhanyang laughed, quoting Master Lu's classic line. Don't believe it. Behind him, the youth is a ruthless character. Face screwed up, walked up quickly, directly from the back of the waist to pull out a stick, snapped open, directly toward Su Zhanyang, head on the head smashed over. Su Zhanyang's heart darkened. This is the thug. He won't even come at you a few times to scare you first. Without saying a word, he directly smashed his head. The best thing is to see blood, and the person in question usually pees his pants on the spot. Give as much as you want. It wouldn't be 80 mil. Really ruthless. Su Zhanyang smiled cruelly and directly met his hand and grabbed it. His current speed was simply not something that the youth in front of him could see. Before he could land this stick, his fingers had already clicked with a muffled sound, and the throwing stick was directly snatched by Su Zhanyang. Su Zhanyang didn't want to smash his head, then he would lose consciousness at once. What's the point? This youth was dumbfounded at that time. He only felt a huge force breaking his fingers and grabbing the throwing stick, but the next second, a sharp pain came from his knee. Su Zhanyang kicked him in the knee, and his leg recoiled with a click. A heartbreaking scream rang out, and the youth rolled around on the ground holding his leg. Su Zhanyang's hand rose and fell with a stick, and he slammed two sticks down at his shoulder sockets. Two muffled clicks. The shoulder socket directly collapsed. The youth opened his mouth this time and couldn't even make a sound. It hurt so much that he couldn't even breathe. The other youth saw his brother being injured, and immediately also went crazy, not knowing where to pull out a hammer. Similarly, it smashed over at Su Zhanyang. Su Zhanyang did as he had done. He directly smashed his wrist with a flick of the stick, then kicked off his leg and slammed down on his shoulder socket. The youth was also instantly unable to move. The old man had nothing in his hand, pounced on him but was kicked by Su Zhanyang and flew 3 meters backwards, holding his stomach like a dead dog and unable to stand up. Ah! Murderer! Someone come! The woman instantly howled like a madman. Lin Yurong in the car was so scared that she dropped her cell phone. What kind of martial arts expert was this Mr. Su? This knocked down 3 men in 3 strokes. This was too scary. At this time, not far from the path, many people in the village also heard the commotion here. Many villagers ran over to watch the fun, and before Su Zhanyang the direction they drove over, flew 4 people. It was the family from the first toll barrier. The leader was also a middle-aged woman, with 2 young adults and a woman behind her. It was obvious that these 2 toll gates were one big family. Seeing the 2 youths fall to the ground, these people pounced on them without saying a word. Su Zhanyang does not retreat, as long as the throwing stick in his hand smashed down. It is the scream of broken bones and tendons, and Su Zhanyang mercilessly, at least 3 limbs broken. Soon on the ground 7 people rolled into a ball, wailing everywhere, screaming in the sky. Only the middle-aged woman in the second barrier remained. Su Zhanyang turned around to look at the half of the village onlookers. At this time, this group of people have surrounded from the ridge. Many people are holding spades and pickaxes in their hands, and seem to have the intention to come up at any time. But more people were still unconcerned, just watching the fun. You Rong, drive forward. Su Zhanyang kicked the barricade over to the side of the road and rushed Lin Yurong. There was no blood on the throwing stick in his hand, but it was obviously bent. Pure steel bent. What a terrifying force. Lin Yurong came back from his shock, swallowed hard in fear, and rushed to start the car. That middle-aged woman was the one who violently rushed to the front of the car. This was what was called an outlaw. She recognized that Su Zhanyang would never be able to kill anyone. As long as she couldn't be beaten, she would have to make Su Zhanyang lose all his money. And in her opinion, this large family a person did not bleed, that is, general injuries, they are lying on the ground as to cooperate with their own pretended. She didn't feel such things as broken bones, and she naturally didn't know about it. Can't go. You have the guts to crush me, or you won't be able to walk today, she said and sat on her butt. Ram her. Su Zhanyang said directly at Lin Yurong. Chapter 48. Is it a big deal? It's not big. Lin Yurong was taken aback by these two words. The women were also taken aback. And for a moment, she really felt that Su Zhanyang dared to do this. Ram her. Don't make me go up there myself. Su Zhanyang drank at Lin Yurong. Lin Yurong took a deep breath, although she was terrified. But looking at Su Zhanyang's tactics just now, I'm afraid that if he was allowed to personally come up and drive, I'm afraid that someone would be killed today. Lin Yurong screamed, both eyes closed, and stepped on the gas. The raptor let out a beastly roar. The front end of the car was infinitely enlarged in the woman's eyes, and the woman shrieked and tried to run, but it was too late. Just as she turned sideways, the thick and unusually heavy body directly ran over her legs. After the front wheel passed, there was the back wheel. After 2 clicks, the car came to a direct stop, and Lin Yurong broke out in a sweat. The women's screams instantly overshadowed the other 7 people in their family. Now the family was whole. Hey, don't go too far. Someone among the villagers shouted at once. This cry caused the villagers to start talking with a roar, and the people from the other passes ahead, at this time were all heard coming as well. Visually, there were at least 20 or so. Obviously, there were more than these 2 roadblocks on this road. This group of people were all holding weapons in their hands, throwing sticks, hammers, baseball bats. Young man, give the money and leave quickly. For 80 mil, how many medical bills do you have to take now? Hurry up and give a sum of money to treat your injuries. Negotiate and leave. You guys don't go too far. Don't keep doing this. An old man among the villagers stood out and advised. The latter half of his words were naturally directed at those roadblocks. That's right, let's negotiate. But don't fight anymore. These guys are ganging up on each other. If they fight again, they'll get into trouble. Some of the Amazons also advised. They didn't know that the family lying down. A few of them had already let Su Zhanyang waste away. The group of roadblocks were also looking at each other at this time. They were usually very united. Because one glory was for all. One loss was for all. This was something they understood. But those 8 people were all wasted by Su Zhanyang alone. This is definitely a tough one. Going up to really fight bad. Final result is not easy to say. We are a tourist attraction. You forced to break into our. This could have been the police. You shell out a dime. Shell out a dime to let you go. They didn't dare to ask for too much. If they really forced Su Zhanyang to be anxious, they would also be in trouble. 10 cents? Su Zhanyang snorted coldly. After the devaluation of the world, he realized that a lot of the old sayings couldn't be used anymore. For example, Lao Zi won't give you a dime today. This saying doesn't apply anymore, because people want a dime. Su Zhanyang raised the throwing stick in his hand and pointed at the roadblock and said word for word, "You guys listen to me. I dare to beat even 10 times more of you today. If you're crippled, I can afford to pay for any amount of medical bills. I'll pay for your hospital bills for the rest of your lives. I'll give all this money to the hospital and you won't get a penny. I'm not only going to cripple you, I'm going to sue you for intentional injury, setting up roadblocks, and endangering public order. I'll hire the best lawyers and sue you until you lose everything. Those who are not convinced, step forward." Su Zhanyang looked around the crowd. His voice wasn't too loud, but his words were clear. "Chow heck, can we let a little fame scare us? We won't be able to do it in the future." One of the roadblockers screwed the horizontal meat on his face and said in a chilling voice, "On, a piece of it, clubbed to death. The law is not to blame." A roadblock hidden amongst the crowd egged on. They had more than once thought about the worst case scenario. Even if they really caused a death, the yaman over here could still stuff money to pocket it. So many people together. Do you know which one killed? This is what they dare to bully the road to rob money. Su Zhanyang's heart exploded with anger. Beaten to death with a stick. The law is not to blame. In just 8 short words, the driver who dared to resist was sentenced to death. To think, if he wasn't here today, and replaced with a second person, how desperate it would be when this group of people swarmed. Go! Go! After the crowd made a few bracing sounds one after another, their chi and blood surged, and the devil of impulse often appeared only in a split second. Su Zhanyang wasn't afraid at all. Even if the stick landed on him now, at most it would make him in a mess. It wasn't easy to injure him. Just at this moment, a louder shout came from behind the roadblocks. A black pressurized piece of people instantly blocked the road, wrapping them up in a semicircle. A few of the leaders kicked away the roadblockers and came out in a crowd. The leading man in a suit glanced at his cell phone and then at Su Zhanyang standing proudly in front of him. His eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. Su Zhanyang glanced back at Lin Yurong. He saw Lin Yurong holding his cell phone in her hand, looking at Su Zhanyang in shock. Unexpectedly, this girl was quite resourceful and should have directly called to inform Chun Hao Hai. "Master Su." The leading suited man with a few people ran to Su Zhanyang and respectfully bowed his head. "Well," came quite quickly. Su Zhanyang didn't mean to blame, but the man in the suit shivered in fear, thinking Su Zhanyang had said the opposite, and said in fear, "After receiving Boss Chi's call, I immediately transferred people over." Su Zhanyang nodded. The boss Qi in their mouth should be Qi Yunfei. Do your people have a roadblock? Su Zhanyang asked in a cold voice. The man in the suit immediately shook his head like a rattle. No, absolutely not. We are all serious business. There is a bar over here, 2 KTVs, 4 restaurants, and... Stop. Su Zhanyang interrupted him, and then looked at the group of roadblocks. At this time, this man in a suit had brought hundreds of people, and that batch of roadblocks only had more than 20, surrounded by their people, and at this time were looking around in fear one by one. What's more, they were looking at Su Zhanyang with an incredulous gaze. What kind of person was this? Surprisingly, even the Lotus County's Earth Dragon was so respectful to him. I'm the person from Lotus County. It's been a long time since I've been home, and I didn't expect to be treated like this as soon as I returned home. Su Zhanyang shook his head inside. When this group of roadblocks heard that Su Zhanyang was from Lotus County, they were all dumbfounded. There was no need for people to lie now. In that case it would be too worthless. They usually don't rob people from this county. Big brother, we don't know you are from this county. Why don't you say it earlier? That is, you have to say is this county. We do not have this misunderstanding. Yes, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You see, this matter has become so big. This is all their family. We did not want to provoke you. The leader of the several wide-bodied and fat roadblock immediately took the lead and said smilingly. The responsibility was pushed to the family at the front of the roadblock. Su Zhanyang snorted, his voice turning cold. Is it a big deal? I feel it's not big at all. Break all their legs for me. I want them to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. The man in the suit didn't even give a boop, turned around and waved his hand. Do it. Chapter 49. I am not responsible for the law. This group of roadblocks to death did not expect Su Zhanyang really dare to make a move. This is how many people more than 20, plus the 8 he hit. This is already a group, not to mention the half-village villagers next to them. Usually it was the most powerful people who had to consider the seriousness of the matter. They just pinched this canard that the law is not responsible for the people. Even the magistracy didn't dare to punish so many people at once, for fear of arousing the anger of the masses and their counterattacks. But Su Zhanyang today, on the contrary, blamed the public, and it is to the death. 100 of them were beating 20 of them, and they were simply powerless to fight back. Miserable screams shook the sky and earth, and the roadblocks were directly blocked on the side of the road, not even able to run. There were also 30 to 40 people on the periphery who couldn't intervene at all, specializing in blocking those roadblocks that ran out from the pile. Catch is to beat to death. Su Zhanyang glanced at the villagers, pointed towards them and drank. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to take out a cell phone, even the person with the cell phone to me smashed. There were 50 to 60 villagers here. Among them there are really a dozen younger. Originally they wanted to take out their cell phones to shoot, but they were afraid that they would get into trouble if they lifted their cell phones. When Su Zhanyang said this, they were so scared that they couldn't wait to raise their hands to prove their innocence. Many villagers were so scared that they threw away the weapons in their hands. The group of villagers who were planning to go up to help before were scared for a while. This Su Zhanyang was simply heartless. Not only did he beat up all the roadblocks, but he also told them that if you dare to get involved, I will still dare to fight. He didn't seem to be afraid of making a big deal out of it. He gave the impression that he could afford to mess with any number of people. Soon the heartbreaking screams of that group of roadblockers were heard in a panic. The crowd hooted and hollered to get out of the way, and the ground was already bloody, mostly from the blood they had spat out. Some of the roadblocks' teeth were almost gone, and some were bruised and swollen. Su Zhanyang walked to a face of horizontal meat, body fat and strong roadblocks squatted in front of him. He is the most like gray road among them. He was also the one with the heaviest hostility on his body. Saying that he had a human life on him, Su Zhanyang definitely believed it. Su Zhanyang smiled faintly. Fun? This cross-fleshed man had blood dripping from his mouth, and half of his face was so swollen that his eyes couldn't even open. Beaten to death with a messy stick. The law is not responsible. TSK, you guys are really geniuses. It's also right, there's no surveillance here. If I scatter the people before the law enforcement team comes, even if the law enforcement team finds these villagers, they won't be able to help the law enforcement to bring these people back one by one, and there won't be enough evidence to bring them back. I have to thank you. Su Zhanyang poked the cross-fleshed man's face with the throwing stick in his hand. The cross-fleshed man and the others were already desperate. He was slurring his words and begging for mercy from Su Zhanyang, but it was a pity that Su Zhanyang couldn't hear what they were saying at all. He got up and pulled out $50 from his wallet, handing it to the man in the suit. Take this money, find 3 lawyers, and a few others to set up a team that will specialize in collecting evidence from all the road bullies, village bullies, all kinds of illegal profits, and intentional injuries in Lotus County. Once there is enough to convict them, hand them over to the yamen and let the lawyers help prosecute them. Give the rest of the money to the brothers for a share. and protect Lotus County properly. You can take more, but let me know that I won't be able to spare you if you keep it all to yourself. The man in the suit looked at the $50 wearing gold threads. His hands trembled in fear, and he nodded repeatedly. The surrounding brothers were also brightening up. Although they didn't know which boss this was, it was definitely the richest and most ostentatious boss they had ever seen. Hearing Su Zhengyang say that, and being able to casually take out $50, this group of roadblocks finally knew that they had messed with someone they shouldn't have messed with. The rest of their lives were completely over. Not only did they break their legs, but they also had to go to jail. They knew how much they had done to themselves. There wasn't a single innocent person in here, especially the family that was knocked down by Su Zhengyang in the beginning. Their intestines were green with remorse. Su Zhengyang would rather take out $50 and buy them a group of people to suffer for the rest of their lives. He also refused to give them 80 mil. If they had taken Su Zhengyang's 50 mil at the beginning, they would have let them go at the back and not messed with Su Zhengyang. Then they'd still be happy roadblocks, and they'd still be able to live in fine clothes. They had only just come to the top in the past 2 years. It was a pity that there was no medicine for regrets in the world. The group of villagers heard these words clearly, and at this time, they all turned their heads towards the village without any concern. Even if someone approached them in the future to find out the situation, they would definitely not dare to mention a word about today's incident. Just kidding. Whoever dares to mess with this monster, he will dare to spend money to make the rest of your life uneasy. What's more, these roadblocks originally deserved what they got. Clear them all to the side of the road, then disperse as soon as possible. Su Zhengyang saw that the villagers had all run away before he instructed the man in the suit. The crowd answered in unison, and then, amidst a gurgle of miserable howls, they dragged all the people with broken arms and legs to the roadside. Drive. Su Zhengyang also got into the car, and only after the man in the suit and the others watched Su Zhengyang's car go far away did they let the crowd retreat. Everything happened before and after only 10 minutes. At this time, there was nothing left on the roadside except for more than 30 roadblocks who were howling and crying in pain. As for the law enforcement team, here is just past the county border. Even in the county they do not necessarily have such a fast support speed. Lotus County is actually not small and has a population of nearly 300,000 people. After entering the mountain city, the air was a few points fresher, much better than in the city of Santai. Well done. After the car drove out for some distance, Su Zhengyang smiled and complimented Lin Yuyong who had been taught. Only when Lin Yurong saw Su Zhengyang speak did she take a long breath of relief, and her little talk box opened up. I was almost scared to death by you. Phew, so many people. Thankfully that suit guy came in time. It's not thanks to you. Su Zhengyang laughed lightly. Lin Yurong immediately blushed, shyly pursing her lips for a long time before she muttered again. I've been driving for so long, and it's still the first time I've hit someone. Then have you thought about what would happen to me now if I couldn't hit? What could possibly happen to you with this figure and appearance? Su Zhengyang asked. Lin Yurong took a deep breath and thought about it, then nodded. That consequence should be described as unimaginable. Don't call me General Manager Su. It sounds awkward. Call yourself Master Su as well. Su Zhengyang had the experience of failing to start a business, so there was a period of time when he would be particularly disgusted when he heard others call him Master Su. These two words reminded him of those gray days. Lin Yurong nodded heavily, revealing a sweet smile. Letting her change her call signified that Su Zhengyang recognized her. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered to correct her at all to be right. This meant that she would officially be Su Zhengyang's person from now on. The car drove into the county town. Finally at the end of a long street, saw the small two-story building of his brother's family. The not-so-spacious courtyard was open, and a familiar figure caught Su Zhengyang's eye. Chapter 50. Strange Ring. Brother. Su Zhengyang stood at the gate, looking at the back of the man who was repairing the car in the courtyard, with a feeling of being a world away. Su Lichio's body shook when he heard the voice, turning back in surprise, and a naive and bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. Xiao Air. He put down the inner tube in his hand and stood up in surprise. I'm back. Bixia. Hurry out, Xiao Air is back. Su Lichio hurriedly wiped his hands and shouted at the house. He then saw Lin Yurong behind Su Zhengyang, and couldn't help but be awed by Lin Yurong, rushing to Su Zhengyang's ear to surprise him by whispering, "You didn't tell me in advance that you're bringing someone back. I'm not prepared for anything. The home is also not cleaned up." You really? Su Zhengyang did not have time to explain. Chen Bixia, who was wearing an apron in the house, ran out. Chen Bixia, although not exactly stunning, but very durable, is an honest woman, the same character as her brother. But for Su Zhengyang, Chen Bixia was really treated like a younger brother. She and Su Lichio can successfully get married, but also thanks to Su Zhengyang money for them to build a house, held a banquet. Since Su Zhengyang's parents died, the two brothers are dependent on each other. After a year or two of living off the family's assets, Su Lichio realized that this was not going to work. so he decided to drop out of school, leaving the opportunity to study to his brother. And he himself, with 13-year-old shoulders at the construction site, hard to carry his younger brother to high school, college. Su Zhengyang is also quite competitive. Day and night work, even the time to go home, desperately trying to earn money, is to let his brother live a good life. 2 or 3 years to earn out of 2 houses. Of course in the end also because too aggressive and thus paid the price. Sister-in-law, Yangzi, this is, fast into the house to say. Chen Bixia saw Su Zhengyang is certainly happy, and then see behind Lin Yurong is even happier, but do not dare to risk recognizing, can only hide the smile and let the two hurry into the house. Su Zhengyang was also too lazy to explain, directly grabbed his brother's hand, and together they walked towards the house. Su Liqiu and Chen Bixia, not to mention how happy, although Su Zhengyang did not admit it, but the two of them Lin Yurong that is more passionate and more passionate. They were pouring water and asking for warmth, making Lin Yurong feel flattered. Instead, Su Zhengyang was left out in the cold. Sister-in-law, I haven't eaten yet, you plan to starve me to death. Su Zhengyang didn't have the good sense to say, hey, just like your brother, a hungry ghost knows how to eat. I'm going to buy vegetables for you guys. Stewed meat today. Chen Bixia cursed on her mouth, but her face was smiling, happily unzipping her apron and about to head out. They were in the breakfast business, and just now she was preparing to fry some savory dishes for tomorrow. Yu Rong, you go with sister-in-law. Lin Yurong immediately understood that Su Zhengyang had something to say to her brother alone. She was confused though. Master Su was so rich and had such a powerful body. Wasn't he the young master of some big family? Why was his brother and sister-in-law running a breakfast stand and living in this small house in the county? But she also knew that the less she knew about some things, the better, especially the world of the rich. She didn't understand and didn't speculate too much. Sister-in-law, I'll go with you. Lin Yurong instantly took Chen Bixia's hand. Ouch. You rest at home. No one needs to move. I'll go. Myself. Chen Bixia hurriedly tried to push her back, but couldn't argue with Lin Yurong, so she could only follow her with a smile. As soon as they left, Su Zhengyang clutched Su Liqiu's hand. Su Liqiu was startled by Su Zhengyang's sudden movement, and then looking at his expression, she was even more startled. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? Su Liqiu also hurriedly asked. I saw Mom. Su Zhengyang said through clenched teeth. What? Su Liqiu froze for 3 seconds, looking at Su Zhengyang with some disbelief, a blank look on his face, seemingly wondering what was going on with Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang knew that he couldn't understand even if he said, so he directly took out his cell phone and put out that section of the surveillance. Su Liqiu's eyes widened as he watched it, and his breath caught in his throat. He could recognize others wrongly, but this person was definitely not recognizable. About Mom and Dad, are you hiding anything I don't know? Su Zhengyang asked carefully. Sure enough, at the mention of this, Su Liqiu colored a bit slightly. This caused Su Zhengyang's heart to jolt. It seemed that there really was. Wait for me. Su Liqiu rubbed his brain, stood up with some difficulty while propping up his knees, walked into the bedroom, and quickly took out a small medicine bottle. He unscrewed the cap of the bottle and surprisingly poured out a ring from it. He handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang took it and carefully examined it. It was a simple and ancient copper ring with a lifelike sword embossed on the half-finger wide ring surface. This ring was found in Mom's jewelry box. There is only such a lone ring, and there is one thing you don't know. The day Mom and Dad were cremated, I didn't even follow them in. It was a man who claimed to be Mom and Dad's friend who did it. Su Liqiu had never thought about what these were before, but just now when he saw the video, he instantly felt that something was fishy, and felt that everything was suspicious. A man? What kind of man? It's recognizable. On his right eyebrow bone, there's a surgical scar. Su Liqiu gestured on his eyebrow. For a while the brothers fell into silence. Su Zhengyang rubbed the ring. His mind always seemed to feel like grasping for something, but more than anything, he was bewildered. Do you know how she escaped when I went after her? Su Zhengyang smiled to himself. Flying over the wall, she used her feet to gently point and jumped 3 or 4 meters high, and then point again and directly scampered up more than 10 meters. Either she's a ghost, or she's a martial arts master. Su Liqiu listened as if he were dumbfounded. Okay, you first tube. This matter I will definitely investigate in the end. Su Zhengyang put the ring on his hand. Obviously this ring was a woman's. He could only wear it on his little finger just right. Investigate? Do you have time to investigate? How's it going over at your company? If you need money, I saved a little. By the way, that 8% I mailed you, you received it. Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly and bitterly. Even his oldest brother had been changed. What he had mailed was 8,000. Now it had become 8%. My company came back from the dead and made a lot of money. I'll transfer a sum of money to you later. If you're willing, it's better to go live with me in the city. Su Liqiu shrugged and laughed. You also know that I don't like the city. Your sister-in-law and I have a pretty good little life at home. We're not going anywhere. Okay. Su Zhengyang had no choice but to directly transfer $500 to his brother. This 500 also put Su Liqiu scared half dead. Su Zhengyang said half a day before accepting. Su Zhengyang knows him best. He is to give him 50,000. He has to go out of the stall to sell breakfast. This is the way he chose to live. But Su Liqiu also really quite excited. At least know that the family is really rich. He also buy a small car. The breakfast stand upgraded into a breakfast store. Usually can let his wife more than a few times to visit the county's big supermarkets. That is not to mention how happy. When are you going back to the city? Why? It's not easy for me to come back. And you're just kicking me out. Can't I sell donuts too? Chapter 51. Are you guys here to catch up? Su Zhengyang wasn't in a hurry to go back. Anyway, Changbala opening was not something that could be figured out in a day or two. It was not easy to come back to breathe the fresh air of the mountains. He decided to stay for 2 days. When they had dinner and chatted. Even though Su Zhengyang explained that Lin Yuron was his driver and secretary, but Su Liqiu and Chen Bixiao looked at them with a different look. After all, who would have nothing to do with finding a secretary with such boobs? Could it be because of their workability? Just kidding. The next day, before dawn, Su Zhengyang and Lin Yuron helped Su Liqiu out at the stall. Breakfast stall lasted until 9:30 to close. And then in Su Zhengyang's encouragement, Su Liqiu couple also finally moved today to pick up the car. Chen Bixiao was also very happy. She knew yesterday that her brother had money, gave them both a whole $500. Excited all night, did not sleep well. Although she is a virtuous woman, but it does not mean that they have to reject the good life. Go to the poor life. She also wants to have some face, eat some good, drink some good, can use some good cosmetics. And the matter of having children can be considered in advance. Su Liqiu and Su Zhengyang deserve to be brothers. Hobbies are the same. See Su Zhengyang's car, he also wants is so big. The reason is not only pulling the wind, but also can pull cargo. Eventually they found the raptor and drove straight back home. Along the way the two raptors, one after the other, attracted an unknown number of eyes. Su Liqiu, two people have too many acquaintances. All along the way they didn't dare to pull up the car window, for fear that people would say that they have money and don't recognize them. This way light greetings. Xiao Su, good guy bought a new car. Xiao Su, this car can be strong enough. This is what car I have not seen. Xiao Su, son, you're not using gutter oil to fry our donuts. You've earned an armored car. Is that a penis in the back of the car? How do I look like Lao Er Zhengyang? Some slightly older people, who no longer paid much attention to cars, really didn't recognize the raptor. Anyway, when they arrived home, it was the whole street knew that Su Liqiu bought a new car. Su Zhengyang earned a lot of money and went home. The Su family is living a good life. However, Chen Bixiao's face was getting worse and worse from the way back. After arriving home, Chen Bixiao was already a bit worried. Su Zhengyang also saw the difference in his sister-in-law's face and was a bit puzzled, intending to ask about it during lunch, but they had just arrived home about an hour ago, and the meal was not even cooked yet. A guest came to the house. Cousin, sis, a young man wearing beanies, pushing a small flat head, and holding a cigarette just walked straight into the courtyard. While shouting he also probed his body and surveyed the two raptors at the door that were as powerful as armored vehicles. Behind him was a middle-aged couple. This middle-aged couple was carrying several boxes of things in their hands. Chen Bixiao rushed to welcome them. Second uncle, you're here. Chen Bixiao helplessly squeezed out a smile. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, looked at Su Liqiu, who also showed a hint of helplessness as he greeted them. Su Zhengyang finally understood why Chen Bixiao's face did not look good before. It was probably because she was worried about this matter. Chen Bixiao, this second uncle, he had also heard of. Chen Bixiao's father died after her mother brought her up alone. Her second uncle did not help much, but rather after his brother's death, he was too lazy to care about his sister-in-law and this niece. However, when Chen Bixiao got married, they did attend as the elders of her mother's family. Su Zhengyang still remembers that their family asked Su Liqiu for a bride price of $18,000 on the spot. Of course this is Su Zhengyang memory of 18,000. Now in addition to him, in other people's memory that should be 1.8. The key is Su Liqiu bride price has been given to Chen Bixiao's mother, which has the uncle's family also stood out to ask for the bride price. Su Zhengyang didn't want to cause trouble at the time, and was bent on getting his brother and sister-in-law married, so he privately shelled out the 18,000 to them, but he also finished the family, especially this son of their family, lazy and uneducated, and a few years ago also dabbled in gambling. Su Zhengyang was kind of wondering why he hadn't gotten his hand chopped off yet, so it was Su Liqiu and Chen Bixiao who welcomed him out, and Su Zhengyang sat on the sofa without even moving. Oh ha ha ha, it's not that I haven't seen you for a long time and miss my precious niece. Chen Zhenghe snorted. His wife, Wu Li, also had a face like a smiling Buddha, but a pair of thieving eyes looked around. especially also looked twice more at the 2 cars outside. Have a seat in the house, uncle. Chen Bixia forced a smile and led to the house. When she entered the house, Wu Li saw Su Zhengyang sitting steadily on the sofa. A flash of displeasure flashed across her face. This Su Zhengyang obviously did not take them seriously, but this displeasure was but a flash. Yo, isn't this Zhengyang? When did you come back? Wu Li said with feigned enthusiasm. Su Zhengyang laughed coldly in his heart and said faintly, just came back not long ago. Agu, I heard that you recently opened a big company outside and made a lot of money. Really capable. I said at first, all the children of the old Su family are good. How about Chen Zhenhe? Let me say it? Chen Zhenhe hurriedly snorted in agreement. That's right. That's right. As soon as their untalented son entered the door, he saw Lin Yurong sitting beside Su Zhengyang. Lin Yurong had taken out a pair of black-framed flat glasses and put them on in order to appear a bit more civilized. But that amazing body proportions, coupled with the half-bundled-up hair, revealed a pretty face. This was simply the ultimate seductive version of the otaku goddess model. It instantly made him think of those teachers in the romance movies he had seen, and his eyes very recklessly surveyed Lin Yurong. He also subconsciously gulped. Lin Yurong, on the other hand, frowned lightly and tugged at her clothes, even though what she was wearing was already very conservative. He then walked to Su Zhengyang with fake familiarity. Brother Zhang Yang, this is sister-in-law? Su Zhengyang raised his eyelids and teased him. Not speaking at all. Chen Xian's face immediately looked a little unsightly, but he didn't dare to snap. Sitting down on another sofa, which happened to be diagonally facing Lin Yurong. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong were sitting on a double sofa, he would have dared to sit directly next to Lin Yurong. After everyone was seated, Wu Li and Chen Zhenhe chatted with Chen Bixia about family matters. From time to time, their eyes even glanced over towards Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang felt annoyed when he saw that they were slow to get to the point, and immediately rushed at Su Liqiu. I'm sleepy. Go lie down. Call me for dinner. Su Liqiu immediately nodded. But as soon as Wu Li and the two saw that Su Zhengyang was going to leave, they were anxious and said, Hey Zhengyang, we still have something to discuss with you two brothers. You don't leave first. Wow. Su Zhengyang snorted and sat back again sarcastically. Humph, I thought you guys just came over to catch up. Chapter 52, Let this sister teach me. Every single person in this house knows what they came to run to, but even still pretend here. It is really distracting. In the face of Su Zhengyang's sarcasm, Wu Li just smiled an awkward smile and laughed. Oh, is to catch up, but recently home this is not also out of something. Just looking for you two brothers to think of ways. What is the matter, aunt? Su Liqiu sighed, knowing that what should come is still coming, so he had to interface and ask. This is not it. A few days ago I Shinzi his Wang aunt, to introduce him to an object. Originally, the two people quite good, but you say we have no car, no house. Shinzi now also has no job. This is not delaying the girl. Wu Li pretended to be kind and sighed. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, nodded seriously and looked at Chen Xian, who was dangling at the side and staring obscenely at Lin Yurong. Indeed, it's holding people's girls back. Wu Li ignored Su Zhengyang's sarcasm and continued. Isn't this so? Chen Xian has just one sister like you. A pen can't write two Chen characters. Our two families are incapable, so we can only count on you to help. You say that now you have a small life. Zhengyang, this big company also opened up. You are buying a car and doing business. Must have saved a lot of money. Can we borrow some money first? Wu Li said with some difficulty. Su Liqiu sighed. Auntie, last time you guys borrowed 6%, and the time before that you borrowed 1 point, but you never paid it back. Now I'll be honest with you. We don't intend to ask for that money either, but this is not the way to go on. In order to let Chen Xian grow up, that has to be his own ability to grow. You guys like this spoiled no head. Hearing Su Liqiu's words, Chen Xian's face showed a hint of viciousness, and he forced himself to suppress his anger without having an attack. It was thought that if he didn't have a request, he would have already made a move with Su Liqiu on the spot. Su Liqiu himself didn't want to say such words, but he was really a bit angry. Yes, Liqiu, you said reasonable, so go on. Certainly not. I also said that he is not also intended to start a family after the establishment. Well, as long as you help him this hand, he can certainly change. You help auntie, Anan. Wu Li also said with a sigh. Chen Zhenhe also said, yes, Bixia, you say I grew up watching you, and did not cut off your food and drink, is not it? Chen Bixia's eyes were already red. She felt incomparably depressed at this moment. Yesterday she realized that Zhang Yang was rich, had big money, and casually gave the two of them $500. Winning the lottery jackpot 100 times would be this much money, enough for them to spend for the rest of their lives. Taking out some money to help her aunt and uncle was no big deal at all, but she didn't know how to do it now. She felt like it was wrong to do anything. Her uncle and aunt weren't good to her, and this brother was even more of a gambler. It's not the first time they've borrowed money. and they've never paid back what they've borrowed before. How can she give them any more money? How can I open this mouth to my husband in Zhengyang? But do not borrow, they will not stop, will go around to ruin their reputation. Wooly, this person cannot do other things, spoil others, that is a great. After all, they are still blood relatives. This is their own uncle. Seeing Chen Bixia shed tears, Su Liqiu was immediately distressed. He glanced at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang had already watched them perform for a while, saw his sister-in-law cry, also a little heartbroken, immediately face a cold face and said, build a house to get married. Not much money, build a house in the county, 25 cents enough. Do banquet, general specifications, 10 cents is enough, and then buy a mid-range car. More than 10 cents, I count you 20 cents, I'll give you 45 cents, no interest, just pay it off in 5 years. What do you guys think? Su Zhengyang finished, looking faintly at the two Wuli. Chen Bixia instantly looked at Su Zhengyang with some aggravation. She wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Su Liqiu. Su Liqiu clutched her hand tightly and smiled faintly at her, giving him a reassuring look. If there was anyone else who could solve this bit of at home for them, it would inevitably be his own brother Su Zhengyang. After listening to Su Zhengyang's words, Chen Zhenghe and Chen Xian looked at each other. There was excitement in their eyes. This condition was already very generous, because they originally did not intend to return this money. 45 cents was already not a small amount. Wooly is the most good at reading people's words. Just by looking at Su Zhengyang saying that he doesn't have much money, and saying it so easily, she knows that this amount of money is definitely a drop in the bucket for Su Zhengyang. How could she be willing? Zhengyang, you see how you still got a zero and a hole. You opened a big company outside, you think I don't know? You have so much money that you can't even count it. Wooly said with glowing eyes. She naturally didn't know any inside information. It was all a guess. She wanted to swindle a bit. The more she swindled the better. I can't count my money. That is also my money. Auntie, this worry can be too wide. Su Zhengyang laughed. Chen Xian cannot work yet. 45 cents is there. What about his future? First after the family, he is dry also have to have a job, is not it? Wooly said with some grudges. He can sell breakfast with me. Just our store to expand. Lack of clerks. I give him 2% per month. Good performance has a bonus. Su Liqiu immediately said. He killed Chen Xian to stir up Su Zhengyang's company. Breakfast stand. I don't go. That get up early in the morning. Have to get up at 6 or 7 in the morning. That's the work of a human being? Chen Xian crossed his legs and said impatiently. In his eyes, he was now a rich second generation with a car and a house. 6 or 7 o'clock? Are you a stallholder or a diner? Su Zhengyang, however, looked at Chen Xian with a cold smile. Breakfast stalls must be 4 or 5 o'clock to get up. Winter and summer are same. 6 or 7 o'clock to get up, that horse yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. Chen Xian secretly gritted his teeth and did not say anything. He now dares to dislike anyone. Only Su Zhengyang speak he dare not. This is the gold master. Breakfast he certainly cannot. This way Zhengyang, Chen Xian arranged to you to go. Your company must not use the financialite. Finance this kind of thing. Absolutely cannot use outsiders, you know not. All have to use their own family members. Wooly said in a serious manner. Finance? He can't even understand the addition, subtraction, multiplication and division within 100, and he can't even get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. Are you kidding me? Su Zhengyang asked, looking at Wooly with the gaze of a missing soul. Who will be born right away? If you don't know, you can learn. You know everything when you start a business, right? That's still not one step at a time. Chen Zhenghe put on his face and took out the air of an elder and rushed at Su Zhengyang to reprimand him. That's right, brother Zhengyang. I can suffer. No problem. Besides, I won't. You can't find someone to take me well. Our own company. You let your side of this sister teach me on the line. Chen Xian has seen out. Lin Yurong dare not to Su Zhengyang body to get together. It looks like it should not be a boyfriend and girlfriend. Then it was a secretary. As soon as he thought of being a secretary, and then looked at this figure of Lin Yurong, Chen Xian cursed Su Zhengyang. This scumbag was really blessed. He also wanted to experience one. Chapter 53. You're afraid you're daydreaming. Su Zhengyang looked at the family's hopeful gaze and couldn't help but laugh coldly. What an ungrateful thing. Not knowing how many pounds or two he had. My company is indeed very big. Tens of thousands of water flow every month. Such a big account. I guess Chen Xian can't do it. So you guys don't need to daydream. I don't need him as a finance. Su Zhengyang deliberately made the number very large. He just wanted to make Wooly think but not be able to. Sure enough, as soon as she heard the flowing tens of thousands, Wooly's eyes turned green. This if you can let your son into Su Zhengyang's company. That oil water must be fat. To what extent? Chen Zhenghe said with a stern face. What? Elders can't speak well anymore? You're still not happy about arranging Chen Xin into your company? Su Zhanyang also had a cold face. Not happy? Are you deaf? I'm not only not happy, I'm telling you to stop dreaming. Don't you understand? Seeing Su Zhanyang unexpectedly directly tearing his face off, not giving any face at all, Chen Zhenhe was instantly enraged, but he stared dryly but didn't dare to say a single word more. If he dared to roll his eyes, he wouldn't even be able to get the 45 cents. So being disliked hard by Su Zhanyang, he held his face red and didn't dare to let out a single fart. Zhanyang, your company is so big, and you're giving us 45 cents? Since you don't want Chen Xin to go to your company, then we're not high on the list. You can just give more money. I'll let him find a job on his own. Wu Li also looked a little unhappy. She spoke in this tone as if Su Zhanyang had done something wrong to them and had to give more money to make up for it. 40 cents. Su Zhanyang faintly spat out 2 words. What? Wu Li frowned and asked in a somewhat angry voice. Wasn't it still 45 cents just now? How come when he asked for it himself, it dropped instead of increasing? 30 cents. Su Zhanyang once again faintly spat out 2 words. Su Zhanyang, what do you mean? Chen Xin finally got angry and snapped the cigarette in his hand towards the table, splattering a bunch of sparks. Just 2 sentences like this, and his car and wedding are gone? Not a dime is left now. Su Zhanyang looked at the black spots on the table thrown out by the cigarette butts and said in a cold voice, Surname Su, what do you mean? Wu Li also slapped the table and said angrily, since Su Zhanyang tore his face, she was also open to it. Su Zhanyang was obviously having the money to deliberately take them down. What I mean is that you guys hurry up and get lost, and don't show up at my house again in the future. Annoy me? I'll make you all spend the rest of your lives in remorse. After Su Zhanyang finished speaking, the temperature around him plummeted a few degrees. Wu Li and the others couldn't help but shiver. The scene was already awkward to an extreme point. Druggy flavor was in full swing. Wu Li was so angry that she pointed a vicious finger at Su Zhanyang with a shivering hand. Good. You have guts. With those words, she quickly ran outside and stood at the gate before tearing her voice out and shouting furiously outside. Come on people nah. The Su brothers don't recognize poor relatives when they have money. Su Liqiu, Su Zhanyang, Chen Bixia, these several heartless white-eyed wolves they forget their parents when they have money. They forget who worked so hard to raise them. Wu Li sat down on her but at the door and started shouting in tears. Chen Zhenhe and Chen Xin also ran out quickly and began to help yell. This is a county street. There is no shortage of people in broad daylight, and in the blink of an eye there were quite a few people gathered around, but they were all pointing from afar. Chen Bixia immediately shed tears again. Some overwhelmed. She is most afraid of this. This uncle and aunt was too embarrassing for her. It was herself that brought trouble to Su Zhanyang. Su Liqiu also looked at Su Zhanyang with no idea. Su Zhanyang, on the other hand, picked up his cell phone, which was receiving a message at the moment. Seeing this message, Su Zhanyang put away his cell phone and got up with a sneer. Go out and let you guys see a good show. Let the family get a penny today. I won't call Su Zhanyang. Brother Su Zhanyang walked out. Behind him Lin Yurong supported Chen Bixia who was having some difficulty. The 4 of them just stood at the gate and watched coldly. The crowd gathered more and more. Wu Li cried out vigorously, lying on the ground, rolling and falling, getting covered in dirt, just like a madman. At least half of the crowd knew Su Liqiu, who owned the breakfast stand, while the other half didn't know what was going on. So they were talking about everything. Ouch, how can there be such a person? Hey, isn't this Chen Bixia's aunt and uncle? And their rogue son. Humph, this is to see people Su Liqiu their family has money, door to borrow money. Presumably people do not borrow chant. What kind of person? Relatives to borrow money. You have money to help. What do you know? You think this family is what a good bird it. Which good family so lying on the ground tossed? While the crowd was talking, a black car slowly drove up. Many people did not recognize this car, but a very knowledgeable person suddenly shouted, ouch, this is the county magistrate's, sang, car. This voice immediately caused the surrounding crowd to disperse. Even Wu Li, who was rolling on the ground, heard this and stood up from the ground with a grunt, looking at the direction the car was coming from in surprise. Sure enough, as soon as the car stopped, a man in an old-fashioned suit came down from the car, wearing a meticulous parting, with the demeanor of an old-school intellectual. There were also a few people who instantly recognized him and whispered towards the people around them. My mom, yeah, the magistrate, this is. How did he get here? Only this middle-aged man did not bring too many people with him, only a male assistant. This middle-aged man recognized and saw Su Zhanyang and walked up quickly, revealing a kind smile. He had to come. Just yesterday, the roadblocks in the county that had plagued him for a long time had all unexpectedly appeared in the hospital, and without exception, all of them had broken lower limbs, and even if they were cured, they were all crippled, and more than half of them could only spend their next life in a wheelchair. he immediately ordered people to track down what kind of person did it. Chak and Chak finally locked Su Zhengyang in the group of villagers to ensure that Su Zhengyang will not be held responsible for the premise, before they have someone dare to help him to confirm that it is Su Zhengyang. In particular, someone also repeated the words of Su Zhengyang at that time, gave the man in the suit a sum of money, found a lawyer to collect evidence, cracked down on roadblockers and village bullies, and then protected Lotus County. Just these few words made this county magistrate have a hard time sleeping all night. The next day he planned that he had to pay a personal visit to this young entrepreneur who had gone out from Lotus County. In front of the crowd, he naturally couldn't mention Su Zhengyang's fight against the roadblockers. Wasn't that a slap in his own face? It was a disgrace to have the people come to the rescue of Lotus County when they couldn't even solve things in their own official position. Hello, you are Su Zhengyang, right? Hello, County Magistrate Zhao. Su Zhengyang naturally knew who the person in front of him was. The message on his cell phone just now was sent to him by the man in the suit, that the county magistrate was coming. Ha ha, welcome Mr. Su back to Lotus County. Lotus County is proud and honored to have a young entrepreneur like you. County Magistrate Zhao is too kind. County Magistrate Zhao had thought of asking Su Zhengyang to invite him to have a seat inside, and he would express his gratitude in private, but he hadn't even opened his mouth yet. Wu Li, who was on the side, said in a cold voice, "What kind of bull asterisk young entrepreneur? Just ungrateful things. County Magistrate, are you still doing anything for the people? We worked so hard to bring up this niece of ours, married into their family, and now that we've borrowed some money, he's even blowing us out." Chapter 54, Donate it and you won't get it. Wu Li said words of finger Su Zhengyang. She is not afraid of what county magistrate village magistrate. Today is the king of heaven to come, she also dare to make trouble. The bigger your official, the better, so that you can let you down. Must give me the mane. The county magistrate immediately frowned, somewhat puzzled to look at Wu Li. Where did Wu Li know about Su Zhengyang's punishment of the roadblockers? If she did, she would know that this statement was absolutely untenable on its own. Su Zhengyang could casually take out a few $dozen to punish the roadblocker and make Lotus County a better place. Would he be hard-hearted? Auntie, in front of the county magistrate, in front of the townspeople, you can't hold your blood nah. How many times have you borrowed money from us? And which time have I not given it to you? Have you ever returned a penny? Just now you want money again. My brother said to give you 45 cents. This money is enough to get married and buy a car and a house. You think it's too little? You, Chen Bixia finally exploded. She shook off her tears and pointed at Wu Li and roared, as if she wanted to roar out the grievances in her heart. But how could Wu Li let her have her way? The moment Chen Bixia opened her mouth, they were all exposed. So she purposely yelled loudly. Her voice instantly suppressed Chen Bixia, and lunged towards Chen Bixia, even hitting and grabbing her. A good number of people understood that Chen Bixia had something to say, but it was directly interrupted by this action of Wu Li raising her hand and screaming. Right at that moment, there was a loud bang. A slap landed on Wu Li's face, slapping her entire body backward and directly crashing into Su Lichou's car. Wu Li was thrown into a daze. Chao Nima, Chen Xian cursed angrily, lifted his beanies and kicked towards Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang kicked him directly in the stomach. Chen Xian's entire body flew backwards. Wu Li and Chen Xian did not expect Su Zhengyang to hit anyone. The magistrate was right here watching. They are not afraid of trouble. Small citizens, it is very normal to do, not to mention that they are also reasonable. Su Zhengyang is the young entrepreneur in the county magistrate's mouth. But I did not expect Su Zhengyang, not according to common sense. Entrepreneurs how? Want to beat you, just beat you. Chen Zhenghe simply did not intend to come up. Su Zhengyang raised his palm toward him. Frightened Chen Zhenghe directly shrank. Su Zhengyang didn't even look at the people around him and rushed towards Chen Bixia. Sister-in-law, finish what you didn't say just now. I'll see if anyone dares to try making another sound. The force of Su Zhengyang's slap and kick just now was known only to Chen Xian and Wu Li. They never wanted to take a second hit again, as if Su Zhengyang could break their bones with a little more strength. County Magistrate Zhao was dumbfounded. He also did not expect Su Zhengyang to dare to make a move in front of him. This youth is a little too much blood. This made himself not look too good. Chen Bixia just also chest grudges have nowhere to vent, then directly continue to say, you think the money is small, even if, but also want to arrange your son into my brother's company as a financial. What is your son's behavior? You are not clear. He is a lazy cook and a gambling addict. Does he deserve it? He's too early to start a breakfast stall with us. You said you raised me. Have I ever eaten a single grain of rice? What did you do when my dad died? You took all the 11 acres of land and didn't give us any money. When I got married, you secretly asked my brother for 1.8 cents for the dowry. My brother was so angry that he didn't even give you 45 cents. Isn't this your own fault for being so greedy? I didn't want to pursue the matter anymore. I wanted to put in a good word for you because I'm a blood relative. But what about you? You are here to give me a splash. Want to screw me to death before you are happy. Chen Bixia's years of aggression finally erupted. She was also a woman and her heart wasn't that big. She had a scale for who had treated her well and who had treated her badly over the years. The surrounding crowd, including the county magistrate, where this can still not understand. Wu Li still want to speak, but saw Su Zhengyang murderous eyes, immediately scared a shiver. But she held her breath. She was dying of anger. This feeling of letting Chen Bixia speak alone, lulling everyone up, but she couldn't speak up herself to refute it, was really hard to bear. Magistrate Zhao, I'm really sorry that this bit of crap from our family has made you laugh, but since you're here, today I happen to announce something. Su Zhengyang patted Chen Bixia's shoulder at this moment, then said to County Magistrate Zhao. County Magistrate Zhao, who was such a sophisticated person, was all a bit overwhelmed by Su Zhengyang. He didn't know what Su Zhengyang was going to say. He himself hadn't seen this kind of person who didn't follow common sense. Lotus County is the place where I was born and raised, but on my way back here, the school, the hospital, even our roads are broken. There's not much here. There's $100. On behalf of us brothers, I'll donate it to Lotus County as a hint of gratitude from us brothers. Su Zhengyang took out a red soft currency as he spoke. For a moment the scene was silent for 2 seconds. Immediately afterward cheers erupted. One by one, the surrounding onlookers clapped their hands and jumped to their feet as they shouted their approval. Zhao Magistrate also killed never thought Su Zhengyang would have this operation. Directly casually pull out a red soft sister coin. This is simply in awe. He looked at the surrounding people's shouts and only felt his eyes moist. The people of Lotus County. What kind of blessing did they cultivate in their previous life to be able to encounter such a good thing? On behalf of the people of Lotus County, I will accept this heart of your brothers. At the same time, I will definitely utilize this money properly and make the accounts absolutely open and transparent. All of it will be used for the construction and remodeling of Lotus Flower County, so you can be completely assured. County Magistrate Zhao received Su Zhengyang's money with some excitement, and asked the assistant at the side to take a few more pictures to record this important moment. The common people had also taken out their cell phones to take pictures long ago. At this moment, the most difficult thing was Wu Li's family. Wu Li's eyes were red. A whole $100. Su Zhengyang donated it to the county, and refused to give it to their family. Su Zhengyang really just gave away $100. This simply made Wu Li mad. She even had the illusion that the money should belong to her. It was just that she hadn't used it in the right way. At this moment, Wu Li suddenly stood up, crying and wailing. Bixia, those words of yours just now woke up Auntie with a scolding. I shouldn't have done this to you. I know I'm wrong. As she spoke, she fell to her knees in front of Chen Bixia with a plop. Chen Bixia against soft heart. At this time also know as Wu Li's bitter trick, but she really can't look at her kneeling in front of their own. This is a bit of treachery, so rushed forward to pull her up. Chen Zhengha also immediately came up and said, yes, good niece, uncle also no wrong, all blame uncle me? I was doing construction work if not due to injury quit, wouldn't have fallen to this point today, the next best thing girl, you do not blame uncle okay? The meaning of his words seemed to reveal that he used to do construction. Zhang Yang, if you can still think of some kinship, will you contract the construction to me? He didn't wait for Su Zhenyang to strike up a conversation with County Magistrate Zhao, and directly couldn't help but demand towards Su Zhenyang. County Magistrate Zhao also looked at Su Zhenyang with some helplessness. After all, this was Su Zhenyang's money. If he was really soft, then he would have to use his own discretion. Su Zhenyang, however, sneered, engaging in nepotism in front of the county magistrate? Do you have in your head? I give you money and you think it's too little, spilling your guts in our mouths. Is that the kind of kinship I have with you? County Magistrate Zhao, I don't want anyone to tarnish our reputation by playing on my relationship with my brother, so you don't have to care about any nepotistic behavior. Bidding on the tender and do what you need to do. Don't give this kind of person any chance to take advantage of it. Good. County Magistrate Zhao nodded his head heavily. At this time, Chen Xian already had his teeth broken. His eyes were filled with a sinister color. He already had plans, and intended to make Su Zhengyang pay in blood. He wanted all of Su Zhengyang's money, and even more so, Lin Yorong. Today, Chapter 55. I think he's still saved. Su Zhengyang and Su Liqiu then invited Magistrate Zhao into their home. Wu Li's family faced the crowd pointing and poking their spines, and naturally left in disgrace. Only then did the surrounding onlookers disperse. As soon as he entered his home, County Magistrate Zhao immediately expressed his gratitude to Su Zhenyang for severely punishing the bullies. Mr. and Mrs. Su Liqiu also only just learned about this, also a burst of fear. It turned out that his brother came back with such a big risk. Su Zhenyang modestly said it was nothing. After saying some more polite words, Su Zhenyang sent Magistrate Zhao away. he still didn't like dealing with these old-school intellectuals. They spoke in an endless bureaucratic tone, which was annoying to listen to. After County Magistrate Zhao left, Su Zhengyang picked up his cell phone and gave the man in the suit a call, telling him to come over. He left Lotus County in a few days. The man in the suit will have to be responsible for looking after Su Liqiu, to prevent that Chen Xin to find trouble. However, Su Zhengyang had just hung up the phone shortly after. The gate issued a loud thud. Half of the gate was directly hit by some deformation. It seemed to be accompanied by the roar of a motorcycle. Su Zhengyang frowned, and several people quickly stepped out of the house, only to see the crashed open gate rushing in aggressively with a few punks. One of them was none other than Chen Xin. Chen Xin viciously spat a mouthful of spit on the ground, then pointed at Su Zhengyang. "Brother Tiger, it's this kid. I'm not okay with beating me up in the grass. He runs such a big company and has so much money at home. He doesn't lend us any of it." As he spoke, the eyes of the tiger brother next to him had gone straight. Seeing Lin Yurong, several of the punks present felt a burning like a fire in their belly. The eyes of several vicious wolves looked Lin Yurong in fear. She hurriedly hid behind Su Zhengyang, half of her body clinging to Su Zhengyang's back to find a sense of security. "You are Su Zhengyang? Don't know what gratitude means, do you? Forgetting your poor relatives when you're rich. Do you know how many dog legs of people like you I've broken?" Tiger, who was leading the group, said in a cold and deep voice. "Oh, how many?" Su Zhengyang asked seriously. Brother Tiger frowned. He was just describing it like that. Where was the exact number? Who would have thought that Su Zhengyang would ask that? He naturally didn't have a single one. Small punks like them, fighting and brawling was okay, but breaking someone's legs scared him to death and he wouldn't dare. "Brother Tiger, what's the point of wasting words with him? He casually took out 100 today. He has at least several hundred on him. Look at the woman next to him. It's worth it to commit a big offense today." Chen Xin suddenly shouted angrily. He was already mad with anger, and his ruthlessness was completely aroused. These words scared Tiger and the others. They didn't expect Chen Xin to dare to say such words. The implication was to rob and then force. This was a real crime. Once caught, it would not be a matter of provoking trouble to go to the detention center for a few days. "Chen Xin, what did you say? You still have a little conscience. Your conscience has been eaten by a dog." Chen Bixia's heart broke when she heard this. How did this cousin of his own grow into such a person? Alas, don't count on it. People like him are hopeless. Su Liqiu comfortingly tugged at Chen Bixia. Su Zhengyang, however, was interested and did not show any fear at all, seemingly not putting Tiger and the others in his eyes at all as he smiled. "Saved. I do think there is salvation." The crowd didn't understand what Su Zhengyang meant, but Chen Xin had run out of patience and egged Brother Tiger on once again. Brother Tiger was also gnashing his teeth. But just at this moment, Chanli, the man in the suit, walked in with two people. He had been quite happy. Master Su had given him that large sum of money, and as a result, when he had called Qi Yunfei to report the news, he had even been complimented by Qi Yunfei, and was happy as hell, and received Su Zhengyang summoned. He hoofed it. On the way he figured out, the original this Su master is Su Liqiu's own brother. It seems that in the future, we have to bow to Su Liqiu, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw the scene. Tiger's group of people were actually confronting Su Zhengyang in a ferocious manner. He was first stunned, then the hand he had copied inside his pocket slowly came out, and his eyes became fierce. When this group of them were fierce, that aura was simply not something Brother Tiger could carry, not to mention that Tiger recognized it. Tiger's lips shivered and asked in a trembling voice, Li brother, how are you guys?" Chen Li's face was gloomy, looked at Tiger, and then looked at Chen Xin, and looked at their waists were bulging, necessarily hiding something. And at once they also all drew out their throwing sticks. Chen 3 people drew out their throwing sticks. Tiger's several people poofed down on their knees, scared to death. They didn't dare to pull out their weapons. If Chen wanted to fight, they could only kneel well. "Master Su, how many of them came to you looking for trouble?" Chen looked at Su Zhengyang and asked. When Chen asked this, how could Tiger and the others not know what was going on? Chen Xin had been completely stunned. "Master Su? Did this Su Zhengyang know this Chen? Just a few bedbugs. What can they find out?" Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. "Use me to wedge a beating and send them in? I'll find something for them that can make them squat for a few years." Chen inquired. Hearing this, Tiger's several people had gone limp, but that Chen Xin seemed to have somewhat hardened bones, as if he wasn't that afraid. Su Zhengyang instantly shook his head. "That won't do. Sending him in with food and drink is too cheap. Besides, my sister-in-law only has this one cousin. I think there's still salvation." Everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded. Chen Bixia and Su Liqiu were dumbfounded. Even Chen Xin and Tiger and the others were puzzled, not knowing what Su Zhengyang meant. Helping him put in a good word? Chanli, however, probably knew that this Master Su was by no means that kind of a good talker. This Chen Xin. His bones are quite hard, and he hates going to bed early and waking up early. In order to put him on the right path, I'll arrange a job for him, and then arrange 2 nannies for him, which will be paid by me personally. Su Zhangyang said fervently. Nannies? A job? The crowd was even more confused. Why did they even give him a nanny? Is this surely a punishment? We have a bar, 2 KTVs, 4 restaurants, and, in Lotus County. Chenli didn't understand what he meant and reported again. He said so. Chen Xian now also really feel out Su Zhangyang seems to really give himself a job? Could it be that this Su Zhangyang is trying to punish himself and arrange himself under Chenli's hand so that he can watch himself? This makes perfect sense. If he could really mix with Chenli, it would be a big opportunity. Chen Xian actually got excited. Su Zhangyang interrupted him again, shaking his finger and saying, "You're overthinking it. That kind of work isn't suitable for him. Lotus County is going through a major remodeling. No matter which construction site starts first, immediately place him on the site. In order to hone him, arrange for him to do the dirtiest and most tiring work. But people have personally told me that he can endure hardship. These 2 nannies are responsible for watching him every day. His bedtime is at 10 p.m. And his wake-up time is at 6 a.m. If he goes to bed late or wakes up late, he is not allowed to go to bed. If he goes to bed late or wakes up late, it's okay. Don't disturb him and wait for him to wake up naturally. If he wakes up late, give me a call. If he gets up at 7, give me an hour to beat him. Every day. If he's lazy, smokes, gambles, plays with his cell phone, call me every time you see him. And make sure he becomes a good person who is motivated. When this site is finished, the next one, at least 10 years to start. Understood? Chapter 56. Ghostfire Jr. blows up the street busy. The more Su Zhangyang said, the whiter Chen Xian's face became. Even Chen Li's few people couldn't help but secretly swallow their saliva. Is this Master Su a little too toxic? This was not as good as stepping in and arresting him, especially for someone like Chen Xian. Letting him move bricks at a construction site had already taken half his life. Not to mention having to get up at 6 every day. He's never gotten up this early in his life. The point is that Su Zhangyang doesn't let anyone call him. He lets him sleep, and then beats him after he sleeps. Take away the chutes. And you can't be lazy. Play with your cell phone or smoke. It's not jail. It's better than jail. Su Liqiu wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so. Chen Bixia, on the other hand, knew that Su Zhangyang was punishing him, but also felt that this method was surprisingly not bad. It's better than arresting him and leaving him with a record. Su Zhangyang's methods are a bit poisonous, but it's still Chen Xian who will benefit in the end. If he can hold out for these 10 years, he must be a strong and healthy person who can rely on his hands to eat a normal person. Only that she hadn't considered whether someone like Chen Xian could last for 10 years. Don't, Brother Zhangyang, I'm wrong, spare me, I don't want anything, just pretend I haven't been here, okay, I beg you, just treat me as a fart and release me, I beg you. Chen Xian was so scared that he was in tears and desperately kowtowing on the ground. Treat you like a fart? You deserve to be my fart too. It's going to be winter soon. Enjoy your transformation journey. Su Zhenyang's eyes showed a cold light as he said in a cold voice. Don't! Chen Xian cried out in pain, and was yanked out by one of the men beside Chenli, who gripped his hair, and threw him straight back into the car to be guarded. Master Su, where are they? Chenli pointed at Tiger and the others. Let them go in and stay for a good while. See if they change, and if they can't change after they come out, find a chance to do away with them. Su Zhangyang said in a breezy manner. These words were naturally to scare them, but Tiger's several people were scared less. They really didn't dare to disbelieve that Chenli and the others wouldn't rule out the possibility of making them disappear as long as they made it clean. Change. We will definitely change. Brother Tiger playfully begged for mercy. Waiting for me to give you guys a ride? Chenli looked at Brother Tiger and said without a trace of anger. We'll go by ourselves. We're going to turn ourselves in. The Tiger brothers several people rolled and crawled. They now in turn felt much more comfortable inside. Since the capital had to make up some charges on their own so that they could stay inside for a longer period of time, at least compared to Chen Xian, they were too happy. After everyone had left, Su Zhangyang let Chenli into the room. After introducing Chenli and Su Liqiu to each other, he didn't need to explain much. Chenli naturally knew what to do. Since Chenli was Su Zhangyang's person, Su Liqiu naturally wouldn't pretend to be noble and ostracize Chenli. Moreover, he knew that although he was gray and white, he was doing serious business. Being able to have such a caretaker in the county is still very secure. Before they opened breakfast stalls, not to mention how many bullies, there is a period of time the village bully is a daily protection fee. They pay all into the habit. Next Su Zhangyang stayed in the county for 4 more days before deciding to return to Santai City. On the 5th day after lunch, said goodbye to his brother and sister-in-law, Su Zhenyang and Lin Yurong went on the road. During the days spent in the county, Lin Yurong and Su Zhenyang had gotten much closer, and she wasn't as nervous as she was at the beginning. Su Zhenyang directly gave her $1,000, all cash, in addition to a few whole. The other let her find open into change, convenient for them to do errands to buy things and so on. In the future, he himself will not pay much out of his wallet. Lin Yurong is flattered. This shows that Su Zhenyang trusts her. She has never taken so much money in her hand. Su Zhenyang also accompanied Lin Yurong to the county shopping mall, bought her 2 pieces of clothing. Of course Lin Yurong doesn't look at her own taste, but mainly to see if Su Zhenyang likes it. He likes to see what she wears. She has to wear what she wears. The beautiful name of the whole day in front of the boss. This is part of the job. Driving home on the road. Still taking the county road. Su Zhenyang looked at the weather gloomy. It seems to be about to rain, so he instructed Lin Yurong to drive slower. Don't be in a hurry. At this time, he had already arrived at another county not far away. After stopping at the traffic light for a moment, the green light came on, and Lin Yurong started steadily. But just at this moment, an earth-shattering motorcycle roar, mixed with a shout of joy, rushed out from a sidewalk across the street. Surprisingly, it was 2 Ghostfire motorcycles, and several youngsters cocked the front end of the motorcycle high, trying to drill through the front of the car, but they were already too close to the front of the car. With such a speedy ghost probe, even Lin Yurong's good car skills couldn't react at all. She let out a shriek and the car smothered in place with a kick of the brakes, but the front of the car still let out a muffled bang, and that Ghostfire motorcycle roared sideways to the ground, the 2 people in the car sliding out a long way. One young man climbed up, while the other was unconscious. Lin Yurong immediately covered her small mouth in fear. It's okay, this kind of ghost probe, there's no way to avoid it even if the gods come. Su Zhenyang gave a calming comforting cry, pushed open the passenger side and walked down, while taking out his cell phone to dial the emergency number first. The other car stopped at the side of the road to see what happened to his companion, and was so scared that he rode off on the spot. The young man who had suffered a graze was rushing to look at the other person's injuries. Seeing Su Zhenyang come over, he didn't dare to point fingers because they had indeed run the red light. The surrounding cars all turned on their headlights, their horns blaring in all directions. Su Zhenyang made a phone call while squatting down to check the youth's injuries, and in a few clear words, he explained the situation and hung up the phone. First aid center and traffic yamen soon arrived one after another. Su Zhenyang's simple probe he just did not life-threatening. Traffic yamen naturally also want to take Su Zhenyang 2 people back. Su Zhenyang's car, the front bumper even paint did not fall. Visible impact is not big. And after the yamen's accident responsibility determination, found that Su Zhenyang they do not have any responsibility. The Ghostfire red light full responsibility. But Su Zhenyang heard that the Ghostfire Youth Hospital side also came the news. Said that the right leg was fractured. Hearing this news, aside Lin Yurong suddenly big eyes slightly red, with a hand covering the small face some self-blame up. No matter what, the person is her hands hit up. They hold the steering wheel. A young man but seriously injured. Lin Yurong more or less some difficult. Seeing her so difficult, Su Zhenyang instead felt that she was very cute and kind. Although Su Zhenyang himself was not so kind, yet it did not mean that he did not appreciate kindness. Can we go over and take a look at him? If they have a good attitude in recognizing their mistakes, I can fully advance the medical expenses. Su Zhenyang rushed the law enforcement members. Due to river crabs, J member was always replaced by law enforcement member, and said, "Ha!" The law enforcement team member was holding a board to make a record of the closing of the case, and when he heard Su Zhenyang speak, he froze. Lin Yurong also looked at Su Zhenyang in surprise. Can't you see that we're all going to cry with this one? Su Zhenyang spread his hands and smiled as he rushed at the law enforcement team members, with a look of indifference that I'm just paying for her to feel better. Lin Yurong immediately shy face red, especially Su Zhenyang just said we this 4 words. Let her trance have a kind of illusion. Su Zhenyang take her as his people, which makes Lin Yurong immediately feel the heart of a deer in the head. Chapter 57. You deserve it even if you crash to death. The law enforcement officer also revealed a smile, putting down the cardboard and surprisingly saluting at Su Zhenyang. Good. I'll take you there. It was also rare for him to see such a good person. But people must have money, in order to not let their girlfriend feel bad. What's wrong with spending money to buy peace of mind and do good deeds? So this law enforcement officer took Su Zhenyang several people directly to the hospital. It is just that he also want to notify their families of the responsibility for the accident, but did not expect him to take Su Zhenyang. 2 people just appeared in the ward door. The family inside the ward directly rushed up. Son of a, you still dare to come up here? I'll beat you to death. You're the one who knocked my son into such a state. You can't leave. You're driving a broken car. Damn it. Pay up. The patient's family was obviously very agitated. Lin Yurong never expected such a scene, and was at a loss for words. However, Su Zhengyang was smiling lightly. He had already expected this to be the case. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that if they admit their faults with a good attitude, I'll pay the full amount of medical expenses. A few law enforcement officers immediately stopped them with reprimands and shoves. Stop. This is a hospital. You think it's your home. What are you yelling about? And pay for the money. Why should they pay you money? The leading law enforcement member said angrily. On what grounds? My son has been hit like this. You're still asking me why? The youth's father's bull's eyes glared and shouted. Look carefully. This is the accident responsibility determination. Your son is driving without a license, without protective gear, not obeying traffic rules, endangering the safety of public transportation. This has all been a crime. Full responsibility, understand? The law enforcement officer pointed at the sheet and reprimanded. The youth's father was scolded. I don't care who's responsible. Then my son hit like this, he also has to be responsible. This has the law. Big car hit small car anyway is the responsibility of the big car. Not only him. Such a statement is widely circulated among the people. Many people will big car hit small car, and big car hit a person confuse. Think no matter who is at fault, small car must have responsibility. Which law provides? Who stipulates that? You tell me. Say. The law enforcement officer also clenched his teeth in anger and glared at the youth's father. The youth's father was dumbfounded by the question, and for a while, he just opened his mouth without uttering a word. Where could he say it? Wasn't that what everyone said? The youth's mother also realized that she was being unreasonable, and her tone softened a bit, but still biting on the question. No matter what, my son has been hit like this. That's a fact. It can't just be left alone either. You can't just let it go? What else are you going to do? The law enforcement officer was furious and asked in a bad mood. Why are you just talking to them? People have been hit like this. You still care about whose responsibility? Of course, the injured person is the greater. You see, look at my son is lying on the hospital bed. Youth mother, angry straight stomping feet, ruthlessly slapped the bedboard of the hospital bed, rushed to the law enforcement officers, yelled. The injured is the big one? I'm telling you, you all deserve it even if you run over. Know what? We have this surveillance camera clearly. They rode a ghost fire motorcycle warped head out of the car. It was someone else who hit him. What if someone else hit a big car because they were avoiding him? Will you pay for it? What? Do you know how many accidents there have been this year in the county caused by ghost motorcycles running rushhour over the streets? It's hard to catch them because they don't have papers or license plates. Many of the injured are still in the hospital. Do you pay for it? You pay for it. The law enforcement member completely exploded, and he slammed the law enforcement sheet hard in the face of the youth's mother. Several law enforcement members rushed up to stop him. His emotional excitement is out of order, will certainly be criticized, but the law enforcement officers just cannot control. This family was law enforcement officers of this furious momentum, also scared to speak. Now you know your son, baby? What did you do earlier? What did you do when he drove the ghost fire down the street? The law enforcement member shook off his colleague who was pulling at his side, took a deep breath, and picked up the law enforcement sheet and said in a cold voice, I did not want to say this about you guys. These two people, no responsibility. And also in the first time of the accident to help your son call the emergency. After the return of positive cooperation, you know why I came? They know that they are not responsible, but as long as you admit your fault, attitude is good. The future control of the child. They are willing to help you advance the full amount of medical expenses. What about you guys? I didn't even say a word when I met you, but you yelled at me to come up and beat and scold me. Oomph. Now you can't even think about the medical bills. If they won't let you repair the car, you're lucky. The law enforcement officer sneered and shook his head. He wasn't going to help this family either. What the hell is this? As soon as he finished saying this, the youth family immediately turned pale, looking at the two Su Zhengyang with nothing but shock and remorse. They also didn't expect that people were here to advance the medical bills. Su Zhengyang looked at Lin Yurong and laughed softly. Do you still pay the medical bills? Lin Yurong shook her head gently with some shame. She finally understood what Su Zhengyang meant. Some things could be kind, but some kindness was ridiculous. Seeing Lin Yurong shaking her head, the youth's family was suddenly devastated. They hurriedly wanted to rush out and shouted, I'm sorry. We shouldn't have been so nasty just now. We know we were wrong. Help us. However, they were stopped by the law enforcement officers halfway through their charge. Regardless of their cries, Su Zhengyang walked out of the hospital with Lin Yurong without looking back. A broken bone was just a matter of 3 or 2 cents. There was no way their family couldn't afford it, or else the child wouldn't have been able to play with a modified motorcycle like the Ghost Fire. In Su Zhengyang's opinion, this kind of person simply deserved to die. Really not much more than a crash. Just look at the other Ghost Fire at that time to escape this behavior. Also know that if they really hit and run, must be the first time to escape. And their motorcycles do not have a license plate. The shape and color can also be changed. Chase cannot chase. When he left the hospital, the sky was already completely dark. With a flash of thunderclouds in the sky, and autumn rain arrived. Master Su, I'm sorry. Lin Yurong followed behind Su Zhengyang, out of the hospital, and murmured in aggravation. Silly kind of child. Hungry. This weather is suitable for eating hot pot. After eating, find a hotel to stay. Tomorrow then go. Su Zhengyang shook his head and smiled, looked at the fine rain, felt the coolness of the autumn rain, suddenly wanted to eat hot pot. Lin Yurong instantly smiled sweetly and playfully nodded her head, expressing her strong support for hot pot. Su Zhengyang took her to have a full meal of hot pot, and then the rain had already gotten heavier and heavier. Lin Yurong didn't know if she had been stimulated, but suddenly wanted to drink, saying that she had never tasted white wine. Su Zhengyang had no choice but to accompany her to drink some white wine. Anyway, they will only drive away tomorrow. Eat and drink enough. The two of them looked for an AU chain hotel, and were suddenly embarrassed. The hotel, even standard rooms, bell rooms are all full. There is only one left, or a couple's theme room. Su Zhengyang looked at Lin Yurong with some helplessness, only to see Lin Yurong was red-faced, head down, twisting around shyly, causing the front desk lady to look at them with strange eyes. Su Zhengyang sweated for a while. He said to himself, "What are you twisting for?" Chapter 58. The restaurant is completed. You guys are a bit late. This side is the hub of several counties. It's raining so hard. If you go to other hotels, they are probably all full. The receptionist smiled and explained. Alright, it's going to be this one. Su Zhengyang was helpless. What people said also made sense. To avoid having no place to stay today, it was better to stay first. After taking the room card, the two of them took the elevator to the 8th floor. Couple's theme room, naturally, is mainly romantic. Even the lighting in the room is with a light pink color. A large round double bed, cleaned up very well. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. Seeing that there was also a large sofa in the corner, Su Zhengyang had to show some gentlemanly demeanor anyways. That's not good. It's better for you to sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa. Lin Yurong hurriedly waved her hand. Which one let the boss sleep on the sofa? Alright, don't argue. Su Zhengyang waved his hand and directly walked to the sofa and lay down. The wine he just drank was quite a lot, but with his current physical strength, he could drink 10 or 8 pounds and still be able to get rid of the alcohol. He just felt a little embarrassed. After all, a lone man and a widow were sharing a room. Might as well pretend to be drunk himself. Lin Yurong also seemed to be a bit tipsy as she asked in a small voice. Master Su, can I take a shower? Aha. Su Zhengyang was speechless. This girl was simply killing herself. He was a normal man who was full of vigor. To say that he didn't have any feelings for Lin Yurong was impossible. But as a boss, Su Zhengyang was still able to restrain himself, but now share a room even if Lin Yurong also want to take a bath. This is not to die. Su Zhengyang could only roll over and bury himself in the sofa. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom was heard. Not much longer again, the sound of water stopped. Good night, Master Su, Lin Yurong playfully whispered, and then shyly tugged on the quilt to cover herself up. Su Zhengyang revealed a hint of a smile, while Lin Yurong secretly stretched out her small head from under the quilt to look at Su Zhengyang. Even though she had also drunk some wine, she did not have a trace of sleepiness at all, especially when she looked at Su Zhengyang who was lying on the sofa. Her big eyes were filled with infatuated gazes. Su Zhengyang was a very stylish man and had a lot of personal charisma. Lin Yurong's mind was now filled with the awesome look of him when he severely punished the roadblocker, a throwing stick 1v8. Moreover, Su Zhengyang is ruthless but not bad. He gave Chenli a sum of money to crack down on roadblocks and village bullies, so that they can protect Lotus County. Donate a sum of money to the county, in order to remodel the school, hospital and other infrastructure. When he hit a person he was calm like an unrelated passerby. The first time to call the police. More importantly, when he was sad, Su Zhengyang let himself off the hook in his own way. If Su Zhengyang hadn't said he would advance the medical bills, they went to the hospital to see the ugliness of that family. They left like that, and she might have always had a hole in her heart. He is so worth relying on, worth so much that they feel that they are not worthy of him at all, and dare not have any extravagant hope. Just like this one person pretending to sleep, one person watching. A little bit of time passed. The night is getting deeper and deeper, but also more and more quiet. Just when both of them were more or less sleepy, a subtle sound came from the ceiling. Then it was next door, and an indescribable sound also came from it. Keep in mind that this was a hotel, and it was a hotel in the county, so obviously the construction quality and soundproofing was not done well at all. Now at this time, it was the time when the symphony started. Su Zhengyang listened to a burst of distraction. It was at this time that an inaudible voice came. Master Su, are you asleep? Su Zhengyang was stunned. He thought that Lin Yurong had fallen asleep a long time ago, but he didn't expect that this niece was still awake. No, cold. she asked again in a petulant manner. Su Zhengyang was helpless, not knowing what this niece was thinking, so he didn't answer. However, not long after, Su Zhengyang saw in the darkness, Lin Yurong wrapped in the quilt, rolled and fell off the bed. The fall caused her to let out an ouch. But soon, she was like a caterpillar, crawling all the way over to her sofa. Su Zhengyang did not have time to speak. The caterpillar covered Su Zhengyang's waist horizontally. Not to mention, Su Zhengyang is really not cold. The next morning, Su Zhengyang woke up from the sofa, saw Lin Yurong asleep in bed, did not wake her, simply wash up, went to buy breakfast. When Su Zhengyang returned, Lin Yurong like a shy little rabbit, hiding in the quilt and refused to come out. Su Zhengyang saved his heart to tease her, and while eating breakfast, he flirted. I didn't realize that little Lin student, playing musical instruments is still okay, causing Lin Yurong's small feet to stomp out of the quilt, kicking in the air in protest. Around 8:30, the two drove on. Su Zhengyang checked the front end of the car. Worthy of being a raptor, the cuts were below the bumper, not even considered scratches, and even do not need to be repaired does not affect the aesthetics. It was only near noon that the two returned to the city of Santai. The two went straight to the North City Park restaurant. Just a week's time, the restaurant has been greatly changed. After all, it is good to have money, no private room decoration, and does not need to be too luxurious, so the decoration is not cumbersome. The long work period costs a lot of money, so Chang Bora directly chose to increase the number of people in the decoration team. Dozens of people at the same time to shorten the work period. The materials used are also the best environmentally friendly materials. Installed can open. Instead, the most costly thing is to recruit workers. Her restaurant is different from traditional restaurants, so the chef should be able to understand the concept of healthy food. In addition to this, locking up good sources of goods is also a troublesome matter. Sun Poire was busy these days. However, she didn't cry out of fatigue. Instead, she felt that she was having a very fulfilling time. When she arrived at the restaurant, Chang Bara was standing at the door just sending away a waiter who was interviewing for a job. When she saw Su Zhengyang come down, her face was delighted. However, she soon noticed Lin Yurong who jumped down from the main driver again. Chang Bora froze on the spot. The secretary Chen Haohai sent me. As soon as Su Zhengyang saw this reaction of Chang Bora, he instead found it quite adorable and explained with a grin. Chang Bala immediately gave him a blank stare and said with jealousy, "Humph, what does it have to do with me?" With those words, she wrinkled her little nose in dissatisfaction and walked towards the restaurant. Of course she was unhappy. Although she and Su Zhengyang didn't have an established relationship, she wasn't a fool. Su Zhengyang was so rich that he even rented an apartment with her, accompanied her to her birthday party, and opened a restaurant with her. If she can't feel anything, then she's not just a heartless person. Of course she also likes Su Zhengyang, and not after Su Zhengyang rich-like, but just lived in not long ago. In fact, already like Su Zhengyang. Of course at that time there might have been a little bit of feeling sorry for him in it, but one just wanted to take care of him. Otherwise, how could he be willing to spend half a year with letting him dabble in classes, cooking for him, and eating and living with him? Chapter 59. Coming to pick a fight. Lin Yurong of course had the good sense not to follow her in. Although she envied Chang Bora, she wasn't Chang Bora after all. For herself, being able to follow Su Zhengyang around and being able to become his personal assistant was already very satisfying. She herself was not asking for more at the moment. Su Zhengyang walked into the restaurant with a helpless smile. Simple but not simple decoration. Not only clean, but also very atmospheric. Pure wood tables and chairs are very grounded. The flowers and plants were all carefully sealed up with glass, leading directly to the top for ventilation, just forming a flower wall separating the card seats. There are special outlets for photosynthetic lights and watering care. It was able to allow people to enjoy the plants and prevent guests from picking and touching them, and it was also free from the mosquitoes and insects that the plants attracted. It looks good, doesn't it? Sun Poire playfully spun around, showing off with her hands behind her back. Good looking. Come on. Chang Bola couldn't wait to drag Su Zhengyang up again and run up to the second floor, showing off the design of the second floor again. I feel like you shouldn't be a cook, you should go be a designer. Su Zhengyang exclaimed with a smile. Chang Bora folded her hands and said with her eyes full of stars, "When I was a freshman in college, I thought about the future decoration of the restaurant." Good fellow, you planned far enough, Su Zhengyang said with blank eyes. That's right. Well, have you found all the waiters and cooks? Is it ready to open? Su Zhengyang rubbed his hands and asked. Yesterday the fire inspection, today the hygiene has not yet been inspected. The name you, the big boss, has not yet been raised. The cooks and waiters have not yet been found. There are still many things, Chang Bora said as he snapped his fingers. The name still needs me to come up with? You've thought of all the renovations when you were in school, and you don't even want a name? Su Zhengyang said in a bad mood. Slightly. This is not to let you participate in it, Chang Bora said mischievously. My participation? Just collect money. Su Zhengyang finished speaking and headed downstairs. Chang Baola pursed her lips and followed behind. Of course she knew that Su Zhengyang was trying to give her the opportunity to name the restaurant. After all, this small restaurant carried her dreams, what she loved to do. Of course she wanted Su Zhengyang to participate also sincerely, because this restaurant belonged to both her and Su Zhengyang. At this time the sound of a car parking sounded at the door. The two had just walked downstairs when three uniformed men came in at the door. The leader, a chubby Mediterranean, brought two of his men with him, the one carrying a small bag and the one holding a writing pad. The Mediterranean Sea also turned back frequently before entering, apparently looking at Lin Yurong at the door, but when he entered the store and saw Chang Bora, his eyes lit up again, and they all began to twinkle. However, he raised his eyelids again to look at Su Zhengyang, his eyes more or less uncomfortable. He asked in a nasty tone, who's the boss? Both of us. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly and said indifferently, both? Yes is, no is not. What do you mean both? Mediterranean Sea frowned a bit unpleasantly and said. Su Zhengyang felt that this Mediterranean Sea had some problems, no matter which department it was. As soon as he came in, his nose was not his nose, his face was not his face. This was not coming to the office. This was afraid that he was coming to pick a fight. Is there a law that says restaurants are not allowed to have two bosses? Su Zhengyang asked rhetorically. The two of them opened it in partnership, so naturally they were two bosses. What was wrong with this answer? Hey, misbehaving are you? What kind of attitude is that? The Mediterranean Sea eyelids flipped, coldly staring at Su Zhengyang and rebuking him. Oh, is it possible that I have to kneel down to talk to you? Su Zhengyang asked fussily. He could already tell that this Mediterranean was deliberately looking for trouble. There were only two possibilities. One was that they were using their power for personal gain to make extra money, and the second possibility was that it was someone else who had arranged it. After all, there were a few people he had offended the other day. The Zhao family, Lin Xiao of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals, and even Li, who were all possible. Mediterranean Sea laughed in anger and snorted coldly, pointing a hand at Su Zhengyang. Good, playing rough are you? Think you're pretty awesome, right? Good, wait and see, said Mediterranean, took out his documents and shook them in front of Su Zhengyang, changing his tone to a businesslike one. Health management, come over for health inspection. With those words he directly led the other two towards the kitchen. The other two young men also looked at Su Zhengyang with a sneer and walked towards the kitchen. I have a feeling they might be about to do something bad. Chang Bora looked at their backs and whispered with a wrinkled nose, be confident and remove the possibility. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly and took out his cell phone to dial a call. At this moment, Lin Yurong also ran in from outside and smiled at Chang Bola, who also extended her hand in a friendly manner and took the initiative to shake her hand. Hello? It's me. On the opposite side of the phone was Chen Shusheng. Su Zhengyang hung up the phone after briefly explaining two sentences to him. Chen Shusheng had opened an unknown number of hotels and restaurants in Santai City, and if he was any less familiar with the head of health management, he wouldn't need to mix. But actually Su Zhengyang was planning to directly check if this Mediterranean Sea and the Zhao family had any dealings. Unfortunately, Chen Shusheng was not a specialized intelligence agency after all. It wasn't difficult to check a person's identity, but there was no way to grasp all of a person's recent circumstances in a short period of time. The most he could do was to look for clues through phone calls, surveillance, positioning, registration, and the like. But what if the other party does not register, or does not contact by phone? People with a little bit of counter-surveillance awareness would have even less control over the situation. So Su Zhengyang also had an idea. He had to find some suitable candidates to get an intelligence department. A truly strong person should anticipate the enemy beforehand in order not to be caught in a passive situation. Not to mention that he had to investigate his mother's whereabouts. A professional intelligence department was necessary. Not long after, that Mediterranean Sea came out from inside. As soon as he came out, he saw two absolute beauties, one on the left and one on the right, standing beside Su Zhengyang, and Mediterranean's eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. He snorted coldly and checked the rest of the place again. After casually skulking around twice, he brought the two over and coldly drank. Humph, don't plan on opening this restaurant of yours, the hygiene is not up to par. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I found 6 or 7 rats, a dozen cockroaches. Is this a restaurant or a zoo? Impossible. My kitchen is specially made to be completely closed. There's not even a crack in the wall. Not to mention there's no food, much less cockroaches and rats. Chang Bora was instantly a bit furious. The kitchen she personally supervised. It couldn't be clearer. This Mediterranean was obviously a slander. Impossible? Humph. Whether it's possible or not is not up to you. It's up to me. Understand? When I say you have it, you have it. Mediterranean said while drawing a fork on the writing pad. Don't jump to conclusions. Your job is also not easy to come by. It's not easy to get a senior inspector. Not to mention there's a family to feed. Chapter 60. Creating something out of nothing I can too. Hearing such arrogant words from Su Zhengyang, Mediterranean looked at him and sneered. Are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I just want to make your death look good. After all, you're using a ballpoint pen. It's good to write and not good to erase. Su Zhengyang said seriously. Let me die a better looking death? Ha 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 ha. He laughed angrily and looked at his two men, then turned the board in his hand over so that Su Zhengyang could see it. Look carefully. I'm writing it right in front of your eyes. Let's see what you can do to me. With those words, his eyes glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang, and he directly filled in multiple unqualified indicators on that form that were created out of nothing. He even directly wrote down the punishment opinions. As a senior inspector, he could have directly reported the punishment opinion, and the general punishment was just a stamp in accordance with the opinion they gave. After all, who would not personally run out to seek confirmation again? As he wrote, he also looked at Su Zhengyang arrogantly. What? Not saying anymore? Continue to say haven't you always been a bullpen? Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly and looked at Sung Pao Ra on the side. Chang Bala had just heard Su Zhengyang on the phone, and seeing the Mediterranean Sea like this, he could only helplessly shake his head, disappointed in this Mediterranean Sea's performance. People who used their power for personal gain like this were simply assholes. Seeing Chang Bora's disappointed eyes, the Mediterranean Sea is even more felt in the heart of the fire. Thomas, can't you see that I'm displaying such a strong strength? What is the meaning of this kind of eyes? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. But just at this time, outside the door in the Mediterranean a few people like the car squeaked an ear-piercing braking sound, stopped at the door. At first glance, it came in a storm. A leader-like person and a driver got out of the car and came straight to the door. The Mediterranean Sea instantly froze. Wasn't this his own department director? He scrambled forward and bowed in greeting. His body was like a scalded prawn. Director Lee, why have you personally come? This Director Lee, however, had a cold face as he snatched the writing pad in Mediterranean's hand. The Mediterranean Sea was violently startled, and by the time he reacted, it was already too late. The writing pad had already reached Director Lee's hands. He suddenly realized something and glanced at Su Zhengyang in horror. I'm afraid that there is only one possibility for this situation in front of him. Director Lee glanced at Su Zhengyang, only slightly nodded, did not greet him, but took the writing pad and took big strides directly toward the kitchen. Mediterranean immediately felt his brain go boom. He was still unwilling to believe that Director Lee was found by Su Zhengyang, but Director Lee's driver was right here, and he didn't even dare to plead with Su Zhengyang. He could only wipe the bean-sized cold sweat from his face and looked at Su Zhengyang with a pleading gaze. Su Zhengyang didn't avoid his eyes either. He just smiled and met him eye to eye, his eyes calm but without a trace of pity. Soon, Director Lee came out of the kitchen in a huff. Inspector Zhang, it looks like you're good at drawing forks. I would like to ask for some advice. Where is this sink height unqualified? Where is this operating table specification unqualified? And what do you mean by this extremely poor health and safety? Director Lee's voice was cold and not intense, but it made the Mediterranean Sea fall into an ice cave. He had already turned white with fear, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him at all. This wasn't in his plans at all, and he had never encountered this kind of being caught red-handed before. Since you're so concerned about hygiene and can see things that others can't, it's too condescending to be a senior inspector. You'd better find another job. Director Lee spoke has been considered more polite, slapped the writing pad in his hand towards the Mediterranean chest and said in a cold voice, I see wrong. Director Lee, don't you spare me this time. I really see wrong. Health work is heavier than MT. Tai, cannot rub half a bit of sand? Not to mention the need for a corpse like you, Director Lee said in a cold voice. At this moment, Su Zhengyang added, oh right, Director Lee right. Just now he also threatened me saying that I can pass if I give money, and also said that if I don't give money, he will let the family behind him get me killed, and his backstage is that family. I can't afford to mess with any family. Scared me. You'd better check him out. I don't know if he's looking for someone else to ask for money, Su Zhengyang said in a fervent and somewhat fearful manner. Mediterranean Sea's eyes immediately widened. When did he say such words? He hadn't said such words at all, but with Su Zhengyang saying this now, not only was he going to lose his job, but he was also involved in accepting bribes, and once he was investigated, it would be the bottom of the barrel, and there might even be a jail sentence. He did rely on a little relationship with the Zhao family, only the year before the upward a little. Originally this year, the Zhao family promised him to help him movement, rise a governor. He has been simmering for 7 or 8 years to have such a little achievement now. No, I didn't say such a thing. I didn't say such a thing. He waved his hand in panic and denied it repeatedly. saying that you haven't said that will be clear once you check. Director Li smiled coldly, then he turned to Su Zhengyang and extended his hand, saying, "Thank you for your enthusiastic report, and at the same time, I deeply apologize for what happened just now. The hygiene of your restaurant is completely qualified. When the employees apply for their health certificates, they can call me directly and I will personally arrange for someone to go through the procedures for you." He handed Su Zhengyang his business card as he spoke. Afterward, he and Su Zhengyang exchanged a few words of politeness, and then directly turned around and left. The Mediterranean Sea on the side was still shivering and sweating coldly. Seeing Director Li leaving, he took 2 steps after him in a panic to chase him out. The 2 people beside him had also turned pale with fear. However, when Mediterranean thought up that the key to the matter was Su Zhengyang, he hurriedly turned around and rushed at Su Zhengyang again, pleading with his hands together. "Boss Su, it's me who is blind to the fact that I have offended you. You are generous. Don't talk to me in general. I beg you, give Director Li a good word. Don't punish me. I will work for you from now on. Absolutely obedient. I have a family to support." Mediterranean Sea finally couldn't bear it and cried out. Although he had this bit of relationship with the Zhao family would never offend Director Li at this level for him. "What's the use of you begging me?" Director Li said how good it is. "Health work is heavier than MT. Tai. Can't need sand. Are you asking me to mix sand for others?" Su Zhengyang said helplessly. Mediterranean knows that standing and begging is useless. The whole person suddenly fell to his knees on the ground, with his forehead on the floor, crying bitterly and begging Su Zhengyang to spare his life. "Who instructed you to come? You should go to whoever it is now. Get lost." Su Zhengyang's face went cold as he reminded. Mediterranean body shook. Indeed, Su Zhengyang looked like it was impossible to forgive himself. There was nothing left for himself to do now. He could only go to the Zhao family for a last-ditch effort. With this thought, he climbed up with difficulty, almost rolling and crawling to the car. Su Zhengyang watched him leave in a sorry state and took out his phone to call Chen Shusheng. "Have your people arrived?" "Arrived. Follow him." Chapter 61. Straight male cancer security guard. Su Zhengyang guessed correctly. Chen Shusheng's people followed Mediterranean Sea and indeed found that he had gone to meet the Zhao family. Only the one who met him wasn't Zhao Xiaoman, but one of Zhao Xiaoman's bodyguards. After just a few simple words, the bodyguard left with a cold face, while Mediterranean sat in place with a face ashen. When Su Zhengyang got the news, he couldn't help but let out a cold smile. It was really Zhao Xiaoman who was pulling these little maneuvers on himself. It looked like the liang between himself and the Zhao family was considered to be completely knotted. Only this Zhao Xiaoman's means some clumsy What is the significance of this small trick? Su Zhengyang could not figure it out for a while, but this also reinforced Su Zhengyang's idea of establishing an intelligence department. "I'll leave the matter of the name to your own discretion. I'm going to find someone." Su Zhengyang gave an explanation to Cheng Bala, and then led Lin Yuyan outward. Cheng Bala gave an oh-so-quiet cry, waiting for the 2 of them to go out before she walked over to the door and poked her little head out to watch Su Zhengyang's car drive away. Only then did she spit out her tongue and muttered in dissatisfaction. "Slightly, finding a secretary with such big boobs, old colorful batch, no good intentions, humph." After saying that, she puffed herself up and took a deep breath, then muttered to herself, "Who? Can't afford to be angry. Old ladies still have to go and continue to find a cook." He now didn't question why Su Zhengyang had such a strong network. Even the small supervisor of the health department had to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. After all, the people who asked him to look at feng shui were all big shots, ordinary people who look at feng shui. Su Zhengyang was trying to go to Chen Shusheng to see if he knew any professional people who dealt with intelligence. After making a phone call, Chen Shusheng and Su Zhengyang made an appointment with a hotel under his banner that was closer to Su Zhengyang. The 2 quickly stopped at the entrance of this hotel. Su Zhengyang looked at his cell phone. He came early, and had to wait a while for Chen Shusheng, so he got out of the car and leaned against the car to survey the hotel. Decoration retro elegant. Does not appear cheesy. The first floor can be dining. Is similar to the Xihua restaurant in the high-end restaurant. With a glance, Su Zhengyang discovered a security guard standing at the entrance of the restaurant. This security guard had a tough, masculine look, with a small flat head, somewhat resembling Su Zhengyang's favorite kung fu superstar, Li Mojie. Not only his looks, but also his temperament was somewhat similar, and his every move was clean and sharp, standing straight as a pine, traveling like the wind. And this is not the general security kind of pretend to be professional. From his demeanor can be seen he has absolutely many years to develop the habit, and to develop this kind of habit, only that kind of profession. At this time from a luxury car down a few cockney-looking people, threw the car keys to the parking security guard, and then talked and laughed towards the restaurant. But just as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by the security guard that Su Zhengyang had been paying attention to. "Sir, smoking is prohibited inside." The security guard was unassuming and held out his hand to gently block it. The one wearing a t-shirt among these three eunuchs was holding a cigarette at the moment. He had lit it when he got off the car, and this had just taken not more than 2 puffs. He looked at the security guard, snorted a laugh, then looked at the side of the two buddies, did not take the security guard's words seriously, directly holding a cigarette and continued to walk in. Sir, no smoking inside. This security guard was indeed a deadbeat. Knowing that this male son was bound to be angry, he still had to stop him. Su Zhengyang was watching with great interest from a short distance away. Sure enough, this eunuch was once again blocked by the security guard's outstretched hand, and immediately turned around and slapped the security guard in the face. There was a crunching sound, which scared the customers who arrived at the door. Chow Nima gave you face, right? The cockney even shook his hand after hitting, apparently splashing his hand in pain from the excessive force. But the security guard received this slap. Only his face was slightly crooked, his body didn't even move. Although his face was red, his expression did not change in the slightest. He stretched out his hand and said in a tone that didn't change in the slightest, "If you wish to go in and dine, please extinguish your cigarette first." He was as calm as if it wasn't him that people slapped just now, and his extended palm seemed to express his determination. "You can hit me, you can put out your cigarette by sticking it in my hand, but just can't go in with a cigarette." This cockney looked at his two companions and saw that they were also looking like they were watching the show. He immediately felt that he had lost a lot of face today. He laughed back in anger and looked at the security guard and said in a cold voice, "Playing hard to get with me, is it? Letting me stick a cigarette into your hand to scare me? Please don't give me a hard time." This security guard sighed slightly and uttered a soft sentence. Anyone could tell that he also had a belly full of fire right now, but no one knew why he was enduring it. He. The eunuch laughed coldly, his eyes staring at the security guard dead on. Seeing the security guard's ancient face, he fiercely grimaced and directly pressed the cigarette in his hand towards the security guard's eye sockets. Until the moment he was ruthless. He was a little afraid in his heart, because this security guard even still do not flash not to avoid, but his closed eyes, he really didn't dodge. But at this moment a big powerful hand, bang, directly clutched the hand of the cockney. It was Su Zhengyang. The security guard opened his eyes. The cigarette was just a few centimeters away from his eyes. He could feel the warmth on it, and his eyelashes had been burned and curled up. He looked at Su Zhengyang suspiciously, because ordinary people might not have much of a concept of this kind of being able to accurately catch someone's wrist in the middle of its movement and cut it off. But in the eyes of people like them, there was a clear understanding. A frontal punch to stop a high-speed moving object and a side pinch to stop a high-speed moving object were simply not comparable. And Su Zhengyang didn't just grab his wrist. As the eunuch was about to lash out, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and Su Zhengyang unexpectedly wrenched his wrist back hard. Due to the paralysis from the sharp pain, his fingers were tightly clamped on the cigarette and he couldn't even put it down. Su Zhengyang unexpectedly directly took his hand and pressed the cigarette on the cockney's face. "Ah, Chow Nima, let go of me. I'll kill you." A miserable howl came out, and the eunuch instantly screamed furiously. It wasn't because of how much it hurt, but because the smoke scar was a burn that was hard to recover from. Once it was on the face it was disfiguring. His screams were mainly because his handsome face was disfigured. The other two eunuchs were also furious and came up to kick Su Zhengyang. This time the security guard quit. How to say that Su Zhengyang was also to help himself. He could not just sit back and watch. He reached out to pull Su Zhengyang, and then kicked at the ankle of the male. The force of this kick was just right. It didn't hurt, but also stopped the cockney's kick, and it didn't make the cockney too wretched. Only the security guard's left foot subconsciously wanted to follow up with a kick that could have been directly kicked at the publicist's stomach, but he still endured it with just a slight movement of his left foot. The small action of his was also caught in Su Zhengyang's eyes. Chapter 62. Like to talk dirty? This scalded eunuch was pushed aside and instantly screamed viciously, pointing at Su Zhengyang. "Good bastard, meddling in other people's business. Good." He cursed angrily and took out his cell phone, dialing a number. "Sir, I'll hold them off, so leave quickly." The security guard sighed. Although he was saying this, he actually blamed Su Zhengyang a little. If he didn't care about this idle matter, it would be fine to burn a scar on his own face. There were quite a few scars on his body anyway, not this one more. But Su Zhengyang, this intervention, things have become big. After all, Su Zhengyang was also to help himself, so since he was now in trouble, he just wanted to take it on himself. Su Zhengyang gave him an appreciative look. From all indications, this security guard didn't want to cause trouble. He was just a relatively straight-natured person, and was already doing his best to restrain himself. Stopping the publican from smoking was also just a sense of duty. Now that he spoke of him stopping and letting himself go, it really made Su Zhengyang look at him in a higher light. "Don't get on your horse and be polite there. I, Chow Nima, can't leave even one of you today. I don't put your two heads on the fire, I'll write the word Lin backwards. While talking on the phone, the son of a cursed angrily at the two men. At the same time, his hand kept touching the burns on his face. The more he touched it, the more angry he became. At this time, after reporting the address to the other side, he was directly angry and smashed his cell phone on the ground with a snap. So cranky, ah? Young people have to be reasonable, ah? I am a very reasonable person. People's restaurants prohibit smoking. You still have to go in with a cigarette in your mouth. And when people stop you, you dislike the cigarette but to people's faces. Is that good? It's not good. What's more, you're going to hold the two of us over the fire. Are you King Joe? Su Zhangyang wasn't in a hurry, and unhurriedly theorized with the eunuch. Looking at his smiling and breezy appearance, the eunuch's chest rose and fell violently in anger. I speak Nima coin. The eunuch interrupted Su Zhangyang with a violent roar. However, he had just finished cursing when Su Zhangyang violently stepped forward and pinched him by the neck, slamming him hard and directly against the wall. What did you just say? Su Zhangyang's face suddenly became icy cold. Before the eunuch could react to what was going on, there was a loud thud on the back of his head, and his entire body crashed into the wall. When he came back to his senses from the brief shock, he had already been hung on the wall by Su Zhangyang, his feet off the ground, his neck was stuck dead, unable to breathe. A horrible suffocating sensation hit him with the fear of being on the verge of death. I'm talking to you properly. You can't get away from a dirty word in 3 sentences. Like to say yes? The male's face had already suffocated into a saucy purple color. He desperately struggled, but found that his body was already deprived of oxygen and couldn't move at all. He couldn't even beg for mercy now. Su Zhangyang set him down, and the male son immediately covered his neck and coughed violently. The people around him looked dumbfounded. This person looked much more tyrannical than this cockney. How did he turn his face so fast? Ah, the last second he was still pleasant. Su Zhangyang waited for him to cough a few times, clutched his hair and pulled him to himself. Didn't you call for backup? Who gave you permission to swear before the people you called arrived? It was at this point that the male really knew fear. The fear he had just experienced he didn't want to experience again. Not bad. The reason why he called for backup was because it was obvious that he couldn't beat Su Zhangyang alone before his own people arrived. It was still Su Zhangyang who was in control of the situation, and he had even broken just now. In case Su Zhangyang broke the can really get himself half dead or crippled, how to do? He decided to concede first and wait for the people to come. I am wrong. I don't dare to say it. A murderous intent was hidden in the eunuch's terrified eyes. He had already decided that as long as he got the chance, he would definitely torture Su Zhangyang properly. The security guards on the side had already watched in a daze. Who exactly was the bully between these two people? This person taught this son of a lesson. Simply ing ferocious. At this time, not far away from a few people walked quickly towards this side. It was Chen Shusheng with Qin Yishui. Behind him there were a few people under his hand. They saw the situation at the door, immediately accelerated the pace, trotted over. When they arrived close, the other two eunuchs both had their bodies shaken, and one of them instantly greeted them. Uncle Qi. Qi, such a coincidence. He naturally recognized Chen Shusheng in front of him, but it was a pity that Chen Shusheng didn't know him, and he didn't dare to greet him rashly, so he only had to greet Qin Yishui. Qin Yishui faintly swept a glance at him and directly reached out to push him backward 2 steps, not even looking at him anymore. At this moment, the cockney who had been grabbed by Su Zhangyang's hair also recognized that the visitors were none other than Chen Shusheng and Qin Yishui, and was stunned and bewildered. He didn't know why they appeared here, but he subconsciously had a glimmer of hope that it was someone from his own family who had found the two of them to rescue him. He was stunned for a moment. Master Su. Master Su. It wasn't until Chen Shusheng nodded his head in greeting at Su Zhangyang, and behind him, Qin Yishui and the others bowed slightly to address him respectfully as well. It was only then that the eunuch realized that they knew this person who was grabbing himself in front of them. Brought cigarettes? Su Zhangyang asked directly at Chen Shusheng. Both. Chen Shusheng was puzzled. Didn't Su Zhangyang not smoke? He and Qin Yishui and the others naturally all smoked without leaving their hands. Light them all. Su Zhangyang didn't explain and directly ordered. Chen Shusheng and the others didn't ask anything, and immediately took out their cigarettes in unison and lit them up. And for a while, they were in a cloud of smoke. At this moment, a car resounded with harsh brakes stopped not far away. From the car jumped down 4 or 5 men with weapons in hand, rushing up aggressively, but halfway through their charge they stopped. They saw Chen Shusheng and the others. Of course Chen Shusheng also saw them, and immediately his face chilled, knowing that this group of people were bound to be rushing towards Su Zhangyang. Your people are here. What were you planning on having them do? Su Zhangyang once again grabbed the eunuch's hair. The eunuch was shivering by now. He completely understood that Su Zhangyang was definitely a character he could not afford to mess with. He was considered to have broken into a monstrous disaster today. Not only had he cursed Su Zhangyang, but he had also called for someone to roast him in the fire. His intestines were green with remorse, and he only hated that he shouldn't have entered the restaurant with a cigarette in his mouth. I was wrong. Grandpa, please spare me. The eunuch had completely collapsed mentally. Even Qin Yishui was obedient to him. It wasn't even new that this man was going to get himself killed. Now you know to call Grandpa? Just now you paralyzed weren't cursing very well. Press him to the ground for me. Use the cigarette to burn the word horse currency on his face. Su Zhengyang furiously and violently grabbed his hair and shouted angrily. Chapter 63, Mu Shang's Secret. The group of people that the eunuch had called over could only watch obediently from where they were, scared to death that they wouldn't dare to intervene in this matter. Qin Yunfei led the men to directly press the cockney on the ground, and they realized that the cigarette in their hands was actually used for this purpose. The heartbreaking howls of misery were soon blocked directly by a shoe. Only then did Chen Shuxing turn to Su Zhengyang and whisper, "He's the youngest young master of Sanlin Pharmaceutical. Did he offend you just now as well? Do you want us to give Sanlin Pharmaceuticals now? It's Sanlin Pharmaceuticals again. The Lin family's people do seem to be all of the same virtue. How's your information collection on Sanlin Pharmaceuticals going? It hasn't been collected completely, but it should be enough to directly move them down first and send the Lin family in first. Beat the snake to death. Collect a little more. Don't be anxious. There will be opportunities. By the way, I was looking for you for something, but it's fine now. You have things to do first. Go and get busy." Su Zhengyang glanced at the security guard on the side with his afterglow and said to Chen Shuxing, "Ha?" Chen Shuxing froze, a little confused for a moment, thinking that Su Zhengyang was angry with himself. That's it. I'll leave first." Su Zhengyang finished and didn't talk to the security guard anymore, but directly walked towards the parking lot. The security guard watched on the sidelines stunned. He thought Su Zhengyang helped him. How to go when he had to talk to him? As a result, Su Zhengyang ignored him. This is the security guard confused. In fact, as he watched Su Zhengyang clean up the cockney like this, his heart secretly applauded. Because this kind of person had hurt so many people, scalding him to death wasn't much, but he was also curious about Su Zhengyang's identity. Although he didn't know Chen Shuxing, anyone who dared to tidy up like this in such broad daylight was no mortal. He wasn't trying to flatter Su Zhengyang either. He was just simply curious, and the fact that Su Zhengyang was now walking away like this made him even more confused. Chen Shuxing also watched helplessly as Su Zhengyang left, and he glanced to the side to ask the other Gongzi, "What's going on? Any idea why he was beaten?" That eunuch shivered in fear. He was going to smoke a cigarette and enter the restaurant. He was stopped by the security guard. The security guard asked him to put out his cigarette. The attitude was so good that he picked up the cigarette and disliked it on someone's eyes. Just now that boss came in time. A hand grabbed. In his face burned a little. He threatened to press that boss in the fire roast, but also called people. "I'm not familiar with him at all. This male son is resourceful. To sell out cleanly." Chen Shuxing listened with a frown. Taking cigarettes and disliking people's eyes? Quite ruthless. "Give me a death blow," he instructed Qin Yunfei, then took a drag on his cigarette, hiding his face behind a cloud of smoke to surreptitiously survey the security guard. Seeing that this security guard was also looking at him, Chen Shuxing withdrew his gaze. He was pondering Su Zhengyang's intentions, but Su Zhengyang hadn't explained anything when he left, so it wasn't good for him to intervene. He threw away his cigarette and walked straight towards the car first, casually saying to one of his juniors, "Tell Qin Yunfei to take a picture after the fight and send it to Master Su. Then, give that security guard a 1-cent bonus." The little brother promised and ran into the restaurant. In the Raptor car, Lin Yuyong was holding her cell phone to catch up with the drama, and when she saw Su Zhengyang pull the door to the car and then pull the peep-proof window up, she instantly loaded her cell phone. "Where to? Not going anywhere. Move forward a bit. Keep an eye on this security guard." The reason Su Zhengyang didn't bother with this security guard just now, not to mention letting Chen Shuxing intervene, was to vet this security guard himself. Qin Yunfei worked quickly, not wanting to make too much of a commotion at the entrance of the restaurant. He quickly scalded the eunuch's face like a flower gourd, and after snapping a few pictures, he let the eunuch get the hell out of there. The entrance quickly cleared up, leaving only the security guard to continue his duty. It can be seen that although he stood straight, and just now seems no different, but seems to have more things on his mind. After a while, a manager-like person took an envelope and handed it to him. The security guard asked a few questions with some uneasiness, and then coyly accepted it. Only after the manager left did he open the envelope and sneak a peek. Even from such a distance, Su Zhengyang could vaguely see that inside were 10 or so 100 milli tickets. The security guard revealed a rare smile, then put the envelope in his pocket and put it away. At this time Su Zhengyang's cell phone rang. It was Chen Shuxing sent to WeChat. One was a picture of the cockney and a sentence: "This security guard's name is Mu Shang." "Good." Su Zhengyang replied back with just one word. A compliment of sorts. The next step was to wait. Su Zhengyang was very patient, putting his seat down and directly watching a TV series with Lin Yurong. About an hour or so later, another security guard came to change shifts. Mu Shang was off duty. He didn't change his clothes either, so he wore his security uniform and went straight down the street to the east. Follow him. The raptor slowly started, hanging far behind Mu Shang. After walking through 2 traffic lights, Mu Shang turned into a small street and walked directly into a Meituan post. This place was where the takeout boy waited to take orders. He put on a vest and surprisingly rented an electric car and started taking takeouts again. Not long before he whooshed away on his little car. Catch up? Lin Yurong hurriedly asked. No need. Wait for him here. Su Zhengyang was speechless for a while. This guy even worked 2 jobs. But the car chasing the electric certainly can't catch up. Can only wait for him to come back to return the car. This waiting time can be long. 5 or 6 hours. The sky is already getting dark. Even dinner as Lin Yuyong go to the side to buy 2 people in the car to eat. Until about 6:30. This time is said to be the peak time for food delivery. But Mu Shang came back in a hurry, returned the electric car. He anxiously looked at his cell phone, and then swept a shared bicycle, and rode towards the south of the city. Su Zhengyang and the 2 of them continued to follow all the way. The south of the city, the slowest development of the city of Santai. Health and all kinds of supporting facilities are also the worst and most backward area. Even the security is not very good. Mu Shang bicycle pedaling fast, straight into an old neighborhood. This neighborhood is a factory staff quarters. Houses from 9 years to the present have. The oldest house is in the southwest corner. Is the kind of public water room, public bathroom, staff room, commonly known as silo. The exterior walls are rotten beyond recognition. He hurriedly locked the shared bicycle and rushed directly to the door of the silo. At this time, there were already another 4 or 5 people waiting for him at the door. Seeing these people, Su Zhengyang's eyes couldn't help but light up. They were the same as Mu Shang, stout and strong, with a dry look between their hands and feet, and a few of them said something to Mu Shang with some reproach. Mu Shang, on the other hand, waved his hands and smiled at the crowd, and then they all headed upstairs together. Su Zhengyang asked Lin Yurong to park the car on the side of the road, turned off the engine, and then brought Lin Yurong to slowly approach towards the silo. But just as he reached the doorway, Su Zhengyang heard several extremely suppressed breathing sounds. By the time he reacted, several people had already surrounded him with cold faces. Don't move. Chapter 64, Turning Your Face Faster Than Turning a Book. Su Zhengyang pulled Lin Yuyong behind him and looked at the several people with a faint smile. At this moment, under the dim light in the hallway, Mu Shang recognized Su Zhengyang. It's you? It's me. Why are you following me? Mu Shang asked with some displeasure. Curiosity. Su Zhengyang smiled and didn't deny it. Seeing several other people looking at him suspiciously, Mu Shang explained it's several people. I encountered trouble in front of the hotel during the day. A rich second generation wanted to poke me in the face with a cigarette, and he saved me. The other few people looked at Su Zhengyang strangely. The boss's hands naturally didn't need him to save from force. Those who could mess with the rich second generation were either rich or powerful. What was the point of stalking the boss to this Thai place? What's more, he was accompanied by a Lin Yurong. Poor people don't have girlfriends like that. Can I take the liberty of asking for a cup of hot water? Su Zhengyang saw that these few stuffy people were just surrounding him, so he had to ask with his hands spread out, implying that he wanted to sit in someone's home. A few people looked at each other, all showing a face of difficulty. There is no hot water. The wine is enough, but today it is inconvenient. Why don't you leave a contact information? A few of us tomorrow. Mu Shang said the words and rushed. Su Zhengyang reached out wanting to ask for a business card, but the words have not yet fallen. A call came from the entrance of the building. Shangzi? I thought it was time for you guys to come back. What are you doing here? I've finished cooking. A middle-aged woman in her early to mid-50s walked over from the darkness of the hallway as she spoke. Only when she reached close did she see that they were surrounding a person, and immediately smiled with a slight surprise. A friend is here? Hello, auntie. Lin Yurong greeted the woman very smartly. A big beautiful woman like her. The upper people see joy, both men and women. The woman immediately nodded her head in greeting with a smile on her brow, stunningly praising Lin Yurong for her good looks and her voice is all good. Quickly, home to sit. You say you few, come a friend also do not say tell me in advance. This home are not cleaned up. She greeted Su Zhengyang as the two of them entered the house, counting down the Mu Shang several people, while quickly walking towards the upstairs first. Obviously, she wanted to clean up the house first. Su Zhengyang smiled helplessly at Mu Shang's few people, and Mu Shang had no choice but to exchange glances with a few people. Upstairs please then. The house is small and dirty. I've wronged you too. The tight and narrow staircase. The corners were all rounded. The entire corridor on the second floor was piled with debris on both sides, and the dust was 1 or 2 centimeters thick. The slightest mishap would bring up a pile of dust. Walking to the end of the hut, the middle-aged woman was already opening the door to clean up the house, and hurriedly greeted several people into the house. Inside the house is much brighter. The house is inside and outside 3 rooms, a kitchen, 2 bedrooms, and that's it. Outside the kitchen, Mu Shang, plus 5 other brothers, is 6 people, plus Su Zhengyang, Lin Yorong and women. This is 9 people. Even standing are a little crowded. So the other 4 brothers directly into the bedroom. From within the bedroom, a faint stench was wafting out, mixed with disinfectant water and the aroma of freshly cooked food. It did not smell good. Su Zhengyang followed the backs of a few people towards the bedroom and his heart shook. On a large white hospital bed lay a patient with tubes inserted. With a thin figure, a girl, about 17 or 18. The 4 brothers who went in were precisely there to help the girl turn over, change the diaper bag and so on. The girl's pair of eyes were still quite alert, but apparently paralyzed and unable to move. At this time she was lifted up, and happened to see Su Zhengyang sizing her up, and instantly shifted her gaze in some embarrassment. Are you also comrades in arms? The woman saw Su Zhengyang sizing up the girl, and didn't care, smiled and asked towards Su Zhengyang. No, friends who just met. Su Zhengyang said truthfully. The woman nodded and smiled coyly, then still enthusiastically found clean paper cups and poured 2 cups of hot water for the 2. Mu Shang then said bluntly, thank you for what happened during the day. It's fine. That big shot like you guys, nothing is lacking. I won't give you anything to repay you. If you have use for our brothers, just open your mouth. Mu Shang said stiffly. The implication was that he knew Su Zhengyang must have a purpose for following him. Su Zhengyang also liked his straightforward character, laughed, took the hot water, raised his eyebrows at Mu Shang and laughed. No rush, no rush. The middle-aged woman found the only 2 stools in the house for Su Zhengyang and the 2 of them to sit on. Auntie, are these all your sons? Su Zhengyang asked half-jokingly. Oh, all of them, all of them. The middle-aged woman smiled with a doting face, patted Mu Shang's broad shoulders and sighed. Alas, who let them take me as their mother? My son walked away to protect a few of them, and a few of them, in return for the favor, ran to me, kowtowed to me as my son, and took care of both of us as mothers. Which one of them doesn't have a father or a mother? Silly children all. The middle-aged woman was still looking at Mu Shang with a reproachful face as she spoke, her eyes already red. Mom, stop it, we won't go back even if you say so. Mu Shang pulled out a small bench and sat himself down. His tone was impatient. Obviously the middle-aged woman had nagged them to go back to their home more than once. The woman shook her head and smiled bitterly. His sister is in this state, dragging them down. They have the skills, but they don't dare to look for decent jobs. They can only look for this kind of pay-as-you-go job that earns them quick money. Your girl, what kind of disease does she have? Su Zhengyang thought about it and casually asked. Muscle atrophy, started suddenly from the age of 16. The middle-aged woman wiped her eyes and said. Su Zhengyang secretly sighed. It was the same muscle atrophy, the same curable acquired formation. The 2 children in the family of Brother Zhao when he bought the store were able to receive treatment in the hospital, while this family had been lying in such a dark and damp little silo for 2 or 3 years. For her kind of disease, our country has newly developed a special medicine, and with up to 4 shots, it is possible to be cured. Su Zhengyang reminded. I know, but that kind of medicine. The middle-aged woman pursed her lips and lowered her head to stop talking. This kind of medicine is not expensive for me. If you don't mind, I'm willing to help you out. Just as making Mu Shang a friend, I admire their quality. Su Zhengyang knew that he was more or less a bit abrupt in casually proposing to help someone, so he spoke more carefully. But the middle-aged woman frowned slightly. She glanced at Mu Shang, then stood up violently and rushed at Su Zhengyang. Please go out. We don't need your help. Su Zhengyang and Mu Shang both stood up in confusion as well, not knowing why the woman's reaction was suddenly so large. Mom! Mu Shang hurriedly rushed at the woman to ask how to say that Su Zhengyang had also helped them, and just now was even going to help with such a big favor. Why would she get up and angrily rebuke or even directly expel the guests? This was too impolite. Auntie, did I say something wrong? Su Zhengyang was not angry. He knew that there must be a reason for what happened. You're right. You're nice and you're rich, but that's your business. I won't allow Mu Shang to make such friends. I will not allow my children to become the second Tian Lang. Mu Shang, see them off. Chapter 65. The Scourge of 7 Lang. Su Zhengyang was immediately dazed. The Tian Lang in the woman's mouth was one of the Liuzhai short stories, which was called Tian Lang. It was about a wealthy man, Wu Chengxiu, who preferred to socialize with famous and talented people, and there were no white men in his house. One night in a dream, an old fairy instructed him to make friends with a man named Tian Lang, saying that this man could save Wu Chengxiu's life. So he visited and found that this man is a tiger hunter. Martial arts is strong, but his family is poor. He went out of his way to compromise his friendship, but was scolded by Tian Qilong's mother just as he is today, because his mother thought that this man was up to no good, and that her son would be in for disaster if he befriended him. As it turned out, the old mother was right. After the death of Tian Qilong's wife, the family had no money to pay for the funeral and burial, and it was Wu Qingxiu who paid for the funeral and sincerely wanted to make this friend. After 3 times, the two befriended each other, but then Wu Qingxiu was in trouble, and Tian Qilong killed the officials with 1 man and 1 sword. Tian Qilong saved Wu Qingxiu, but in the end, he was chopped by a messy sword, and when the corrupt officials looked closer, Tian Qilong's dead body ripped up. The beheading of the corrupt official ends the friendship. In the original words of Tian Qilong's mother, those who receive knowledge share the worries of others. Those who receive favors are anxious to help others. A rich man repays a man's wealth. A poor man repays a man's righteousness. To receive a heavy bribe for no reason is ominous, and I fear that I will take death to repay my son. The meaning is that Su Zhengyang such a big favor. She is afraid that she will not be able to repay, and ultimately Mu Sheng a few people will also be rewarded with death. Su Zhengyang was a little frightened for a moment. He didn't expect this aunt to have this great wisdom, but then again, her worries were not unreasonable. He himself was indeed somewhat similar to Wu Qingxiu, except that Su Zhengyang still wouldn't give up. Although the reasoning was common, the times were different. Auntie, you're afraid that they have the scourge of Qilong. I completely understand, but times are different. Nothing is different. I'd rather my daughter die without a cure than have them pay for it with their deaths. The middle-aged woman's attitude was decisive. With those words, she was about to push Su Zhengyang out of the room, but she didn't expect Mu Sheng to pull the woman back as he grimaced, not knowing what he was pondering. And without a cure, then what? Have you ever thought that the day they walked into the tent, what was in their heads was not an uneventful life? Your son did, and so did they. When a man has martial arts, he should use them, not to mention that I'm not a bad person, and I give them the use of martial arts to punish evil and promote good. A company that manufactures fake drugs, victimizing dozens of lives. I want to cure him, but I'm slow to find the key evidence. If I'm willing to provide funding, equipment, and if your son is in front of me, what do you think he should do? Su Zhengyang did not avoid the woman's gaze, but asked aloud with clear words. The woman's eyes instantly reddened, glaring at Su Zhengyang, but she could not utter a single word. I am willing. While the atmosphere was oppressive, several other brothers had already gathered over, and Mu Sheng was the first to break the silence. The gazes of the crowd instantly converged on him. I'm willing, not to mention punishing evil, as long as you can pay to cure my sister's illness. This life of mine is yours. Mu Sheng reddened his eyes and beat his chest with a muffled thud. Me too. Me too. The other 5 people all stated their positions one after another with a resolute attitude. The woman closed her eyes in pain, and tears swished down her face. Mom, we know what's in your heart, but ever since Zhaoxian left, the few of us have been hurting so much in our hearts. Xiao Meng is his only sister, and our brothers have been trying to find a way to cure her all the time. We've even thought about breaking the law. If you don't want to see us go off the deep end, today is the day, Mu Sheng said in a rather depressing manner. They understood that opportunities like this didn't come often. Even the girl lying in the bedroom had closed her eyes at this point, tears falling like rain. She felt that it was all her fault. Mom, not to mention that we don't want to miss this opportunity. We don't just want to cure Xiaoming, but we also want to take care of you, as well as my dad and my mom. Give them a good life. When one of the brothers said this, the woman could no longer refuse. You couldn't stand in the way of them going about their lives. After all, for so long, the mother and daughter had been a drag on them. She could only helplessly wipe her tears and nod her head. Su Zhengyang sighed, and without saying anything more, rushed at Lin Yurong and gave her a wink. Lin Yurong immediately understood, took out her cell phone and dialed the number, walking out the door to make the call. Hey, City 1 Hospital? Arrange for an ambulance to come over. I have a patient here. Su Zhengyang then turned back to look at Mu Sheng's several people. Mu Sheng immediately snapped to attention. He naturally knew that Su Zhengyang was to know what they could do. Southwest J Area 32nd. Special Reconnaissance. Mu Sheng. Southwest J District No. Li Jiucheng. Southwest. Jin Chaoyang. Several of them are snapping upright to Su Zhengyang reported their original unit. They said a long list of Su Zhengyang did not have any concept, only heard and understood the keywords, which is enough. In fact, when they blocked themselves in the hallway, Su Zhengyang knew that Mu Sheng had long since discovered himself, although he didn't know how powerful they were. But as long as there was a little bit of counter-surveillance means, it was better than ordinary people if they knew how to detect, right? And while Su Zhengyang was nodding his head, the system beep unexpectedly sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is in the process of forming his own intelligence agency. The system automatically opens the potion mall. Intelligence Organization Current Open Potion Electronic Technology and Mechanical Proficiency. Intelligence Organization's currently open potions Hacking Technology and Information Technology Proficiency. Intelligence Organization's current open potion Proficiency in Disguise. Intelligence Organization currently open potions Proficiency in Burglary Techniques. Intelligence Organization currently open potions Proficiency in Burglary Techniques. Intelligence Proficiency in Detection and Counter-Reconnaissance Techniques. Su Zhengyang took a look down the page. A total of these 4 proficiencies were currently open, and then there were a few more subdivided down the page, but they were all in black, as if they hadn't been opened yet. Proficiency Potion. Each person ingests a maximum of 2 potions. Too much will not be able to withstand. After ingesting the potion instantly increase the proficiency of the relevant specialty. This potion did make Su Zhengyang's eyes light up. If there were these potions, then their various skills that were originally stronger than normal, when strengthened by themselves, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? In fact, Mu Sheng and the others should not be too strong except for their scouting and counter-scouting skills, whereas these potions from Su Zhengyang would ensure that in the future, he would be able to make his intelligence department more comprehensive and specialized. However, he naturally wouldn't give them to this group right now. He was going to use them for a while first to test the loyalty. There was a saying in the early days of worshipping a master that the master visited the apprentice for 3 years, and the apprentice visited the master for 3 years. Trust deepens with understanding. Not to mention that these potions really weren't cheap. A vial of burglary proficiency potion surprisingly required 200 points. A bottle of electronic technology and mechanical proficiency potion costs 300 points. So many points added to his comprehensive attributes he does not smell? At this moment, Mu Sheng looked at Su Zhengyang and asked, "What exactly do you want us to do?" Chapter 66. Scouting Squad Established. Su Zhengyang glanced at the woman who was wiping her tears on the side, and made a wink at Mu Sheng. "I'll talk to you guys in detail tomorrow about what exactly we're going to do. Today, let's get my sister settled first. Tomorrow, the several of you will all quit your jobs and report to my place, and I'll talk to you in detail. All in all, these things aren't too dangerous for you guys." Su Zhengyang added a special sentence at the end, obviously speaking to the woman. The woman sighed. "I'll go pack up my things for Xiaoming." Su Zhengyang actually had nothing but admiration for this woman. At least she was sentimental and righteous, worrying for Mu Sheng and the others like she was worried about her own children, unwilling to make them matter to your master. Not long after, the ambulance arrived. Su Zhengyang even drove behind, personally sent their family to the city's first hospital. Shi Yunfei has long arrived in advance, waiting for a long time. Even the attending doctor and Shi Yunfei are standing in front of the hospital with the waiting, not to mention what the procedures and other cumbersome procedures, directly to the people sent to a single ward. Dizzy until about 8 o'clock, Su Zhengyang returned home. Inside the rental house living room, Cheng Bala was looking at the table of food, her hands propped up on her pretty face in a daze. Hearing the door's combination lock ring, she winced and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks to pretend she was eating. As soon as Su Zhengyang entered the door, he smelled the aroma of a meal and secretly snickered in his heart. "Yo-ho, waiting for me to eat? Who's waiting for you? I'm working late today. I interviewed more than 30 people today. Damn yeah, there were even calls to me at 7:30 p.m. I wonder if our pay scale is set too high." Sung Poire waved her chopsticks and complained. "That's the trouble with being a boss. Fortunately the boss isn't me yo." Su Zhengyang gloated and laughed. This was nothing. The trouble was still ahead. No boss was good at being a boss. He grinningly found out his chopsticks and sat down on the table as well and asked, "Where's the rice?" Sung Poire stared at him with a mischievous little look. "Didn't you and Big Boobs eat outside?" Of course Su Zhengyang had eaten, but this meal in front of him had to be eaten, not to mention that he really didn't have enough to eat. With the strength of this body right now, big-breasted girl? People have names alright. The godly man also needs an assistant. No good intentions, Sung Poire said sourly as she poked the rice hard. "You don't eat, you go get jealous." Su Zhengyang snatched Cheng Bala's rice bowl and directly picked up the rice. Cheng Bala immediately went up to grab her own rice bowl with anger and laughter. "You're the one who's jealous. I'm not your girlfriend to be jealous of." The two of them laughed and fooled around. Su Zhengyang's quick eyes and hands fiercely grabbed Cheng Bala's waist and brought it towards his arms. Cheng Bala let out a cry of surprise, and was already stuck on Su Zhengyang's warm chest, and the tip of her nose was almost zero distance. Cheng Bala's breath suddenly rushed up, breathing like orchids, while Su Zhengyang was in a daze. Cheng Bala suddenly took the initiative to kiss Su Zhengyang on the lips. Afterwards, she took advantage of Su Zhengyang's inattention to break away and ran into her room with a whoosh. Su Zhengyang still froze in place to reminisce about the scent of her body and those soft lips. The person ran away. Su Zhengyang people are stupid. Hey. But after freezing for a long time, he pursed his lips again and sat back on the stool to enjoy his meal. He and Sung Poura, should be a watered-down relationship. He hadn't confessed directly, but both of them had a heart-to-heart, and with this kiss, Sung Pao-ra had kind of given herself a response. It was like a stamp of approval that the approval document passed, so one couldn't be too hasty. Finish eating and brush the dishes. Sung Pao-ra's muffled voice came from the house, like it was shouted under the covers. Got it. Su Zhengyang smiled back while chewing slowly. Early the next morning, Su Zhengyang drove Chang Bala to work first. Since this girl kissed Su Zhengyang last night, she pretended to be fine during the day, but when she got out of the car, she secretly stuck out her tongue, but Su Zhengyang saw it. He then drove to an abandoned yard in the south of the city. This place was previously a store selling electric cars, but later closed down in the recession. Yesterday, Lin Yurong asked Qi Yunfei to help him contact the seller overnight, and made an appointment to go to the closing at noon today, but they took the keys in advance. Technically speaking, this place is now theirs. It's just that Su Zhengyang put it under Lin Yurong's name, which fully expresses his trust in Lin Yurong. Su Zhengyang first drove into a gate, and on the right-hand side was a small square, which was at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters along an L-shaped exhibition hall. Lin Yurong was already standing with a sweet smile waiting for Su Zhengyang. Behind her stood Mu Shang and 6 others. It was like waiting for a parade. Su Zhengyang laughed. Looks like you all are ready. Su Zhengyang also walked rather formally in front of the crowd. Leader, please instruct. Lin Yurong mischievously straightened her plump pride and said with a smile, as if I haven't introduced myself. My name is Su Zhengyang, and I'm now officially hiring the 6 of you to form a scouting squad. You guys elect a team leader yourselves. The crowd looked at Mu Shang in unison, while Mu Shang did not look away. It was clear that he was the undisputed leader. Your first reconnaissance mission is to target the Lin family of Sanlin Pharmaceutical, and the Zhao family of the Huannan Hotel. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you guys can come up with a list of the items you need and give it to Lin Yuyong. All the equipment you need, whether it's the most expensive or not, but it must be required to be the best. Your monthly salary is 5 cents per person per month. There are bonuses for holidays, and 4 days off per month. Backwards. Above that, any questions? Several people simultaneously lit up. This was, I'm afraid, the best deal they'd ever seen. 5 cents a month. They had worked 2 jobs before, and they couldn't earn 8 cents a month, and they had to take out their own food and drink, and all the rest was Xiaomeng's medical expenses. Now, not only has their salary doubled so much, the most crucial thing is that Su Zhengyang sees their ability and is willing to spend a large sum of money to equip them with the latest advanced equipment. This was called the favor of knowing. Too much. Mu Shang was a bit incoherent with excitement. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong looked at each other and smiled. It's not too little on the line. It's settled. And, here's $1. You guys buy a house for both of their mothers in this neighborhood. Convenient for you guys to take care of it. As for you guys, if there's no problem, you can live here in the store. These few people, Su Zhengyang was planning to develop into a beloved treatment, giving as much money as he could. After all, right now he only had this one means of buying people's hearts. Chapter 67. Martial Arts. Bravery, Hidden, Chivalry, Sword. No problem. Several people replied in unison. They couldn't wait to live in this place piece by piece. It was simply spacious as hell. And in the future, with the equipment here, it would be easier for them to work. In the future, you will be called the Flying Eagles. The Flying Eagle Scout Team. Su Zhengyang gave them a name, and the few people immediately stood at attention in a serious manner. Alright, hurry up and make arrangements. The rest of the things Su Zhengyang didn't even need to worry too much. With Lin Yurong running around, he was much less worried. Su Zhengyang then called Qi Yunfei and asked him to come over. He wanted to introduce Qi Yunfei and the Flying Eagle Scout group to get to know each other. And in the future, he would be the one who would specifically interface with Mu Shang and the others. And if Mu Shang and the others needed someone, they would look for Qi Yunfei, and they would be on an equal level of cooperation. Originally, Su Zhengyang wanted to directly find Qi Yunfei to do this thing, but at that time, he did not know that there was a potion, and they did not have a bottom. The cycle to effectively run it was too long. Not long after, Qi Yunfei arrived in a Jaguar. He was surprisingly wearing a baseball cap today, with the brim pressed very low, and slightly lowered his head as he walked towards Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang suspiciously inclined his head and seemed to see the gauze on his face. Someone else dares to hurt you? Su Zhengyang reached out and slightly raised the brim of Qi Yunfei's hat, and sure enough, Qi Yunfei's handsome face had swollen cheekbones, and there was a piece of medicated gauze attached above the corner of his eyebrow. Qi Yunfei's old embarrassment. When he received Su Zhengyang's phone call, he was being medicated, but it was not good to refuse Su Zhengyang, so he had to come over first. This let Su Master see himself just got a fat beating was injured. How detrimental to his own image in the heart of Su Master. Hey, speak. Su Zhengyang laughingly pushed Qi Yunfei's shoulder. Qi Yunfei face red. Pursed lips are also helpless, a smile, bowed head, speechless. Alright, come in. I'll take you to recognize a few people. Afterwards Su Zhenyang brought Qi Yunfei into the house. Qi Yunfei saw Mu Sheng, precisely the security guard at the entrance of the hotel, also seemed to understand something. To be honest, for Su Zhenyang to find a few outsiders to do this thing, he is a little jealous, but Su Zhenyang back to the car privately explained to him a few sentences. He also let go, and Su Zhenyang let him learn more with Mu Sheng them later. The Eagle Scouting Group cannot be only a few people. The future of all the work to increase the talent, have to Qi Yunfei to preside over. Qi Yunfei for Su Zhenyang's appreciation is also very grateful. Chen Chusheng under the hands of 3 tiger generals, and Su Zhenyang basically only used Qi Yunfei, which can also be seen on his trust and cultivation. Business finished. Tell me, who did this to your face? Your boss? Su Zhenyang looked at Qi Yunfei smilingly, his heart guessing whether this would be done by Chen Chusheng, who had drunk too much. Don't laugh at me, Master Su. I was beaten up when I was sparring with someone in martial arts. Qi Yunfei smiled awkwardly. Martial arts? Su Zhenyang's eyes lit up, not because he liked martial arts, but he had caught something very important. Actually, I've studied combat, and often find people to spar with from time to time in our martial arts circle in Santai. Martial arts circle? Tell me everything you know about the martial arts circle, Su Zhenyang said anxiously. Qi Yunfei froze, not expecting Master Su to be so interested in martial arts circles. In reality, Su Zhenyang was actually not a fan of martial arts. He was thinking of his own mother. That day he had chased his own mom down the alley. He had watched her fly over the eaves and leap over the mountains and jump over the streams. He had been searching for clues about his mother, but had overlooked the fact that there was a martial arts circle in Santai City. Maybe the people in here knew of some clues. The martial arts circle in Santai City covers Muay Thai, boxing, free sparring, taekwondo, jeet kune do, traditional martial arts, etc. Especially those traditional martial arts families. Even we wouldn't mess with them in Santai City. If there are some realms, it's even more important not to offend them casually. There are still realms? Su Zhenyang questioned. There is. Master Su, do you believe in Qigong? Qi Yunfei asked somewhat helplessly. He would like to talk to Su Zhenyang about this, but he was afraid that Su Zhenyang would not believe in it. Believe. Flying over the eaves and walking on the walls, I believe. But he didn't expect Su Zhenyang to nod his head in a serious manner. Qi Yunfei was slightly surprised. So he said, just like learning a lot of things, divided into the will through the essence of the same, martial arts are also divided into many realms. The lowest is the potential. The lowest level is potential, and the next level up is potential. External strength, internal strength, chemical strength, sword strength, and then there are even higher levels, but I've never seen or heard of them. It is said that the old generation of people in each realm also have Jianghu name, potential. That is, punching and kicking kung fu can hit the momentum. Even if you know how to hit someone, it's called a martial artist. Will be able to external strength, will be converted into potential strength. Hit people will be strength to hurt, also known as Qigong. This time you can find errands to do, such as when the Dark Masters open martial arts museums and so on. So it is called a warrior. To the inner strength, is the real Qigong, refining strength into the body. The golden bell shroud iron cloth shirt is a typical sign of inner strength. At this time, people generally have some Jianghu status, do not casually strike, more focused on exploring the next stage. Most of the reclusive up hard training, so-called hermits, and to the transformation of the power. You can put the internal energy inside and outside the body to hurt people. Put and take freely, really able to fly flowers and pick leaves to hurt people. I've heard of someone with a leaf nailed into the steel plate. Is a steel plate not a wooden board? This kind of people usually start to chivalry, walking the Jianghu, so-called chivalry, then to the sword power. Is the internal energy through the weapon in a stronger form to release? The power is more I have never seen, only exist in the legend. This kind of person is called the swordsman. When Qi Yunfei said this, he already had a look of fascination on his face, unable to stop himself. Su Zhenyang was overhearing, and when he saw him froze, he touched him. Oh, each of these realms is divided into 4 layers, which are beginner, rough passage, minor achievement, and major achievement. Then what realm are you in now? I'm a messy fighter. These realms are actually the standards of traditional martial arts, and our strength, at most, is considered to be a rough pass in the potential realm. Qi Yunfei smiled embarrassedly. Then let me ask you, what realm is needed to fly over the walls? It's the kind of jumping around on the wall, the kind where you can jump out a dozen meters or so with a single step on the wall. Su Zhenyang said with a straight face. This I specifically haven't really seen, but according to what you said, at least it should be an internal force that can protect you from falling and getting hurt. An external force should be unlikely. Qi Yunfei analyzed. You are in the martial arts circle. Have you heard of the name Lu Huilan? Su Zhangyang asked directly. Lu Huilun was his mother's name. Qi Yunfei thought for a long time before slowly shaking his head. Go, take me to the place where your match was held. Su Zhangyang nodded and did not ask any more questions as he let out a huge breath. Although it wasn't exactly progress, it was finally a direction. Qi Yunfei was a little reluctant. He was afraid that Su Zhangyang would get into trouble. Outside he had money. It was fine to walk sideways, but underground, martial arts families didn't care if you had money or not. They spoke by force. Cut the crap. Set off. Chapter 68. Which one is Mr. Son? Su Zhangyang went there in Qi Yunfei's Jaguar, and only on the way did Qi Yunfei tell him. This was a martial arts exchange held once a month. In the past they were small fights, mainly some boxing and combat for some actual combat. The general martial arts families would also attend, but rarely put up a fight. In the last few months, I don't know what kind of movement is going on, and many small families that didn't show up before have also come up for air. This month, even the Sun family, which had a bit of status in Santai City, had participated. Moreover, the injury on Qi Yunfei's face was inflicted by a son of the Sun family. He originally and that child is not a level, just won a Muay Thai master on the stage. Is in the spirit of the time, this Sun family's children came up. Only later did Qi Yunfei realize that he was just trying to show off in front of a girl. This Sun family, is it famous in our city's martial arts circle? Not exactly the strongest, but ranked, I guess. There are many other martial arts families. They usually don't surface, and until they reach a certain realm, they won't come into contact with these people, and I know a little bit about it. As the two chatted, the car had already driven to the West City Stadium. The parking lot outside the stadium was overcrowded with cars. It was even more crowded at the main gate. Master Su, wait a moment, I'll call some people. Qi Yunfei was afraid that Su Zhangyang would have some kind of slip-up, and when he got inside there, his own strength alone wouldn't count for much. But if he called some people, with Qi Yunfei's power here, he still had the final say. In fact, Qi Yunfei just do not like to cause trouble. He has a little bit of his own obsession. That is, in this martial arts circle, he must rely on their own kung fu. Beaten is not as good as others. There is nothing to retaliate. If he learns and practices hard, or hires a helper to use the same means to get back, that's what's called face. If you lose and then use your power to oppress others, call in a group of people to beat them up, then lose face and lose blood, that's called not being able to afford to lose. If he were to really fight with this Sun family and let Chen Shusheng know about it, Chen Shusheng would definitely fight with the Sun family to the end for the sake of his brother, and the Sun family wouldn't necessarily be able to over Chen Shusheng. What for? You think I'm here to cause trouble? I'm just here to find someone to ask for information. Su Zhangyang looked at him without any good humor. Qi Yunfei agreed with his mouth, but still secretly took out his cell phone to have his men stand by in this vicinity. Qi Yunfei wasn't afraid of going to war with the Sun family, but if something happened to Su Zhangyang, Chen Shusheng would not be able to skin himself. The two entered the stadium one after the other. A cacophony of people came over them. There was a ring where there were people going back and forth, and the people around them were shouting and cheering everywhere. And all around, there were a lot of seats, rest areas, and selling cigarettes, alcohol, and food and water. It was very lively. Su Zhangyang first walked to the center to take a look. Coincidentally, at this time, a traditional martial arts person wearing a practice suit, against a lean bare-chested free sparring person, the surrounding chants rose. Su Zhangyang was amused at the sight of the training clothes, remembering the time when he had acted as a trustee for Master Ma some time ago. Su Zhangyang then asked curiously, "Hey, you said that if Chuanwu was really capable, why did he let Master Ma's kind of goods beckon?" Qi Yunfei laughed. In fact, it should be said that they are in a sense acquiescing to the existence of this kind of fake masters, and are even encouraging this kind of behavior. Su Zhangyang thought for a moment and then realized that this kind of person had instead become a protective umbrella for those clans that didn't want to surface in the first place. As for why they could not easily surface, Su Zhangyang believed that there must be a very important significance to it. But soon the smile on Su Zhangyang's face turned into a hint of surprise. After pulling a stance, this person from the transmission martial family wearing a practicing uniform unexpectedly had a sudden change in his aura, and his momentum was like that of a fierce tiger. In particular, his arms were steeply stretched, wide open and slapping. The wrestler's hands set up to block a bit, and was immediately knocked backward a step. Su Zhangyang clearly saw his arms simply could not set up, and crashed into the door of his head. The next pass martial artist was even more progressive with his body, hitting the grappler who could only stance. This is the Tong arm fist from the Jinmen area. Qi Yunfei explained to Su Zhangyang in a whisper. The city of Santai had a mixed culture and was a place with multiple provincial borders, so it wasn't uncommon to have any kind of clan. As the grappler intended to counterattack, his two fists had just been swung out when the martial arts transmitter ripped out his arms and violently pulled them back. followed by a violent stomp of his right foot, emitting a muffled thud, and ruthlessly slamming his shoulder against the grappler's body. This wrestler thumped backward several steps, unexpectedly directly planted into the crowd. The surrounding immediately let out a roar of applause. What's the approximate level of this person? Su Zhengyang asked. It is estimated that he has already reached a small level of the potential realm. It's about the same as that son of the Sun family. Qi Yunfei analyzed. Su Zhengyang was instantly speechless. Just this? Although he was quite surprised that this transmission martial artist had impressed himself, but his movements just now were not considered fast in his own eyes. On the contrary, slow as it could be, Su Zhengyang had 1,000 ways to take him down instantly. That's that son of the Sun family. Qi Yunfei happened to see a person sitting on the seat not far away at this moment, so he smoothly pointed out to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang looked over, only to see a couch area with a few people sitting on it talking and laughing, and instantly headed over there. Qi Yunfei froze for a moment, and instantly blamed himself for talking too much, only to rush to follow. On this one were 3 men and 3 women. Su Zhengyang smilingly swept through the crowd, not lingering on anyone for more than a glance, especially a girl sitting in a separate place. Looks absolutely beautiful, temperament cold, seems to be out of place here. But Su Zhengyang was very uncomfortable with this type. This was far worse than Chang Bora. Even Lin Yurong couldn't catch up, so Su Zhengyang didn't look at it much as he asked with a smile. Excuse me, which one is the son of the Sun family? A few people did not answer. Instead they all looked at Su Zhengyang. A handsome man with his legs crossed pointed his hand a few times to Su Zhengyang and said, Ha ha ha, I know you, that second son of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. You got this guy to beat him up and broke his girlfriend's teeth, didn't you? When he defeated Qi Yunfei in the ring today, he had been told that Qi Yunfei was not to be messed with and was quite powerful in Santai City. Although he disdained it, he still learned about it and naturally gossiped about the events related to Su Zhengyang some time ago. This Qi Yunfei is really not small, but Qi Yunfei did not pursue. Just like this instantly let him fooled open. The people around him also touted, saying that even Qi Yunfei didn't dare to mess with him. What's more, he himself didn't put these ordinary forces in his eyes. As long as their family had a strong person sitting on their side, what kind of forces would be for nothing? Your young master's son? Su Zhengyang didn't answer him, but continued to ask. The man, however, lowered his legs and probed his body, propping his elbows on his knees to playfully ask, how's that? Did you find it enjoyable when you stomped on that Lin family's young master? Doesn't it make you feel awesome to be a second-generation ancestor who was even more powerful than him? After he finished saying this, the atmosphere had already condensed. The smell of H-medicine in the air was already strong. Qi Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly as he didn't speak out to warn this young master's son because he never warned others before he struck. If this young master's son really dared to make a move, he himself would definitely fight to the death to make him pay. At this moment, a somewhat impatient voice came from beside young master's son. Sun Qingyi, what are you doing? It was none other than that lone cold beauty who kept a certain distance from this young master's son. It was obvious that she did not like this young master, but was probably forced to sit here for whatever reason. The way she looked at Su Zhengyang also carried a bit of distaste, or rather the way she looked at all men was somewhat distasteful, especially when she heard that this Su Zhengyang was also a second-generation ancestor who liked to step on people. She was even more disgusted, but she didn't want to see bloodshed. Sun Qingyi instantly looked at the girl pleasingly and smiled helplessly. Yao Yao, can't you see? He didn't even look at you more than once just now. Isn't it obvious? What's the difference between him and those stupid second-generation guys who came over to hit on us before? First, he pretended to accost us and pretended that he wasn't interested in you. And then what? Sitting here and chatting, showing off his wealth, his strength, and in the end, isn't it all about getting close to you? Sun Qingyi laughed coldly. It wasn't the first time he had met this kind of thing, and he had heard that there was some kind of forum that specialized in teaching these things. Some gentry's favorite thing was this. The girl glared at him with a cold face. I've said it more than once. These things have nothing to do with you. Chapter 69. How many times have I asked you? Su Zhengyang was listening in a daze. What with what? That beautiful woman saw Su Zhengyang still not moving, immediately raised his head in disgust and looked at him in a cold voice. Still not going? Not allowed to go. Sun Qingyi also chortled angrily, glaring back at that beauty. Sun Qingyi, you don't need to present yourself in front of me like this. So what if you have strength? So what if you are a small success in the potential realm? You can bully people just because you have force? You will only make me hate you more. The beauty frowned and said, Zhang Yao, I've been kind enough to you. You're a bit ungrateful. Sun Qingyi gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice. Zhang Yao snorted and shook her head in disappointment, then grabbed her small bag and was about to leave. The few people around also rushed to stop, seemingly with the intention of persuading the two to make up. Sun Qingyi was even more furious with his chest heaving. He was on the verge of exploding with anger. He had gone through a lot of trouble with Zhang Yao, a family who was inferior to his own family, but dared to give himself a face like this 3 times. If it wasn't for his father's order that he had to have a good time with her, he would have already used force. He fiercely looked at Su Zhangyang. The trigger for this matter today was Su Zhangyang. If he hadn't come here, there wouldn't have been so much going on. Su Zhangyang looked at this scene and was confused. He had only said a total of 2 words since he arrived. Who is young master son? And are you young master son? They were all questions. Even if no one answered him, the 2 of them got into an argument and left him out to dry. It was as if they had become the culprits instead. You guys misunderstood. I have no intention of approaching her. I just want to ask clearly, are you the young master of the Sun family? I do have a serious matter to pay a visit to your father. Su Zhangyang smiled faintly, interrupting the quarrel between the 2 and rushed at Sun Qingyi to ask again. Although he had treated himself poorly just now, he did have something to ask the Sun family's current family member. After all, if they were the most powerful ones that one could come into contact with in this current martial arts circle, then there might be a possibility that they might know news about their mother. This sentence is moderate, and even considered modest. After all, there should be a begging attitude to ask for help, but in the eyes of others is not so. Zhang Yao looked at Su Zhangyang at this time as already full of contempt and disgust. This person still cannot see the situation clearly, is still acting. Is a brain disease brain damage? She had just given him the opportunity to leave, and for that reason, she had even fallen out with Sun Qingyi. He even asked this kind of question here. What's the point? He was about to leave. Sun Qingyi was even more infuriated. Su Zhangyang's words about visiting his father were exceptionally harsh. This was definitely cursing. It was provoking. Remember, your words today will leave you without an arm. Sun Qingyi's face showed a fierce look as he vented his anger towards Zhang Yao onto Su Zhangyang altogether. He violently slammed his fist towards Su Zhangyang's shoulder. He used all his strength in this punch, as it was so fast that Qi Yunfei was too late to rescue him. The few people around him had cold faces. Even Zhang Yao had a disappointed look on her face, not even sympathizing with Su Zhangyang. He had already given him a chance. It was him who didn't cherish it. He just deserved it. Qi Yunfei was even so scared that his heart stopped. Sun Qingyi was playing a deadly hand, wanting to waste Su Zhangyang's arm. With a full force strike from a potential realm minor, he could directly break his bones. However, Su Zhangyang's face sank. This strike was indeed very fast. Su Zhangyang was already too late to raise his hand to grab his fist, but it was still easy to raise his hand to grab his wrist and push it towards the right side first. Sun Qingyi felt that his strength was misused, hitting the empty space. He didn't even see how Su Zhangyang struck. He was in a state of shock. Su Zhangyang violently yanked his arm to the right and swept his feet towards his legs, directly kicking the lower half of his body up. Sun Qingyi's entire body crossed over in the air and fell flat on the hard ground with a bang. Su Zhangyang then raised his foot and stomped down towards Sun Qingyi's shoulder. There was a click. The sound of bones breaking came, and Su Zhangyang's lower foot was directly dented. I'm tramping to ask you 3 times. Is it not? Sun young master. Su Zhangyang stepped on every 2 or 3 words, from the shoulders to the arms, one foot after another directly and violently stomped all the bones. The few people watching the battle from the sidelines even forgot to block, their brains confused by Su Zhangyang's tyrannical appearance. That Zhang Yao's eyes were wide open, her hands clutched her small bag in death, and her knuckles were white with fear. Is this still a human being? Why is he so ruthless? Every time he kicked down, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sun Qingyi couldn't even shout anymore. He could only open his mouth dry and make no sound. Qi Yunfei was even more frightened and his hands and feet were cold. Mom, Su Division in the end what kind of monster changed? He finally understood why Su Zhangyang told himself to go over to teach Lin Xiaodam a lesson. He was simply going to save people. If Su Zhangyang did it himself at that time, Qi Yunfei did not even dare to think about it further. The key is that he wondered how Su Zhangyang could be so bullish, able to violently beat Sun Qingyi. Just now that punch he could not react. Obviously, Chen Shusheng did not tell him about Su Zhangyang breaking the pearwood table at that time. Su Zhangyang finally stepped hard on Sun Qingyi's palm, which was suddenly a bloody mess. Su Zhangyang squatted down and pulled up Sun Qingyi's hair and asked, "Are you deaf? I asked you if you are young master son. How many times did I ask? I told you I didn't come for that woman. Can't you understand human language?" At this time, Sun Qingyi was already delirious from the pain. His eyes were a bit disoriented. "Speak!" Su Zhangyang slapped him in the face, and Sun Qingyi immediately sobered up a few points. "It's not. Yes, here." Sun Qingyi replied somewhat incoherently. He had never been in such a sorry state in his life, because he felt the fear of death. This person in front of him might be a madman. There was no lightness or heaviness in his hands. He might actually kill himself. Now that his arm was broken, he even dared to be bold with someone who was stronger and broke the pot. But he doesn't dare to fight a madman. This broken pot of his own might even be thrown into the fire and burned by him. What's the use of you listening to me, Chow Nima? Now I have beaten you. Can your father still easily tell me what I want to ask? Tell me, can I believe it? Just now I asked you the first time, what did you do? The more Su Zhangyang thought about it, the more angry he became. Originally a good plan today. Maybe he could ask for something. This time it all went down the drain. He roared angrily and stomped on Sun Chengyi's dilapidated hand again. Ah! Sun Chengyi let out a heartbreaking scream. The people around him were shocked with chills in their hearts. Zhang Yao was already trembling with fear. Of course the heart was even more unpleasant. It turned out that Su Zhangyang really wasn't aiming at her. People really came to ask for things. He has this kind of strength naturally, there is no need to lie. Then he just like that did not even bother to look at himself. Is not really not put himself in the eyes? Thinking that there was no difference between himself and others? At that thought, she was shocked and angry, while at the same time, a strong sense of defiance and curiosity arose. Not to mention her curiosity, Shi Yanfei had also never seen such a temperamental Su Zhangyang. Although I know it's futile to say it, I still advise you not to think of retaliating against me, otherwise the Sun family is finished. Su Zhangyang let out a long breath, changing back to the same lightheartedness he had when he first arrived, picking up a wet towel on the table and wiping his hands, then throwing the wet towel at Sun Chengyi's face. He led Shi Yunfei towards the outside of the gymnasium without any goodwill. Chapter 70. Bare Child Behavior. Sun Chengyi himself is a martial arts expert, naturally will not bring what bodyguards. Apparently he and his friends here to play only, although there are a lot of people around, but at this time as no one dares to say a word, have made away. Su Zhangyang and Shi Yunfei directly out of the stadium one after the other. Walking out not far, there was a rush of footsteps behind them. Looking back, it was surprisingly Zhang Yao who followed them. Wait! Zhang Yao arrived close by in a trot, covering her chest and gasping for breath twice. Ha! Su Zhangyang looked at her with a bit of impatience. Seeing Su Zhangyang's eyes like this, Zhang Yao felt even more battered, and a nameless anger surged in her heart. She was at least a stunningly beautiful woman, chasing him out without any regard for her image like this, and he even got impatient. But she still suppressed her discomfort and said, "You beat his hand like that? Even if all the fractures are cured, his arm probably won't be able to practice martial arts anymore. The Sun family will not let you off lightly." And then? Su Zhangyang questioned. Zhang Yao frowned. What do you mean by then? Although you have some strength, you shouldn't overestimate yourself too much. The Sun family has recently appeared an expert with a rough pass in external power. If they strike, you will have no chance of winning, Zhang Yao said with some displeasure. I mean, why are you running here to talk to me about this? If you have something to say, just say it. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll leave. Su Zhangyang waved his hand impatiently once again to interrupt. You! Zhang Yao was on the verge of being infuriated by Su Zhangyang. Shi Yunfei also secretly gave a thumbs up. Good guy. This is the model of deserving to be single now. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Zhangyang had plenty of money, Shi Yunfei seriously doubted that he would be able to find a daughter-in-law. What I mean is, there will be a somewhat larger martial arts competition in a while. Our family will also participate, and I hope you can join our family's camp to fight. As she spoke, she took out a business card from her small bag and handed it to Su Zhangyang. Su Zhangyang did not take it, but asked with a smile, since the Sun family won't let me go anymore, and you also think that I can't beat the Sun family's experts, why are you asking me to fight for your family again? Isn't this openly making an enemy of the Sun family? Su Zhangyang's question left Zhang Yao somewhat speechless. She stood in place holding her business card in shame and annoyance. I guess you're doing this because you hate the marriage with the Sun family, so you took the initiative to pull in their enemies so that their family couldn't accept you anymore. Then your family wouldn't be able to force you to marry the Sun family anymore, Su Zhangyang said as he cocked his head and looked at her. Zhang Yao instantly blanched. She didn't expect Su Zhangyang to have guessed it all. That was exactly what she had in mind. Just as she was fuming, Su Zhangyang took her business card, glanced at it and casually asked, "For this match, will there be many more powerful clans participating?" "It will. I want to clarify that I didn't exactly mean that just now. I told you not to overestimate yourself, but I didn't underestimate you either. My family is also a martial arts transmission family, and I can tell that you are more than one realm higher than Sun Chengyi. That's why I think you have the power to fight, at least not weaker than a few of our family's experts," Zhang Yao said with a serious face. "Good, then join your family's camp. Just contact me in advance when the time comes." Su Zhangyang nodded and also took out a business card of his own, handing back the two business cards together. Zhang Yao's teeth ached with anger. How many people wanted their contact information but couldn't get it? He took the initiative to give it to Su Zhangyang, and he even returned it to himself. Is he so disdainful of interacting with himself? The reason why Su Zhangyang agreed with her was that he didn't think it mattered, and he definitely wanted to participate in the competition. In the future, As long as there is an advanced point of martial arts transmission family, he will have to go to recognize it and inquire about it, looking for clues about his mother. So Su Zhengyang also had to break into the martial arts circle, whereas he himself was a bit out of his league. Being a family's foreign aid was at least a statement, so he casually agreed. As for Zhang Yao, he indeed had no interest in getting to know him. This kind of temperament was quite diabolical to himself. Zhang Yao gritted her teeth and accepted the 2 business cards. Okay, I'll call you when the time comes. Aha! Su Zhengyang finished speaking, turned around and left. Zhang Yao stood in place and stared at Su Zhengyang and the two of them for a while before she stomped her foot with hatred and turned around to go back to the gym. She was now seriously doubting her charm. Or maybe she didn't wear any makeup today? On the way back, Shi Yunfei said with some incredulity, Master Su, you're really deep in hiding. I didn't expect you to be a martial arts master. A martial arts master? Oh, I don't know martial arts. Su Zhengyang laughed helplessly. Shi Yunfei opened his mouth and was speechless for a while. Humph. Chang Wei said the same thing. Su Zhengyang had just returned to the base of the Flying Eagle Scout team when Zhang Yu made a call. Hey, Yangzi, my mom is here. Aunt Lin is here? Su Zhengyang was pleasantly surprised. He had lost his mom a long time ago, and every New Year's Eve, apart from spending the New Year's Eve with his brother, there was only one person he needed to pay his respects to, and that was Aunt Lin. Where are you guys? I'll send you the location. Old Town Bone Restaurant. The 2 of us are having soy bones. Be right there. When Su Zhengyang arrived at the Bone Pavilion, he saw Zhang Yu's Mustang from a distance. I don't know how Aunt Lin reacted when she saw her son driving a sports car. Su Zhengyang entered the Bone Pavilion with a smile and looked around twice. Here, Zhang Yu reached out and shouted, and Su Zhengyang quickly walked over. Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin was in her 40s. Her skin was not well maintained, with weathered wrinkles, but her demeanor and temperament was virtuous and gentle, extremely kind. With such a soft and sticky character, it was really not easy for her to be able to bring up Zhang Yu all by herself. At this moment, she was looking at Su Zhengyang with an ant smile on her face. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were filled with compassion. I said I'll make it for you guys. He insisted on coming to the restaurant to eat. How much does it cost to eat a meal? Pulling Su Zhengyang to sit down, Aunt Lin whispered somewhat reproachfully. Zhang Yu is not afraid of tiring you. Besides, he has driven a Mustang. I heard that he also entered a large company. It is also time to let him out of the blood. Zhang Yu listened to the first half of the sentence is okay. The second half of the sentence will listen to a stare. When he entered the big company, Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, made a wink at him. Zhang Yu is his closest brother. If he has a business under his hand, Zhang Yu is bound to be his heart, and he also had the ability to do so. It's only a matter of not being able to recognize his talent. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. At this time, the big sauce and bone pot that Zhang Yu had ordered in advance had already come up. Aunt Lin also hadn't seen Su Zhengyang for a long time and chatted with concern, asking about their recent situation. It was when Su Zhengyang was in a good mood. A child from the next door card seat stood up to their seats and first looked towards Su Zhengyang's side. This child's position happened to be right behind Aunt Lin. On the opposite side of Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu, there were also a few flower pots placed on the partition in the center. The boy, who was about 8 or 9 years old, poked his head out from between the 2 flower pots and smiled cheekily at Su Zhengyang's 2 men. When Su Zhengyang was frowning slightly, the boy unexpectedly poofed a large mouthful of saliva towards their pots, and the saliva was passing right behind Aunt Lin's head, spitting a dirty piece of hair as well. Chapter 71. I'll educate your children for you. Ouch. Aunt Lin's back was turned to him so she didn't realize it. This sudden blow scared Aunt Lin so much that she hurriedly dodged. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu stood up at the same time in a mischievous manner and bellowed, "Hey!" This angry shout scared the people eating at the nearby tables, which was still the 2 of them slightly suppressing their voices. Su Zhengyang and the 2 of them hadn't been able to hold back either. Whose educated child would do this? Spit in someone else's pot? That child was initially startled by the 2 men's ferocious voices, but seemed to recall that behind him were his parents, so he wasn't scared at all. It's fine, it's fine. Aunt Lin saw the 2 men get angry and hurriedly stood up while wiping the drool from her hair while reaching out for the 2 men to sit down. But before Su Zhengyang 2 people speak, that child rushed at Su Zhengyang again, vigorously spit a few mouths of saliva. See far away from the spit cannot, even toward the close to Aunt Lin and spit a few mouth. Aunt Lin rushed to avoid. Su Zhengyang is already angry. At this time, the parents of the table in front of them also came out from their seats. This was clearly a large family, about 4 or 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. One of the fatter men and 1 woman is obviously the child's parents. The mother is the first to look at their own children. To see the child did not suffer any injuries, this is not good to measure Su Zhengyang. The child's father is a face of flesh, face with a stern color, raised his hand and pointed at Su Zhengyang too coldly asked, "Who shouted a voice just now?" "I shouted." Su Zhengyang's eyes narrowed. taking a step closer towards him. The man instead froze. The average person being asked by him like this, how could they also be too scared to speak out loud? Not expecting Su Zhanyang to instead lean a step towards himself. Of course, he knew that his own child was causing trouble, but he just wanted to use his momentum to suppress the other party first, so that the other party did not dare to pursue. It would solve the matter and also earn him face. You shout again? The man snorted, his eyes glaring round, shaking his head as he looked at Su Zhanyang, squeezing out a few words from between his teeth. Hey! Su Zhanyang exhaled, directly rushing at his ear. He bellowed. This sound was much louder than just a moment ago. The entire restaurant was startled by this voice. The man was even more humiliated and furious, and was also really surprised by Su Zhanyang's aura with this cry. A threatening words of their own. If ordinary people how to say your child first how wrong or you do not look after your children still have a reason. The tougher ones might say, what are you doing? Do you want to make a move? But Su Zhanyang simply do not follow common sense. He just finished letting the other party shout again. The words did not fall. The other party bellowed, which is a real slap in the face like, I shouted, what can you do to me, since it has been squeezed here? If the man does not make a move, his face will definitely not be able to come down. He was also not afraid to make a move. The reason why he was so bold was because he was the one who hung out in the underground. F***ck me. He suddenly raised his hand towards Su Zhanyang and slapped him. Su Zhanyang grabbed his wrist, originally wanting to directly twist him off, but he was afraid of scaring Aunt Lin, so he easily flipped his wrist over after clenching it dead center. Ah, pain, pain, pain. It was like this that the man screamed out in pain. Looking in the eyes of the others, Su Zhanyang was at most a practiced fighter. Su Zhanyang was also secretly amused, shouting pain, pain, pain when you get beaten up. You are still a chicken hair ah? He fiercely pushed, pushing the man a stumble. The man's family immediately looked at Su Zhanyang with horror. At this time, the lobby manager has run over quickly, rushed to ask about the situation, and then ready to interrupt both sides, began to stir up. Ouch, the two of you, what's going on? You ask him. That kid spit in our pot, all over my mom. It's all over the pot too. Is it dirty? Zhang Yu angrily pointed at the boy. The boy saw that he had caused such a big battle. Many customers around the crowd also knew that he had caused trouble, and immediately scared and cried out. He cried. His mother did not do it. This fat woman immediately glared at her eyes. Spit too how? How do you so much trouble ah? It seems that you are expensive, right? Isn't it normal for a child to spit? Is children's spit dirty? You're worse than a dog, and you're more nosy than a monkey. It makes you look clean. Why are you yelling so loud? You made my child cry. Did you see that? She doesn't care what Su Zhanyang's skills are. You can't hit a woman. She had never lost a fight. Zhang Yu, take Aunt Lin away. Su Zhanyang didn't even talk nonsense with her, taking out his cell phone and sending a message to Qi Yunfei while rushing at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu hurriedly pulled Aunt Lin outside. I little Youngzi, you can't do it. Aunt Lin, which is willing to go up to drag Su Zhanyang a piece to go, but the strength is not as big as Zhang Yu, was quickly dragged out by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu directly locked the mom in the car, and then ran back. See things to make a big deal. The lobby manager rushed to rush Su Zhanyang said, "I brother, something good to discuss. You guys, this meal free of charge, free of line." He stretched out his hand to appease Su Zhanyang while appeasing the child's family. The child cried more fiercely, still letting her go first. What's wrong? What else do you want to do? You don't want to give up your face, do you? You're not a kid, are you? What? Just a few spits and you can't stand it. Are you the emperor? An aristocrat? Didn't you eat the spittle that people spit at you? You're a poor man, aren't you? Speak up. She crossed her waist and pointed at Su Zhanyang, constantly scolding. Su Zhanyang was simply ignoring her, pacing back and forth in place, rubbing his neck in the meantime, doing neck exercises. Kid, don't look for trouble. Knowing a couple of punches and kicks isn't much use. The man also shouted at Su Zhanyang. He vaguely felt a hint of uneasiness. If this kid really came up to fight with him, even if he hit him twice, a few of them could go together, and the restaurant wouldn't care. Even if they ended up calling the police, the matter could only be left unsettled. But Su Zhanyang's look of brewing something like this was much more oppressive, and the restaurant did not dare to say anything more. At this time, the guests at the other tables had begun to talk. Holy, this kid definitely called someone. Right, definitely. That family is also. The kid spat at someone and didn't apologize. Such an attitude. What the hell? Nowadays, you can't spoil your kids. They just cause trouble for the adults. If you ask me, this family just owes it. Wait for it. This kid may not how to clean up their it. You see that tiger lady still scolded still. Some people have already taken out their cell phones and started to secretly shoot up. It's not easy to be a parent. I originally wanted to give you some face in front of your children, but you don't cherish it. Since you guys don't know how to educate your children, I'll do it for you. Su Zhangyang still didn't stop, pacing back and forth and rubbing his neck while sighing and lamenting. Right at this moment, more than 20 people walked in voluminously outside the restaurant. A few of them were still wearing waiters' clothes, obviously from the KTV across the street. Su Zhangyang's message to Qi Yunfei was to have the nearest brothers come over, at least before the law enforcement arrived, so they just crossed the street and arrived. Chapter 72. Little children must be educated. As soon as this group of people rushed in, the people in the restaurant immediately didn't dare to speak. Even the few who were taking pictures with their cell phones hurriedly put their phones away. Such a small sauce bone restaurant, not a big restaurant. Eating are ordinary people. Who wants to cause trouble? The fat woman who was cursing just now was so scared that her legs went limp. Even the boss hurriedly ran over. If he were to beat someone up in his restaurant, things would be troublesome. Master Su, the leading one, was the very person who had followed Qi Yunfei to meet Su Zhangyang before, and he stepped forward to greet him respectfully. The child's father was instantly scared out of his wits, because this person who bowed and greeted Su Zhangyang, he recognized, doing a little business on his own, relying on old classmates to find the relationship as this person. You as far as that goes? Not just a child spit, really not much of a big deal. We wrong, not okay? I apologize to you, okay? That woman saw so many people, finally softened, but this is soft with hard. I've apologized to you. What else do you want? It was as if as long as she was willing to apologize, this matter would be settled. This handsome man, boss, I'm really sorry. 1,000 mistakes are all our restaurant's fault. You mustn't do anything. The boss spoke at Su Zhangyang in an extremely pleading tone. Su Zhangyang reached out and flicked him away. Did I say I want to hit someone? Su Zhangyang took 3 empty bowls from the table as he spoke and placed them on the table, pointing at the empty bowls at the 20 or so people who had rushed over. Spit into it. Spit all 3 bowls. Those who don't have any spit, go drink some water for me and smoke a cigarette. These words caused these 20 or so people to freeze, not understanding what Su Zhangyang was going to do. But since Su Zhangyang said it, they just did as they were told. They stepped forward in confusion, and a few people surrounded a bowl, spitting at it. That family was no longer stupid enough to know what Su Zhangyang was going to do. They were immediately scared and turned pale. I was wrong. I know I'm wrong. Boss, please let us go, okay? Please. The boy's father staggered forward a small step with a fat face, hands folded together in a small voice as he begged Su Zhangyang. There was nothing more desperate and pathetic than a father being bullied in front of his son. Su Zhangyang did not even look at him. It was at this time that the family finally realized what it meant to be desperate. More than 20 people. Even if they were to hold them down and pour them in, they couldn't resist. The only way is to beg Su Zhangyang to let them go. But Su Zhangyang didn't even give them a chance to argue. It was as if he couldn't hear them at all, and was determined to cure him. There is nothing more cruel than waiting for the execution. The child even cried ferociously. This time he was really scared. 8 or 9 years old also more or less understand a little bit of things. Otherwise it will not be a dog to continue to spit. But now his mother didn't feel sorry for him, but pulled him over and slapped him furiously in the kid's face. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. And crying, still crying, she slapped harder and harder. It seemed like she was planning to use this way to express her apologies to Su Zhangyang or to gain his sympathy. Unfortunately, Su Zhangyang didn't eat this bitter trick either. More than 20 people filled a bowl with a few bites each. A family has to be neat and tidy. 1 bowl for each person. Drink it. Su Zhangyang pointed at the bare child, and his parents. Even Zhang Yu was a bit surprised that Su Zhangyang didn't even intend to spare the child. That family cried out at once, please spare us, we really know it's wrong, okay? My child also hit. This, how can this possibly drink? Big brother, good brother, you just pretend that this has never happened, okay? The woman immediately begged. What? Are you guys as valuable as us? As clean as I am? Or do you dislike these brothers of mine for being dirty? Su Zhangyang asked in a cold voice, returning the woman's words as they were. No, me, I beg you. The woman fell to the ground at once with a bitter face. When I was 8 or 9 years old, I was also skinny, but I at least already knew not to spit at people. The only kid I ever saw like that was mentally retarded, because he had a brain disability. Are you disabled? Su Zhangyang squatted down and looked at the little boy and asked. The boy had already been scared to the point where his face was waxy, grinning and just knowing how to cry. Seeing Su Zhangyang intimidating their family, at this time the man did not even dare to let out a fart. No longer have the momentum of a moment ago when he had to hit people without reason. He is now full of fear that the person recognized himself, and then his future career is completely finished. Offend this kind of character. He can't think of a good life in the future. Drink it. Drinking it will be good for your family. Su Zhangyang got up and took a deep breath. Although the 20 or so brothers didn't know what was going on, they could probably hear what was going on. This kid spat at Master Su, and his parents were quite boorish? This was a bit underhanded. Su Zhengyang's words were really right. This kind of family could only remember and change if they were taught a deep lesson. Although this child would definitely leave behind a childhood shadow, it was at least better than being ruined by such parents. Drink! Su Zhengyang shouted angrily, and the family was startled. The few people eating at the same table behind them were hiding far away. They didn't want to have a bowl as well. Crying was useless. Even the store owner did not want to call the police. As long as Su Zhengyang did not hit anyone, it was best if they drank this and just let it go. Good I drink. The man reacted the fastest. In order to live in the future, he also had to drink. Today planted in this, purely their own deserved it. Who let themselves to educate the child into this? The fat woman also cried and cried with a bowl, grinning and holding back the nausea. But the child was crying and shaking his head, saying nothing and refusing to drink. Help them. Su Zhengyang couldn't possibly let him off just because he was a child. This kind of kid, who dared to blatantly spit at people today, showed that he simply didn't have the ability to assess risks. If he didn't know that spitting would get him beaten, he didn't know that lighting a fire would hurt someone. This kind of kid doesn't care. He could set fire to a mall curtain tomorrow, or cause a traffic accident by spreading nails on the road. The people underneath the hand wouldn't show any mercy and went straight up to help this family out. They naturally vomited while drinking, but this disgusting they were afraid that they would never forget. Although Zhang Yu felt that Su Zhengyang's methods were a bit cruel, but Su Zhengyang has always been like this. When Su Zhengyang was in business, his style was very aggressive and bold. Otherwise he wouldn't have come so far. Su Zhengyang swept through those diners around him. After determining that no one was secretly filming, only then did he wave his hand at the crowd, and together they withdrew from the restaurant, only leaving behind a group of palpitating spectators, and a family of 3 who were vomiting furiously with the force of their throats. Su Zhengyang told the crowd to go back to their work, and then made a special trip here to the Mustang to explain to Aunt Lin. Little Yangzi, you guys don't want to cause trouble. As soon as Aunt Lin opened the car door, she anxiously tugged at the 2 without letting go. It's okay, Aunt Lin. I'm just messing around so that they can get rid of the bill. Su Zhengyang smilingly comforted. Aunt Lin didn't see the group of people coming in and out, and didn't doubt it, which made her pat her chest and relax. Right, I have an important thing to say to you again. Almost forgot. Look at this. Zhang Yu seemed to suddenly remember something. A slap on the head. Took out his cell phone and flipped through it a few times and handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang took a look and immediately frowned. Chapter 73, Something is wrong. What Zhang Yu showed him was a news. The content of the news was about the local enterprise, Horizon Automobile. The news said that a large number of Horizon brand cars had quality problems, condemned Horizon Automobile for being shoddy and irresponsible, and accused that a certain model of Horizon brand had serious quality problems, and hoped that the relevant departments would intervene to investigate. And this Horizon Motors is none other than Cha Jihao's company. Didn't I see that Cha Jihao respect you quite a bit last time? Is it true that you also showed him feng shui? Su Zhengyang nodded. I'm afraid that they'll come after you later, so I paid attention to the fact that something happened to Horizon Motors. Zhang Yu said seriously. What is it? Didn't Cha Jihao push his brand out of the province some time ago? Recently South China Automobile entered the city of Santai. The visitor was not good. I heard that it was to integrate Cha Jihao's company. Cha Jihao naturally disagreed. So Huanan Automobile let the manufacturer that provided engines to Horizon cut off the goods, and Huanan had a stake in that manufacturer. Now Horizon Motors has no source of engines, and the core technical staff and leadership. Was South China Automobile high-paid poached 7 or 8? Horizon encountered an unprecedented disaster. They won't blame you for it. Zhang Yu asked with some concern. If Su Zhengyang gave them a feng shui reading, and such a big deal could still happen after reading the feng shui, then it would be reasonable for them to blame Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang immediately frowned a little and said perfunctorily, it doesn't matter. When I showed him the feng shui, I said that he had a big calamity recently. He should be prepared for it. It was just that Su Zhengyang was a little puzzled that this had happened for a little while. So why hadn't Cha Jihao mentioned it to himself yet? Was it because Dong Changming had taken money to help him? After all, he himself had given Dong Changming a large sum of money. If this is the case, it does not matter. If not, then this Cha Jihao can be a bit interesting. This guy intends to bite the bullet until when it. Oh, it's good that it's not your business. This Cha Jihao was not easy. Zhang Yu put away his cell phone and sighed as he shook his head. Su Zhengyang also nodded. Cha Jihao's predecessor was a car repairer, and then after knowing something about assembling cars, he wanted to make it bigger, but without capital. He first started a car dealership, starting from sales, step by step, have their own 4S stores, car dealership company. Then he applied for a license and started to build his own car, setting up Horizon Motors. He took an immediate look at the pickup truck and SUV segment. In foreign countries, most families can live without a private car. but not without a pickup truck. And in China, many cities have not even allowed the passage of pickup trucks in the city. He felt that he could be a step ahead. Later, with the help of Chen Hohai Dong Changming and others, Che Zhihao also gradually made it, at least in the local occupy a relatively large market, both an automobile manufacturer and a dealer in his old profession. It's not easy for an automobile company to start from scratch. Local cars want to go out, and Cha Jiho is doing this recently, which naturally incurs the dissatisfaction of big businesses. If you don't want to be fused by a holding, then you have to face suppression from others. Although Cha Jiho is doing well, but after all, it is a young enterprise, the bottom is not enough. Did not have to be able to master the engine technology, and could not build it themselves. Now the engine was stopped, and the core technicians were poached, coupled with the other side of the media to create public opinion pressure, has begun a full-scale suppression of the Horizon Company. Since he knew that it had nothing to do with Su Zhengyang, Zhang Yu was no longer worried. He took his mother over this time because he used the money Su Zhenyang returned to buy a 2-bedroom house, thinking to give his mom a surprise, although it is a loan, but he has also been excited to find the north. Su Zhenyang followed the two to go together to share the joy of this mother and father, and only after Su Zhengyang left, he had already thought about what Zhang Yu arranged a thing. In the car, Su Zhengyang dialed Chen Shusheng's phone. Hello, Master Su. Chen Shusheng spoke with his voice pressed a little low. Su Zhengyang was puzzled. Where is it? Chen Shusheng hesitated for a moment before he whispered. Chatting with someone. Is it dealing with matters regarding Cha Jiho's company? Master Su, how did you know? Chen Shusheng was instantly a little surprised. Then he hurriedly explained. Master Su, don't misunderstand. Old 4, he didn't let us tell you for fear that you would think that he's not capable enough to look at him. We all told him that you're not such a person. We told him that you're not such a person, that you definitely wouldn't blame him, and he still didn't believe us. Su Zhenyang laughed and scolded. You the hell are still here to turn me into an army? Chen Shusheng immediately smiled awkwardly. No, but the old 4 he is indeed quite on fire. The boss is also considering to give out a little bit of that money you gave him to save the emergency. He is also pondering whether to talk to you about this matter. You see, Su Zhengyang didn't mind Chen Shusheng playing smart to himself, using words to will himself, because he originally didn't think that Cha Zhihao couldn't do it. On the contrary, he was able to start a business from nothing, and he was still quite optimistic about himself. And Chen Shusheng themselves also want to solve this matter by themselves, because they do not want to let Su Zhenyang know this matter. Can quietly solve is the best. Otherwise Su Zhenyang, if they think they are a bunch of waste, cannot do anything well, that would be miserable. Since Su Zhenyang knew now, it was time to ask Su Zhenyang's opinion. What are you guys doing now? Su Zhenyang asked. The people from South China are coming to negotiate. We are waiting. Give me the address. I'll go over. Good. Su Zhenyang hung up the phone. A message had been sent on his cell phone. Junsheng Hotel. 10 minutes later, Su Zhenyang had arrived. Pushing open the door of the conference room, Chen Shusheng, Cha Zhihao and Tang Ying were there. Seeing Su Zhenyang arrive, Chen Shusheng bared his legs and stood up. The matter of Su Zhenyang violently beating young master son had already been reported to him by Qi Yinfei, and now Chen Shusheng wasn't afraid of anyone else but Su Zhenyang. Cha Zhihao, who had his hands in his pockets, had obviously emaciated quite a bit recently, and when he saw Su Zhenyang come in, he respectfully greeted him with a slight bow. I'm sorry, Master Su, I've let you down, but I believe I'm able to fix it. Cha Zhihao sighed and said, Oh, how to solve it? Tell me. Su Zhenyang walked over with interest and pulled a stool, signaling for a few people to sit down. Cha Zhihao instantly lost his voice. He just made a statement, but specifically there really wasn't anything too good to do. At present, it seems that the only way to find another engine, but this possibility is also very remote. There are only so many engine manufacturers in the whole of China, most of which are owned by some brands, not to mention that the cars of Horizon are SUVs and pickup trucks, so it's not easy to find the next partner in a short period of time, and now they couldn't drag it out much longer. Are they getting close? Su Zhenyang saw that his mind was in turmoil, so he stopped teasing him and asked Chen Shusheng. Coming. Chen Shusheng pointed at the door with his chin, and a few people were walking in at the entrance of the conference room. Chapter 74, This is my attitude. The people who came in were 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man was surprisingly a crooked man with blonde hair. The woman beside him was a secretary-like figure with a tall figure and long hair. There was also a man in black who seemed to be a bodyguard. As soon as this crooked man came in, he saw Su Zhenyang sitting there with a big grin on his face, and seemed to know the other party's attitude. He wasn't angry either, and with a laugh, he pulled himself up a stool and sat down. The female secretary on the side saw the attitude of Su Zhenyang and the others, not warmly welcoming, and suddenly her face was also a bit cold. She said in a deep voice, Mr. Che, This is the head of our South China Company's Yunhai region. Mr. Jack Leary. Mr. Jack has decided to give your company another chance, so please behave yourself. Cha Zhihao took a deep breath and did not speak. Su Zhengyang, on the other hand, sized up Jack, his pair of blue eyes carrying a few hints of teasing. It was as if toying with a company that wasn't their enemy was exactly what made him come to Yunhai for fun. Because South China Company was a Sino-foreign joint venture, the real core executives were all crooked. Give us a chance? How do you mean? Su Zhenyang spread his left hand and questioned. Seeing him speak, Jack and his party naturally knew that Su Zhenyang was the big boss, and the secretary instantly explained. Agree to our acquisition conditions. It's as simple as that. The benefits? Su Zhenyang asked with a shrug. The secretary froze. Benefits? The benefit was of course that we won't deal with you guys, and we won't poach your people, and we won't create public pressure. What else could it be? But of course these couldn't be blatantly stated. The benefit is that you don't have to go bankrupt, the secretary said in a cold voice without a good mood. Bankruptcy? Who told you that we're going bankrupt? You think that by digging some people from us, breaking our engine, and then finding someone to write a few news stories, you can make us finished? A few dishes a drink like this? Su Zhengyang snorted. This gentleman, I don't know what you're talking about. Jack shrugged. His Chinese was broken, but in reality, he had been in China for quite a while, falling into the category of understanding but not speaking. He just smiled and denied Su Zhenyang's claim. Everyone was an adult and understood what was going on. He still wouldn't admit it directly. Do you know all don't eat energy? I just want to tell you, no matter what moves you guys make, Laozi can catch them. But the moves that Laozi makes, you won't necessarily be able to catch them. The smile on Su Zhenyang's face gradually tightened. Jack's face was also a little unsightly. The female secretary next to him was even more furious. Jack hadn't said anything yet. She was already anxious. Who are you old with? Mr. Jack is worth tens of thousands of dollars. He is also the regional head of a Sino-foreign joint venture. Even the governor of Santai City has to speak nicely when he meets him. Keep your mouth shut, idiot. Chen Shusheng stood up at once, probed his body and pointed at the female secretary with a sneer. Say those last two words of yours again. Come on. Chen Shusheng himself had a hostile aura, his eyes glaring even more so. The female secretary was scared to shiver. She saw that the bodyguard behind her was indifferent, but also had to bite her lip and glared fiercely at Su Zhenyang. This bodyguard was responsible for protecting the safety of Mr. Jack, but did not have the obligation to help the female secretary fight. Worth tens of thousands? You ask these few which one isn't worth tens of thousands? Is tens of thousands very impressive? Su Zhenyang immediately snorted. Pointing behind him, these few rushed that female secretary and asked, but people's status is different from yours. People are expatriate executives, and they are from South China Company. Do you understand the gap in status? It's not a gap that can be bridged by money. The secretary revealed a gimlet smile as she sneered, her brows furrowed, even feeling that Su Zhenyang had somewhat disgraced their Chinese people in front of Jack. Obviously these words made Jack very flattered as well. Your words, they sound ridiculous. Know why? Su Zhenyang nudged the female secretary with his hand. The secretary immediately frowned and sneered. I'm ridiculous? Oh. She even shook her head in disappointment after she finished speaking, really feeling that Su Zhenyang was losing face for the Chinese. The reason you can say like money can't bridge the status gap, it's because you don't have enough money, so your perception is limited to that, and your definition of how noble or lowly your status is limited to yourself. You're too self-centered, so you can't see the bigger world. Money can change a lot of things. For example, if I have more money than you, I'm qualified to play with you and let you feel what it means to be hopeless. Su Zhenyang talked about his fingers, then spread his hands with a cynical look and said, funny, your company is almost finished. It's a shame that you can still say this kind of bull ***** here. The female secretary said with a gimlet smile and gritted her teeth. At this moment, Jack gabbled and started speaking a whole lot of English. The female secretary on the side laughed after hearing it and translated it for him. This, sir, I don't know where you got such a big confidence, but to be honest, I do admire this kind of spirit of your Chinese people. This kind of spirit of preferring death to submission. Oh no, your Chinese expression should be called, dying to save face and living to suffer. It was obvious that Jack was unable to express such idioms or slang in English, which was mostly added by the female secretary with her subjective emotions. You don't believe me? Su Zhenyang wasn't annoyed and asked calmly. Oh, I believe it. Please just let us feel it quickly. Don't just talk about it. The female secretary sneered. At this time Jack interjected and the secretary translated. Mr. Jack says he can't wait to fight you. You make him feel happy. Su Zhenyang, however, smiled and stood up, walking directly outside. Just be happy. Feel good. I don't like unbearable opponents. I will accompany you to have a good time. Cha Zhihao and Chen Shushang and Tang Ying directly followed Su Zhengyang and left in big steps. The three of them did not expect this negotiation to be such a scene when they arrived. This was not a negotiation. Su Zhengyang had declared war. To be exact, Su Zhengyang had come to answer the war, because South China was already at war with them. Only after a few of them had left did Jack say with deep meaning, surely, you Chinese people are really interesting. With a kind of mesmerizing confidence, Chen Shirley let out a bitter smile and fawned. Sorry Mr. Jack, I've made you laugh. I can't wait to see how he's going to respond. You are too high on them, they are just a bunch of bumpkins. They are not worthy of fighting with you at all. You are well aware of that. Chen Shueli gathered her hair and smiled fawningly. And at this moment, Su Zhengyang had already led the three out of the hotel. Cha Zhihao, how much inventory is left of the cars and engines now? Chapter 75. This you do not come on one box? We basically don't have any inventory after all the orders we have in hand right now went to the distributor. And there's still one order that we can't deliver, so we might have to default on the contract. Cha Zhihao said somewhat helplessly. It doesn't matter. All the orders that can be honored are given out. All the orders that are in breach of contract. All the compensation according to the contract of breach of contract. How much money is needed? Make a list and directly look for Lin Yurong to get the money on the line. Su Zhengyang said with a wave of his hand in a bold manner while walking. Behind the three people looked at each other, all from each other's eyes to see a trace of helplessness and thankfulness. In their hair on fire can let them do not want to eat. Every night to take sleeping pills to sleep the big problem. In Su Zhengyang here is a big hand wave of things. Then, our next step, since we do not give us the engine, then we will build it ourselves. In the future, if you want to not be held by anyone, we will all build it ourselves. Not only the engine, the whole car accessories as long as there is a possibility that it will be monopolized. We have to build it ourselves. Su Zhengyang stopped and looked at the several people. Cha Zhihao blushed. He wanted to say it, but was too embarrassed to say it. Where is building an engine so simple? The automobile industry that is an important indicator of a country's industrial standards. This core technology of the engine is even more of a secret. Still, Tang Ying helped him get the words out. Su division, build the engine then. Our own R&D out cycle will be very long, and this is a very long term. Who said we have to develop it ourselves? Where did we buy the engine from before? Don't they have ready-made technology? Su Zhengyang said, but they won't necessarily sell it, and Huanan still has their shares. Cha Zhihao said this already very politely. Not necessarily, is that people will definitely not sell? There are shares but not yet a controlling stake. They united with Huanan Company to screw us. I gave them face, so I spent money to buy it. If they don't sell, then don't blame me for not giving them face. Su Zhengyang laughed coldly, his chest was full. We have more than just this one problem right now. Master Su, the pressure of public opinion is also getting bigger and bigger right now. Should we make some response? Chen Shushang also asked. He didn't know much about automobile matters, but he did understand entertainment wins. Su Zhengyang, however, shook his head. No need. Let them do whatever they want. Don't care how public opinion develops, as long as the engine is made. I have my own way. You guys just ask the person in charge of the engine manufacturer out. I want to meet with him. In addition, remember, all the employees in the factory will be paid during their vacation. Soothe the people's hearts. In addition, find out the most trusted elite technicians under your hand. You don't need to have more. Having a few of them will be enough. Su Zhengyang walked towards his car while instructing Cha Zhihao. After saying that he had also pulled open the car door. The three of them, Cha Zhihao, followed closely behind. Although Su Zhengyang had quite a big mouth, they had a feeling of reliability. It was as if Su Zhengyang's chest was filled with strategizing. They didn't need to worry too much, just do as they were told. Therefore, Cha Zhihao did not say anything else and bowed and nodded. After which the few people watched Su Zhengyang's car leave. The three stood in place for a long time. It was only then that Cha Zhihao muttered, should I transfer the company to Master Su's name first? Chen Shushan gave him a blank look. Do you think Master Su would care about that? Tang Ying, however, said, it's one thing if Master Su cares or not, but it's another thing if you don't have the attitude to know what to do. Cha Zhihao nodded. Su Zhengyang returned to the Flying Eagle scout team base. Lin Yurong was there with a headset, playing in the middle of a bunch of equipment. Seeing Su Zhengyang arrive, she hurriedly took off the headset and walked over. Master Su, look, they bought a lot of fresh gadgets. Indeed, at this moment, there was a huge pile of brand new equipment, big and small, including many packed boxes in the house. And to Su Zhengyang's surprise there were also some equipment that looked old at first glance. Most of them were some highly sophisticated electronic instruments, and there were even a lot of things that looked like toys, toy cars, drones and the like. But most of the equipment, Su Zhengyang never heard of. Mushang several people are skillfully fiddling. In the corner there is a table above a black frame, the frame embedded with 8 monitors. The host is even more exposed to the outside of 2 large boxes. Mu Shang walked over with some blush and smiled awkwardly at Su Zhengyang. Boss, spent a lot of money, bought the initial use of things. Su Zhengyang was also a bit speechless, pointing to a few old equipment and said, "You're afraid of spending money, not so frugal. I said long ago, we're not afraid of spending money. How can you still buy back used equipment?" Su Zhengyang knew that he sounded almost like a dirt poor man, but there was no way around it, because he was indeed a dirt poor man. Moreover, the Flying Eagle Scout team was of great use to him, and had to help him investigate his mother's matter, so how could he make do? And most importantly, all the money they spent, once they reimbursed themselves, it was all points and this kind of points system will not be deducted. Spend as much as you have to give. After all, one did not inform them that they were maliciously brushing points. This, you misunderstood boss. This thing, it is the most expensive, Mu Shang said while walking over to that strange instrument, carefully bringing it to Su Zhengyang. This is the signal compositor. He is able to probe through the wall through signal fluctuations, and within 40 seconds can accurately construct the internal structure of the nearby building. This kind of equipment on the ground there is no such thing at all. They are all the ones that we spend a lot of money to get back from the black market. I'm afraid there are no more than 4 of them in the entire Santai city. So powerful? Su Zhengyang was also stunned. Good guy. This kind of black technology he had never heard of. It cost a whole $3. Mu Shang said through gritted teeth. Su Zhengyang smiled, immediately embarrassed. He was happy for half a day in vain. Together spent $1. This Nima is also too discouraging. He thought he had to spend $10 or $8. And this is the latest nanotechnology fluid monitor, colorless and invisible. Within 7 minutes it can permeate the fibers and attach to the skin. Of course it's best to attach to the scalp or the soles of the feet. It will last longer. One will cost 8 cents. Mu Shang also gritted his teeth and said, it was obvious that he was feeling that these things were totally expensive. Indeed, Su Zhengyang couldn't even tell what this was made of. It was just a small transparent soft sheet. He really couldn't figure out the current black technology. What exactly was this thing listening through? Only 8 cents? This thing seems to be very commonly used. You must not come to a box? Su Zhengyang took the small thin slice and flipped through it compellingly. Detected the host attempting to maliciously guide and set off points. Please host attention quality. The system's warning rang in his head, and Su Zhengyang instantly rolled his eyes. He meowed that this kind of thing was indeed just very commonly used. What's wrong with it? I set you monkey set. Come, to a box? Mu Shang suddenly stuttering. How he always feel the boss seems to have a grudge against money? Money ruthless son. This is not spend money is not difficult. He was afraid to spend too much, but also deliberately bought only 6, on which he was still fearful. As a result, Su Zhengyang let him come to a box. Su Zhengyang returned the small soft piece in his hand to Mu Shang and said, well, you'll be able to use this thing soon. I need you to go with me to meet someone in the next 2 days. Chapter 76. Modernized Item Transfer Technique. Mu Shang introduced a few more fresh gadgets to Su Zhengyang. However, these were only auxiliary. The most important thing was the person who manipulated these contraptions. Without the Flying Eagle Scout, these things were simply for show. In the end, Su Zhengyang took the list of their quotes from Lin Yurong and glanced at it. $21.38. Not bad. I guess it could only be spent like this. That's right. One of the most expensive things only cost more than $1. How expensive can the others be? This room full of high-tech things only spent a total of $21. In the past, $21 Su Zhengyang enough to order a takeout, or just to get to the delivery line kind of. After acknowledging their work, the system also popped up. Congratulations on spending 21.38 yuan and gaining 2,138 points. Su Zhengyang was satisfied. This time there was no deduction of his points. When Su Zhengyang was interested in looking at that computer, he could vaguely hear Lin Yurong pulling Mu Shang aside and instructing him in a whisper. Your department is very important to Master Su. Don't care about the money. This amount of money is just the tip of the iceberg to Master Su. Horn. But your role is vital. Knowing that, just like that nano-listening device, can you comprehend what Master Su means? Even if you're monitoring the same family, such as the Zhao family, every extra one you put on someone from the Zhao family will give you one more angle to grasp the Zhao family's information. Because you don't know which one will give you the most crucial information, right? I know what you brothers are capable of. You said each of you can completely monitor 6 to 10 people. Even I, an unprofessional, know all this. There are more than 6 key people in just one Zhao family. How could you not think of that? And only by 6. Who are you planning to use it for? Are you trying to be lazy? Lin Yurong reprimanded without any good humor. Su Zhengyang's heart was suddenly greatly appreciated. Good. This chick still knows her mind well, leaving aside the fact that she knew how much money she had. The angle from which she considered this matter was already completely Su Zhenyang's angle. It can be described as ice and snow intelligent. I really did not look at her wrong. No, it should be Chen Haohai who would pick the talent. I am feeling that the Zhao family and the Lin family, their kind of family's anti-reconnaissance sense is very weak. It should be easy to break through, so I don't want to waste it. Mu Shang was a little embarrassed and scratched his head as he explained. You think it's just their two families? You guys need to start practicing properly from now on. If Master Su were to give you a big task tomorrow, asking you to understand a business conglomerate on all fronts, would you guys be rusty after so long even if you're well trained? Would you be uncomfortable with the sudden huge workload? You guys should secretly build up your strength from now on, and make an effort to wait until Master Su really uses you to do something big. You'll have to accomplish the task brilliantly to amaze him. Return the favor to him. Right. Lin Yurong waved her pink fist and whispered. Su Zhengyang's blood boiled a little as he listened. Good lord. This chick was in marketing before, right? Or was she in the business of success? Running here to brainwash Mu Shang. I understand. Mu Shang nodded heavily. He had to admit that he had taken it a little lightly, thinking that these two tasks of Su Zhenyang's weren't much of a challenge, so they were more or less scattered. Being reprimanded like this by a layman's little girl, Mu Shang was deeply ashamed. First, this was Su Zhenyang's personal assistant, and second, the person was right. Well, it's good to understand. Come up with another list as soon as possible, and buy a little more of the commonly used things, just in case. Lin Yurong instructed again. The two of them were very far away from Su Zhenyang when they spoke. It was impossible for a normal person to hear, but with Su Zhenyang's hearing, if he wanted to listen intently, even if he was separated by another wall, it would not be a problem. Only after saying that, Lin Yurong happily ran to Su Zhenyang. It was like a kitten returning to its owner's side after being tired of playing. Su Zhenyang looked at her and couldn't help but pinch her cheeks with his hand, mainly because of Lin Yurong's words just now. It really made Su Zhenyang impressed with this chick. Not to say that it was a confidant, but it was definitely considered to be deep in my heart. Lin Yurong naturally did not know that Su Zhenyang heard her words, and thought that it was Su Zhenyang remembered that night in the hotel in the county. He helped him to solve the problem, so he flirted with himself a little bit, and she was immediately shy and her cheeks turned red. Su Zhenyang smiled. He had just purchased a potion under the store section of the systems clearing organization. Right now he had more than 2,000 points. A theft proficiency was only 300 points, although it was a bit expensive, but he was about to use it himself, so it was worth it. Chaoyang. Su Zhenyang waved at Jin Chaoyang who was fiddling with his instruments not far away. Jin Chaoyang trotted over. Do you know how to steal? Su Zhenyang asked in a serious manner. Stealing? Oh, you're talking about modernized item transfer technology. I won't. Jin Chaoyang first corrected Su Zhenyang's statement, then shook his head. Su Zhenyang froze. They were still quite righteous. Here, drink this potion. Su Zhenyang took out a small pill bottle and handed it to him. Inside was the white water-like liquid. Jin Chaoyang didn't ask a single word, tilted his head and drank it. They had made a deal. Su Zhenyang had saved Xiaomeng, and their lives were Su Zhenyang's, and the words were not just for fun. Su Zhenyang was also shocked. The good guy didn't even ask. Several other people also curiously gathered around. Since each person can only receive 2 types of potions, so Su Zhenyang can't give everyone a bottle of all the potions. Each person specializes in a certain 2 areas. Everyone just worked together. After Jin Chaoyang finished drinking, he immediately closed his eyes tightly. Feeling a little dizzy, Lin Yuyong hurriedly pulled a stool for him to sit down. Su Zhenyang signaled the others not to rush. Jin Chaoyang sat on the stool and kept shaking his head for a long time before he bumped his head with his hand, completely regaining his sobriety and letting out a long breath. He looked at Su Zhenyang with horror in his eyes. What does it feel like? Su Zhenyang hadn't drunk it either, so he was still quite curious about the effects of this stuff. I have more strange instincts in my head. Jin Chaoyang thought for a long time before coming up with such a generalization. There were a lot of extra things in his mind for no reason, as if he had passed through an orifice. It was impossible to describe, but he just suddenly knew a lot of things. He slowly stood up, describing the feeling he just had while walking back and forth between several people. I just felt dizzy just now. There was no way to think, and a lot of things suddenly came into my mind. A lot of things about this. He spoke very slowly, just walking back and forth before stopping and opening his hand. In his hands he was clearly holding 2 wallets and 2 cell phones.